Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content. The link is in the description. 4RG Chapter 123 Lin Nuo makes a move, a duel of swordsmanship. But after the two saw this scene, they were not surprised. After all, the difference in combat power between Lin and Kaido was more than a star and a half. As soon as the camera turned, the white-robed old man did not take advantage of the victory to pursue Lin and Kaido completely. He noticed that once he pursued closely, Lin Nuo below would definitely take advantage of this opportunity to make a move. Lin and Kaido, who were hit hard, returned to Lin Nuo enduring the pain. In this fight, the two of them also realized that compared with the white-robed old man in front of them, their own combat power was too far behind, and there was no room for resistance at all. He was also afraid that the old man in white robe would continue to attack. Even if the two of them had a strong constitution and resilience, they would not be able to escape the fate of death. How does it feel? Lin Nuo looked at the serious injuries of the two with a half smile, and asked lightly. Strong. The gap is too big, it is not an opponent at all. If we continue to fight, we won't be able to hold 10 strokes in his hands. Lin and Kaido were in a mess, each covering their bloody wounds, with fear on their faces. Lin Nuo nodded and didn't reply. He had already seen the white-robed old man's combat power during the battle just now, and it was comparable to Nugate and Shiki. Compared with Marine Admiral and the others, they are stronger but not weaker. Only Rocks took on two of the world's top fighters, 5 elders, and the three of them have fought fiercely until now, and there is still no one party that is at a disadvantage. Just then, there was a loud shout, "Rocks! Dare to be distracted in the face of our teamwork." Lin Nuo looked up, just in time to see Rocks, and cast a glance in this direction. At this time, the blonde old man, who has always been hot-tempered, was furious, and the old man with glasses seized the opportunity to attack Rocks violently in an instant. Rocks looked away, even Shiki and Nugate obviously noticed, let alone him. Facing the repeated violent attacks of the two old men, Rocks frowned slightly. How could he be used to them? In the next second, Rocks' aura suddenly became more ferocious, like an ancient giant beast, surrounded by terrifying black arrogance. Rocks disappeared in place with a single movement, dodging all the violent attacks that came. Advertisement the next moment, his figure appeared above the head of the blonde old man, and the unknown famous knife in the session slashed down. Is it speeding up again? This guy's strength, in the end. The blonde old man cursed inwardly, and from observation Hockey's perception, Rock's speed was almost as fast as ultimate. Boom. Immediately, he mobilized the mighty armament Hockey, covered his muscular arms, and crossed his hands to block the attack from Rocks. Clang. As a gust of wind pressure spread out in all directions, the figure of the blonde old man was instantly blown away by a terrifying force. He was about to fall into the sea, and he suddenly managed to stabilize his body. Hiss. At this time, the arms of the blonde-haired old man were trembling slightly, and his face became surprised and dignified. He didn't expect that Rocks completely knocked him back with just one blow, and the terrifying force almost broke the Hockey he was so proud of. The face of the old man with glasses became extremely dignified, and the sword in his hand was clenched even tighter, just as the blonde-haired old man was sent flying by Rocks. Facing Rock's fierce attack alone, he was beaten back and forth in a row. It was difficult for him alone to support Rock's terrorist attack. The blonde old man shook his shoulders and arms with a heavy face, immediately launched one of the 6 shaving styles, and rushed towards Rocks. Although the two teamed up to fight the Rocks, they hadn't even gained the upper hand in the fight so far, and instead began to be gradually suppressed by the Rocks. At this time, Rock's strength became stronger and stronger. Under the joint efforts of the two, the situation was reversed in an instant, and the two top powerhouses in the world were beaten back. Boom. 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 Under the entanglement of the fierce offensives of the three, the clouds in the sky were gradually dispersed, and the aftermath of each collision was scattered, and the ground of the naval headquarters Marineford below shook from time to time. Armament Hockey collided, and the sword energy slashed and raged. Seeing this, the white-robed old man who was left to watch the battle gradually became ugly. Regarding the terrifying combat power of the Rocks, even if the 5 elders teamed up, they did not expect to fight so hard. Advertisement. Not to mention victory, the two teamed up, but they were still vaguely suppressed by Rocks. Going on like this is not an option. As time drags on, the situation of the two of them becomes more and more dangerous. Moreover, in addition to Rocks being strong, the Rocks pirates cadres, Golden Lion Shiki and Whitebeard Nugate, are also powerful in battle. The battle between the old man with long beard and the old man in a suit is like a change of color in the sky and the earth. The sky and the earth change, and it is impossible to tell the winner in a short time. If Lin Nuo can be solved, the situation of the battle can be reversed in an instant, and then help the two of them to encircle and suppress the Rocks together. The situation of the battle can be reversed in an instant. Call out. There was a soft metallic sound, and the old man in white robe held the handle of the knife at his waist with one hand. At the same time, the moment the old man in white robe held the knife, a terrifying sword force surged from his body. Under this powerful and terrifying sword force, the aura became even more powerful and oppressive. At this moment, Lin and Kaido below were stunned, their eyes filled with shock. The two of them never expected that the white-robed old man was not only powerful in physical skills, but judging from the fierce sword force that erupted, his own sword it seems even more terrifying. The sword power possessed by the great swordsman? Seeing this, Lin Nuo narrowed his eyes slightly and said with a serious expression on his face. Such a fierce sword is no weaker than Golden Lion Shiki. This old man in white robe seems not simple. I heard that your excellency is also a swordsman. Let this old man see what is so unique about your swordsmanship. At this time, the old man in white robe held the handle of the knife in his hand, and slowly pulled out the blade. A cold light flashed instantly, and a sword intent appeared in his eyes. Before going to naval headquarters, Lin Nuo's combat power information, he has already figured out that he has a powerful swordsmanship of the world's top swordsman. Conqueror's Haki has been cultivated to a high level, and possesses a terrifying fruit ability that is as weird as Whitebeard Newgate. Although this strong man is tricky, he still has the confidence to completely defeat Lin Nuo to reverse the tide of the battle. Congratulations. I also want to see, how strong is His Excellency Five Elders' swordsmanship? Chapter 124 Powerful Sword Intent. Hearing this, Lin Nuo slowly put his hand on the hilt of the black saber Zhanlong at his waist, with sharp sword intent and strong fighting intent appearing in his eyes. A sword fight seems just right for me. At this moment, Lin Nuo pulled out the black sword Zhanlong from his waist. The jet black sword was covered with tight knife patterns, and the sharp blade emanated a terrifying aura. Huh? The breath of this knife, could it be one of the 12 crafts of the supreme sharp knife? The old man in white robe looked at the terrifying aura lingering around the black knife, and immediately frowned. One sword flow severing. Immediately without further hesitation, the old man in white robe swung the famous saber in his hand, instantly locked Lin Nuo, and slashed out a white light. At the same time, the figure of the white-robed old man disappeared in place at a speed twice as fast as the previous battle with Lin and Kaido. Do you want to do something when you have a disagreement? What a restless old man. Lin Nuo saw the white-robed old man's attack in an instant, and felt a little helpless. He thought to himself, this guy is still so anxious at this age, it seems that the battle with Captain Rocks made him anxious. Facing the oncoming slash, Lin Nuo smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth, blinked his hand and swung the knife across. 357, clang. Blocking such a sharp slash in an instant, Lin Nuo's right arm exerted all his strength, and the slash flew towards the blue cloudless sky like a kite with a broken string. Before it was over, a sharp sword intent erupted from Lin Nuo's body in an instant. The powerful sword intent, like Conqueror's Haki, spread towards all directions. The sky suddenly turned gray, and a sword mark appeared on the ground under Lin Nuo's feet. And Kaido, who was close to Lin Nuo, suddenly changed his face, and could vaguely feel countless tiny sword intents on his skin, which scared the two of them to distance themselves from Lin Nuo. What a sharp sword intent, this kid's swordsmanship. The old man in white robe approached quickly, and after feeling Lin Nuo's powerful sword intent, his face became extremely serious, with disbelief written all over his face. Immediately, he stopped attacking Lin Nuo. Seeing the sword marks on the back of his hand, his mind changed drastically. Such a terrifying sword intent is actually similar to Conqueror's Haki. It is possible to achieve such a level of swordsmanship without launching a slash. Advertisement. Although this point, CBCB, does not represent the strength of swordsmanship, but this terrifying talent and sword intent alone are enough to make people dread. At this time, the sword intent swept across the whole world, and no one was spared wherever it passed. What a terrifying swordsmanship talent. The other 4 or 5 elders became more and more dignified when they noticed the situation on the white-robed old man's side. Among the 5 of them, the old man in white robe is the strongest existence in terms of swordsmanship. Originally, he wanted to rely on this backhand to deal with the remaining enemies of the Rocks pirates, so he supported them. But now it seems that it is probably impossible. With such a strong sword intent, its strength cannot be so weak. Even if the old man in white robe can win, the battle between the two of them will be decided at some point. Today, that chance has been shattered by the Rocks pirates. Damn Rocks pirates. This caused the 5 elders who besieged Rocks to become extremely gloomy, cursing inwardly. Obviously, the battle between the two of them and Rocks won't take much advantage at all. With the two of them working together, Rocks will be suppressed to death. It's only a matter of time before Rocks is defeated. And once Rocks is not restrained by the two of them, he must take advantage of the situation to attack the rest of their 5 elders. At that time, not only the planned action fails, even if Kong. It doesn't help that Kong waits for someone to return. Ha 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 ha. Lin Nuo did a good job. The destruction of the world government is just around the corner. Rocks looked at the ugly appearance of the 5 elders, made no secret of his terrifying ambitions, laughed and said. As one of the strongest players in the sea, Rocks owns the top observation Haki, and he knows everything that happened in this Marineford like the back of his hand. Lin Nuo's sword intent is even more terrifying than when he fought against Marine Admirals Din Hu, and there are few people in the sea who can do this. The development of sword intent into substance is inseparable from the high-level winding of Conqueror's Haki. It seems that Lin Nuo has successfully entangled and controlled the Conqueror's Haki. But on the other side, Newgate, Shiki, and the bearded old man and the old man in the suit have completely opposite faces. Advertisement. The faces of the 5 elders were so ugly that they could see ultimate. Under the perception of observation Haki, they vaguely felt threatened. Cool la 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 la. You're distracted, old man. While Newgate was shocked by Lin Nuo in the distance, he fixed his eyes on the 5 elders in front of him. Seeing that the long-bearded old man was distracted, he stopped hesitating and waved the supreme sharp knife Kong Yunki in his hand, and slashed down vertically. Jia ha 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 ha. Every time Lin Nuo makes a move, there are unexpected surprises. Shiki shattered the attack of the old man in the suit, glanced at Lin Nuo in the distance, laughed, and said. At this moment, Shiki is not jealous of Lin Nuo in his heart, but envious. After this battle is over, go back and ask Lin Nuo for advice. I really don't know how Lin Nuo's head is so long that he can turn his sword intent into reality and entangle with high-level conqueror's haki. Could it be that? As the battle has begun, Lin Nuo is no longer passive, but proactive. Lin Nuo raised his right hand, his eyes flashed with cold light and sword intent, and his knowledge instantly locked the position of the white-robed old man, and he cut out continuously. Thousand Slice Valley. Lin Nuo launched Shiki's signature swordsmanship, and dozens of blade slashes were overwhelming, covering the white-robed old man, and even his retreat was cut off by the slashes. And the white-robed old man was not to be outdone. His strong sword intent condensed on the famous sword in his hand. He kept swiping and slashing down, and the aftermath of countless slashing strikes forced his figure to keep retreating. Crack. Bang. Countless slashes collided with each other, the sound of explosions resounded through the sky, and a rain of slashes flying all over the sky emerged and fell. Lin Nuo kicked his feet, and instantly turned into a stream of light, passing through the slashing rain, until he was heading towards the white-robed old man. In an instant, the black knife and dragon slashing dragon seemed to turn into a beam of light, piercing the chest of the white-robed old man. At the time of the crisis, observation haki enveloped the brain of the white-robed old man in an instant, and his body tilted to avoid the fatal thrust, and the famous knife in his hand quickly slashed towards Lin Nuo's shoulder. Lin Nuo frowned, and immediately withdrew the black knife Zhanlong that he stabbed, with one side of the blade in front of him. Block. Old man. The reaction is really fast. Chapter 125 Battle against the white-robed old man, the situation on the battlefield. When the two knives touched, the sound of the golden sword sounded, and sharp slashes burst out. A few seconds later, the powerful sword intent collided and instantly forced them back. Lin Nuo flipped backwards, and launched moonwalk under his feet to take advantage of it. His figure quickly rushed towards the white-robed old man. The black knife Zhanlong in his hand also stopped attacking, and a razor-sharp slash appeared in the air. Hey! The old man in white robe stabilized his figure, facing the attacking slash. The muscles on his right arm instantly swelled, and he slashed on top of the slash with all his strength. The powerful force splits the slash into two in an instant. At this time, Lin Nuo's figure had reached the left side of the white-robed old man, and the black knife slashed towards the back of the white-robed old man at the speed of light. Clang! Bai Pao didn't turn his head back, and blocked the famous swords in his hand on his back. At this moment, the fierce collision sound of famous swords buzzed in the sky. In the next second, when the two collide, wherever they go, the sea or the ground will be cracked and exploded. As this kid's melee swordsmanship so good, the white-robed old man's eyes became serious. He seized the gap to get rid of Lin Nuo's ferocious attack in an instant, and distanced himself from him. Lin Nuo is only 20 years old, so it's not wise to have such strong physical strength. If it continues to be used up, the old man will never be able to compare with him. Extreme Dragon Hunting. Lin Nuo slashed through the air. Observation haki immediately caught the white-robed old man's position, and immediately turned around. The black knife in his hand was concentrated in the dragon-slaying sword, not giving the white-robed old man a chance to breathe. The sharp slash turned into a huge dragon, which appeared out of nowhere in the sky, like the majestic and mighty oriental dragon, opening its bloody mouth towards the white-robed old man. Roar! The azure dragon, transformed into sword intent, raised its head to the sky and roared, biting towards the old man in white robe. The old man in white robe looked suspiciously, feeling the mighty and strong sword intent from this azure dragon. Boy! Stop looking down on people. The white-robed old man's body sank, and he was holding the knife with one hand, but now he was holding it tightly with both hands. The sword intent on the blade was stronger than before. Advertisement: this kid's swordsmanship is a bit stronger than many great swordsmen, and his talent is extremely terrifying. If necessary, destroy this threat once and for all. One sword-style shadow reverse slash. With a soft groan, the light of the saber flashed quickly. Although the white-robed old man was still in place, maintaining the movement of the saber just now, the slash was already slashing towards the azure dragon. And the extremely ferocious longshoe slash was split into two the moment it rushed towards the white-robed old man, and dissipated in the open ground in a blink of an eye. But this is not over yet. Even after the shadow reverse slash chopped off the azure dragon, the speed was still as fast as ultimate, as if it had already cut through the space, approaching Lin Nuo in a diameter. Lin Nuo frowned, and a look of surprise flashed in his eyes, but he returned to normal immediately. Isn't this old man going to try again? Lin Nuo no longer held back his hand at this moment, and held the black knife Zhanlong horizontally in his right hand, turning the blade upwards. The domineering emission haki kept entwining the blade of the black sword Zhanlong, turning into a golden arrogance. In an instant, in front of Lin Nuo, a large amount of airflow gathered, forming an airflow Uzumaki. The emission haki impact is propelled in the airflow Uzumaki, and the speed is not slower than the slash of the white-robed old man. Boom! Slash and haki collided together. The sky and the earth hummed endlessly, the airflow exploded chaotically, and the sea below set off layers of waves. Lin Nuo and the white-robed old man's figures flickered, and they stepped back to create a distance. Old man, you are good at swordsmanship. Lin Nuo moved his wrists and his eyes were full of fighting spirit. Perceived the uniqueness of the white-robed old man's swordsmanship direction. Just now, the Five Elders' slash was extremely fast and sharp. Although it was a simple vertical slash, its power cannot be underestimated. In a certain way, some of them are similar to his own sword drawing and have the same effect. HMPH. This old man's swordsmanship is not up to a kid to judge. Advertisement. The old man in white robe snorted coldly. His face was slightly ugly. Obviously before that, he really underestimated Lin Nuo. He was not in a hurry to act, but instead fixed his eyes on Lin Nuo. This kid's swordsmanship is really good. No wonder Hugh Max was severely injured by this kid. And being able to control armament hockey is indeed a bit tricky. Lin Nuo's exquisite control of armament hockey is actually a bit more sophisticated than him. Asking for flowers. Zero in the swordsmanship that is not weaker than him. Even if Lin Nuo does not activate the fruit ability, it is obviously not so easy for him to win this battle. I really don't know how this damn guy Rocks found him. Pervert, who is less than 20 years old, has the world's top combat power. If he grows up, he will definitely become the second Rocks existence. Monster-like boy, what a miscalculation. As the white-robed old man was thinking, his complexion gradually became more and more ugly. While angry and anxious, he was helpless. The original plan was completely disrupted. As a breakthrough, Lin Nuo's strength far exceeded their expectations. For a moment, the white-robed old man hesitated, subconsciously looking at the battlefield elsewhere. Boom! On the other side, Newgate raised his muscular right fist with one hand, and the halo of terrifying concussion power was condensed in the center of the fist, and the power of fierce destruction was like destroying heaven and earth. In his battle with the long-bearded old man, wherever he passed, the ground shattered, and the aftermath of the air raged in all directions. The entire naval headquarters was severely affected, the solid thick walls were shattered abruptly, and half of the majestic office building symbolizing the marine collapsed. The long-bearded old man relied on his super-high physical skills, the enhanced version of the Six Styles, the powerful armament hockey, and Newgate hard steel. The battle between the two is at a fever pitch. It seems that the battle between the two is evenly matched, but in fact, most of the long-bearded elders defend, and a few seize the opportunity to counterattack. The terrifying destructive power of Newgate's shock fruit can be called destroying the world. This made the old man with long beards have to avoid his edge and fight cautiously. The other side, the battle between Golden Lion Shiki and the old man in a suit is no different from Newgate's. He possesses the world's top swordsmanship and lion fruit's ability. Whether it is the sea or all physics, Shiki completely controls it, if he can control the entire force of nature. And the old man in the suit is not a vegetarian, with a powerful physical skill, hockey. Every time he faced the fierce offensive of the Golden Lion Shiki, he was able to save the day and fight hard. Chapter 126 Backhand. Conqueror's hockey collision. The figures of the two turned into a streak of light and shuttled in the sky. The battlefield changed countlessly. The collision between the two stirred up terrifying air currents and countless aftermaths of sword energy. On top of Soccer at 10 and the dead wood blade, combined with the mighty armament hockey's fists and kicks, the sound of impact resounded through the sky. Slashing and shooting, the powerful hockey emission impact is invisible, and the aftermath of various impacts is chaotic. The clouds above the sky are incomplete, and the sea below is surging. While Shiki is evenly matched with the old man in the suit, due to Shiki's lion fruit ability air superiority, Shiki's figure is more flexible and elegant. Compared with the old man in the suit relying on the six-style moonwalker, the combination of shaving, it is obviously a bit like being led by the nose by Shiki. The most important thing is that the Rocks, who fought against the two Five Elders alone at the same time, were still able to counterattack with ease. Whether it's physical skills, hockey or swordsmanship, with the terrifying power of the abyss erupting from Rocks, the two top powerhouses in the world have been defeated steadily. According to the ending of the battle like this, there is obviously no suspense in this battle, and the exhaustion of physical strength is only a matter of time. Without everyone noticing, the battle between the Rocks Pirates and the World Government CP organization is coming to an end. Although the members of these CP organizations are not familiar with each other's combat power, they are also known as strong existences in the first half of the Great Horizontal Road, but they can't stand up to the number advantage of the Rocks Pirates. And don't forget, among the leaders of all the pirates, there is no less than a captain-level pirate. Under the leadership of the captains of each team, the Rocks Pirates are about to wipe them out completely. At this moment, the face of the white-robed old man was as black as charcoal, and he obviously couldn't believe the situation in front of him. At this time, the old man in white robe suddenly thought of something, and the corner of his eyes drifted to the distance, Lin and Kaido who were watching the battle. Only then did he realize that in the Rocks pirate group, there were still these two guys who hadn't participated in the battle yet. Although the strength of the two can't reach the admiral level, their world government has no record of being able to contain these two guys. Thinking of this, a look of remorse appeared on the face of the white-robed old man. Advertisement: if before this, while these two were attacking him, he would take the opportunity to kill the two of them directly, maybe the battle situation could be eased a little. The strongest guard of the CPO and the humanoid weapon of the science department are still slow. The white-robed old man let out a sigh of relief, with an anxious look on his face. If the follow-up troops don't arrive, the situation will be very bad. But when there were not even the slightest of these things in front of him, the white-robed old man observation hockey gave an instant warning, followed by a disdainful voice and 10 fierce slashes. Old man, how can you be distracted by fighting? Call out. The old man in white robe reacted immediately, and the famous knife in his hand stood in front of him impressively. Clang! The slash and the famous knife collided impressively, and countless sparks splashed from the blade. Ah! With the roar of the white robe, the arm holding the knife exerted force, and the blue veins and muscles burst out. The powerful force instantly changed the direction of the slash, and flew towards the sky until it disappeared. At this time, the aura of the white-robed old man began to change, and the terrifying aura flowed like water, surrounding the whole body. The horror on his body is like an abyss and a bottomless pit, constantly growing. That's right. The old man in white robe no longer intends to entangle with Lin Nuo any longer, he intends to use all his strength to end this battle as soon as possible. The energy in his body was running at its limit, and his eyes were full of hostility, staring at Lin Nuo. At this time, the white-robed old man's imposing manner was like a fierce flood, soaring to the sky, and the fierce sword was mixed with the violent conqueror's haki. On the ground around the white-robed old man, there appeared crimson arc-like energy spreading, and the electric beeping continued, setting off countless gravel and fragments. Advertisement, Conqueror's Haki? And the power of this haki has reached a high level? In the perception of observation haki, Lin Nuo's expression became concentrated when the earth-shaking aura of the white-robed old man changed. When he felt this aura, his face became a little more serious. As one of the highest power holders in the world government, he is a well-deserved king. It is reasonable to be able to awaken Conqueror's Haki. Lin Nuo is not surprised. Including the other 4 or 5 elders, and the naval headquarters belonging to the world government, there are also owners of the awakened Conqueror's Haki. It's just not as unscrupulous as the pirates in the sea. Due to the fear of the world government, it is rare to launch the Conqueror's Haki easily. After all, Conqueror's Haki possesses the aptitude of a king, which is a kind of blasphemy to the king of this world. But so what if you have a high-level Conqueror's Haki? Lin Nuo raised his mouth slightly, revealing a sneer. The next moment, a vast and terrifying power swept across the audience impressively. Lin Nuo stood on the spot, White's clothes fluttered, and a terrifying airflow gushed out of his body. The originally dilapidated floor under his feet was full of cracks and cracks. The deep red Conqueror's Haki scattered like an overwhelming sky, with one after another black as the center, deep red wrapped in thunder and lightning, constantly raging the entire naval headquarters, and even the gray sky in Marineford became dark. In just a moment, the entire naval headquarters is lost as if the sky and the earth were abandoned. And on the battlefield not far from 3.9, after all the crew members of the Rocks Pirates wiped out all the people from the world government, the horrible movement from Lin Nuo shocked the crew of the Rocks Pirates. This is Lin Nuo's Conqueror's Haki. Not only, did you see that old man in the sky, that old guy actually has Conqueror's Haki, and the strength of Haki is not weaker than Lin Nuo's cadre. My body began to become heavy, I felt suffocated, I couldn't breathe. Damn, is this the collision of Conqueror's Haki? While all the pirates were shocked, this thrilling and terrifying Haki made most of the crew of the Rocks Pirates feel extremely uncomfortable. Advertisement Chapter 127 The whole card revealed, shocking. What are you doing here in a daze? Why don't you withdraw quickly? Waiting to be affected by Haki? Our mission is over, and we will leave it to our captain and officers. After realizing the seriousness of the matter, the leader of a captain-level pirate yelled at the crew around him and gave an order to retreat. As a captain-level pirate, of course he is aware of the horror of Conqueror's Haki. After all, he came here in the same way. Boom. Boom. 2 strands of powerful Conqueror's Haki collided together, and the 2 strands of Conqueror's Haki crazily collided like ferocious beasts, refusing to give in at all. ZZ, the terrifying thunder produced by the collision of 2 Conqueror's Haki continued to rage in all directions, and red and black thunders ran wildly. Under the pressure of the 2 horrors, the ground began to crack and collapse, and a gully appeared, which split the entire Crescent Plaza in 2. The clouds in the sky also began to divide in the middle, and the clouds on both sides continued to roll upwards, like an abyss in the sky. One sword flow shadow slash, with the white-robed old man holding the famous sword in his hand, armament Haki covered him, and the sharp sword intent emerged, and his figure turned into an afterimage. 21 locked Lin Nuo and shouted 10 times. The famous knife in his hand kept waving non-stop, slashing fiercely one after another, and spurting away. On the other side, at the same time, Lin Nuo saw the old man in white robe move, so naturally he was not to be outdone. He held the black knife in his hand to slay the dragon, and went up hard. One sword flow separate slash. The blade is armed with Sagat, and the fierce and sharp sword intent is condensed. Lin Nuo swings and launches continuous slashes, and instantly collides with the attack of the white-robed old man. Hoo! Boom! Clang! The continuous sound of fierce slashing and collision resounded in Marineford, and the aftermath of countless sword chi was cancelled out. It turned into a small body and ravaged the sea area below and the Crescent Bay Square. The dilapidated ground, walls, and wherever you went, there were countless sword marks, and the sword energy lingered on the sword marks, which had not dissipated for a long time. Call out! Breaking through the wind, Lin Nuo and the white-robed old man appeared, and the blades collided in panic under the huge ravine. Clang! Advertisement When the 2 knives collided, it was as if the color of the sky and the earth changed, and the airflow surged like a beast, spreading to all directions. The old guy is still young. In the stalemate between the 2, the terrifying power did not relax at all, and the famous knives in the hands of the 2 kept sparking. Lin Nuo stared at the white-robed old man in front of him, snorted coldly, and said, On the contrary, the old man in white robe stared at Lin Nuo intently, exuding fearful killing intent and sword intent. The white-robed old man didn't answer, but snorted coldly, determined in his heart. This time he was bound to kill Lin Nuo, and completely reverse the next situation. The famous knife in the white-robed old man's hand suddenly started, pushing Lin Nuo flying. At this moment, he didn't want to let go of any chance. The famous knife in his hand hummed restlessly, and a frightening sword intent erupted from his body. A large amount of sword intent condensed on the famous knife in his hand, and cut it down. In an instant, a suppressive situation was formed. Facing countless violent slashing attacks all over the sky, Black Saber Zhanlong seemed to resonate and seemed to want to suppress. Lin Nuo looked at the black knife in front of his chest, something strange appeared, and he sneered. Old guy, you're really working hard. After dozens of fierce confrontations, Lin Nuo has already noticed that the old man in white robe is not as good as Lin Nuo in the confrontation between sword intent and conquerors, but now he wants to use slashing to suppress him so as to expose himself. Since the old guy wants to play, he will risk his life to accompany the gentleman. With a thought in Lin Nuo's mind, the electric light suddenly surged. Driven by the powerful sword intent, the sword energy continuously poured into the black knife and dragon. The two stayed in the air, infinitely bursting out with terrifying sword intent, and as the two synchronized, they slashed countless blows. All over the sky, it was covered by slashing attacks, and a super burning and spectacular scene suddenly set off below. Clang! At this time, the two knives collided again, creating a terrifying airflow that even stirred up waves in the sea. But Lin Nuo and the white-robed old man were blown away by the powerful collision airflow, and they retreated a distance before barely stopping. Chant! The sound of the sword chanting resounded, directly hitting people's minds, and even Lin Nuo's eardrums couldn't help being stinging. At this moment, the figure of the white-robed old man kept turning and waving his hands. Advertisement as the energy is converted into sword energy Uzumaki. A sword energy storm is formed in the continuous rotation, and the center point of the storm Uzumaki is the old man in white robe. In an instant, the storm of sword energy rotated in the direction and raged towards Marineford quickly. The people who were fighting in the distance could only feel the terrifying breath, and hid their faces. Did the attack turn into a storm of sword energy? It's extremely dangerous. Newgate and the long-bearded old man, who were disturbed by the storm of sword energy, showed fear in their eyes. Looking at the white-robed old man in the center of the storm, they couldn't help showing worry. Cool la 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 la. Lin Nuo boy, you haven't been defeated so easily. Newgate laughed loudly, then withdrew his worried gaze, and used both his fists and the supreme sharp knife. It seems that he has decided to go all out to completely solve his opponent. This kid Lin Nuo actually forced the old man to such an extent, no wonder the old man in white robe was so crazy that he didn't even care about naval headquarters. Yo, Lin Nuo, you are in trouble, but I don't have time to care about this. Shiki joked, but he was actually a little worried about Lin Nuo, facing such a terrifying storm of sword energy, even he didn't have much confidence in his heart. But she doesn't have time to take care of Lin Nuo now. Shiki's opponent in front of him will be completely stalked to death. As Shiki collided fiercely with the suit, the two beams of light collided like flying momentum, and the slash and powerful impact shook. This Lin Nuo is really underestimated. I didn't expect to push him to this point. Rao, the blonde old man with glasses who fought fiercely with Rocks, also inadvertently revealed a look of shock. The two of them did not expect that a rookie who was not over 20 years old would be so strong that he would force the white-robed old man to show off his tricks. After all, they are still old. Whether it is physical strength and willpower, they are no longer at their peak, and they feel that their physical strength is gradually declining obviously. Although they can still support them, they obviously can't last for too long. Originally, they had hoped that the old man in white robe would be able to escape quickly to support them, but they did not expect that even he would be forced to this point. Snort. Old things. Dare to be distracted. Chapter 128 Cut off. Naval Headquarters Fragmentation. Rock's eyes were cold, and a fierce slash suddenly appeared, with such a fast speed that when the two of them came back to their senses, they had no choice but to join hands to resist. At this moment, the storm of sword energy had come to Lin Nuo. Lin Nuo looked calmly, and took a deep breath, retracting the black sword Zhanlong in his hand into its sheath, and his body sank, as if he was drawing the sword. Boom! The powerful sword intent and momentum erupted instantly. Lin Nuo stared fixedly at the white-robed old man in the storm, and a cold light flashed in his expression. The next moment, Lin Nuo moved. With the emergence of white light in the scabbard, it seems that the world has instantly turned into a white glow. That is. In the storm, the white-robed old man sensed the terrifying aura on Lin Nuo's body, and his face instantly became extremely serious. He stared at Lin Nuo's movement of drawing his sword, as if losing color in front of his eyes. Become a piece of white moss. Call out. Lin Nuo's figure disappeared instantly, and the old man in white robe seemed to feel a terrible threat, and was about to get rid of the white light in front of him. Lin Nuo's figure had already appeared in front of the sword chi storm. I saw a white glow passing through. The next moment, the world seemed to press the pause button. The air, the sea, everything froze instantly. Seconds. Boom. The sword energy storm that was originally terrifying like a natural disaster began to dissipate continuously, and the storm slash turned into air, and the entire office building below, which symbolized the majesty of naval headquarters, was instantly cut in half. Collapse. The entire Crescent Bay Plaza was divided into two, and then separated from Marineford, quickly sank into the sea and disappeared. And those two figures in the sky, this is, draw your sword and chop. Cough. The old man in white robe came back to his senses from the shock, couldn't help spitting out a mouthful of blood, his face showed disbelief. But at this moment, Lin Nuo's voice came from behind the old man in white robe. Wrong. This trick is called draw the sword and cut WW. Advertisement. Lin Nuo, who was originally keeping the saber retracted, turned around, looked at the back of the old man in white robe, and said calmly. At this time, on the warship at sea, the communicator was holding a phone bug and staring blankly with his mouth open. Moxie, 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 tell me, what's going on at Naval Headquarters? No. Nope. What's gone? Make it clear. At the other end of the phone bug, he was shocked by everything in front of him and came back to his senses. The Naval Headquarters building was cut in half and turned into ruins. Even the Crescent Bay Square was cut off and all sank in the sea. What? When Kong heard the words from the phone bug, he was furious and wanted to rush back to Naval Headquarters immediately. B********D. Damn it. That's the base camp of Naval Headquarters. G meow. If you say no, it's gone. The old man's painstaking efforts over the years. Wasn't it just a raid on Naval Headquarters? Didn't Lord Five Elders go to Naval Headquarters? How could he be so devastated? The Crescent Bay Square is gone, cut off abruptly. Even the Marine Building, which symbolizes majesty, has also been cut off. All the data files have been wiped out, and the arsenal in the headquarters must have been destroyed by the Rocks pirates. All of this in Naval Headquarters, the accumulation of marine over the years, was destroyed in one fell swoop. The veins on Kong's forehead bulged, he clenched his fists tightly, his joints creaked constantly, and as a marshal, he felt that his heart was bleeding. Although the Marine's important combat power has not been lost, the infrastructure and operating conditions have almost returned to before liberation. Sengoku, Garp, Zephyr, Crane, with angry faces, bowed their heads and remained silent. Damn Rocks. Zephyr couldn't hold back the anger in his heart at this time, and at the same time he was furious, he gnashed his teeth and cursed. The behavior of the Rocks pirates broke his bottom line of justice. Marine suffered 2 defeats, intending to take this opportunity to catch the Rocks pirates by surprise and deter the majesty of Naval Headquarters. Advertisement and never expected that the Rocks pirates would be so cunning, they played tricks and tricked them around. Then, take the opportunity to raid Naval Headquarters Marineford and destroy the base camp of Naval Headquarters. And now even if the Rocks pirates can be wiped out now, the heavy loss of Naval Headquarters is irreparable, and it is difficult to operate in a short period of time. Damn it. This time the Rocks pirates must be taken down. Garp clenched his fists, constantly suppressing the anger in his heart. Sengoku and Crane were silent. The current situation, even anxiety and anger are useless. In the heavy words of the correspondent, there was a shocking tone, and even the voice began to tremble uncontrollably. And as Kong's words fell, everyone trembled all over, and they were awakened quickly. Master Five Elders personally took action, and the 2 adults fought fiercely against the leaders of the Rocks pirates, Golden Lion Shiki, and Whitebeard Newgate. Rather than Naval Headquarters being destroyed in ruins, the circumstances of the battle mattered. The last adult is facing Lin Nuo, who is known as a monster in the Rocks pirates. The battle between the two is comparable at this time. The large-scale destruction just mentioned was caused by Lord Five Elders and the pirate Lin Nuo. Have the Rocks pirates become so powerful? Marine spent a lot of resources and provided Sengoku and the other 3 with secret training. Until Marine went out with all his strength, the 3 could reach the admiral level of combat power. The 2 Marine admirals and 1 admiral candidate on the side also had a fierce look on their faces. One must know that all of their wealth for many years has been placed in Naval Headquarters, and the 3 of them are approaching retirement age, and will have nothing by then. Kong took a deep breath, suppressed his emotions, and asked anxiously. Nuo Wangs. Yes. How's the situation on the scene now? The large fleet is returning to Naval Headquarters at full speed, and only hopes that Naval Headquarters can delay their return. As for the captain of the Rocks pirate group, Rocks was besieged by 2 adults, but the situation is not optimistic. Instead, the 2 adults were suppressed by Rocks. The 3 of them looked angry at the same time, but did not speak. At this moment, their hearts were already extremely anxious, and they cursed fiercely the Rocks pirates. For the crazy actions of the Rocks pirates, it has obviously completely ignited the anger of the Marine executives. Chapter 129 Roger. Let's go. Marine won't come. If they only talk about the monstrous Lin Nuo, they can still accept it. After all, Lin Nuo's fighting power, Marine Admiral and Hugh have experienced it before. Needless to say, Whitebeard and Newgate, in previous matches, Newgate's terrifying combat power is obvious to all. Unexpectedly, Golden Lion Shiki also possessed a formidable combat power no less than Lord Five Elders. How did these guys cultivate? Are they really G monsters? Kong turned his head to look at the 2 admirals and the admiral candidate, with doubts in his eyes. When the 3 of them saw Kong's gaze, they frowned and shook their heads in silence for a while. Damn it. Has the situation become serious? Kong cursed in a low voice, and at the same time his face became gloomy, while everyone had serious expressions on their faces, thinking about countermeasures. Right now, the battle between Lin Nuo, Shiki, Newgate and the 3 Five Elders is at a fever pitch. But Rocks was able to fight against the two adults alone, and defeated the adults steadily. If his physical strength was exhausted rapidly, the battle situation would be dangerous. Now we can only drive the warship to its maximum power. But even so, at this speed, it will take half a day to reach naval headquarters. Zephyr said in a deep voice, and at the same time, he mentioned the problem at the moment. 370 Everyone pondered silently. At this speed, they returned to naval headquarters. Obviously, the day Lily is cold. At this time, Sengoku thought, the Rocks pirates used to fly towards naval headquarters at extreme speed. If you can, Marshal Kong, I have a suggestion. Sengoku raised his head abruptly and said in a deep voice towards Kong. Advertisement, what advice? Say it. At this time, Kong seemed like a fish in water and asked anxiously. It's actually very simple. Didn't the Rocks pirates use the ability of the Golden Lion Shiki fruit to fly into the sky and go away at top speed? If the Dragon Pavilion downloads the Vanguard and rushes back to naval headquarters first to ease the battle situation in naval headquarters, when our army arrives, the Rocks pirates will be unable to escape. Sengoku explained his own plan, and at the same time turned his eyes to Admiral, who was aside, and said. As Sengoku's plan was narrated, everyone suddenly realized, and quickly nodded slightly towards Marshal Kong, expressing their approval of the plan. Immediately after the high-level Marines finalized the plan, Admiral flew towards the sky under the feet of the Dark Dragon, and instantly activated the fruit ability animalization, carrying the Marshal Kong, Admiral's Broken Tiger, and Admiral's alternate Liebao, flying towards the direction of naval headquarters. Sengoku, Garp, Zephyr, and Crane stayed behind in the Marine fleet and took advantage of Rock's insidious strategy. They dared not take away all the high-level combat power of Marine, in case the remaining combat power of the Rocks pirate group took the opportunity to send an attack. New World. The base camp of the Rocks pirates, in the waters near the Hive Island. The Roger pirates have been wandering around the perimeter of the Rocks pirates' territory, always paying attention to the movement on the sea. Originally, they were observing from a further distance, but Marine's eyeliner reported that Rocks raided naval headquarters Marineford with several top cadres and his elite crew. Rocks, Newgate and others, the most powerful fighters, were all brought by Rocks, not in the base camp of Hive Island. That's why the Roger pirates dared to go deep into the territory of the Rocks pirates. Captain Roger, Vice Captain Rayleigh, Senior Jabba, we're driving down, but we're about to reach Beehive Island. Are we going to take this opportunity to attack the base camp of the Rocks pirates? Due to the continuous education of Roger and other two assistants, Bullet at this time has already settled down a lot, without the arrogant posture before. But he was young, his limbs were full of muscles, his eyes were filled with a strong fighting spirit, and his fists were clashing, as if, CBAF, looking forward to the arrival of the battle. Although the Lin Nuo he was expecting was not on the Hive Island, according to secret information, the cadres guarding the Hive Island were Silver Axe, John, Ochaku, Mr. Bullet, who is naturally belligerent, is not picky eaters, and his target is the powerful and terrifying sea, and he will have a hearty battle. Advertisement, be quiet, boy, it depends on Rogers will whether to fight or not. Don't worry, it wants to cause trouble. Jabba glared at Bullet beside him, feeling a little helpless for this troublesome guy. Since Roger promised him to board the boat, he didn't know how many troubles he caused during this time. Pluton Rayleigh on the side did not speak, looking at the figure of Roger standing at the forefront of the bow deck. After a while, Roger put away the phone bug, turned around and walked in front of the three of them. Marine won't come, I'll go back. As soon as Roger finished speaking, Bullet suddenly showed dissatisfaction on his face. You must know that he is now approaching the base camp of the Rocks pirates, Beehive Island. This is a rare and good opportunity. What kind of plane is Roger this guy doing? 5 elders personally led the army to naval headquarters to stop Rocks and others. Marine Kong and other admirals have already rushed back to naval headquarters. Sengoku and others guarded the large army and followed sleep. So, there is no point in going to Beehive Island. The secret news that Roger will get, told Rayleigh, Jabba, Bullet and others with surprise in their eyes. He also didn't expect that Rocks would be so daring. While raiding naval headquarters, he forced World Government 5 elders and others to take action himself. Judging from the news just received, the fighting power of Rocks and others is indeed terrifying, and the situation in naval headquarters is already in crisis. Otherwise, those guys in Marine would not have urgently used the fruit ability of Admiral's Dark Dragon to fly back to naval headquarters. Snort. When they rush back, maybe the day Lily will be cold. Bullet snorted coldly, a little frustrated, and grabbed Marine's point. Bullet, don't forget, the fruit ability of Marine Admiral is in the form of zone bird fruit ancient species pterosaur. If Minglong rushes back to naval headquarters at full speed, maybe there is still time, even if his physical strength is exhausted. There are 3 Marine Marshal Kong, Dan Hu, and Liebao. Jabba stroked his chin, and while thinking, expressed his opinion. Chapter 130 Crisis. Strongest CP0 Shield. If the world government can get Marine support, the situation on the battlefield can be reversed in an instant, and the Rocks pirates can only feel like being dumped. Rayleigh sighed, but he had other opinions. C is not optimistic about Marine at the moment. Even if Marine support can rush back in time, it may not be possible to take down the Rocks pirate group, and the combat power of that Rocks guy is unfathomable. Listening to Rayleigh and Jabba constantly arguing, Bullet is silent. Anyway, these have nothing to do with him. He just knows that this fight is not worth fighting. It makes him really uncomfortable. Ha 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 ha. These are not important, nothing more than 2 results, that's all. World government and marine, paying a huge price, were unable to take down Rocks and others, and instead made a mess of naval headquarters. Regardless of the outcome of this war, Their Majesty will definitely suffer a huge blow now. The cooperation intention we proposed seems to be ahead of schedule. While Roger was grinning and laughing, he seemed to know the outcome of this war already, and began to implement the next plan. Besides, no matter what the final result of the battle between the two parties, the Roger pirates will definitely make a profit without losing money. Rayleigh and Jabba nodded and looked at each other with a smile on their faces. What Roger said is right, if world government and marine, this unprecedented lineup, neither can win the Rocks. Once this news spreads across the sea, the prestige of the two parties will be severely damaged. The proposal with marine before then cannot be rejected by the world government and marine. That is to unite with the Roger pirates and destroy the Rocks together. As early as the news that Lin Nuo had severely injured Marine Admiral broke the tiger, Roger expressed his intention to cooperate with marine, but Kong resolutely rejected it. We have withdrawn from this sea area. Since there is no point in attacking Beehive Island, we can use this opportunity to attack other places. Occupying the outer islands of the Rocks pirates, it's time to expand our territory. Roger crossed his arms and said with a cold light in his eyes. Advertisement, however, an excited voice overwhelmed Roger's voice. Ha 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 ha. In the end, I'm still able to fight, but I just changed my partner. Bullet couldn't bear the fighting spirit in his heart, he laughed and said excitedly. With the departure of the Roger pirates, countless forces in the world wanted to watch the battle between the Rocks pirates and marine, and they also returned after receiving secret news at the same time. At this time, Naval Headquarters, Marineford, can be described as ruins. In the battle with the blonde old man and the old man with glasses, Rocks became more and more relaxed, completely suppressed by Rock's powerful strength. After a long period of confrontation, the physical strength of the two old men is already approaching the limit. Under the disadvantage, Rock's fierce attack could no longer resist all of them, and wounds had already begun to appear on his body. Snort. Old fellow, let's see how long you can last. A sneer appeared on Rock's face, and he didn't intend to hold back at all, but the successive attacks became more and more intense. It seems that the victory is certain. The physical strength of the two old guys has reached the limit. If it is not for the paving the way for the next plan, the labor and management would have killed the two old guys long ago. At this time, the blonde old man and the old man with glasses kept panting heavily, gritted their teeth and remained silent, desperately resisting the Rock's attack. With the fierce attack, the two were gradually forced back, and strands of blood dripped from the air. On the other side, the three old men were fighting on their own. Seeing that the two who were fighting fiercely with Rocks were in a more dangerous situation and had already appeared defeated, they were only incompetent and angry. Under the entanglement of Lin Nuo, Newgate and Shiki, the three couldn't get rid of it at all. The blonde-haired old man and the old man with glasses, as their physical strength was exhausted, the defensive speed became slower, but in their eyes, Rock's offensive became more terrifying. Just as the blade was about to fall, a warship suddenly appeared on the distant sea. Advertisement. Asking for flowers. Boom. A burst of artillery fire broke out, and a white trajectory took off on the warship, shooting towards the dilapidated Marineford. In the blink of an eye, that white figure appeared in front of Rocks, blocked Rock's attack, and pushed the exhausted two old men out. Wearing a white suit with a white robe of justice over the shoulders. Facing Rocks, who was as strong as a monster, his originally flat face could not help but become dignified. Bang! Armament Hockey's powerful fists collided with the extremely sharp blade, and the strong force bounced back the man in the white suit, backing back again and again, until he retreated to the hull of the blonde old man. Zero, but at this time, the two were closing their eyes and adjusting their breath, wanting to seize the opportunity to restore their physical strength. During the repeated battles with Rocks, both of them had exhausted their physical strength. The two old men are surrounded by Green's power, that's right, relying on their own recovery alone can recover their physical strength in a short period of time, and at the same time, at the cost of vitality, activate 6 styles return life. Otherwise, the man in a white suit in front of him would not be able to withstand the fierce offensive of Rocks. Oh, having Admiral-level combat power, shouldn't it be a CPO? Are you the only Admiral-level combat power in the huge CPO organization? Or are those guys still protecting those celestial dragons in the Holy Land Mariajoy? Rocks was not surprised by the appearance of the man in the white suit. As early as they approached Marineford, Rock's observation Hockey had already sensed it. Standing alone with 3 people is indeed a bit tricky, but those 2 old men lost a lot of physical strength and couldn't recover to their heyday in a short time. If they really want to fight, Rock's terrifying strength is still worthy of the 3 of them, and Rock's true. Ha 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 ha. Rocks, what a shameless statement. Although I have to admire your powerful combat power, you have no chance to fight against the 3 of us alone. Chapter 131 Humanoid Weapon Equipped with Seastone. The blonde-haired old man and the old man with glasses opened their eyes. The green energy on their bodies has disappeared, the injuries on their bodies have dissipated, and their physical strength is gradually recovering. That's right. This is the side effect of returning life, using life force as a price to speed up the recovery of one's injuries and body, and even return to the peak state. Ah. The man in white suit stood side by side with the 2, and the next moment, a powerful aura exploded in an instant. There was a strong killing intent in the eyes of the 3 of them. They shouted in unison, their bodies shook, and they charged towards Rocks. With the addition of the man in a white suit, the pressure on both of them gradually eased. I dare not say that rocks can be completely taken down, at least rocks can be suppressed. If you can't kill Chi, you will exhaust all of Rock's physical strength, waiting for Marine's return. On the contrary, Lin Nuo, Newgate, and Shiki, seeing Captain Rocks fighting against the three world's top powerhouses alone, did not show any worry on their faces, and they had confidence in Rock's terrifying combat power. Is CPO the strongest shield? Sure enough, this body's combat power is no less than that of any admiral, and it's much stronger than the garbage in Golan's allied countries. When Lin Nuo collided with the old man in white robe, the strong air current pushed them away. Lin Nuo stabilized his figure, raised his eyes, looked at the battlefield where Rocks was, and said in a deep voice. I have experienced a lot of battles with strong fighters at the admiral level, but it is the first time for CPO to own admiral. It seems that the strongest shield known as Celestial Dragons does have an absolute foundation. Just like those rumors, the CPO organization hides extremely deeply and has top-notch combat power, but they don't know the truth. And Lin Nuo no longer paid attention to the battlefield on the Rock's side. After all, he didn't want to be seized by the old man in white robe. It is not enough for the three top powerhouses to join forces to defeat Rocks. At least according to Lin Nuo's observation, Rocks has not launched the powerful Conqueror's Haki since the beginning of the battle. The unfathomable strength, one can imagine how powerful it is. So far, no one in the sea can challenge the existence of Rocks alone, except for the one hidden in the Holy Land. But Shiki and Newgate, while surprised, immediately looked away and quickly plunged into the battle. Following the warship, it finally arrived at the half-port of the Broken Crescent Bay. A group of grotesque inhuman artificial soldiers stepped on the dilapidated ruins and killed the crew of the Rocks pirates. Advertisement: the limbs of these soldiers are equipped with various mechanical weapons. They're humanoid weapons carefully transformed by the Ministry of Science. They carry out mechanical transformation on the human body to elevate their own strength to another level. And these humanoid weapons have also verified that countless tyrant bears will appear in the battles of the Summit War period in the future. The crew of the Rocks pirates were caught off guard by the sudden humanoid weapons. Except for the captain-level pirates who were strong, many crew members suffered a lot of damage. This can't be. Labor and management obviously stabbed this guy, so it's as if nothing happened. What kind of monster is this? Damn it. These mechanical weapons are too tricky, either fire or electric current. How to fight? Damn. These guys are not human at all. The chest was stabbed to death by labor and management. Facing the mechanical humanoid weapons, although they are not enough to defeat them, they can barely resist them, but the captains can't even die after hacking the opponent's chest, which makes them puzzled. I couldn't help cursing. The constitution of these soldiers is at the same level as the common crew, or even worse. But with the addition of mechanical weapons and their own invulnerability, they are immortal, thus suppressing the crew of the Rocks pirates. After this wave of operations, Lin Nuo couldn't help but recall the scene of the Summit War period in the original pirate work. After being defeated by the white-robed old man, Lin and Kaido, who had been watching the battle, naturally noticed the fierce battle between the crew and the humanoid weapons. When Lin saw the attacks used by these humanoid weapons, his brows were frowned, and he felt a little unhappy. With a shock, the hat on the top of his head instantly turned into a big knife, and he took advantage of the momentum to kill the humanoid weapons of the world government, and Kaido, who was recovering from his injuries, raised his mace and chased after him. Although they can't fight against the white-robed old man, can't they take action against these humanoid weapons? In the eyes of Lin and Kaido, these humanoid weapons are just ants. Kaido's speed is extremely fast, his powerful and burly body rampages, kicking a humanoid weapon away with one kick. The hardness of these guys' bodies? Advertisement? Lin, let me come. I'm not a person with fruit abilities. Seastone has no restrictions on me. Taking advantage of the gap between attacks, Lin raised Napoleon in his hand, and slashed at the humanoid weapons in the crowd with a fierce slash. Lin looked at this scene with a look of surprise in his eyes. Observation Haki felt it carefully and blocked the two people who were slashed by him. Clang. There was a trace of solemnity on Kaido's face, and after thinking for a while, he said in a deep voice. However, he didn't think about it so much, and continued to vent the shame of being hanged and beaten by the white-robed old man. Lin controlled the thunder and the flame cloud from left to right, and kept fighting towards the humanoid weapons. In an instant, the battlefield turned into a sea of flames and thunder. No wonder she was able to harden her fierce slash, thinking that there were two powerful strong men, relying on Seastone's own hardness to break through the slash just now. At this time Kaido also leaned towards Lin, staring at the machine on the two arms, and said in a deep voice. How can this be? Whoa, the robotic 2.4 arm in that hand, shouldn't it be a Seastone? Kaido feels the hardness of the kicking humanoid weapon, can't help but feel a little puzzled. Lin frowned, looking at the two people in the distance. The mechanical arm was indeed different from other soldiers. As the two figures joined forces to resist, the fierce slash hit the mechanical arm, and the powerful fluctuations made the two of them back again and again, leaving traces on the ground that were pushed out by the pushing energy. Judging from the few traces drawn on the ground, these two guys should not feel well. The aura in these two people's bodies is not strong, and it stands to reason that it is impossible to block their own slashes. At this time, among the group of humanoid weapons, two figures suddenly appeared. Chapter 132 Shocking Destruction, Conqueror's Coil. I'm going to clean up those miscellaneous fish, move quickly. I feel that the battle between the captain and the others is likely to affect this place. Lin did not refuse, but agreed with Kaido's opinion. After all, those two people possessed Sea Stone. It is not impossible to defeat them, but it will take a lot of time. Instead of wasting time with these two guys, it's better to deal with Kaido directly. Lin activated the fruit ability, released the flame and thunder, and at the same time waved the Napoleon machete in his hand, and the crew of the Rocks pirates killed all directions together. Thunder 8 trigrams. Seeing Lin's tyrannical attack, the two were about to go to stop them, only to see a tall and burly Kaido standing in front of them. The mace in his hand was constantly gathering terrifying power, and streams of thunder and thunder lingered in it, shooting towards the two of them. Moreover, the old man in white robe who was fighting fiercely with Lin Nuo became serious when he noticed the tragic situation below. With the arrival of this wave of humanoid weapons, they had just stabilized a little advantage, but in a blink of an eye, they were broken by Lin and Kaido. Damn it! This old man should have dealt with these two guys before. Call out. 21 At this moment, Lin Nuo's figure instantly appeared on the left side of the white-robed old man, and the tip of the black sword in his hand showed a cold light. Exuding a terrifying aura, it stabbed towards the throat of the white-robed old man. Observation Haki of the white-robed old man immediately reacted, felt the sharp blades coming, and leaned back suddenly, dodging all the incoming blades. Immediately, by virtue of the inertia of his body, he flipped several times in the air and distanced himself from Lin Nuo. At this time, the old man in white robe was already out of breath, and he was hit by Lin Nuo's drawn sword before, and there was a sword wound under his right abdomen, but at the cost of consuming vitality. After being injured, he activated the life return extremely quickly to recover, leaving only a scar now, but the great consumption of himself has caused him to lose too much physical strength. On the other hand, Lin Nuo, although he was in a bit of a mess all over his body, there was no change in his breath. The old man in white robe used all the slashes that he was proud of, but he still couldn't defeat Lin Nuo, and he didn't even touch Lin Nuo's clothes, Kakuzu. Has the breath started to gradually become chaotic? It seems that this old man can't last long. Advertisement. Lin Nuo frowned, looking at the panting appearance of the white-robed old man. He knew that his physical strength was running out. More than a day has passed since the attack on naval headquarters and the subsequent battle to the present. Marine Kong, Admiral and Sengoku should rush back towards Marineford. If they continue to entangle with the world government, when those marine guys arrive, the Rocks pirates will feel like being dumped by others, and it will be a bit difficult to leave by then. Old man, stop pretending. After thinking about it again and again, the confrontation between the two was interrupted, and Lin Nuo's aura became more and more fierce. The white-robed old man who was dismantled by Lin Nuo turned extremely ugly, the muscles at the corners of his mouth twitched violently, and he gritted his teeth in a grieved manner. He was indeed secretly recovering his physical strength and injuries, but Lin Nuo exposed him face to face, which damaged his reputation in the world. Even if the old man risked his life in this battle, he would kill this damned brat in front of him. Lin Nuo didn't care about the reaction of the white-robed old man, and his momentum suddenly changed again. In the sharp sword intent, the powerful power of Conqueror's Haki rises, and crazily condenses into the sword intent. There is no special effect of large-scale explosion, and the two forces are concentrated at one point. Immediately, the two forces merged together and converged towards the black knife Zhanlong in his hand. The strong sense of crisis made the old man in white robe tremble, and observation Haki frantically warned in his mind. Boom! At this moment, Lin Nuo's body moved, and he launched the 6 moves. Shaving flow, the air was stepped on, and it turned into a black beam of light, rushing forward. Whoosh! Sound. Lin Nuo's figure appeared in the sky above the white-robed old man. A ray of coldness flashed across his eyes, and he slashed down on the white-robed old man with all his strength. The slash suddenly tore through the air, and the powerful and domineering sword intent made the old man in white robe feel sharp pain on his face. While maintaining vigilance at all times, he was still in shock and doubts. Although this slash was strong, it couldn't make him feel afraid. Could it be that Lin Nuo is bluffing to scare the old man? As his thoughts flowed, the old man in white robe immediately made a decision, jumped up, and burst into ultimate with his powerful Haki and swordsmanship. Advertisement in the air. The airflow is raging, and 2 black and white fierce slashes are approaching at a very fast speed. Snort. Just then, Lin Nuo snorted coldly, with an evil smile on the corner of his mouth. The sword intent is extremely concentrated, and the mighty Conqueror's Haki, like flowing water, continuously gathers on the black sword Zhanlong along the whole body, entwining the blade. In an instant, black saber-slaying dragon's auras surged, and black's thunder and lightning crackled. The entanglement of Conqueror's Haki makes the sharp sword become sharper, thick and majestic like a mountain. All of a sudden, the black sword slays the dragon with terrifying power, and 870 is wrapped in a Mount Tai-like power in the knowledgeable perception of the old man in white robe. This is Conqueror's winding. How come? The old man in white robe turned pale with fright, let out a horrified roar, and his domineering and fierce attack became bigger and bigger in his pupils. Damn! Is it too late to escape? Seeing that the attack was imminent, and he could no longer care about anything, the aura of the white-robed old man exploded. The arrow was already on the string and had to be fired. If he couldn't stop the blow, there would be only one result for him. Boom! Between the 2 knives interlaced, they collided across the air raged violently, and the terrifying airflow reversed, and the sky and the earth lost their color in an instant. A black air mass appeared between the 2 knives, flashing black arcs one after another. The moment the two knives collided, the white-robed old man felt a terrifying oppression like Mount Tai pressing down on the top. Conqueror's Haki, concentrated in one point. Even if the white-robed old man anticipates the terrifying pressure and activates armament Haki to cover important parts, he still cannot resist the powerful Conqueror's entangled terror. Boom. Chapter 133 Entangled. Azure Dragon chanting flowing water. The white-robed old man was hit by a mountain-like terrifying impact, and his whole body was like a cannonball falling at an extremely fast speed. He fell hard, and even the consciousness in his mind began to become tranced. This feeling. That's right, it's Conqueror's winding. The terrifying Conqueror's Haki fluctuations were fleeting, and the four old men who were fighting each other in the distance cast a glance. When they saw this scene, their faces were full of disbelief. In all the battles where it's all up to you, be the first to directly unleash Conqueror's Haki entanglement, which is devastating. Although the four of them each have Conqueror's Haki, and the level of Haki has reached an advanced level, they have yet to master the high-level use of Conqueror's Haki's winding skills. They thought that among the Rocks pirates, only the captain, Rocks, possessed the high-level entanglement skills of the Conqueror's Haki, but now they didn't expect that Lin Nuo, the supernova cadre, could do this. The powerful blow of the Conqueror's entanglement directly knocked the white-robed old man down like a kite with a broken string, and the blood sprayed out on the way swayed in the sky, pulling out a trail of red blood. At the same time, the fierce battle between Lin Nuo and the old man in white robe was also noticed by Shiki, Newgate, Rocks and others.
Cool la 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 la. You Lin Nuo boy, you have completely controlled the Conqueror's winding.
Whitebeard Newgate was taken aback, his face was full of shock, he laughed and praised. Although he was able to activate the high-level skills of Conqueror's entanglement, he is still practicing and knows the difficulty of activating Conqueror's entanglement. It took him more than a year of training to be able to accumulatively inspire and successfully activate the Conqueror's entanglement in one fell swoop. Compared with Lin Nuo's control now, the difference is too big. He has been at sea for so many years, and he has outstanding talents and aptitudes, but compared with the monster Lin Nuo, he is obviously a piece of shit. Jia ha 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 ha. Lin Nuo, is he already so strong? Backquote. At this time, Golden Lion Shiki distanced himself from the old man in the suit and laughed wildly, happy for Lin Nuo's fishy power. But deep down I felt anxious, and my mood was a little complicated. Although his strength is improving, he is far behind Lin Nuo, and now Lin Nuo is even ahead of him in controlling the Conqueror's winding, and the distance is getting farther and farther. Unknowingly, Lin Nuo's combat power has gradually been far ahead since the last battle. Ha 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 ha. Advertisement on another battlefield. Rocks was in a good mood, as laughter echoed throughout Marineford. At the same time, he was not idle, Haki emission was launched, and the power was even stronger. The combination of swordsmanship and Haki made the combat power more intense. Even with the addition of the Admiral-level CPO, Rocks can still win the game in a 1-3 situation. The man in the white suit and the 2-5 elders, facing such a fierce attack from the Rocks, had no choice but to join forces and were forced to resist, and their figures were gradually repelled. But as soon as the camera turned, Lin Nuo didn't show any intention of holding back his hand at the same time that the figure of the white-robed old man fell extremely fast. He clenched the black knife Zhanlong in his hand and shot again. Chant. Black sword Zhanlong seemed to feel Lin Nuo's will, and couldn't help trembling and groaning the sword. Lin Nuo caressed the pitch-black blade, and the sword intent boiled instantly. The boundless sword intent was condensed, and the piercing cold light shone on the pitch-black sharp knife. Azure Dragon sings flowing water, a light drink sounded indifferently. Lin Nuo's figure turned into a stream of light, as if blending into the aura. In an instant, Lin Nuo had disappeared from everyone's sight, but what followed was an Azure Dragon condensed with a blue light like a sword intent, entrenched in the air with domineering momentum. Yin. With the Azure Dragon condensed by the sword intent, the surrounding air trembled continuously under the burst of breath, like the chant of a sword or the roar of a dragon. As the huge Azure Dragon opened its bloody mouth impressively, stirring up the airflow, it rushed towards the white-robed old man who was falling at a high speed. Damn it! How dare you, damn pirate! Stop it, old man! Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Lin Nuo's powerful swordsmanship was launched again, and the power surpassed before. Advertisement: everyone can see Lin Nuo's move, that is to completely kill the old man in white robe. The blonde-haired old man's complexion changed instantly, and he roared towards Lin Nuo's side of the battlefield, snarling. Seeing that his old friend was facing a life-and-death crisis, the blonde-haired old man was heartbroken, and immediately wanted to rush to rescue the white-robed old man. But Rocks would not let him do what he wanted. He appeared in front of the blonde old man in a flash, blocked his way, and smashed the fist embodying Haki emission. Boom! When the blonde old man saw Rocks, his complexion suddenly changed. Facing the attacking fist, he crossed his hands and struggled to resist. Under the powerful force, the blonde old man was forced back again and again. Your opponent is me. Don't meddle in other people's battles. Rocks sneered at the corner of his mouth, and then the powerful Conqueror's Haki launched, locking the three of them instantly, and crushing them quickly. The direction of the battle depends on Lin Nuo. How can he let 5 elders and others interfere with the battle on Lin Nuo's side? What's more, under such circumstances, these 3 guys still have the heart to pay attention to others. Are they underestimating my Rocks? It seems that the despair and injury I brought are not deep enough. It seems that I have to intensify. Zhao Nujiao. Rocks snorted coldly, as if trembling. The whole Marineford Conqueror's Haki came out with an aura of fear. This wave was like Despair. Conqueror's Haki was even more terrifying than Lin Nuo, and at the same time pushed towards 5 elders, the 3 CPOs in white suits. This Conqueror's is stronger than that kid Lin Nuo's. Could it be that the Rocks Conqueror's Haki has reached the top? Damn it. How could it be? Damn pirates, how could they have such power? The blonde old man and the old man with glasses release Conqueror's Haki at the same time to resist the overwhelming and suffocating horror of Rocks Conquerors. The man in the white suit stepped back and stood behind the 2 old men. Concentrate on dealing with Rocks, and you can only trust him on the battlefield over there. Chapter 134 Sword Chi like a dragon. Shake the world. The old man with glasses resisted Rocks Conquerors with all his might. Sweat dripped from his forehead, and his face gradually turned pale. It can be seen that both of them were completely suppressed by Rocks when they launched high-level Conquerors together. Although he wanted to urgently support the old man in white robe like the old man with blonde hair, but the situation in front of him did not allow them to relax their vigilance. And Rocks' momentum is getting stronger and stronger. Even if the 3 of them work together, they can't shake Rocks. At this time, the blonde-haired old man showed a look of unwillingness, but faced with the terrifying pressure of Rocks, he could not tolerate his willfulness, and finally nodded. Immediately seizing the opportunity to counterattack, the 3 joined hands and fought with Rocks. Clouds covered the sky, thunder and lightning flashed, and storms raged like shadows. Every time the 4 of them collided, the boundless sea was shaken. The dilapidated naval headquarters was shaken by the aftermath of the raging, and the buildings gradually began to collapse and sink. The same is true for the bearded old man and the suit old man, who are entangled by Newgate and Shiki to such an extent that they don't even have a chance to get rid of the distance. As the sky trembled, the sword intent turned into an azure dragon, and the huge dragon's head came down, and it was about to swallow the white-robed old man completely. The white-robed old man's body moved 837 at this moment, and his consciousness gradually began to recover. But facing Lin Nuo's blow in front of him, he felt powerless. Under the impact just now, whether it was the spiritual will or the terrifying Conqueror's impact, his body had already been rendered immobile. As the long dragon of sword aura reflected on the white-robed old man's pupils became bigger and bigger, endless cursing and writing sounded out. B***********, D. Move. Move. Damn it. The body. At this moment, the old man in white robe was covered with the threat of death, and the breath of death from his fine hair made him extremely anxious. But obviously he didn't give up. His face became ferocious, and he kept roaring in his heart, mobilizing the last remaining physical strength in his body to break free from the mountain like terrifying slash. Yin. Roar. The deafening sword chanting and dragon roaring, and the fierce azure dragon rushed towards his face. At this time, countless sword marks appeared on the white robe on the old man's body, cutting his body instantly, and blood dripped down. Damn. Move. The dragon of sword energy approached in an instant, and it was at a critical juncture. At this moment, the old man in white robe, CBEJ, burst out with the last bit of physical strength left, and roared ferociously to the sky. Advertisement. There was a click at the last moment, as if the shackles on his body were broken, and the control of his body returned to his hands, and he felt like a new life. With the last strength mobilized, he launched the 6-style moonwalk with his feet, stepping on the air and kicking, barely dodging the attacking dragon with sword aura. Cough. The white-robed old man's breathing was extremely messy at this time, his whole body was in a mess, and his physical strength was exhausted. He covered his blood-soaked mouth and coughed continuously. If it had slowed down for a second just now, it might really be over. He has faced countless strong opponents, and he has never been one step closer to death, and his heart is palpitating as if Shinigami is waving at him. And the 4 old men from all over the battlefield couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief after seeing that their old friends were safe and sound. But right now, chants. Roar. The sound of sword chanting and dragon roar resounded through the sky again, accompanied by the voice of Lin Nuo. That's it. The simple 4 words are just like Shinigami's last statement, which is breathtaking. With the long dragon's sword energy, the trajectory of the movement changes, the huge dragon's head is raised, and the dragon's body shakes, setting off a terrifying air current to wreak havoc. The exhausted white-robed old man had no strength to resist at all. He felt the strong threat of death coming from behind him, and it was too late to turn around. Roar. In the blink of an eye, the huge bloody mouth devoured the white-robed old man completely, and roared past with the huge dragon body. Puff. At this moment, Marineford was instantly silent, as if the space had frozen in an instant, only the sound of blood spraying remained. The dragon of sword energy passed through completely, and the body of the white-robed old man slowly lost control. Advertisement. At this time, Lin Nuo's figure appeared, standing in the air, with a calm face and indifferent eyes. With a movement of his right hand, the black knife slashed the dragon, and fresh water dripped from the black knife tip. This. Isn't it, true or false, Master Lin Nuo really defeated the 5 elders? Bah. Where's the face? G meow. You don't even want a face? Lousy has always been by your side. When did you say such a thing? If you just saved Lousy's life, I will refute it to the end. Boom. On the contrary, due to the joining of Lin and Kaido, they ravaged humanoid weapons like ants. At this time, these humanoid weapons have been cleaned up by the Rocks pirates. There are very few left. The shocked pirates and the remaining humanoid soldiers seemed to have sensed the shaking of the earth, and only then did they react. You fight with the hammer, now is not the time to celebrate, it is time to settle the battle on our side. With the blood dripping from the blade of the black knife, the body of the old man in white robe gradually fell down. Sword chi is like a dragon. This slash that shakes the world is simply a godlike existence. In the already dilapidated Marineford, a large number of cracks have spread again, and there is a vague tendency to collapse in an all-round way. After seeing this scene, the captains of the Rocks pirates and a group of crew members were immediately stunned in shock. They had completely forgotten that they were fighting with humanoid weapons at this moment. They looked at each other and kept talking. This vibration feels like the ground is starting to shake violently. Boom boom. With the impact of falling from the sky like a cannonball, the ground sank in an instant, creating a deep pit, and gravel and dust flew everywhere. As for the old man in white robe behind Lin Nuo, his ferocious face instantly turned extremely pale, his eyes stared forward, showing incredible eyes, as if frozen. Superior. And when they saw the defeat of the five elders, they directly lost the will to continue fighting. These are just small things, look over there, Lin Nuo cadre, he actually defeated the five elders. Ha 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 ha. Ben, Uncle knows that our Lin Nuo cadre will definitely defeat the five elders. Chapter 135 The battle is set. Some soldiers even trembled from fright. The terrifying power of the sword like a dragon just now made them even less hopeful of winning the Rocks pirates. Really? Really won? Sword energy like a dragon? Is this Lin Nuo's true strength? Lin and Kaido were staring at this scene at this moment. They were stunned by Lin Nuo's formidable strength at this moment. The figure with the ability to cut everything made them linger. Charlotte Lin just shocked Lin Nuo. Under the circumstances during this period, he has grown to have the combat power to defeat the five elders. This is simply unbelievable. You must know that old man in white robe, she and Kaido have seen it before, and his strength is so terrifying, otherwise he would not be easily defeated in an instant when he teamed up before. And Kaido's heart at this time is mixed, with a wry smile and powerlessness. He and Lin joined forces, taking one blow from the white-robed old man was enough, but Lin Nuo was able to completely defeat the white-robed old man. And he noticed that Lin Nuo had never activated his own fruit ability from the beginning to the end. This was just a duel between swordsmanship and domineering. Now that this step has been made strong, it is obvious that Lin Nuo's strength at this moment is on par with Whitebeard and Newgate in the entire Rocks pirate group, only second to the existence of Rocks. And the four old men who were paying attention did not expect that the old man in white robe was actually defeated. They saw that the old man in white robe had avoided the fatal attack. Ah, hateful. Damn Rocks pirates. Seeing the old man's body falling heavily into the big pit, the fiery blonde old man's anger surged into his brain instantly, and a terrifying aura erupted in his body, and he ran away immediately. Lin Nuo. How could he lose to the kid from the Rocks pirates? The old man with glasses was equally distraught, but he was much calmer than the blonde old man, but his face was flushed with anger. The two old men who also played against Whitebeard, Newgate, and Golden Lion Shiki, their faces became extremely ugly, and their hearts were extremely heavy. Advertisement. All this happened too fast. They originally thought that the white-robed old man could save the day, but the final result was the last thing they wanted to see. And before the battle deployment, I wanted to rely on the white-robed old man to quickly resolve the battle and support them. Unexpectedly, now, the white-robed old man was the first to be seriously injured, lost his combat power, and his life and death were unknown. Before that, they had paid attention to Lin Nuo as much as possible, but the tragic result now made them realize how terrible Lin Nuo is. In addition to Rocks, the captain of the pirates, Lin Nuo was able to explode with absolute combat power among Shiki and Newgate, defeating the white-robed old man. It can be seen that the degree of danger of Lin Nuo is only lower than that of Captain Rocks. However, Shiki and Newgate can be evenly matched against any of the five elders, and even have the upper hand, but the hope of completely defeating them is extremely slim. And Shiki and Newgate were also shocked by Lin Nuo's power. Although they knew the result of the victory before, they didn't expect that they would bring the white-robed old man back to life so quickly. The shock brought by the Conqueror's entanglement just now has not subsided, and now it is even more exciting. Shiki and Newgate looked at Lin Nuo in the distance with resentment in their eyes, and cursed inwardly, pervert. This kid Lin Nuo can't keep a low profile and steal all the limelight, don't you want to lose face? We are fighting to the death, and you are simply your own personal show, at least you kid will play with him for a while, and when we end the fight, you are taking care of that old man. But Lin Nuo showed a strong fighting power, constantly spurring Shiki and Newgate to arouse their strong desire to compete. At this time, Shiki and Newgate seemed to be fighting chicken blood, their fighting spirit broke through a new high, and their offensive became more and more fierce. The two sides that were originally evenly matched, after a drastic change in the situation, Shiki and Newgate vaguely suppressed the five elders and gained the upper hand. On the other side, seeing that the white-robed old man's life and death were unknown, the blonde old man ran away in an instant, gave up his defense, and launched a fierce attack on Rocks. After being repelled by Shiki's blow, the old man in the suit noticed the desperate attack of the blonde old man, and then turned to look at the old man with glasses, while the other party sighed and nodded solemnly. Asterisk. Now that the white-robed old man has failed, he can no longer return. If they don't go all out to drag the Rocks pirates to death, and wait until Marine's support arrives, this war can only be declared a complete failure. Advertisement. At the same time, the three of them looked like they were breaking free, and in a flash, they completely surrounded Rocks, with terrifying power continuously condensed in their hands, and they killed like crazy demons. Under the impact of the Conqueror's haki, the blonde old man's figure was shot down instantly and fell into the broken ground. Rocks clenched his fist with his left hand, and it turned into pitch black, engulfed in arrogance, and punched the three of them with all his strength. A domineering impact shot out. Although the three of them had injuries, these minor injuries were nothing at first under the horror of the attack. Instantly smashed the fierce attack of the three people completely, and the power remained undiminished, and they blasted at the blonde old man at an extremely fast speed. In the ferocious face, a streak of red flashed across his eyes. Under the suppression of Rock's terror force, the strength of Conqueror's entanglement was several times stronger than that launched by Lin Nuo at that time. As the fighting spirit of the three became more and more fierce, Rocks did not want to be outdone at all. Facing the fierce siege of the three, he blocked them all. The sudden and unfathomable absolute domineering power instantly disintegrated the joint attack of the three of them. Boom! A sharp edge shone on the blade, bursting and trembling instantly like thunder in the clear sky on the mighty Conqueror's haki. Boom! However, with absolute strength, Rocks made a move one step ahead of them. The intense offensive of the three of them joined hands was blocked by an invisible barrier, but at this moment the three of them had no intention of giving up. Instead they output even more crazily. At this time, there was a wild and ferocious laugh on Rock's face, and the outcome of this war was clearly predestined. The sword wrapped around the terrifying Conqueror's haki, its scarlet edge blooming, and black arcs sizzling, slashing down fiercely. In the face of the absolute strength of the Rocks, even if the three risk their lives, the outcome cannot be changed. 0. Ha 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 ha. Have you shown a desperate attitude? Chapter 136, the final chapter of the 6 styles life burning. The old man with glasses was panting heavily at this moment, his eyes were shocked, and the fighting power that Rocks erupted at this moment caught them by surprise. With the sound of the explosive explosion, the ground was shattered and dust was flying, and the figure of the blonde old man was probably no longer visible. The old man in glasses and the man in a white suit, without the old man with blonde hair, suddenly felt the pressure on them multiply exponentially. At this moment, Rocks exudes a dark and terrifying aura, and he will not stop the offensive just because the blonde old man is injured and absent. Immediately after, another violent attack was launched against the two of them. In the sky, powerful impacts and slashes flew all over the sky, and bursts of deafening explosions resounded through the entire sky. The old man in glasses and the man in a white suit were gradually repelled. The clothes on their bodies had already been attacked, and they were extremely damaged. May 17th. There were wounds on their bodies, which were fresh and sunken. The calm Rocks waved the sword in his hand again, and the Conqueror's haki wound up. This time 5 elders and others must be completely eliminated. In the next second, the fearful killing intent appeared in Rocks' eyes, completely locking the two of them together. Not good. The pupils of the repelled old man with glasses shrank suddenly, his face changed drastically, and a strong warning appeared in his mind. If this blow is hit, his situation will not be worse than that of the blonde old man. Seeing the terrifying conquerors entangled and gathered on the Taidao, one after another black arc, crazy restlessness. Suddenly, the figure of the man in the white suit disappeared in an instant, and his whole body stood in front of the old man with glasses. The final chapter of the 6 styles, burning life. The man in the white suit had a determined look in his eyes, and with a burst of shouting, his whole body burst into Red's powerful aura. The powerful armament haki covered the whole body, heading towards the terror attack entwined by Conqueror's haki, head on. The old man with glasses trembled, stretched out his hand and raised it slightly, trying to stop the man in the white suit, but he was a step too slow in the end. The final chapter of the 6 forms. Life burning. The taboo in the 6 forms is to transform the vitality of the initiator into strength, and temporarily improve one's own functions, so that the strength of the body will skyrocket several times. The man in the white suit burned his life to resist Rock's fierce attack, but it was still in vain. Advertisement: no matter what the result of this trick is, even if the man in the white suit can block it, he cannot escape the death of losing his vitality. At this moment, the old man with glasses had a complex expression, and the matter was irreversible. He lost his figure for a while, and immediately avoided the explosion that was about to fall. As the attack with the Conqueror's entanglement slashed down, the sky and the earth changed color, the sky thundered and lightning flashed, constantly beating the 4 directions, and the sea set off layers of waves. Boom! And the moment the man in the white suit touched the slash, the blood-red arrogance surrounding his body, after persisting for a few seconds, was finally overwhelmed and withered away. Rocks raised his hand and raised his sword slightly, and Conquerors materialized the impact, knocking the man in the white suit into the air. The next moment, Rocks grinned slightly, the sword energy flowed from the blade, and the whole person disappeared in place. Puff! A flash of sword light flashed, and a subtle voice sounded. The head of the man in white suit who had already lost his combat strength was separated from his body. Wow! A gushing rain of blood fell from the sky, rolling down from the sky with the head of the man in the white suit. In addition to the sound of fighting, everyone in the audience was silent. Life returned. This trick is a double-edged sword. At the cost of life, you can increase your combat power. But, maybe I used the wrong person. Lin Nuo narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at the distant sky. The man in white suit activated the 6 forms. Life returned profound meaning, which aroused his interest. However, Lin Nuo's 6 style level at this time is not enough to reach the level of the man in a white suit. A hole. Rocks, you damn it. Under the big pit below, the blonde old man was in a state of distress, with a horrible sword wound from his shoulder to his waist on his chest, but after returning to his life and recovering with the forbidden technique, the bleeding had been stopped. For the death of the man in the white suit, the blonde old man's anger became a bit heavier. Advertisement Ruo just now, in order to protect the old man with glasses, the man in white suit will burn his life to activate the final forbidden technique. What's more, as an admiral force, even for the world government, each statue is not easy. It takes time, energy, and financial resources, and it doesn't happen overnight. The blonde-haired old man couldn't take care of so much at this time. Even if Lin Nuo had the powerful combat power to defeat the white-robed old man, he still wanted to get rid of Lin Nuo and rescue the old man with glasses. Rocks, you dare! Rocks ignored the dead man in white suit, and turned his eyes to the old man with glasses, with a cold light in his eyes. With the death of a top admiral powerhouse, it is not only a matter of face, but also a huge loss. Now that the CPO has also been killed, and he is seriously injured, the old man with glasses facing Rocks alone cannot be the opponent of Rocks. At this moment, Rocks has already exploded, and the life and death of the old man with glasses has gradually become uncertain. The terrifying combat power displayed by Rocks may have surpassed that of Admiral. Lin Nuo glanced at Rocks, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart, and then moved around, and he was able to deal with it with ease. At this time, a gust of wind rushed towards the blonde old man, and the tip of the knife flashed with lightning, stabbing at his side. Little devil! How dare you come to seek death? The blonde old man burst into green arrogance, enduring the pain in his chest, soaring into the air and rushing over at high speed. Covering the wound on his chest, the blonde old man staggered to his feet, with an angry look on his face, trying to stop Rocks, but the wound on his chest stopped the blood, but the injury was too serious for him to take a step. And Lin Nuo saw this, so he stopped the runaway blonde old man to help. That's right, it's Lin Nuo. Now that the battle is doomed at 0.6, the 5 elders have no chance of a comeback. Without saying a word, the blonde old man waved the fist covered by armament hockey, and met Lin Nuo, who was blocking the way with a sullen head. He attacked Lin Nuo fiercely, which seemed to be full of power, but in fact it was chaotic. But the blonde old man didn't have time to dodge, and the fist covered by armament hockey directly blasted out from the side of his figure. Clang! The armed hard fist collided with the sharp knife tip, and the powerful airflow forced them both to take a few steps back. Chapter 137 Retreat Order. Target Lin Nuo picking out 3 top powerhouses alone and beheading 1. While the blonde old man was only dying at this time, Observation Hockey felt that his aura was weakening rapidly. The green arrogance surrounding his body, at such an obvious price, even without the sword wound in his chest, he might not last long. Shiki and Newgate were shocked, and a smile flashed on the corner of their mouths. This war has continued until now, and the outcome of the battle is already doomed. The terrifying combat power displayed by Rocks also shocked the two of them. After all, as the captain, Rocks rarely makes a move. The sudden burst of power as strong as an abyss monster will directly kill an admiral-level powerhouse and severely injure another one. It is simply invincible. Is Rocks' strength a bottomless pit? Then he turned his attention to Lin Nuo. The fierce battle between the two shook the entire Marineford, and the continuous strong collision was like shaking. Seeing this scene, Shiki and Newgate's eyes showed a gleam of coldness. Not to be outdone, they used all their vibration power and lion fruit ability to rush towards the 2 5 elders. The old man with long beards and the old man in suit 21 couldn't help feeling sad, seeing the man in white suit killed in battle. His expression was extremely complicated. The two have been looking for a chance to get out of the fight, but Shiki and Newgate are too tight to get out. In the end, not only failed to get away, but was distracted. Shiki and Newgate seized the opportunity. The originally evenly matched battle was gradually suppressed by Shiki and Newgate. Facing the old man with glasses who was as strong as the monster Rocks alone, he let out a deep breath, with a look of determination in his eyes. He tightly held the long knife in his hand, and blocked it in front of his chest. It's your turn now, old man. Rocks pressed on step by step, and the scarlet and violent conqueror's hockey flowed along Rocks' right hand to the blade of the Taidao. The aura exuded was like an ancient beast, with bright red rays of light shining in the pupils, completely locking the old man with glasses. The sky and the earth seemed to be darkened at this moment, the sea set off layers of waves, and the restless thunder kept beating in all directions. Advertisement. The eyes of the old man with glasses were dull. He was determined to die, and he also knew that he alone could not defeat Rocks. Anyway, it is a death anyway, and before death, it must cause absolute damage to Rocks. The final chapter of the 6 styles. Just when the old man with glasses wanted to burn his life and fight Rocks to the death like the man in the white suit before, the perception of observation hockey instantly filled his brain. The whole body seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. And Rocks frowned, stopped in his tracks, and even the violent aura on his body gradually disappeared. This feeling, it's faster than expected. What a troublesome guy. Rocks' mind moved, his face returned to normal, his eyes turned to the end of the vast sea, and he muttered to himself. As the captain of the Rocks pirates, Rocks made a quick decision, disappeared in an instant, turned around and ignored the old man with glasses. Shiki aboard, time to go. Lin, Kaido and the crew, follow Shiki's footsteps and get on board. Rocks appeared in front of Lin and Kaido, clenched the sword in his hand, slashed at the humanoid weapon, and then shouted loudly, giving the order to retreat. Jia ha 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 ha. Although I'm a little upset, I will definitely kill you, an old fellow next time. Cool la 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 la. Let's save the outcome for the next time. After Shiki and Newgate heard Rock's order, they stopped when they stopped. After each of them pushed the 2 5 elders back with one blow, they disappeared in place. As Shiki and Newgate returned to the ship, Shiki activated the lion fruit ability and controlled the ship to slowly descend. Lin, Kaido and others, leading the crew of the Rocks pirates, quickly boarded the pirate ship. And Shiki and Dai are ready to prevent the 5 elders from attacking suddenly. Advertisement. With the sudden change of the situation, the blonde old man who was fighting fiercely with Lin Nuo became quite clear-headed. Seeing that Rocks, Newgate, and Shiki all boarded the ship and retreated, but Lin Nuo was the only one who was cut off, he suddenly felt heartbroken and made a decision because of his heart. Since Rocks, Newgate, and Shiki cannot be left behind, they will use all their strength to kill Lin Nuo and break Rock's arm. Come and help me. Take Lin Nuo. The blonde old man threw out his right fist and pushed back Lin Nuo's attack. His suppressed anger woke up the 3 old men in the distance. As the words of the blonde old man fell and prevented Lin Nuo from escaping, the aura on his body exploded instantly. He clenched the fist covered by armament hockey, and rushed towards Lin Nuo quickly. The old man with the long beard and the old man in the suit saw Newgate, Shiki retreated, and did not chase after them. After all, there is no chance of 817 if they want to take them down. The current battle situation of the world government. It is a heavy loss. The strongest shield of the CPO was killed, the white-robed old man was seriously injured and unconscious, and even the soldiers of the Ministry of Science who brought him were all beheaded. Now there are only the 2 of them left, the old man with glasses and the old man with blonde hair. With the terrifying strength of Rocks, let alone dragging Marine to arrive, Rocks and others want to leave, but they have no ability to keep the Rocks pirates. The old man with glasses was dripping with cold sweat at this moment, still in shock, as if he had walked from heaven. It has to be said that Rock's powerful killing intent made him feel the horror of death just now. On this trip, the 5 of us personally took action. Will the end of the war end in failure? Today's Rocks, with his terrifying combat power, even they can't stop, maybe only that lord. There is also Lin Nuo, the supernova cadre of the Rocks pirates. Although he is young, he has a terrifying combat power, threatening the existence second only to Rocks. If these cancers cannot be solved this time, there will be endless troubles in the future. At this moment, the 3 of them could only sigh deeply, and a sense of powerlessness suddenly came to their hearts. At this moment, the 3 old men's minds were shocked, and they immediately reacted. Chapter 138. Fight against 4 old men alone, field. Hearing the blonde old man's shout, they immediately turned their eyes to Lin Nuo, who was in the fierce battle with the blonde old man, and then glanced at Rocks on the pirate ship in the distance. Rock's face was calm and terrifying, and he seemed not to care about Lin Nuo's situation at the moment. At the same time, the bearded old man and the suit old man subconsciously looked at the old man with glasses, with a questioning look in their eyes. Rocks is so courageous, dared to keep Lin Nuo down and die, and don't pay attention to them at all? If this is the case, then the old man will definitely break your arm, Rocks. The old man with glasses looked at the calm appearance of Rocks in the distance, and a cloud of anger emerged deep in his heart. Gritting his teeth, he nodded towards the old man with long beard and the old man in suit. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Immediately and decisively, the 3 of them ran forward, their figures turned into an afterimage, and killed Lin Nuo in the battle. Captain, are we really not going to help? Whitebeard Newgate looked solemn, watching the 3 afterimages all rushing towards Lin Nuo, and said somewhat. And Golden Lion Shiki's eyes were wide open, furious. If he didn't get the order from Rocks, he would have rushed to help Lin Nuo at this moment. The 2 of them couldn't help worrying about Lin Nuo at this moment. After all, there are 4 top powerhouses in the world, and Lin Nuo can beat the 4 with 1. You want to see Lin Nuo so much, keep watching. The corners of Rock's mouth slightly raised, his eyes fixed on the figure of Lin Nuo in the distance, showing his affirmation for Lin Nuo. Hearing Rock's answer, Shiki sighed suddenly, and turned his attention to Lin Nuo again. At this moment, he made a decision in his heart. If Lin Nuo loses, his golden lion Shiki will rush to support Lin Nuo, even if it's blocked by Rocks. With the anger extinguished, Shiki, Newgate, and Rocks quietly watched the battle in the distance. The 3 figures shot at the same time, drawing a trajectory in the air, and the speed was so fast that they were getting closer and closer to Lin Nuo. Coupled with the blonde old man's entanglement, now the 4 old men have surrounded Lin Nuo in the middle, forming a siege, and Lin Nuo is bound to be taken down. Huh? At the same time, old man, you guys think highly of me? From observation hockey's perception, Lin Nuo noticed that the 3 old men were approaching him very quickly, and he didn't have the slightest fear, but said mockingly. Snort, advertisement, boy, don't be so arrogant, do you really think you are that Rocks guy? HMPH, arrogant brat, let's perish. Seeing that the time had come, the blonde old man suddenly erupted with a terrifying aura, and shouted angrily with a gloomy face. Facing the siege of 4 top powerhouses in the world, Lin Nuo dared to act recklessly, which really made the blonde old man furious. But this moment is definitely not the time to be impulsive, and now his task is to prevent Lin Nuo from escaping. After waiting for the arrival of the 3 old men, they joined forces to take down Lin Nuo completely. The 3 old men arrived in an instant, without stopping in the slightest. They gradually spread out their encirclement momentum and charged towards Lin Nuo. A ray of light flashed in Lin Nuo's eyes, and a terrifying fighting spirit rose from his body. Facing four of the world's top powerhouses, Lin Nuo's blood boiled at this moment, his mind was agitated, and he was fearless. Just wanted to see how powerful the four world's top powerhouses joined forces. Although they had fought for a long time and exhausted their physical strength, they still could not be underestimated. Just look at the limit of the test itself, as well as the main task rewards at the moment. If these four old men can be defeated, the rewards from the system should be doubled, right? Arrogant boy. Die. Suddenly, the four old men moved at the same time, their bodies shook, and they quickly promised to kill them. Boom. Four waves of terror erupted suddenly, encircling them from all directions, and struck instantly. Boom. The air shattered impressively, and the airflow surged and raged in all directions, forming a huge airflow Uzumaki. Three strikes were fiercely covering Armament Hockey's fist seal, and with a flash of cold light, the siege attacked.
This, Captain. Four of the world's top powerhouses joined forces at the same time. We still have time to make a shot.
Such a shocking scene made Shiki and Newgate unable to sit still. They couldn't just watch Lin Nuo be beheaded. Advertisement. Why panic? Read on. Rocks raised the corner of his mouth, but he could feel Lin Nuo's terrifying power in his heart at this moment, erupting like a monster from the abyss, and then he said vowedly. Shiki and Newgate had no choice but to watch the battle obediently after hearing the news, but their bodies were always ready, and if Lin Nuo was in danger, they would strike immediately. You ask labor and management, who do I ask? This battle has far exceeded everyone's imagination. The same was true for the other three, and they followed in the footsteps of the old man with glasses, trying to get rid of the oppression and gravity that was pressing on them at the moment. Call out. Kaido absolutely agrees with Lin Nuo's terrifying talent and perverts combat power, and he is convinced. This is not good. Go. Being in the field, the old man with glasses has already noticed that his own strength seems to be suppressed by some kind of force, coupled with the gravitational force that is 10 times heavier than usual. A crisis of fear appears in his mind. But now facing the cooperation of the four old men, he still can't convince himself. After all, the difference is too big. Like a translucent barrier, Machinhao rapidly expands in all directions, presenting terror, oppression and gravity within the domain. Now I can only pray that the Lin Nuo cadres can survive under the joint efforts of the four world's top powerhouses. Are the captain and the officers really not going to support Lin Nuo's officers? Accompanied by Lin Nuo's roar, his robes were blown automatically, and the momentum he had accumulated soared into the sky. The figures of the four old men suddenly slowed down until they stopped, feeling the weight on their shoulders like a jack. You know it's the teaming up of four of the world's top powerhouses. Can Lin Nuo really save the day? The field is open. When the four old men approached Lin Nuo, the terrifying oppression and gravity instantly enveloped them. The captain and crew members on the ship also looked at the high altitude in the distance with shocked faces and muttered to themselves. The face of the old man with glasses suddenly changed drastically. Before he had time to make any decisions, he immediately wanted to get rid of the terrifying oppression and gravity in this field. Boom. Chapter 139. One last fight. But what happened suddenly? It was already too late. Dozens of streamer slashes struck at the four old men in an instant, and in just a split second, they were swallowed up by the four old men. Damn it. What the hell is this power? B*********. D. The swordsmanship shown by this kid has already made us forget that he is still a fruit-capable user. In the originally silent and dilapidated Marineford, four difficult voices kept echoing. This is, Lin Nuo's fruit ability? That's right, since the beginning of the fierce battle, the Lin Nuo cadres have never activated their own fruit ability. We actually forgot about this. The main reason is that Lin Nuo's swordsmanship is too strong, so those old men neglected Lin Nuo's fruit ability. After seeing Lin Nuo's powerful fruit ability, the crew members on the pirate ship kept talking. All the crew members were extremely shocked, with awe in their eyes. Shiki and Newgate, who were originally worried, seemed relieved after seeing this scene, dispelling their previous worries. Cool la 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 la. Almost forgot that Lin Nuo is a demon fruit power. But the scope of this move is stronger than before. Newgate laughed and said, since the beginning of this war, Lin Nuo has never activated his own fruit ability from the beginning to the end of 423, and has been fighting fiercely with swordsmanship for hockey. Newgate almost forgot that Lin Nuo is demon fruit power. He is well aware that Lin Nuo's fruit ability is powerful and weird. The terrifying ability of this fruit is not weaker than his own shock fruit, and in some respects, even the shock fruit that destroys everything can't compare to it. Snort. Lin Nuo has almost forgotten that he is still a demon fruit power. In Lin Nuo's hands, this fruit is simply an auxiliary type. Unlike my uncle, who combines swordsmanship and lion fruit one after another.
Golden Lion Shiki took out a cigar from his body and lit it, took a deep breath, snorted coldly, and said.
He, Golden Lion Shiki, knows that Lin Nuo's fruit ability is weird. If he doesn't understand the characteristics of Lin Nuo's fruit ability, he won't know how to be manipulated. And it also has an invisible repulsive defense that is immune to all physics. Even if armament hockey covers the attack, it cannot be shaken, which also makes Lin Nuo stand invincible. There was a faint smile on Rock's face, and at the same time, his eyes were fixed on the battlefield high in the distance. In the field, under the invisible oppression and gravity, the four old men didn't even have a chance to avoid the attack from the sky, and let the countless slashes completely devour them. Advertisement at the center of the slashing rampage, the four old men crossed their hands, and the mighty armament hockey covered their entire bodies tightly. resisting the slashing and chaotic blades coming from the sky, but the invisible oppression and gravity hit them, making it difficult for them to move an inch. The remaining physical strength of the four old men was exhausted extremely quickly. Careless. I ignored this kid's fruit ability. The whole body of the old man with glasses was covered with pitch-black hard armor. The oppression and gravity in the field, as well as the sky-slashing blows, made him secretly regret it. Tricky boy, if it wasn't for the exhaustion of the old man's physical strength, the old man would definitely give him. The old man in the suit roared in a low voice, the veins on his forehead and neck burst out, his eyes were full of unwillingness, but deep down, he felt an extremely strong crisis. If they are like the white-robed old man, exhausted physically and unable to use armament hockey to resist, the ending may be the same. At this moment, the blonde-haired old man and the long-bearded old man did not speak with extremely gloomy expressions, as if they were waiting for the decision of the old man with glasses and how to get rid of the situation in front of them. Last fight. In the blink of an eye, the old man with glasses suddenly opened his eyes and made his final decision. This operation achieved nothing and suffered heavy losses. Now that the rocks are retreating, they have no ability to stop them. He didn't want to give up just now. Lin, CBDD, Nuo who was alone in front of him, if the four of them work together at the same time, there is still a chance. The three old men understood, nodded in a deep voice, and prepared for the worst. Boom. The four old men broke out the powerful aura in their bodies at the same time, and finally gave it a go. Suddenly, the whole world instantly became dark, accompanied by rolling electric cries. I saw a clear sky, and I don't know when the dark clouds rolled in, and the blue and thunder intertwined among the clouds. The sudden thunderstorm was powerful and mighty, and the faces of the people outside the domain were anxious, dignified and shocked. Boom. Zilla. Like a thunderbolt from the blue sky, the roar was deafening. Advertisement: a pillar of lightning descended from the sky, and crackling thunder sounded through the sky. This, no way. The crew of the pirate ship in the distance watched this shocking scene with disbelief written all over their faces. And in the dark clouds and thunderclouds in the sky, a pillar of thunderlight locked on Lin Nuo impressively. Accompanied by the power of destroying heaven and earth, it went down towards Lin Nuo. Boom. Lin Nuo's figure was instantly swallowed up by the shocking thunder. Captain. What are you? Rocks frowned slightly, his eyes kept on Haoshan Liming, and the top observation hockey opened up, sensing all this. Afterwards, the thunderous beam of light shot down like the sky and the earth, with the potential of destruction. Lin Nuo kid. In front of them was the destroying thunderbolt, which was like a natural disaster. Even if they faced it, under this terrifying offensive, it would be miserable not to die. Lin Nuo frowned, staring at the sky, toward the thunderbolt that struck him, slowly stretched out his right hand, and activated the fruit ability. But a figure suddenly appeared in front of him, stopping Shiki and Newgate in an instant. Shiki and Newgate frowned, their faces full of puzzlement. But Shiki and Newgate, who were stopped by Rocks, looked very anxious. Looking at the figure who stopped them in front of them, dissatisfaction began to appear in their hearts, and they said in a deep voice. Captain, please get out of the way, Lin Nuo. Keep reading, Lin Nuo won't be killed like this. Before the two finished speaking, Rocks said in a deep voice without looking back. That's right, it's Rocks. On the Rocks pirate ship in the distance, Shiki and Newgate shouted worriedly with extremely anxious expressions on their faces. Boom. Lin Nuo. Seeing that Lin Nuo's figure was completely engulfed by the shocking thunder, the two of them moved in an instant, rushing past like a flying cannonball. Chapter 140 Shocking Thunderpillar, Crisis. However, Rocks did not give the order to support Lin Nuo for a long time, and even directly intercepted the two of them to support Lin Nuo. Could it be that Rocks is aware of Lin Nuo's terrifying talent and power, regards Lin Nuo as a threat to his status, and wants to use the hands of 5 elders and others to kill Lin Nuo? Thinking of this, Shiki and Newgate's expressions became extremely serious, and they began to struggle inwardly. If they insist on disobeying Rocks' orders, Rocks will only push the two of them into confrontation, and if they don't rescue Lin Nuo in time, I'm afraid Lin Nuo won't last long. Shiki and Newgate struggled for a long time, and seemed to have made up their minds. They looked at each other and nodded slightly. Will his daughter-in-law rescue Lin Nuo at the expense of my orders? HMPH. It's really a trio of iron men. This kind of iron-like friendship is indeed rare in the Rocks pirate group, especially among the cadres, and it has never appeared. But this so-called friendship is just a stumbling block to the ambition of controlling hegemony, and the king is lonely. And Rocks in front also noticed what Shiki and Newgate were thinking, and said lightly. Activate your observation hockey, carefully perceive the situation inside. Shiki and Newgate were taken aback for a moment, and said inwardly, yes. When they were worried about Lin Nuo just now, they even forgot their observation hockey perception, and they didn't feel it carefully at all. When they fully activated their observation hockey, after half a ring, they sensed everything in the thunder. The two seemed to be relieved, their faces gradually showed a smile, and they cursed secretly, Lin Nuo, you brat. The crew members on the pirate ship, Lin and Kaido, looked at this earth-shattering scene, as well as Shiki and Newgate's angle of view. Their expressions gradually changed, their bodies trembled involuntarily, and their eyes were extremely fearful. If this destructive thunder strikes the two of them, even if they have strengthened constitution and resilience, they will not be able to escape the attack of death. In the eyes of the two of them, Lin Nuo is already in danger at this time.
This made Kaido's heart rise unavoidably, the color of surprise. After all, since the appearance of Lin Nuo, he has always felt an invisible oppression in himself, pressing heavily on his shoulders all the time, even a feeling of suffocation.
Kaido, who regards Lin Nuo as his opponent, doesn't want Lin Nuo to have a good time. On the contrary, Kaido can't wait for Lin Nuo to die, and take this opportunity to unplug the nightmare in his heart. But Lin feels a pity. After all, if Lin Nuo's monstrous talent and combat power can be combined with Lin Nuo, he will definitely be able to cultivate a strong next generation. At that time, it may be her Charlotte Lin. But now it's all in vain. The crew members on the pirate ship witnessed Lin Nuo being completely swallowed by the thunder. Their eyes were dull, and their expressions were frozen for a moment, and it took a long time to react. Advertisement, Lin Nuo cadre, he should not be. Damn. Labor and management have tolerated you for a long time, how could Lin Nuo lose? Shut your crow's mouth for labor and management, do you hear me? Why are you so excited? Have you seen the destructive thunder piercing through the sky? Can you recognize the reality? It's really Lin Nuo's dream. Oh, what a pity, I have always regarded Lin Nuo as an idol in my heart, who knew? How did Captain Rocks block the rescue of Officers Shiki and Newgate just now? Bah, you're looking for death, right? If you can't speak, just keep your mouth shut. Don't implicate labor and management. Turn the camera. Rocks showed a relaxed look, and at the moment when the penetrating thunder fell, he sensed that Lin Nuo had activated the fruit ability. At this moment, in the center of the thunderbolt, it seemed that an invisible force completely isolated the vast thunder, and it couldn't shake Lin Nuo's whole body for half a step. At this time, Lin Nuo moved his right hand and muttered to himself. God Luo Tien sign. In the next second, a vast and boundless repulsive force exploded, instantly shattering the sky thunder that the four old men jointly launched. Like a pillar of light in the sky, it was completely cut off by an invisible repulsive force. Damn it, how could it be? Asking for flowers. What the hell did that guy do, and how is he still alive? The blonde-haired old man turned pale with shock, his face full of incredulity, and he exclaimed directly. The old man with the long beard and the old man in the suit also showed disbelief, as if they had seen a ghost. The natural disaster thunderbolt summoned by nature, even as the world's top powerhouse, is not an existence that can compete with the law of natural disasters. Advertisement. How did this guy Lin Nuo do it, and is his fruit ability really so heaven-defying? Damn. Go. The old man with glasses cursed angrily, suppressing his horror and shock, he immediately moved and disappeared in place. Seeing this, the other three old men followed closely behind, and walked away at the fastest speed. The four of them didn't have much confidence in the first place, and their physical strength was exhausted. The blow they just launched together has already made their physical strength gradually bottom out. And since Lin Nuo smashed the natural disaster they jointly launched, who knows how many cards Lin Nuo still has at this moment, it is still the best policy, and it is not too late to take revenge later, and the future is long. Want to run? Can you escape? Suddenly, an insolent voice sounded, and the invisible repulsion defense around Lin Nuo disappeared, and his left hand locked on the four old men who were walking fast and slowly stretched out. Looking indifferently, he muttered to himself, "Universal pull." Boom. The four old men who were walking at high speed suddenly lost their shape, and their original speed, which was as fast as a stream of light, gradually slowed down until they stopped in midair. Body. What's going on? Can't move, it's like losing control. Could it be that this is also another kind of Lin Nuo's fruit ability? Damn it. The face of the old man with glasses was flushed, his veins were bulging, and while roaring, he desperately tried to break free from the history that was bound to him. The other three old men were also at the same time, their bodies were restrained in midair, unable to control and break free. A hole. Damn little devil. Chapter 141 Execution of Celestial Dragons, go calmly. Rock's eyes flickered, and then he said in a deep voice to Lin Nuo who was far away and high in the sky. Kong and two admirals, one admiral candidate, have already been noticed by his observation hockey. Marine Admiral. The ancient pterosaur form, its speed can be called the top existence, which is why Kong and others can return to naval headquarters extremely quickly. Now if they face Kong and the others again, I'm afraid that the next battle will far exceed Rock's expectations. The pirate crews brought this time are all the elites of the Rocks pirate group, and they have suffered great losses after successive battles before. If we continue to fight, I am afraid that the pirates on the ship will be wiped out. And there are three old men who are injured. Even if they are already injured, they are still difficult to deal with. Once a big battle starts, it will undoubtedly be a time bomb. 477. Lin Nuo, standing high in the sky, heard the words, nodded slightly in response, and disappeared in an instant towards the pirate ship. Rock's decision will not be without purpose, and he must have noticed something. After all, on the eve of the war, Rock's observation hockey was the first to perceive the incoming five elders and others. At the same time, Newgate frowned, and his eyes turned to the sea and the sky, obviously sensing a powerful aura. On the other hand, Shiki, after sensing these powerful auras, his fighting spirit instantly soared, and his blood was hot.
Captain, such a good opportunity, these five old men should be wiped out.
It just so happens that those guys from Marine are back. Captain, we should take care of all those guys from Marine when the time comes. At this time, Shiki's eyes flashed with killing intent, holding two big sharp knives in his hand, Sakura 10, dead wood. After hearing the order from Rocks, he was stunned. You must know that this moment is an excellent opportunity to kill 5 elders. Once you miss it, you will undoubtedly have no chance. And the Marine guys came back just in time. After the 5 elders are resolved, it's time to clean up Marine. Take them all in one fell swoop, and then you will be able to directly dominate the entire world. Advertisement, HMPH, Shiki, a head is a good thing, but you don't have one. How much stamina do you have left now? On the side, Newgate had a look of disdain on his face, and he mocked unceremoniously. Okay. Hearing Newgate's words, Shiki, who was originally full of killing intent, was suddenly stunned speechless. It's not that Shiki doesn't want to hate, but that Newgate's last sentence hid Shiki's life.
After repeated battles, although the senior cadres and captain of the Rocks pirates were not seriously injured, they have consumed a lot of physical strength since fighting so far.
If we fight against Marine again and again, I'm afraid that the current victory will come to naught, and there are more important things to do now. Although these 5 old men are dealt with now, the world government will definitely choose a new 5 elders to take office. And there are more important things to come. There's no need to drag the battle down. Rocks glanced at Shiki, analyzed the situation at the moment, and said calmly. Shiki and Newgate looked at each other. They could only obey Rock's orders. After all, Rock's majesty was there. At this moment, Lin Nuo landed on the deck, and towards Shiki, Newgate and the two walked over with a smile on the corner of their mouths. For Rocks, he thinks it makes sense. Even if the 5 elders are completely wiped out now, the world government will let the new 5 elders take office. And if the guess is correct, the next 5 elders should be the 5 in the pirate story. The combat power of each of them is probably even more terrifying than the 5 in front of me. In Lin Nuo's perception of the great swordsman, the man who can subdue the first-generation Goosh is definitely better in swordsmanship than the white-robed old man before. If 5 elders were killed in battle today, the world government would be furious. After the new 5 elders took over, they would rush to establish their majesty, and they might go to war.
In Rock's words, it seems that he is planning for the next step and needs to prepare for a period of time.
Now it seems that the Battle of the Valley of the Gods mentioned in the original book is almost approaching. Shiki, Newgate, you guys go first, and I'll take care of the rear. Advertisement. Lin Nuo remained calm, and when he came to the two of them, he said with a hint of confidence in his faint smile. Shiki and Newgate looked at each other, nodded, patted Lin Nuo on the shoulder, and then walked into the cabin. At the same time, Shiki activates the lion fruit ability, the pirate ship slowly rises into the sky, and Lin Nuo stands alone on the dilapidated ruined building of naval headquarters. Lin Nuo, who was above the ruins, had a sneer on the corner of his mouth, and said provocatively and mockingly in his tone. It was a disgrace, and in the eyes of the 3 of them, they did not deserve to die at the hands of the Rocks. Obviously, Rocks didn't take action to completely eliminate them, but it aroused the strong resentment and killing intent of the 3. Although the 3 of them were not seriously injured, they were extremely embarrassed and exhausted. For example, the white-robed old man and the blonde-haired old man seemed to have no difference in losing combat power. Hearing the voice from above the ruins, the faces of the 3 of them darkened immediately. They gritted their teeth and roared. As for what Rocks said before, the 3 of them have already learned through observation hockey. With the passage of time, the complexions of the 3 people obviously recovered a lot, but after seeing Rocks, Shiki, Newgate and others boarded the boat one after another, their complexions became gloomy and dignified, but they were helpless, and they felt unwilling. Of course there are important things to stay. The 3 of them sat cross-legged on the ground, pushing the whole cart back to life, trying to recover the wounds and physical strength on their bodies. As soon as Lin Nuo finished speaking, he stretched out his left hand suddenly, and brought him out of the pirate ship, and sucked the celestial dragons who were tightly tied up all over his body. The Rocks pirates always keep their promises, but the location of the execution of celestial dragons is public. At the same time, I can't help but wonder, didn't Lin Nuo leave with Rocks? Why is he still here? Lin Nuo. Suddenly, Lin Nuo's voice broke the thinking of the 3 old men. In the dilapidated ruins of Crescent Bay Square in the distance, among the 5 elders, the white-robed old man and the blonde old man were seriously injured and unconscious, leaving only the old man with glasses, the old man with long beard, and the old man in a suit. However, his own physical strength was unsustainable, so he could only stare at the departing pirate ship. Choose at naval headquarters. The old 5.0 guy is useless. Even I can't stop it. Still want to find the captain? Chapter 142 Execution of Celestial Dragons, the Queen. Rock's eyes flickered, and then he said in a deep voice to Lin Nuo, who was far away and high in the sky. Kong and 2 admirals, 1 admiral candidate, have already been noticed by his observation hockey. Marine Admiral. The ancient pterosaur form, its speed can be called the top existence, which is why Kong and others can return to naval headquarters extremely quickly. Now if they face Kong and the others again, I'm afraid that the next battle will far exceed Rock's expectations. The pirate crews brought this time are all the elites of the Rocks pirate group, and they have suffered great losses after successive battles before. If we continue to fight, I am afraid that the pirates on the ship will be wiped out. And there are 3 old men who were injured. Even if they were already injured, they were still difficult to deal with. Once a big battle broke out, they would undoubtedly be a time bomb. Lin Nuo, standing high in the sky, heard the words, nodded slightly in response, and disappeared in an instant towards the pirate ship. Rock's decision will not be without purpose, and he must have noticed something. After all, on the eve of the war on 21 Stone, Rock's observation Haki was the first to perceive the incoming 5 elders and others. At the same time, Newgate frowned, and his eyes turned to the sea and the sky, obviously sensing a powerful aura. On the other hand, Shiki, after sensing these powerful auras, his fighting spirit instantly soared, and his blood was hot. Captain. Such a good opportunity, these 5 old men should be wiped out. It just so happens that those guys from Marine are back, Captain. We should take care of all those guys from Marine, when the time comes. At this time, Shiki's eyes flashed with murderous intent, holding 2 big sharp knives in his hand. Sakura 10, no. After hearing the order from Rocks, he was stunned. You must know that this moment is an excellent opportunity to kill 5 elders. Once you miss it, you will undoubtedly have no chance. And the Marine guys came back just in time. After the 5 elders are resolved, it's time to clean up Marine. Take them all in one fell swoop, and then you will be able to directly dominate the entire world. Advertisement, HMPH, Shiki, ahead is a good thing, but you don't have one. How much stamina do you have left now? On the side, Newgate had a look of disdain on his face, and he mocked unceremoniously. Okay. Hearing Newgate's words, Shiki, who was originally full of killing intent, was suddenly stunned speechless. It's not that Shiki doesn't want to hate, but that Newgate's last sentence hid Shiki's life. After repeated battles, although the senior cadres and captain of the Rocks pirates were not seriously injured, they have consumed a lot of physical strength since fighting so far. If we fight against Marine again and again, I'm afraid that the current victory will come to naught, and there are more important things to do now. Although these 5 old men are dealt with now, the world government will definitely choose a new 5 elders to take office. And there are more important things to come. There's no need to drag the battle down. Rocks glanced at Shiki, analyzed the situation at the moment, and said calmly. Shiki and Newgate looked at each other. They could only obey Rock's orders. After all, Rock's majesty was there. At this moment, Lin Nuo landed on the deck, and towards Shiki, Newgate and the 2 walked over with a smile on the corner of their mouths. For Rocks, he thinks it makes sense. Even if the 5 elders are completely wiped out now, the world government will let the new 5 elders take office. And if the guess is correct, the next 5 elders should be the 5 in the pirate story. The combat power of each of them is probably even more terrifying than the 5 in front of me. In Lin Nuo's perception of the great swordsman, the man who can subdue the first-generation Goosh is definitely better in swordsmanship than the white-robed old man before. If 5 elders were killed in battle today, the world government would be furious. After the new 5 elders took over, they would rush to establish their majesty, and they might go to war. In Rock's words, it seems that he is planning for the next step and needs to prepare for a period of time. Now it seems that the Battle of the Valley of the Gods mentioned in the original book is almost approaching. Shiki, Newgate, you guys go first, and I'll take care of the rear. Advertisement. Lin Nuo remained calm, and when he came to the 2 of them, he said with a hint of confidence in his faint smile. Shiki and Newgate looked at each other, nodded, patted Lin Nuo on the shoulder, and then walked into the cabin. At the same time, Shiki activates the lion fruit ability. The pirate ship slowly rises into the sky, and Lin Nuo stands alone on the dilapidated ruined building of naval headquarters. In the dilapidated ruins of Crescent Bay Square in the distance, among the 5 elders, the white-robed old man and the blonde old man were seriously injured and unconscious, leaving only the old man with glasses, the old man with long beard, and the old man in a suit. Although the 3 of them were not seriously injured, they were extremely embarrassed and exhausted. For example, the white-robed old man and the blonde-haired old man seemed to have no difference in losing combat power. The 3 of them sat cross-legged on the ground, pushing the whole cart back to life, trying to recover the wounds and physical strength on their bodies. With the passage of time, the complexions of the 3 people obviously recovered a lot, but after seeing Rocks, Shiki, Newgate and others boarded the boat one after another, their complexions became gloomy and dignified, but there was nothing they could do, and their hearts rose 343 to be unwilling. As for what Rocks said before, the 3 of them have already learned through observation Haki. Obviously, Rocks didn't take action to completely eliminate them, but it aroused the strong resentment and killing intent of the 3. It was a disgrace, and in the eyes of the 3 of them, they did not deserve to die at the hands of the Rocks. However, his own physical strength was unsustainable, so he could only stare at the departing pirate ship. Suddenly, Lin Nuo's voice broke the thinking of the 3 old men. It's useless to see the old guy, even I can't stop it. Still want to find the captain? Lin Nuo, who was above the ruins, had a sneer on the corner of his mouth, and said provocatively and mockingly in his tone. Lin Nuo. Hearing the voice from above the ruins, the faces of the 3 of them darkened immediately, they gritted their teeth and roared. At the same time, I can't help but wonder, didn't Lin Nuo leave with Rocks? Why is he still here? Of course there are important things to stay. The Rocks pirates always walk the talk, but the location of the execution of the Celestial Dragons is public. Choose at naval headquarters. As soon as Lin Nuo finished speaking, he stretched out his left hand suddenly, and brought him out of the pirate ship, and sucked the Celestial Dragons who were tightly tied up all over his body. Advertisement. Chapter 143. Lost all face and left calmly. Ah, a painful cry resounded, and 2 Celestial Dragons appeared on the ruins under Lin Nuo's gravitational control. When Celestial Dragons noticed that they had landed safely, and were about to beg Lin Nuo for mercy, there was an angry roar. Too much bullying. Lin Nuo. Damn pirates. Lin Nuo's words and actions completely made the injured 5 elders furious. They knew exactly what Lin Nuo wanted to do. Cough, damn kid. The blonde old man who had just woken up saw this scene, and was instantly overwhelmed with anger. He immediately opened his mouth to spit out blood, and his chest was recovering from the injury, and blood fell again. Endless unwillingness and anger filled the minds of 5 elders and others. 5 elders. With the sudden sound, celestial dragons suddenly looked up and saw a familiar face on the ruins in the distance, with disbelief on his face. Didn't Ben Sheng get caught by the bloody pirates? Why are the 5 elders here? 5 elders, come and save us, hurry, I order you to come and rescue me. Seeing a savior, the 2 celestial dragons incoherently begged for help from 5 elders and others, and fell into madness for a while. Seeing this scene, the face of the bearded old man and the old man in the suit became extremely gloomy, his fists were clenched tightly, his joints creaked, his whole body was trembling with anger, and his teeth were about to be crushed. The headed old man with glasses had something stuck in his throat, he didn't make a sound for a long time, and closed his eyes with difficulty. At this moment, the 3 of them are in a state, not to mention rescuing celestial dragons. Even if their physical strength recovers, it will be difficult to rescue celestial dragons from Lin Nuo. They could only watch helplessly, the scene of celestial dragons being beheaded, helpless. Originally the Rocks pirates, impacted by the raid on naval headquarters, would have covered the public execution of the celestial dragons. However, Lin Nuo's behavior caused 2 major incidents to superimpose. The celestial dragons were executed in naval headquarters, and in front of the 5 elders and others, this incident was spread to the Holy Land Mariajoy. Not only did they lose face, but even their 5 elders' power position is difficult. Lin Nuo's move, it's like killing someone, advertisement. Enough backquote. Those old men can't save you. Lin Nuo picked out his ears, and his face showed impatience. He held the black knife Zhanlong at his waist, and slashed directly towards the necks of the 2 of them. Puff. Puff. With the light of the knife falling, the heads of the 2 celestial dragons fell down like kites, and the blood splashed around, splashing on the ruins and gravel. Scandium. The black saber Zhanlong retracted it into its sheath. At this moment Lin Nuo clearly sensed that these terrifying auras were approaching extremely fast. Is it finally here? But it's still too late? This big bird is pretty cool. On the sea in the distance, a huge black shadow is approaching at an extremely fast speed, and then enters the scope of Lin Nuo's observation hockey. In the sense of knowledge, there are several streams of terrifying aura-like beasts, each of which has the terrifying combat power of the world's top powerhouses. One of them is powerful and coercive, exuding an aura like an ancient beast. It is simply a humanoid monster. Presumably this is the fruit ability of Marine Admiral, the animalized function pterosaur. However, if you start this state and fly rapidly for a long time, your physical strength will be huge. Lin Nuo frowned, and glanced at 5 elders and others below. He doesn't want to leave it to Kong, the 2 Marine Admiral and Admiral's alternate to make dumplings. With a shock, he activated his fruit ability, turned into a streak of light, and flew away at high speed. Seeing Lin Nuo's departure, 5 elders and others seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, and their tense bodies relaxed. At this time, they couldn't even activate 1/10 of their heyday. If Lin Nuo made a desperate move, they would definitely not be able to stop Lin Nuo's offensive. This operation has resulted in heavy losses. The Rocks pirates are far more dangerous than we expected. The voice of the old man with glasses was heavy. As the leader of 5 elders, he must be held accountable. Not only Rocks, Lin Nuo is no more dangerous than Rocks. Advertisement looking at Lin Nuo's leaving direction, his eyes were full of fear. The old man with long beard and the old man in suit were like this at the same time, couldn't help sighing, feeling deeply decadent. They have been in the highest position of power for more than 30 years, and have experienced countless strong men at sea, but they have never been forced into such a desperate situation like this time. When the 5 elders were worried, the Marines who rushed back in the distance all showed anger. After Marine enters, Lin Nuo observation hockey perceives range, and they have Grandmaster observation hockey also naturally perceive Lin Nuo's aura. But in the end, it was played by Rocks, and even the naval headquarters lair was turned upside down by the Rocks pirates. The function pterosaur let out a roar. Its speed was faster than before, and it flew towards naval headquarters at top speed. Damn it! Is it too late? Damn Rocks, for throwing him around? This unprecedented humiliation has never been encountered before. Who knew that Rocks actually came to tune the tiger away from the mountain and threw them around? But what made them angry was that the aura of Rocks and others could no longer be sensed, only Lin Nuo was left. Once this gang of damned Rocks pirates are caught, I'll kill all these rubbish. However, what Minglong never expected was that his current retired family property has long been ransacked by Lin Nuo. The whole Marine army is attacking. How exciting this is, and in the eyes of the maritime countries, it is even more majestic and magnificent. There is also Lin Nuo, the supernova cadre of the Rocks pirates. That kid's combat power is so terrifying that even Lord 5 Elders is no match for him. Admiral's substitute, Lei Bao, showed an angry face, gnashing his teeth while exuding icy aura. Roar. What makes Admiral Minglong most concerned is his family property. Underworld Dragon, facing retirement, put all his wealth acquired over the past few decades in the private house of naval headquarters. The battle situation at this time is really terrible, even Master 5 Elders and others have failed. Admiral Broken Tiger Max's face was extremely unwilling, and his angry voice made him gnash his teeth involuntarily. For the last failure, Max was extremely annoyed, and originally took advantage of this opportunity to start a complete war with the Rocks pirates. Chapter 144 Lei Bao makes a move and kills Lin Nuo. Marshal Kong stood facing the wind, watching the naval headquarters appearing in the distance on the sea surface. The joints of his fists were clenched and cracked. According to the information obtained from the communication soldiers of naval headquarters just now, the battle situation of naval headquarters at this time is very critical, not to mention that naval headquarters has been beaten to pieces in successive wars at this moment. Even 5 elders and others, the highest authority in the world government, have been in crisis many times in the battle with Rocks, Lin Nuo, Newgate, Shiki and others. As the captain of the Rocks pirates, Rocks can fight alone against the 5 elders and join forces with the strongest shield CPO, neither can be shaken. Instead, he was defeated by Rocks, and the CPO with the strongest shield was killed in battle, and Lord 5 elders was also seriously injured. What made him even more surprised and angry was that Lin Nuo, the supernova cadre, was in a fierce battle with the white-robed old man with superb swordsmanship. Lin Nuo actually defeated the white-robed old man with his swordsmanship. Good guy. You must know the white-robed old man's swordsmanship, but he is the world's top existence. I didn't expect to be given by Lin Nuo. At this time, looking far away in the sky, 947 can vaguely see a streamer flying across at extreme speed. This breath is that kid Lin Nuo. The dark dragon turns its head. After Denhu Max noticed Lin Nuo's aura, he immediately exclaimed, and immediately reminded the underworld dragon in the form of Function Pterosaur, and said, "Damn boy. This old man will definitely make you pay a heavy price this time, the shame on the old man's chest. Etc. Give Lei Bao the task of chasing him. If possible, Lin Nuo must be kept. Our priority right now is to rush back to naval headquarters. Help Lord 5 elders." When the situation developed to this point, Kong suppressed the anger in his heart, and was not overwhelmed by the anger. After analyzing calmly, he immediately issued an order. At this moment, the situation of naval headquarters is unknown at all. The first task is to return to naval headquarters as quickly as possible, and guard 5 elders and others. Moreover, these matters cannot be decided by one person, and the consent of 5 elders and others must be obtained. Advertisement. Moreover, under the extremely fast flight, Marine Admiral's CBBF, physical strength is too great, and his combat power has been greatly reduced. He and Max did not extend their continuous flight ability. Only Admiral's substitute, Lei Bao, is left to pursue Lin Nuo with the ability of his Logia Snowfruit. Well, leave it to me. Lei Bao heard that he had no objection to Kong's order, nodded solemnly, and said with a dignified tone. If it were Lin Nuo before this, he would have looked down upon him a bit, but after this battle, the terrifying combat power displayed by Lin Nuo has already stood at the top of the world. And in intelligence, Lin Nuo is not only the grandmaster of swordsmanship, Conqueror's Haki has been cultivated to a certain level without exception. With that weird and terrifying fruit ability, Lin Nuo may be an extremely difficult opponent once the battle starts. With Lei Bao's reply, his figure rose into the air in an instant, his body turned into elements, and he roared away into the distance like a blizzard. Admiral, Kong, and Broken Tiger Max, who were in the state of Function Pterosaur, continued to rush back to naval headquarters quickly. The end of the distant field of vision is Marineford, and as the field of vision in the eyes of the 3 people is getting bigger and bigger, they are gradually approaching. After a while, the originally magnificent naval headquarters came into view. But at the moment, the naval headquarters scene made them almost unrecognizable. This is naval headquarters. Kong and the 3 looked at Marineford, which was in ruins below, and they felt very uncomfortable. The faces of the 3 kept changing, from disbelief at the beginning to shock, and finally to extreme anger. On the front island of Marineford, where can we still see the majestic marine building, not to mention the ruins? The huge marine office building has been smashed into a mountain of rubble, bricks and tiles. Looking around, there is ruins. If they were not convinced that they did not go the wrong way, plus the residents of Marineford Back Island, the 3 of them would doubt whether this was naval headquarters Marineford. B*****D. Terrible. Damn Rocks pirates. Max's burly figure trembled slightly, anger accumulated in his eyes, and his eyebrows seemed to be burning. Marine's majestic office building, Crescent Bay and the square are all symbols of the majesty of naval headquarters, representing the existence of justice in the hearts of countless people. Rocks. Advertisement. Kong looked at the ruins of naval headquarters in front of him, his pupils constricted sharply, trying his best to suppress the emotions at the moment, and couldn't help but growl in a low voice. How much painstaking effort he has put into naval headquarters, which he has painstakingly managed. Now, once it returns to before liberation, it is full of holes and turned into ruins. At the same time, Max also discovered the 5 elders in the ruins below. In Kong's observation Haki perception, he noticed 3 oars, and among the 3 oars, he vaguely perceived 2 weak oars. And this roar was also heard by 5 elders and others who were sitting cross-legged in the ruins recovering from their injuries. It has suffered a great shame. Naval headquarters followed the world government and was established for hundreds of years, now. Walk. Kong and Max quickly descended, because Heianlong also released the Zhenghua form. It is indeed His Excellency 5 elders and others, but their situation is not optimistic at this time. Kong was shocked, and followed Max's gaze, staring at the past. Kong didn't have time to think, and ordered the dragon to swoop down. Your Excellency 5 elders, what are you, finally came back? Roar. Kong took Dinhyu and Minglong and walked quickly to Five Elders, asking questions with a worried look on his face. Marshal. It's Lord Five Elders. The old man with glasses closed his eyes, recovering from his injuries and physical strength. His tone was no longer depressed, but his voice was still flat. During Kong's reign, he suffered such disasters, which he could not control, but as Marshal of Naval Headquarters, this is his dereliction of duty, and he cannot absolve himself of the blame. It is too late to rush back now, the outcome of the battlefield is already doomed. Facing the riddled Naval Headquarters, Marine Admiral was equally resentful and couldn't help roaring. Chapter 145 Five Elders. Contact Li Bao and tell him to retreat. But before he finished speaking, Kong's voice froze when he saw the state of Five Elders and others. Hiss, Your Excellency Five Elders, are you all right? Kong, Minglong, and Dinhyu suddenly gasped. The hideous wounds on the chest and abdomen of the three old men were shocking, and the condition of the two old men who were seriously injured and comatose next to them was even worse, as if half of their lives were left. Seeing this scene, Kong and others couldn't believe it. They looked around subconsciously. In the nearby ruins, the corpse of the strongest shield of CPO entered their field of vision. The whole body of the three of them couldn't help shaking, and they looked at each other with anger and shock. Counting the field marshal temporarily guarding naval headquarters, 7 of the world's top powerhouses, unexpectedly, 2 were killed in battle, 2 were seriously injured and unconscious, and the remaining 3 were in no better condition, having already lost their ability to fight again. Could it be that the Rocks had a backup when they attacked naval headquarters? Otherwise, how could Rocks, Newgate, Shiki and Lin Nuo alone have achieved such a level? The 3 of them suppressed all the doubts in their minds, lowered their bodies, and wanted to help them speed up the recovery from their injuries. The top priority now is to rescue the 5 elders. The 2 Marine Admirals are both Zone Fruit-capable users. They also received a lot of help in recovering from their injuries. Don't waste your energy, this wound won't heal in a short time. The force we used is enough to heal the wound completely, but there seems to be a force in the wound that hinders the recovery of the wound. Before you want to restore the wound, you can only wait until this power gradually dissipates. The 3 old men shook their heads and refused the aid of healing. Their own injuries were naturally clear. When Max heard this, he seemed to think of something. Lin Nuo. Is it that power? Max muttered to himself, lowered his head slightly in thought, and looked at his chest, as if it was starting to ache again. When Kong and Minglong heard this name, they shook their heads slightly for the first time. According to Lin Nuo's combat power, it should be impossible to kill His Excellency 5 elders. That's right, it's Lin Nuo from the Rocks Pirates. It seems that Dinhyu was also attacked by this force. Advertisement. The old man with glasses opened his eyes, glanced at Max, and said in a calm tone. That kid's swordsmanship is far beyond our expectations, and our injuries are thanks to him. At the same time, Lin Nuo has mastered the high-level skills of Conqueror's Winding, and his comprehensive combat power is already stronger than that guy Newgate. The long-bearded old man's face was heavy, and he even turned his gaze to the white-robed old man who was seriously injured and unconscious. The 3 old men gave detailed accounts of the battle situation at that time, as well as the comprehensive combat power of Rocks and others. Kong, Hell Dragon, after the break, his brows were tightly furrowed, and his face became extremely gloomy. Lin Nuo. Max clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. While shocked by Lin Nuo's powerful combat power, the anger in his heart welled up in his heart. Lin Nuo had just fought fiercely with him a few days ago. Although Lin Nuo's strength is powerful, he naturally knew it, but it was not as terrifying as what 5 elders and others described. If he hadn't been careless that day, Lin Nuo would have been completely defeated with all his strength. And in a short period of time, Lin Nuo's combat power has increased again. Damn kid, where did the monster come out of? Knowing this earlier, Max would have killed Lin Nuo completely regardless of everything, even at the cost of life force. Now that Lin Nuo has grown completely, it is basically impossible to kill him. Kong's complexion was extremely ugly, almost black as hell. Listening to 5 elders' narration, he remained silent. In fact, I feel remorse in my heart. If Sengoku, Zephyr, Garp and others had killed Lin Nuo at all costs when the Rocks pirates robbed the heavenly gold, the current situation would not have happened. Kong has obviously missed several opportunities. With Lin Nuo as a villain, the strength of the Rocks pirates now has a trend of surpassing naval headquarters. Don't forget the most menacing Rocks. At this time, the old man in the suit who had been silent for a long time said in a deep voice. As the words of the old man in the suit fell, the atmosphere became depressing for a while. Asking for flowers. Kong frowned and nodded slightly. As an old opponent, he had already thought that during the previous fights with Rocks, he vaguely sensed that Rocks was extremely hiding his strength. Advertisement. The old man in the suit sighed deeply, and told about the battle with Rocks. Are you saying that from the beginning to the end, Rocks is even more comfortable fighting with the 3 of you? Then how strong is that guy Rocks? As the old man in the suit narrated, Kong revealed a look of shock. Just the 3 of you returning? Hang up, it's too late. Couldn't Li Bao be left behind by you again to guard the returning fleet? Oops. Li Bao went to intercept Lin Nuo. Damn Lin Nuo kid, Rocks Pirates. Since Lin Nuo joined the Rocks Pirates, all the plans that happen will be completely out of control. If Lin Nuo is okay alone, Li Bao may have a chance to escape, but if he encounters the Rocks pirate group or other cadres ambushing him, he can only ask for blessings. Kong's emotions at this time reached the verge of collapse. his eyes were bloodshot, and his deep and hoarse voice contained strong killing intent. As soon as this remark came out, the three of Kong were stunned for a moment, thinking inwardly that something was wrong. Everyone was silent for a moment, and the old man with glasses turned his eyes to Kong and said, "With such an important event, could it be that Kong left the Thunder Leopard guy in the fleet again? Contact Lei Bao immediately and ask him to give up chasing Lin Nuo and return to naval headquarters." As 5 elders and others said, Lin Nuo's combat power is not something that Lei Bao alone can handle. At the same time, Admiral Minglong quickly took out the phone bug in his pocket, and it lasted for several minutes, but he was still not connected. Kong's pupils shrank sharply, and his face suddenly turned pale. Seeing the phone bug in Minglong's hand, the old man with glasses seemed a little weak, praying silently in his heart. "See it," the old man with glasses urged in a deep voice. Zero Marine is just like a decoration now, facing the Rocks pirate group like a joke, there is no difference. Chapter 146 Marine Admiral Alternate Strikes. This made Kong a shadow in his heart, eager to completely destroy the Rocks pirates. Only when the Rocks pirates are destroyed can the direction of the sea and even the world pattern be back on track. In the open space of the naval headquarters ruins, everyone fell into a long silence. On the other side, at a high altitude in the distance, a cyan light beam is rapidly shuttled, pulling out a long trajectory. Brew. At this time, Lin Nuo slowed down and took out the phone bug from his pocket. Moxie, Lin Nuo, Celestial Dragons executed no. On the other end of the phone bug, Shiki's rough voice came. Snort. I'll take care of things, don't worry. Lin Nuo snorted coldly, he was a little dissatisfied with Shiki's question. Isn't it just a gorgeous ending? This matter still needs to be asked. Things are almost done, we can all retreat, Lin Nuo. Immediately afterwards, a bold voice came from the other end of the phone bug. Well, it won't be long before I can catch up with you, you first. This breath. Suddenly, he noticed 21 that a powerful aura appeared behind him and was coming towards him quickly. Interesting. Lin Nuo launched observation hockey, feeling the breath of the extremely fast pursuit behind him. Where Lin Nuo passed behind, a gust of icy cold air rushed towards him quickly. Lin Nuo, what's going on? Rocks on the other side, guessing Lin Nuo's situation, immediately took the phone bug in Shiki's hand. Marine Admiral's substitute, Lei Bao, is running at top speed. Captain, go first, I'll be there soon after I've dealt with this guy. After the voice fell, Lin Nuo hung up the phone bug and slowly put it in his pocket. Advertisement is Marine Admiral A candidate. I don't know how strong this Marine is compared to Denhu. On the other side of the pirate ship high above the sky, as the phone was hung up, Rocks remained silent. If it is just a Marine Admiral candidate, it will not threaten Lin Nuo's safety in the slightest. At this moment, in the distance behind Lin Nuo, a large snowstorm raged, and Li Bao roared forward. The whole body is completely elementalized, and with the high airflow, the distance with Lin Nuo is gradually shortened. Where Li Bao passed by, cold blizzards passed by, the remaining temperature dissipated, and droplets of water condensed and turned into downpours. Have you been found? There is no need to chase after him at extreme speed? Lei Bao looked at the figure in front of him, with a bone-chilling chill in his eyes. The whistling passed by, the blizzard swept across, the strong wind howled, and the speed increased accordingly. In the blink of an eye, Lin Nuo was completely enveloped by a violent blizzard. The cold air of the blizzard swept across, and the water droplets in the air quickly froze into hailstones, which smashed towards Lin Nuo with an extremely cold atmosphere. A wide range of cold air swept across. Lin Nuo stretched his right hand forward, and an invisible air shield blocked all the incoming attacks at the moment. Blizzard of nature. What a great ability. Lin Nuo slowed down, staring at the ice cubes isolated from the repulsive force, and muttering to himself. Compared with the future Marine Admiral Aokiji frozen fruit, there is no doubt that it is similar. The violent whistling of the cold wind, mixed with the ear-piercing breaking wind, and the hailstorm hit again overwhelmingly. Come yet. At this moment, Lin Nuo turned around, and the power of the invisible air mask wrapped around his body became stronger again. Lin Nuo stretched out his hand, followed the attack transformed by the oncoming extreme frost, and crushed it. God Luo Tian sign. Boom. The invisible repulsive force collided with the frost and hailstones. After the two forces stalemate for a few seconds, the countless hailstones counteracted and dispersed. This is not the end of the powerful repulsion, as if it was unstoppable, they all blasted towards Li Bao. Lei Bao's heart sank, and his whole body instantly turned into an elemental blizzard body, trying to rely on elementalization to avoid the invisible repulsion. Not good. Advertisement at this time. The blizzard in the elemental form of Li Bao's whole body was instantly bounced away by this terrifying repulsion force. Although it didn't cause any harm, the invisible and terrifying repulsive force has the power to blast away everything. In the elemental blizzard form of Li Bao, after being bounced for a certain distance, it gradually emerged in human form. Looking directly at Lin Nuo, he didn't dare to take it lightly. During the several trials just now, he clearly noticed Lin Nuo's frightening aspect. Logia Snow Fruit ability user. Compared to you, you are Marine Admiral's candidate Li Bao. Lin Nuo smiled at the corner of his mouth, looked at Lei Bao in front of him, and said with a light smile. Although the guy in front of him is not Marine Admiral, but he has Admiral's candidate and has been given the name of Thunder Leopard, so it can be seen that his combat power is not inferior to the other two Marine Admirals. Even better than that old guy Lin Nuo, smart tooth boy. Yo, Lin Nuo smiled contemptuously, and did not respond to Lei Bao's words. A terrifying aura poured out of him continuously. After the first short confrontation between the two, they were obviously suppressed by Lin Nuo's terrifying power at an extremely fast speed. This is what Senior Lin Nuo said before, having the ability to control repulsion as an absolute defense, rebounding all physical attacks. Marine Admiral strikes out of nowhere. What a tricky guy, it looks like this fight won't end easily. Before Lei Bao could speak, Lin Nuo changed the subject. His tone was provocative, and the sarcasm in his words was easy to hear. Snort. No wonder he was able to defeat Lord Five Elders. It seems that this invisible repulsion has a huge credit. Lei Bao snorted coldly, but didn't care about Lin Nuo's ridicule. This kid's strength is unexpected. No wonder Senior Lin Nuo suffers in his hands. 927 Rocks Pirates Supernova Officer Lin Nuo. Lei Bao frowned tightly, his eyes were filled with strong killing intent, and his whole body felt chilly. Although Lei Bao is much younger than the former two in terms of age, and is in the peak state, but in terms of the destructive power of the fruit ability, it is not as good as Lin Nuo. This Marine Admiral candidate, perhaps because of the oppression of the world government, made him only limited to the Admiral candidate. From the moment he defeated Marine Admiral's Broken Tiger, he had the strength to compete with Admiral's level, and then to the white-robed old man Five Elders. The snow flow is broken. Lei Bao looked at Lin Nuo in silence, with a look of disdain flashing in his eyes. While watching Lin Nuo vigilantly, his aura was no less than Lin Nuo's. Chapter 147 Snow Fruit Ability, Repulsion Development. The next moment, there was a blizzard, and Lei Bao stretched out his hands, overlapping them horizontally on his chest. To prevent unexpected changes, the Rocks Pirates returned to support Lin Nuo. He chose to make a decisive move and use the shortest time to solve the enemy in front of him. Call. The wind and snow were raging in the sky, and the snow and ice swirled all over the sky, gathering in the palms of both hands. The bone-chilling ice and snow continued to compress, exuding a cold air, and even though the temperature of the breath dropped, it was even lower than before. Under Lei Bao's ferocious face, with a sneer, he stretched out his hands impressively. The compressed ice and snow bloomed, and 10 wipes of ice and snowflow blades more than 10 meters away suddenly burst out. The ice and snowflow blade is menacing, and it sets off a terrifying air current. It looks like a snowblade, but it contains a strong cold air, which seems to be nothing compared to the 010 ice. Ka. Impurities in the high airflow were all frozen into ice cubes, and the biting cold rage, rushing towards Lin Nuo at top speed. Lin Nuo frowned slightly. Facing the oncoming cold air, it invaded the inside of his body along the pores of his skin, feeling the biting chill, which made him quite surprised. Being able to become one of the pillars of the naval headquarters, its strength is indeed terrifying. This degree of coldness is no worse than the freezing and humbleness of the future Marine Admiral Aokiji. The Lei Bao in front of him seems to have reached an awakened state for fruit ability development. If it was replaced by other Admiral forces, Thunder Leopard would be really difficult to deal with, but Lin Nuo, who has absolute defense, would not be afraid. With a thought in Lin Nuo's mind, a translucent repulsion suddenly appeared in his right hand. Under the proficiency card that improves fruit ability, Lin Nuo becomes more and more proficient in the control of attraction and repulsion. And developed the invisible repulsion from it, not only limited to absolute defense. Repulsion. Lin Nuo's body stood still, and the surging repulsive force converged on his right fist, and a translucent light cluster enveloped his fist. His body sank, and his fists rushed towards his eyes. Advertisement. Boom. The impact of the terrifying invisible repulsive force oscillates in all directions, destroying all the incoming extreme cold. The mighty power remained undiminished, and he went straight to the oncoming Zuran. Boom. Two powerful forces collided together, and the terrifying airflow generated by the chill and repulsion raged in all directions. Countless ice slags splashed in all directions. The clouds in the sky were shaken away, and even the sea below, touched by the chill, instantly turned into pieces of ice. Seeing this, Lei Bao, who had some expectations, couldn't help but sink to the bottom of the valley. His face changed, from the original gloomy expression to shock. How could this impact be so similar to Newgate's fruit ability? He wouldn't have eaten the shock fruit too. No, there is only one fruit ability. Unless the former fruit ability user dies, it is impossible for two shock fruits to appear. Could it be that this kid continuously compressed the invisible repulsive force to a point on his fist during the condensation, and used the offensive to push out? Damn. This is so F***G good, it's both offensive and defensive, and this terrifying repulsive impact is no less than shock fruit. UB******D. Lin Nuo can figure out exactly what is going on in Lin Nuo's mind, this kind of fruit pervert development. Evildoer. What a scary kid, second only to that Rocks guy in terms of threat. Lei Bao's eyes began to flicker, and he hesitated in his heart. The power displayed by Lin Nuo in front of him made him shake unavoidably. At this moment, he can't guarantee whether he can win the battle with Lin Nuo. I control all the information about Lin Nuo. Lin Nuo is not only powerful and weird, but also has the best swordsmanship and conqueror's hockey in the world. While Lei Bao was thinking, Lin Nuo moved. The invisible repulsive force was continuously compressed and condensed into Lin Nuo's fist. His body shook and disappeared in an instant. Lei Bao frowned, reacted immediately, and launched observation hockey to try to capture the location where Lin Nuo appeared. At this time, Li Bao's knowledge kept warning in his mind. Advertisement. Li Bao suddenly broke out in cold sweat, and immediately turned around to see Lin Nuo's figure appearing behind him. His whole body burst out with extreme chill, and his hands gushed out a bone-chilling blizzard. Snowwall. The powerful aftermath of the sea below rage, and the sea level set off layers of waves, restless, and the fish schools under the water began to move away from this sea area one after another. Cut off. Boom. A figure suddenly emerged from the smoke and dust that filled the center of the explosion. At this moment, Li Bao was betting 4.1 on Lin Nuo's physical exertion. Painted black's fist, entwined with white's airflow, condensed unparalleled strength, and moved towards Lin Nuo's chest as fast as lightning. In the next moment, the fist condensed with repulsive force hit the hard snow wall with all its strength. In an instant, Li Bao's figure appeared in front of Lin Nuo. Armament hockey, the combination of superimposed six-style physical skills. No matter how strong Lin Nuo is, Lin Nuo cannot launch a repulsive defense against the impact of this sudden attack. In an instant, it turned into a giant wall, standing in front of him fiercely. The ferocious slash was as powerful as a bamboo, tearing up the smoke and dust in an instant, and completely blasting away the aftermath of the attack. Before it was over, Li Bao moved, and the airflow violently oscillated, and an afterimage flew across at high speed, wrapped in biting cold air, and went straight to Lin Nuo. Now that Lin Nuo's strength is no longer at its peak, he must have an absolute advantage in this regard. In this battle, Li Bao must be absolutely sure to completely win Lin Nuo. 6 Style Modification Hyphenation Point Finger Gun. Logia Fruit ability, under normal circumstances, is an external move. Prior to this, Lin Nuo had been fighting fiercely with the 5 elders, and had consumed most of his stamina. Coupled with the ability to activate the fruit to continue flying, he was fighting a new round. Armament hockey pushed forward, his right foot was covered with pitch black hard, a spinning flying kick, jumped out, and a light blue crescent-like fang slashed towards the position locked by the knowledge color in an instant. A shock that shook the heavens and the earth immediately set off layers of fearful currents. In a short time, the earth began to tremble continuously, and the clouds in the sky were shaken away. The original blue sky became cloudless. Chapter 148 6 Styles 6 King Spear. The next moment, just when Li Bao was about to win, a wicked smile and complacency appeared on his face. The person involved, Lin Nuo, was calm and unfazed. Clang. When the fist was 3 fingers away from Lin Nuo's chest, there was a strong clanging sound of steel. Li Bao's fist was abruptly blocked, unable to advance any further. Lin Nuo's body remained motionless despite the forceful aura of the armed forces. This is an armed color release. HMPH. See how much stamina you have left. You can activate armament hockey. Li Bao's expression froze, and he was a little surprised in his heart. He didn't expect Lin Nuo to be able to activate the armed color. Afterwards, he made a decisive decision and stretched out his left fist, which also condensed the powerful 6-style energy, but this time it was a combination of 2 fists. Muttered to himself, if one hit doesn't work, then double it, and see how you can block it. 6 Style 6 King Gun. But how can it be so easy? The overly cautious Li Bao has completely ignored Lin Nuo. Not only has the powerful fruit ability and hockey, but also has the world's top swordsmanship. At this moment, a cold light came, and Lin Nuo pulled out the black sword Zhanlong from his waist, and blocked Li Bao's fists with lightning speed. Clang. Boom. A terrifying air current swept across the surroundings in an instant, and the air became distorted in an instant. Li Bao's pupils narrowed sharply, his eyes stared at the black sword Zhanlong standing in front of Lin Nuo, his face became a little dignified. Muttered to himself, one of the 12 crafts of the supreme sharp knife. Damn it, too much emphasis on Lin Nuo's fruit ability has neglected this kid's swordsmanship. Advertisement. At this time, Lin Nuo's right arm was bulging with blue veins, and he exerted all his strength. The powerful 6-style chi that Li Bao burst out was completely crushed by Lin Nuo's supreme sword, the black sword Zhanlong. A deafening explosion resounded impressively, causing the air to burst open one after another. The energy fluctuations were raging, and the turbulent airflow continued to spread. Within a few kilometers of Fang Yuan, all the clouds were blown away. Da-da. There was a sound of hurried footsteps, and Li Bao stepped back, using moonwalk to step on the air. Every step caused a burst of airflow. It's really a difficult guy, the hole cards are connected one after another. Li Bao stabilized his figure, the blood in his chest surged, coughed lightly and looked at Lin Nuo, with a complicated expression on his face. How much stamina does this kid have? Damn, he fought His Excellency 5 elders for a day and a night before, plus he continued to activate the fruit ability to hurry, so he should have lost much stamina. Damn it, it's really meowing. This admiral candidate has experienced countless battles with strong men, and has never seen such a difficult opponent. The original plan in Li Bao's heart seemed to vanish in an instant. Yo, it was almost killed just now. Lin Nuo smiled jokingly, and looked at Li Bao with provocative eyes. Li Bao was silent at this moment, his face kept changing, and his thoughts were entangled. If it is such a good opportunity, if Lin Nuo is let go, he will definitely not be reconciled in his heart. And this time is also likely to be an excellent opportunity for him to be promoted to the position of Admiral of Headquarters. If he misses it, he may have to wait for Denhu or Yanlong to retire completely. But now the supernovas rolled up by Naval Headquarters, Sengoku, Garp, and Zephyr, have already threatened his promotion to the position of Admiral. After weighing the pros and cons, Leopard released observation haki with all his strength, sensed Fang Yuan's situation, and determined that the Rocks pirates did not return to support Lin Nuo. He secretly made up his mind that even if everything is at stake, for the honor of the Admiral of Headquarters, he will definitely capture or kill Lin Nuo. Lin Nuo, on the other hand, looked indifferent, and glanced at the direction of Soradayong in the blue sky, feeling a little impatient. Rocks and the others have all returned, and he no longer wants to drag on the battle with the snow leopard. Advertisement in this short period of time, the battle on the top of Naval Headquarters Marineford, hidden in the residential area, undercover agents everywhere in the sea, must have spread the news to the entire sea. The group of them must rush back to New World as soon as possible to prevent the base camp of the Rocks pirates from being raided by the powerful New World. Hey, hello, Your Majesty Marine, if you continue to fight, it will be dark already. Lin Nuo looked at Lei Bao, looking dormant in thought, and joked. Although after the battle on the top of Naval Headquarters, they fought fiercely with 5 elders and others, and their physical strength was huge. Has it reached a fever pitch? The calm, Zhao Li's, Lin Nuo couldn't help but frown, the corners of his mouth curled up, and he muttered to himself. Marine Admiral's substitute, Lei Bao, let me see your strength. Want to go? I didn't expect this snow fruit to be able to develop it to the level of frozen fruit, without any compromise. But Lin Nuo was a little puzzled. Could it be that the 5 elders of Naval Headquarters gave him a death order? It seems that Lei Bao has made up his mind and wants to fight him to the death. The soaring aura in his body is getting bigger and bigger, this posture is like abducting his wife. But it wasn't an existence that he, Marine Admiral's substitute Li Bao, could shake. The determined Li Bao slowly raised his head, his expression became ferocious and terrifying, his eyes flickered with coldness. The strong killing intent was mixed with cold air, and Lei Bao's aura at this time was constantly rising. Impelled down is where you belong, Noah. The position he was in was some distance away from Lei Bao, even so, he could still feel the cold and pure murderous intent and chill from Lei Bao. Lin Nuo loosened his brows, moved his neck, and said with indifferent eyes. But with Li Bao's entanglement, it is not easy to avoid the battle and leave. The extremely cold snow burst out from his body unstoppably. Since they are so eager to seek death, labor and capital will not be used to it. I wonder what will happen if Naval Headquarters loses an Admiral-level pillar. Sure enough, a gloomy and hoarse voice sounded, and the stern killing intent suddenly scattered, which was more icy and biting than the chill emanating from the fruit ability. Snort. Chapter 149 Fruit Awakening. Iceworld Lin Nuo is also not polite, since the opponent has made up his mind to fight Lin Nuo to the end. Lin Nuo will naturally not avoid the battle, he doesn't mind burying the Marine Admiral's substitute Lei Bao in the sea. At this time, the system's prompt sounded in Lin Nuo's mind. Ding. Trigger the main mission, kill Marine Admiral's alternate Thunder Leopard, achieve Admiral's first kill, and get a special reward. Lin Nuo pouted secretly, and sighed secretly. The system understands labor and management quite well, but this is just what I want. Although the Li Bao in front of him is not the Admiral of Headquarters, its strength is slightly stronger than that of the old Dan Hu. After all, today's Thunder Leopard is at its peak. But if you want to kill an Admiral-level powerhouse, you have to work hard. The rewards for defeating 5 elders and others hadn't been issued yet, but adding this reward would be enough to make his strength go a step further. It is not guaranteed that by then, he will already have the Force Zone to swing his wrist with rocks. Lin Nuo couldn't help but look forward to it. The light in his eyes was extremely frightening, and the beast-like hostility locked on Li Bao. Arrogant boy. After Li Bao noticed Lin Nuo's gaze, he burst into anger and roared in a low voice. His body became elementalized sharply, turning into flying snow, spreading in all directions. Hoo! There were bursts of icy wind and snow howling, the air was cold and windy, and the sky was covered with snow. Wherever the line of sight passed, blizzards shrouded and wreaked havoc. At this time, the entire space where the two are located has become a world of snow, and the sudden cold air is invading everywhere, and the cold white air is permeating. Ka. The sound of freezing came one after another, as if the air had been completely frozen. In the world of ice and snow, Lin Nuo's figure stands proudly, surrounded by an invisible repulsive force covering his whole body. Resist the constant frost chill. Will the entire natural environment be completely changed? Advertisement, awaken. Lin Nuo frowned at this time, looking at the scene around him, muttering to himself in a deep voice. Lin Nuo was not surprised. It would be strange if Lei Bao, who possessed the world's top strength, could not continue to bear fruit. In the original work of One Piece, Shichibukai Doflamingo, the last awakened power of string fruit, suddenly turned nature and buildings into a thread, and launched an attack. For example, the awakening ability of snow fruit also has the ability to control nature and turn the environment into its own domain. Snow fruit is the subordinate of frozen fruit, but the ability after awakening is not weaker than the frozen fruit of Aokiji in the future. It has the characteristics of freezing, while still retaining the tenacity of snow. The gust of wind formed by countless cold air currents blew violently from all directions, and a biting cold air invaded before it approached. If Lin Nuo hadn't activated the repulsive force to isolate the incoming cold air, now Lin Nuo might be invaded by the cold air into his internal organs. Snowland blizzard shock. There was a soft shout in the air, and Lin Nuo was in all directions, snowflakes condensed into puffs, wrapped in a cold air, rushing towards Lin Nuo as if a tsunami was rushing. Come yet? Lin Nuo frowned, and his face became serious. He didn't dare to be careless in the face of the snowy land where Li Bao launched the Fruit Awakening and concentrated the attack. The world in the snowy region is his, and everything here is completely controlled by Li Bao. That is to say, even if he defeats every incoming attack, he will continue to launch attacks without completely defeating the controller. At this moment, Lin Nuo was no longer relaxed. Even if he could crush every attack that came, the continuous attacks would consume his physical strength extremely quickly. And at this time, Lin Nuo's physical strength is no longer at its peak. If he doesn't get rid of Li Bao's snowy world in time, once his physical strength is exhausted, he will only be slaughtered. CBFH, Lin Nuo clenched his fist with his right hand, and the invisible repulsive force quickly rushed to the fist, and his body sank. The additional terrifying repulsion force blasted towards the oncoming blizzard. Two terrifying attacks collided quickly, and a deafening explosion swept over. Countless smoke and dust and snowflakes covered the entire field, and Lin Nuo's figure was covered in it. At this moment, the ice and snow instantly condensed into several streaks, and the extremely sharp drill blades flew towards the figure in the snowflakes. The speed is so fast that the naked eye can't catch it at all. When seeing several sharp drill blades completely penetrate Lin Nuo's figure. Advertisement: a cold light suddenly appeared, and a stream of light slashed, flying away at an extremely fast speed, hitting all the brick blades that hit. Boom! Snowflakes filled the air, and there was a piece of white light in the field of vision. Lei Bao's figure slowly emerged, his eyes fixed on Lin Nuo, with a ferocious expression on his face. Call out! Gunpowder smoke gradually filled the air, and countless ice and snow shrouded it. Ha 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 ha! The black sword in Lin Nuo's hand slashed the dragon, condensed armament hockey, and the pitch-black blade became even sharper. At this moment, a sharp slash quickly completely submerged Lei Bao's figure. Boom! Fortunately, Lin Nuo consumed a lot of physical strength in the fierce battle with his Excellency 5 Elders. Buzz! When the blade was horizontal, a slash from armed Sagat came out. Otherwise, Lin Nuo's physical strength is at its peak, and he is not sure about it. In this awakening field, everything will be decided by me. No matter how much the attack is, it will be completely ineffective. Even if the attack is armed with Sagat, it will be futile. It takes a lot of physical energy to activate the awakening, but if you can completely take down Lin Nuo, it's all worth it. When Lei Bao saw the attack, he didn't show any signs of panic. Instead, he laughed wildly and shouted loudly. It's useless. In this field, all attacks are futile, even armed. With the incomparably sharp slash, Lei Bao's entire body was cut off in an instant. Humph! It's time to end this farce. Laughter sounded, and Lei Bao's figure appeared again, speaking confidently with a desperate voice. As I said, in a snowy world, even attaching armament hockey won't help. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 150 Annihilation, Supergod Luo Tian Sign. But the fierce slash was completely cancelled out after colliding with countless mountains piled up in snow and ice in layers of snow, leaving only a huge slash mark. What a difficult fruit awakening. Lin Nuo's brows were tightly furrowed. After the slash clearly split Lei Bao's body in two, his figure began to emerge again. Moreover, after the slash smashed through the snow mountain at extreme speed, it was completely cancelled out. That is to say, in this snow world, no matter how many times Lin Nuo slashes Thunder Leopard, he can be revived invisible. Even if Armament Hockey's slash strike is added, it will have no effect. The periphery of the domain world is covered with layers of snow-capped mountains as an absolute defense, although it can use its own power to make a big hole to escape. But the energy consumed endlessly along the way is too great, and there are still leopards watching. This method will not work. At this time, dozens of sharp snow blocks condensed by ice and snow directly locked Lin Nuo's position. In the next second, like ice and snow blades flying all over the sky, they rushed toward the face. Clang! Boom! Lin Nuo's expression was dignified, and he inserted the black sword Zhanlong back into his waist. The invisible repulsion force was activated again, and the invisible absolute defensive air shield abruptly rebounded from the attack. In an instant, countless sparks flew, and the dust was covered with white-on snowflakes. Under the powerful collision, Lin Nuo's figure was gradually forced back, and in the next second, a deafening explosion rose into the sky. It's over. In the distance, the ice and snow gradually turned into a human form, and the angle of thunder rose slightly. It's time to take this sinful kid to naval headquarters and claim credit. However, this kid is still the first to be able to persist for so long in this Admiral Awakening field. He's a tricky guy, but he finally completed the task. This time, when he goes back, he should let 5 elders apply for the 3rd Admiral position in Marine, or kick that old guy, Din Hu, down. What? Suddenly, the center of the explosion suddenly set off a terrifying arrogance, and in the next second, an invisible field quickly expanded in all directions. In an instant, Lei Bao felt that his body was pressed heavily on his shoulders by a strong oppression and gravity. Advertisement: under the powerful gravity, 2 pits appeared under Li Bao's feet. In the entire snow world, countless ice and snow are restricted by this invisible field, and even the snowflakes floating in the air turn into air. How come? How can this be? He was clearly killed by Ben Admiral. Lei Bao's heart trembled, his face instantly became extremely ugly, and he muttered to himself in disbelief. In his observation hockey perception, this oppressive invisible and terrifying gravity, even his own knowledge and color perception has become a little heavy. This terrifying domain is even trickier than his snow world. In this terrifying oppressive gravity field, it has not yet reached the level of fruit awakening. As a fruit ability user, why is Lin Nuo's fruit ability even more terrifying and strange than his fruit? Damn it. Didn't this guy get killed by Ben Admiral? It was obvious that he couldn't feel his breath just now. And this guy no longer has enough physical strength to support him. Boom. The gravity on his shoulders brought Lei Bao back to reality. His mind was shocked, and he quickly thought about how to get rid of the invisible gravity that weighed heavily on his body. But what happened in the field in front of him made his face change instantly, and then changed. His expression was very ugly, as if he had eaten Shang. At this moment, his awakening domain is actually under the pressure of this terrifying gravity. The ice and snow are gradually dissipating, and even the iceberg formed by the condensation of layers of ice and snow has cracks and gradually begins to collapse. Once the awakening domain is broken, his only advantage will be lost in an instant. How can he contend against Lin Nuo? And Lin Nuo is stronger than him in terms of hockey, physical skills and sword skills. Your Excellency Admiral, prepare to accept this great gift. Lin Nuo shouted in a cold voice, the extremely cold and piercing murderous intent flashed across his eyes. Lin Nuo opened his hands, and his figure slowly lifted into the air. A tsunami-like terrifying aura continued to emerge from his body. He looked up at the Libao below, and muttered to himself. Super God Luo Tian sign. Boom. Advertisement. Asking for flowers. Boom boom boom. At this moment, in the world of snow, countless ice and snow are rapidly and gradually crumbling, and even in some places on the snow walls of the solid domain, the light refracted from the outside can already be vaguely seen. Immediately afterwards, a terrifying invisible repulsive force like a natural disaster swept out in all directions. Wherever the repulsive impact passed, countless ice and snow in the entire snow world were melted away, turning into countless air currents in the air and evaporating. This is not true, is it? Zero Lei Bao's face was ferocious, his eyes were bloodshot, and he roared madly. Drink. The cold air and flying snow swept across the field again, condensing all the areas that had lost the ice and snow. Immediately, he made a decision to give up the awakening field, so as to avoid the impact of this terrifying repulsion force. Lei Leopard's robe fluttered, his complexion began to turn slightly red, his body was emitting light red smoke, and his majestic vitality poured in, transforming into his own strength. He knew it. Under the impact of this terrifying repulsive force, it was already impossible to stick to the awakening domain. Now that he consumes and burns his vitality to instantly increase his combat power, although he has to pay a huge price, compared with the former, he at least has some confidence. At this moment, he has no choice but to stabilize the ice and snowfield to resist this monstrous blow. This is also his only chance. In his normal state, if he took this move forcefully, not only would the ice and snow domain be destroyed in an instant, but even he himself would not be able to guarantee that he would be intact under the impact of this terrifying repulsive force. Lei Bao cursed secretly, observation hockey crazily warned in his mind, and the strong perception of impending death enveloped him completely. Not good. But he found that his body was oppressed by the powerful gravity, and he couldn't dodge it at all. Seeing that the impact of the shocking repulsive force was approaching. The final chapter of the 6 forms life burning. Burning vitality at this moment, Li Bao's strength has greatly increased, and he is struggling to stabilize the ice and snowfield. Damn it, Pirate Lin Nuo, you can never succeed. But under the impact of the absolutely terrifying repulsive force, Li Bao had just activated the snow fruit ability, and the ice and snow it created were instantly destroyed. Chapter 151 The Final Struggle, Fly Ash. But Li Bao's icy cold air stabilized the ice and snow around Li Bao's front, but it couldn't condense in the range of the repulsive impact. Shua. The aura on Li Bao's body was twice as strong, but he still didn't dare to face the hard steel. This has a repulsive impact that destroys everything. Li Bao can only activate its own fruit ability to gradually expand the ice and snowfield. Of course he knew that expanding the ice and snow domain, and then doing his best to stabilize the domain from being broken by the repulsive impact, was an impossible solution. Snowwall. The terrifying power of Li Bao's whole body exploded, his body squatted and sank, his hands condensed the terrifying fruit ability, and he slammed towards the snow-covered floor. Wolf pulled down. The power of a large amount of cold and snow has formed countless ice and snow defense fortresses. One after another, countless solid snow walls are gradually, 3 or 4-0, as an absolute defense. But under the invincible offensive of the repulsive force of the vastness, without exception, they will be scattered at the touch of a touch. But Li Bao was not willing to give up at this point, and quickly retreated until he reached the edge of the ice and snowfield, breaking and stopping. Is it impossible to retreat anymore? If you continue to retreat further, the domain will also completely dissipate, and then there will really be no chance of resistance. His body sank, his feet were firmly planted, and Lei Bao, whose face was flushed, was tense all over his muscles. Armed color is released. Lei Bao roared, the veins on his neck and forehead bulged, and he pushed his palms forward fiercely. Armament hockey enveloped his palms. Bang! The invisible impact released by the armed force suddenly slammed into the surface of the terrifying repulsive impact, and it turned out to be just a wave, unable to move at all and impact with all its strength. Seeing that the armed color shock had no effect, Lei Bao directly condensed armament hockey, turning into an invisible wall in front of him. Boom! The repulsive impact collided with the armed invisible fortress, making a loud noise, and a large number of sparks splashed. But, under the impact of the terrifying repulsion like a natural disaster, these are just a drop in the bucket. Sure enough, the repulsive impact hit the fortress condensed by the armed forces, and the repulsive impact paused for a moment, and Dang Leopard instantly felt the pressure on his body as if Mount Tai was on top of him. Next second, advertisement, boom, armed color puts out a hard and invisible fortress, and is instantly forced back. Under the immense force like a mountain, Lei Bao's body was oppressed, and the bones and joints of the limbs creaked. But, damn it, Lei Bao clenched his teeth, his muscles bulged, his veins protruded all over his body, and his roar trembled slightly. Even if you pay the price of burning vitality, facing such a terrible repulsive impact, is it still impossible to resist? Although the invisible armament hockey's condensed defensive fortress was not instantly torn apart by the impact of the repulsive force, it did not stop the repulsive force at all and advanced steadily. The terrifying force crushed Lei Bao, and the bones and blood vessels of his body were about to burst. Immediately, Lei Bao let go, and withdrew the invisible defense that was armed. Boom! Without the restraint of the armed defensive fortress, the repulsive impact instantly crushed Lei Bao mercilessly. Igloo. Snow cave. Lei Bao exploded with frightening power, and his vitality continued to burn. His hair, which was originally black, instantly appeared a little silvery white. In the huge ice and snowfield, countless cold air and snow rushed towards him. The cold wind whizzed and raged, blocking the repulsive impact, but the effect was negligible. A large amount of ice and snow enveloped it, continuously compressing and superimposing it, and finally turned into two semicircular snow shields, completely protecting the Thunder Leopard. With the impact of the repulsive force, with an invincible and unstoppable momentum, it instantly swallowed the price of Lei Bao. Boom! The destructive force that contains the terrifying repulsion impact blooms brilliantly in the entire ice and snowfield, like a giant nuclear bomb bursting. The boundless repulsive impact, turbulent, swept across the entire ice and snowfield impressively. The ice and snowfield, which was barely supported, began to shatter with a cracking sound, and the powerful impact remained unabated. With an unstoppable force, it broke through the entire ice and snowfield, raging towards the blue sky. Fang Yuan's range of 1 kilometer is full of powerful shocks everywhere, shaking the entire sea area. Advertisement. Under the impact of repulsion, Lei Bao fully launches the 6-style enhanced version of King Kong and covers the whole body with armament hockey. But under the terrifying and strong impact, armament hockey and the Thunder Leopard of 6 styles King Kong who barely maintained were interrupted by the sudden impact. Losing armament hockey's defensive protection, Lei Bao's figure was instantly swept by the endless repulsive impact, and was submerged in this repulsive impact. Lin Nuo stood tall in the air, surrounded by a terrifying aura. Finished? No, not at all, it's still alive. Lin Nuo's observation hockey sensed Lei Bao, whose breath was weak and unconscious in the distance. The corners of Lin Nuo's mouth curled up, and his figure moved towards Lei Bao at a high speed. Cough, almost got killed by this guy. Lei Bao's body shook, a mouthful of old blood spat out from his mouth, his face became shriveled, an abyss of fear invaded, and his breathing became more and more rapid. Recalling the scene just now that seemed to destroy the sky, Lei Bao's body is still trembling for it. What a scary guy. If he had hesitated a little earlier just now, he might have already reached the paradise of Elysium. But the life force burns extremely fast, and his own lifespan is greatly consumed. If he continues to fight Lin Nuo, even if he can kill Lin Nuo in the end, he may not have the chance to sit on the Marine Admiral position. But even if you die in battle today, you still have to guard the name of justice deep in your heart. Only the weak survive. He stopped the footsteps that wanted to escape, stood up with difficulty, and looked at Lin Nuo who was approaching at high speed, like a 1.3 Shinigami from hell, making his hair stand on end. The cold and pure killing intent hit the depths of his mind, as if his soul was imprisoned, trying to break free, but found that his body was no longer in control. It seems that the result of this battle is already clear. Lin Nuo came in front of Lei Bao, looked at the Marine Admiral candidate who was in a state of distress, with blood dripping from his chin, and said calmly with a blank expression on his face. Admiral of Headquarters Alternate Lei Bao, one of the pillars of Marine. Although his combat strength has reached the world's top level, he is even stronger than the Admiral Lin Hu he has fought against before. But you picked the wrong opponent. At this time, Lei Bao was dressed in rags, his whole body was in a state of embarrassment, many places were covered with blood, and the repulsive impact had already shattered the inside of Lei Bao's body. Chapter 152 The Life Card of Burning Ashes. Ha 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 ha. Pirate Lin Nuo has to say, you are such a monster. If you think the 5 elders will fail, you have a lot of credit. But so what, a vicious pirate like you who will only cause chaos in the world, Marine will definitely kill you. There was a ferocious smile on Lei Bao's face, and he roared in a low voice. While speaking, blood was continuously pouring out of his mouth. Suddenly, Lei Bao let out a roar, and the gleam in his eyes turned into a strong killing intent. With a whoosh, a cold wind blows. Lei Bao's aura suddenly exploded, and his figure turned into an elemental blizzard, rushing towards Lin Nuo. Even if he doesn't have the strength to fight anymore now, he will fight to the death for Marine, even if in the end. Are you still planning to give up? Lin Nuo snorted coldly, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Are you still planning to work hard? As a Marine Admiral candidate, I have an extremely firm will in my heart, and I will not give in even if I die. This kind of will is worthy of respect from others. Lin Nuo stretched out his right hand, Wave 21 casually, the invisible repulsive force impacted, and instantly bounced Lei Bao out. Puff. Lei Bao suddenly spurted out a mouthful of old blood, and his elemental form was instantly released, and his whole body was like a kite with a broken string. Lin Nuo's body was full of murderous intent. His eyes narrowed slightly. He did not intend to let go of this opportunity, although he admired Lei Bao's strong will, but he is a pirate, and Marine is a mortal enemy. Even if he is spared this time, he will be found to bite someone at that time. And the system has generous rewards. Alas, the only fault is that the system gives too much, so I have to do this as a last resort. Lin Nuo pulled out the black sword at his waist to slay the dragon, covered by the powerful armament haki. With a whoosh, the figure disappeared in place instantly, turning into a streamer of light, approaching Lei Bao. Lei Bao's expression changed drastically, feeling Lin Nuo's death like killing intent, and he secretly thought something was wrong. Hastily adjusted the body that flew upside down, trying to avoid Lin Nuo's killing move. But Lei Bao's body could not keep up with his thoughts at this time. He tried his best to adjust with difficulty, and the speed of the inverted flight just slowed down a little. Advertisement Lin Nuo's figure suddenly appeared in front of him, Ji Yujing Wubo's face. His eyes shone with a cold light, like a demon god. The black sword slaying the dragon in his hand, with sharp sword intent and haki, wrapped in the power to penetrate everything, blatantly poked at Li Bao's left chest. Facing Lin Nuo's shot, Li Bao at this moment already has the strength to resist. Under Lin Nuo's killing intent, Lei Bao's pupils shrank suddenly, and palpitations swept through his body. The mind went blank for an instant, leaving only the last endless fear, the beckoning from death. Puff. As the extremely sharp black knife slashing the dragon fell, Li Bao's heart pierced through instantly, and blood spurted out, and the blood flowed profusely. In the end, in silence, Lei Bao's vitality gradually dissipated and turned into fly ash, his eyes fixed on Lin Nuo, as if showing his extreme unwillingness. The life dissipated, Li Bao lost control of his whole body, and fell towards the sea below at a high speed. Lin Nuo's figure flashed, and he activated the 6-style shaved flow, turning into a trajectory, holding Lei Bao's body with his left hand, and cutting through the sky. Naval Headquarters Marineford. Admiral Minglong kept calling and contacting Lei Bao's phone bug, but he never received any response. Kong, Dinhu, Minglong and 5 elders all fell silent. I saw that Kong took out 3 lifecards from his pocket, one of which was burning at an extremely fast speed until the price was paid. This is in the world of pirates. Paper is like a person's life sensor. If there is dangerous paper, it will start to burn. If the person dies, the paper will also burn and turn into a wisp of fly ash. The 3 life cards in Kong's hand are Marine Admiral Minglong, Dinhu and Marine Admiral Substitute Li Bao. As for Admiral, Dark Dragon, and Broken Tiger, they were all beside Kong, 5 elders and others, and nothing happened. The only ones who went to chase Lin Nuo were Lei Bao, who couldn't be contacted so far, and the life card in Kong's hand, which was burned to the brim. At this time, Admiral Minglong and Dinhu saw this scene and immediately resigned to Kong and 5 elders. Lord 5 elders, Field Marshal, let's go rescue Thunder Leopard. As one of the pillars of Naval Headquarters, they have worked together for many years, and their friendship has always been there. What's more, when they encounter an accident at this time, they must want to rescue them. Advertisement Naval Headquarters and the headquarters suffered heavy losses, and even Marineford was destroyed by the Rocks pirates. If there is another incident with Li Bao, it will undoubtedly be a heavy blow to Marine. 5 elders, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, glanced at the life card that was burning continuously. Their eyes kept flickering. They looked at each other 3 times, and shook their heads slightly. At this moment, Kong, who has always been prudent, also showed anxiety on his face, full of worry in his heart, and even regretted the decision he made before. Thunder Leopard is one of the strongest combat forces in his naval headquarters, and it is an indispensable and important combat force to deal with the Rocks pirates. Kong blasted out with a punch, and his violent and ferocious aura trembled along with the terrifying and powerful force. Kong was suppressing his monstrous anger, and it erupted completely at this moment, with a violent murderous aura, and he vented it without reservation. On the calm sea surface, rough waves were suddenly set off, and the impact of the violent fist force ravaged the entire sea area. Minglong and Dinhu froze in place for an instant. Although they had already been mentally prepared, the results in front of them were unacceptable to the two of them. At this time, Kong's eyes were bloodshot, and his trembling voice contained a violent killing intent. Lin Nuo's ability to develop his own fruit is getting stronger. This. Lin Nuo, Rocks, and the pirates, I will destroy you all. Gritting their teeth one after another, they roared in low tones. It's too late, Lei Bao has fallen. High in the sky, a spaceship is sailing. It is the Rocks pirates in a group. Lord 5 elders, my lord. Seeing that the life card in his hand was burned out, it turned into fly ash and dissipated.
In the cabin, the Captain Rocks crossed his arms, sensing the news from observation hockey, and the terrifying destructive force that could destroy everything in the sky and the distant sea.
Boom. Solve it? Chapter 153 Return, Shocking Rocks Pirates. Is this the strength of Lin Nuo's cadres? From far away, you can feel the oppression in the air. I heard from Shiki's cadre that the one chasing Lin Nuo's cadre is the Admiral of Headquarters alternate Lei Bao. Why? TCH, what happened to Admiral's candidate? Face our Lin Nuo cadre, teach him how to behave. The pirate crew members on the ship felt the waves of clouds being blown away in the distance, like the wave of destroying everything, and everyone was shocked. Inside the cabin, Rocks, Newgate, Shiki, Lin, and Kaido were sitting together drinking fine wine. Lin Nuo is quite capable. Hearing the discussion outside, Golden Lion Shiki smoked a cigar and said in admiration, "That kid Lin Nuo is really a monster. After repeated battles, he can still display such terrifying power."
The gap is getting farther and farther. Cool la 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 la. Shiki, compare yourself to Lin Nuo, isn't it enough to get slapped in the face?
Beyond me. Newgate smiled unkindly, looked at Shiki's appearance and continued to tease. Newgate, what do you mean, I'm not as good as you, Shiki? When Shiki heard this, he became furious and threw away his cigarette butt for a while. Facing the cadre level madness, Kaido, who was the lowest in the meeting, was wrapped in a bloody bandage and drank in silence. Kaido, who has a super constitution, has basically stabilized his injuries, but the wounds are still painful. He recalls the scene of the previous battle with the white-robed old man. He, who has been completely exploded in 3 or 2 moves, formed a stark contrast with Lin Nuo, who killed the quartet, and let Kaido see that he is not even qualified to join the real top-level duel. The same is true for Charlotte Linlin on the side, but she is stronger than Kaido, relying on the fruit ability to have a level no less than Admiral. The previous fights made her improve, unlike Kaido who was abused in vain. The most concerned thing is Lin Nuo, whose unfathomable combat power is lingering in his mind. By this time, Lin Nuo should be back soon. At this time, Shiki relighted a cigar, raised his head and drank heavily, still muttering. Hearing Shiki's words, Charlotte Linlin froze for a moment and recovered from her thoughts. Advertisement: the guy Lin Nuo wants to get rid of the entanglement of Marine Admiral substitute Li Bao, obviously he does too. In Charlotte Linlin's words, she revealed her recognition of Lin Nuo's terrifying fighting power. In naval headquarters, Lin Nuo was able to forcefully defeat the white-robed old man, and in the end he fought against the 4 old men alone, and he was able to defeat the opponents steadily, and even almost beheaded them. Facing a block from a Marine Admiral alternate, it was easy for Lin Nuo. Newgate didn't open his mouth, his expression was extremely calm, he was drinking wine in a chic and heroic manner, and he didn't worry about Lin Nuo's safety at all. As the Rocks Pirates, the #1 fighter under Rocks' command, it is natural that they have fought against Marine Admiral in the past.
In the fierce battle with any admiral, Newgate naturally understands that Admiral's combat power is at its limit, and it is impossible to defeat or kill Lin Nuo at this moment.
As the captain of the Rocks Pirates, he has always maintained indifference and majesty. At this moment, Observation Hockey seemed to have noticed something, and the corners of his mouth raised slightly, revealing a smile. The pirate ship was sailing high in the sky, and in the distant sky, a stream of light came at a very high speed. There are people behind, approaching gradually. The pirates on the boat were drinking and chatting happily. Seeing this scene, they all raised their heads, and their hearts could not help being vigilant. Since the entire pirate ship is in the sky, they dare not attack rashly, and all the pirates can only wait in full force. When the streamer is approaching quickly, who is the person in the streamer? Lin Nuo cadre. Many sharp-eyed crew members, as well as the captain with Observation Hockey, were the first to notice Lin Nuo, and immediately shouted to signal everyone. Leader Lin Nuo is back. Ha 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 ha. The Marine Admiral candidate also wants to stop the Lin Nuo cadre. Seeing Lin Nuo's safe return, the pirates cheered for a while, and their voices were overwhelmed. The Captain Rocks in the cabin has already sensed Lin Nuo. The next moment, a voice from outside came in. Back? It's really time. With a cigar in his mouth, Golden Lion Shiki said with a big smile. Advertisement. Let's go. Rocks stood up, with a faint smile on his face, and walked in front with strides, followed by Newgate, Shiki, Lin, and Kaido. As Rocks and others walked out of the cabin, all the pirates got out of the way one after another. All of them are here. With a sound, the streamer was fleeting and fell on the open space on the deck.
Boom. The battle between Lin Nuo and Li Bao should not have lasted long. Has Lin Nuo's combat power been so terrifying after killing an admiral-level powerhouse in such a short time?
As the air mask covering his whole body dissipated, Lin Nuo slowly walked towards Rocks and the others. Why did the Lin Nuo cadre bring back a dead body? Newgate, who was also shocked, stared at the corpse on the deck with his brows tightly locked and remained silent. This is still a state where the physical strength is not at its peak, completely beheading the strong admiral. With a flick of Lin Nuo's arm, Lei Bao's body was casually thrown on the deck. Damn, Lin Nuo is so ruthless that he even killed this guy. The dignified Marine Admiral is a substitute for Lei Bao, and he can kill as soon as he wants. Lin Nuo's combat power at the moment is only slightly worse than the Captain Rocks. A troublesome guy, we can only kill him directly. Lin Nuo nodded and said lightly, without the slightest fluctuation in tone, as if talking about another trivial matter. Could this guy be Marine Admiral's alternate Thunder Leopard? Many pirate crew members looked at the corpse thrown by Lin Nuo on the deck with doubts in their eyes. Snap. When Shiki heard this, he was shocked. As expected, Lin Nuo really killed Lei. This guy is. The corpse looks like I've seen it before. Shiki frowned, pointed at the corpse on the deck, and said solemnly. Good, Marine Admiral's substitute, Lei Bao. Advertisement Chapter 154 World Government Background, Mysterious Man. Newgate, Shiki, Lin, Kaido, The four stared at the dead body on the deck without a doubt, their eyes flickered, and their hearts were shocked. Huh? Don't you believe it? Seeing that everyone was silent, Lin Nuo stretched out his legs and turned Lei Bao's face. Seeing this scene, Newgate and Shiki couldn't help but twitch their mouths. Good guy. This is pretending to be. At any rate, he was a Marine Admiral's alternate before he was alive, and his combat power was no less than Admiral's existence, so it's fine to kill him, but he was kicked by you a few times after he died. This is not a dead body. As expected, he is Lin Nuo kid. Marine Admiral and the others haven't killed him yet. Lin Nuo is pretending to be X in front of him, isn't it a little too much? Everyone was silent for a while, already stunned by Lin Nuo's actions, swallowing and spitting. Although they knew about Lin Nuo's terrifying combat power, it was the first time they had seen Marine Admiral's body after being a pirate for so many years. This is also the first Marine Admiral to kill besides Rocks. Although the position is slightly different than that of Dark Dragon and Broken Tiger, he is always Admiral's candidate. Ha 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 ha. Lin Nuo did a good job. You don't want to be thrown away by Lin Nuo, you have to work harder. Rocks opened his arms slightly, with his palms facing the sky, and laughed heartily, changing his indifferent majesty, showing his true arrogance. Walking in front of Lin 443, he patted his shoulder twice, and nodded with a smile on his face. Then he turned to Newgate. Shiki explained a few times, and stepped into the cabin alone. Rocks didn't take a second look at the Li Bao corpse under his feet. With the departure of Rocks, the atmosphere on the ship became much more relaxed, as all the pirates looked at the faces of the corpses on the ground. As expected of Lin Nuo's cadre, even Marine Admiral's alternate, Lei Bao, was directly killed. The dignified Marine Admiral's substitute Lei Bao, whose strength is also the world's top powerhouse. Who said no, but he seriously underestimated the powerful strength of Lin Nuo's cadres. At the top of the battle, one person severely injured 5 elders and killed Marine Admiral's alternate Lei Bao. The strength of Lin Nuo's cadres is simply a bottomless pit. Seeing the Rocks leave, the scene suddenly became a burst of cheers, and the crew members were all in high spirits, and they admired Lin Nuo a little more. Lin Nuo cadre is mighty, Lin Nuo cadre, invincible. Advertisement. All the crew shouted loudly. Lin Nuo's name resounded through the sky. Okay, take control of the hull now, CBEB, it's time to speed up. With a smile on his face, Lin Nuo waved his hand and said. The next step is to return to New World, the base camp of Hive Island. Hearing this, the crew members headed towards the control room and entered their posts. With a big wave of Lin Nuo's hand, a terrifying invisible repulsion force was launched, converging on the metal propulsion tube at the stern of the ship. Boom! The compressed repulsive force impacts the jet, producing a huge thrust, and the entire pirate ship makes a whoosh, and its speed instantly soars several times. Driven by the repulsive impact, the pirate ship crossed the sky and went away through the wind. Lin Nuo returned to the cabin along with Shiki, Newgate, Lin, and Kaido. As soon as he sat down, he picked up the wine jar, grabbed the meat, and stuffed it hard. One after another of the battles, although he was not injured, his stomach was already screaming with hunger. Boy Lin Nuo, it's just killing an admiral, why are you so hungry? The corners of Shiki's mouth curled up, he picked his nostrils, and said in a playful tone. Get out! Don't disturb my eating, and don't affect the appetite of labor and capital. Lin Nuo didn't turn his head, a black line appeared on his forehead, and kicked Shiki out while cursing. Plop! Shiki fell and ate shit, and his anger rose extremely. It's not over, Lin Nuo. Lin Nuo snorted coldly, then ignored it, picked up a large piece of meat and gnawed it. A long time. Everyone was silent for a long time, no one spoke, and finally it was Shiki who broke the silence in the room. Advertisement, Captain. Now that the 5 elders are all in Naval Headquarters Marineford, why don't we take the opportunity and go to the Holy Land Mariajoy to make a fuss? At this time, Shiki's eyes showed madness, gradually revealing his inner ambition. In this incident, Shiki had this crazy idea, and he also tipped Rocks about this crazy plan. However, Rocks at that time did not respond to Shiki, but was going to wait until Lin Nuo came back to explain in detail. Now that Lin Nuo has returned to the pirate ship, Shiki can't wait to know the answer to the question. Yes, as the Shiki cadre said, now is a good time to go to the Holy Land Mariajoy. Without the guards of the 5 elders, the Holy Land is just a shell. Who can stop our Rocks pirates? Kaido, who has been silent from beginning to end, fully agrees with Shiki's bold idea. Even if he was injured right now, it still couldn't stop the warlike nature in his heart. And as Shiki said, the Holy Land of Mariajoy is not guarded by the 5 elders. Even the strongest shield of CPO in the Holy Land can hardly resist the Rocks pirates. Instead of expressing their thoughts, Newgate and Charlotte Lin turned to Rocks, seemingly waiting for his answer. The same is true for Lin Nuo, saying that he picked up the wine in the glass, remained silent, and looked at Rocks from time to time. Ha ha ha. Do you know about world government? Or have you been to the depths of the Holy Land Mariajoy? Rocks sneered, put down the jug in his hand, and glanced at everyone. The facade of the world government is marine, which is only an external force after all. Doesn't the world government, which has lasted for more than 800 years, not have its own heritage? As for the field marshal and the admiral level CPO, why are these strong people so unknown in the sea? Our surprise attack on naval headquarters has been known by 5 elders and others. Why did 5 elders dare to leave the Holy Land Mariajoy without fear that we will turn around and raid the Holy Land Mariajoy? Rocks immediately put a series of questions in front of them, allowing them to ponder for themselves. Lin Nuo looked at the awakened Shiki, Kaido, Lin, and Newgate, and shook his head secretly. The victory of the surprise attack on naval headquarters made the victory dazzled. Fortunately, Rock's words woke them up. To be honest, the world government is just a cover on the surface, and the one who really controls the world is hiding behind the scenes. Even the ancestors of the celestial dragons are just subordinates who assist that mysterious person. Chapter 155 Haki Ascension. Returned to New World during the 800-year reign, only the 5 elders in the CP organization were exposed to the eyes of the masses on the sea. Led Newgate, Shiki, Lin and Kaido preconceived that this is the full power of world government. Little did they know that in the depths of the holy land of Mariajoy, there is a mysterious existence hidden, known as the King of the World. This is the world government, the real ruler. When everyone came to their senses, Lin Nuo's eyes flickered slightly, and he remained silent thoughtfully. It seems that Rocks knows a lot of things. These things would have slowly surfaced in the next 40 years, and Monkey D. Luffy, known as the inheritor of Joey Boye's will. Rocks also seems to know some secrets hidden in the history text, or he has been to Raftel in Legendary. In this way, Rocks already knew that there was a mysterious existence hidden deep in the holy land of Mariajoy. The reason why Rocks didn't tell these things is purely to prevent things from changing. If the horrible guy who hides the holy land knows, they will definitely wipe out the Rocks pirates without any hesitation. Don't think that the Rocks pirates have the strength no less than naval headquarters at this time, but in front of that person, they are simply bigger ants, that's all. As the words stopped, Lin Nuo, Shiki, Newgate and the others went back to their own rooms to rest after drinking and talking happily. In the room, Lin Nuo sat cross-legged on the bed. Before resting, he was going to receive all the 2 system tasks. I have been busy fighting before, so I have no time to claim it, so I can only wait until everything is over. Immediately Lin Nuo closed his eyes and entered the empty space of the system. System. Receive rewards. The next moment, there was a ding, and the system's notification sounded. Ding. Congratulations to host for injuring 5 elders and completing the task. Rewarded. Top physique. Rewarded. Top observation hockey. Rewarded. Top armament hockey. As the system's notification tone fell, a warm current poured into Lin Nuo's body instantly. Walking among the limbs and bones, strengthening various abilities of the body, at the same time, a touch of coolness flowed into his mind, and he immediately felt that the spiritual platform was clear. Advertisement. After a while, as the warm current in Kingming dissipated, Lin Nuo felt that his combat power was several times stronger than before. Lin Nuo clenched his fists and mobilized various abilities to operate. After feeling it carefully, a smile appeared on his face. The top physique, according to the information from the system feedback, is comparable to Kaido's constitution at its peak. In addition to the vast and majestic vitality and physical strength, there is also a pure and rich vitality. The self-healing ability of the body and the recovery speed of physical strength are not much stronger than those with zone fruit ability to activate the awakening. Such a powerful constitution can be called the Shaoqiang of immune to death, but compared with Kaido, who has the form of Eudemon's Yu Azure Dragon, it is still slightly inferior. Who is called Mr. Kaido? Not only rough skin but also thick flesh, has monster-like resilience. Lin Nuo cleared his mind and continued to feel the 2-color haki. Just when Lin Nuo released a trace of his own haki. In another room, Rocks, who closed his eyes and meditated, suddenly opened his eyes. In Shen Yuan's eyes, 2 sharp eyes flashed. Rocks could sense even the slightest breath. After all, Rocks also has the top-level observation haki, so you can tell it naturally. Top haki? Lin Nuo, the growth rate is beyond my expectation. Rocks smiled at the corner of his mouth, and after muttering softly, he closed his eyes again. I have to admit that even he was shocked by the speed at which Lin Nuo's strength improved. Ha 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 ha. Is this what a top 2-tone haki feels like? Lin Nuo laughed heartily, with a gleam in his eyes. Now that Lin Nuo's strength has skyrocketed, the first thing that comes to mind is Rocks. His current strength. It stands to reason that the existence of Rocks should have been approaching. Top strength 2-color haki, already on par with the Rocks, except for the last Conqueror's haki. But Lin Nuo will not underestimate himself. From the beginning to the end, the Rocks never showed their full strength. Advertisement and whether Rocks has the Devil Fruit ability, these are still unknown, but the possibility of this conjecture is very high. Asking for flowers. After adapting to his powerful strength, Lin Nuo came back to his senses, and the system's notification sounded again. Ding! Congratulations to host for killing Marine Admirals Alternate Libao. You have achieved the first Admiral kill. Facing the siege of Marine Admiral Kizaru and Fujitora, the released Conquerors, even Marine Vice Admiral couldn't keep awake under the top Conqueror's haki, which shows how strong it is. I'll go. This must be too awesome. It won't be long before it has appeared in New World, and it is not far from the base of the Rocks Pirates, the Hive Island. In the movie version of One Piece, the red-haired Shanks reveals his powerful and terrifying combat power for the first time, and in launching the top Conquerors, he cuts off all knowledge and perception. Even Katakuri, who can briefly foresee the future, is completely cut off under the red-haired terrifying Conquerors. The Hive Island came into everyone's sight, getting bigger and bigger, approaching at hand. Could it be that the last Wisdom Killer, like the future 4 Emperors Shanks, has the perception of cutting off all observation haki? High in the sky, The pirate ship was sailing at a faster speed than before, and the blue sky was like a shooting star passing by. In the sea area of the Rocks pirates, the frontmost line of defense, the two pirate ships that were waiting before, had already returned to the Hive Island after receiving the notification from other cadres. Top Conqueror's Haki. Lin Nuo was taken aback for a moment, and it took him a while to react. The corners of his mouth were slightly raised, revealing a smile. Whatever you want, now Conqueror's Haki has been promoted to the top level, which is not bad compared to Rocks. After distributing all rewards, the system fell silent again. The many crew members behind them were all radiant with pride and smiles on their faces. Congratulations on getting the reward. Top Conqueror's Haki, Knowledge Kill. Rocks, Lin Nuo, Newgate, Shiki, Lin and Kaido stood in front of the plywood, facing the wind. Zero in the end, the speed of the ship slowed down and stopped in the sky above the Hive Island. Chapter 156. Arrive at the Hive Island and find out the inner ghost. Under the control of Shiki's lion fruit ability, the entire ship slowly landed. On the coast of Beehive Island, the crew of the densely packed Rocks pirate group gathered here, looking at the endless sea. The cadres Silver Axe, John, Ochaku, Mr. 5 and others have already received the news and are waiting here, waiting for the return of the Rocks group. Hee ha. Let me just say, the public execution of celestial dragons is just a cover to force those guys from naval headquarters to take action. Look, I really guessed it right. This move made the tiger leave the mountain, and the captain directly stabbed Marineford, Marine's lair. Ah ha. On the shore, John folded his arms around his chest, his insolent laughter echoed, and his wretched face was full of complacency. Although John is greedy for money and sometimes does not, 240, he is quite shrewd. Of course, this is just watching a cow appearing in the sky and walking. Snort, John, you will only brag behind the scenes. As John's old enemy, Mr. 5 snorted coldly and said with disgust on his face. Silver Axe and Ochaku glanced at John, and there was also a look of disgust in their eyes. Assault on naval headquarters? Just thinking about it makes my blood boil. Captain Rocks is really such a crazy plan, he didn't bring his own cadres. Ochaku withdrew his contemptuous gaze, and a look of pity appeared on his face. Marking the naval headquarters Marineford is an extremely honorable thing for pirates like them, and they have long thought about the resentment towards Marine. Wake up, with your strength, if you go, it will only drag the captain's hind legs. John jumped at the opportunity and took the opportunity directly, and yelled at Ochaku. In front of so many crew members of the Rocks pirates, it made Ochaku feel a little embarrassed to directly tell the truth. John, you. Ochaku's face turned red immediately, and he was speechless after being stunned by John, and immediately wanted to curse. However, the next moment the sound stopped. Advertisement. Although Ochaku was angry, what John said was unreasonable, and he also deeply realized that his combat power was indeed inferior to Lin Nuo, Newgate, Shiki and others. For the surprise attack on naval headquarters, the Rocks naturally arranged for Newgate and the others, and they have nothing to say about this. Mr. 5, who was standing aside, seemed to feel uneasy after hearing Ochaku's complaint. The only thing that is calm is Silver Axe, who has always been calm. He was also the first to follow Rocks, but he is also well aware of his own combat power. Among all the cadres, the strength is not in the forefront. Look. There's something in the sky. Suddenly, in the crowd, many crew members noticed it at a glance, staring at the sky and shouting. Ha. Captain Lin Nuo's pirate ship, Captain Rocks and the others are back. Hearing this, Silver Axe quickly raised his head to look up. Observation Haki was also activated at the same time, confirming that in the sky, those powerful auras and thick voices rang in everyone's ears. Amidst a burst of loud exclamations, a luxurious pirate ship landed slowly and docked at the port on the coast. Rocks, Shiki, Newgate and others, as well as a group of crew members behind them, stepped off the ship one after another. The calm and serious Silver Axe had a smile on his face when he saw Rocks and the others. Captain. Just as Silver Axe was about to go forward, before he could speak, Ochaku rushed over with excitement on his face, thinking that he couldn't wait to know the situation of the surprise attack on naval headquarters. However, Rocks raised his hand abruptly and scanned around with a serious expression. The scene was completely quiet in an instant. Silver Axe stopped in his footsteps. Ochaku stopped abruptly at this time. John, Mr. 5, Shaki and others also showed serious expressions. At this time, an order came down impressively. Shiki, take down Mr. 5. The simple 6 words carried a terrifying murderous aura. Shiki's body was startled, and he quickly killed Mr. 5. The faces of Silver Axe and the others sank, although they didn't know what happened, but this was the order of Captain Rocks. I had no choice but to stand on the sidelines, with a serious look in my eyes. On the other hand, Mr. 5 was frightened by the order issued by Rocks. Captain, what are you doing? Advertisement. Mr. 5 paled in shock, his voice full of panic and fear. What's going on? Did that guy get caught by Rocks? Damn it, could it be that he was exposed like this? Boom. However, Shiki responded with a heavy blow. Among the group of cadres and others, Mr. 5 is standing at the front in terms of combat power, only slightly inferior to Shiki. Panicked, before he could react, he was instantly punched firmly into the ground. Cracks instantly appeared on the floor, and Mr. 5's figure was trapped in it. Shiki, what are you doing? Let me go. Regardless of the pain in his body, Mr. 5 struggled violently, trying to get rid of the struggle, but Shiki stuck his neck hard and pressed against the sunken floor, unable to move. Captain, what do you mean? Mr. Five's figure was completely controlled by Shiki, and he was escorted in front of Rocks, shouting in horror. Rocks, Newgate, watched indifferently, while John, Ochaku and others watched coldly, but were puzzled deep in their hearts. Ha 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 ha. What do you mean? You should know this guy. A sneer sounded. 5.7. Lin Nuo jumped off the boat, and threw the corpse in his hand directly beside Mr. Five. This is obviously the captain-level corpse who tipped Mr. Five and worked hand in hand with him. Mr. Five couldn't help but thumped in his heart, as if falling into an abyss, boundless fear struck. At this moment, he finally understood all this. The secret he tipped Marine had been known by Rocks. Rocks stretched out his palm, grabbed Mr. Five by the neck, and lifted him up directly. Under the powerful force, Mr. Five's face turned extremely red, and a sense of suffocation flooded his brain instantly. Boat. Captain. Mr. Five's body struggled instinctively, with an expression of extreme fear. From Rock's eyes, he saw the cold killing intent, as if he was like a ferocious beast in the abyss, trying to eat him to the brim. Chapter 157 Killing the Inner Ghost Cadre. Mr. Five. The faces of Silver Axe, John, Ochaku and others who didn't know anything were full of surprise and incomprehension. Although they don't know what's going on, but looking at this posture, Captain Rocks intends to kill Mr. Five. At this time, Rocks grabs Mr. Five's hand and is gradually covered by armament hockey. Eat things that are grilled inside and out, thinking that you are hiding well? This operation to divert the tiger away from the mountain, in addition to the surprise attack on naval headquarters, is also to draw out you who are hidden inside. In the eyes of Rocks, apart from the coldness, there was an abyss-like killing intent. His other hand reached into Mr. Five's body to explore, and he directly pulled out several phone bugs. This is Silver Axe, John, Ochaku and others. Rocks found a few phone bugs from Mr. Five, and his face suddenly sank. Among these phone bugs, one is particularly exquisite and small, and on the shell of this phone bug, there is a logo belonging to Marine printed on it. This is a special phone bug inside Marine, but it appears on the cadre Mr. Five. There is no doubt that the mystery of the matter has been clarified. 21. Only then did everyone realize that Mr. Five is Marine's ghost. Among the cadres, the person who is only slightly weaker than Shiki, who usually looks low-key and never shows off, dares to do this. Mr. Five never expected that he had already been discovered by Rocks before he knew it. Boat. Long. Let me go. Under Rocks' chokehold, he couldn't move at all, he could only struggle in despair, begging for mercy in a voice like an ant. Ever since he realized that there was an insider inside the Rocks pirate group, and this person was hiding among the cadres, Rocks began to make secret arrangements at that time. While implementing his own plan, the inner ghost gradually surfaced. How dare you do something treacherous? Is it useful to beg for mercy? The killing intent in Rock's eyes bloomed. Armament hockey was completely covered with his right hand, and he exerted force directly and fiercely. Crack. The sound of bones breaking in the neck sounded. Mr. Five stared out his eyes, the begging for mercy stopped abruptly, and his head fell vertically. The cadre Mr. Five died, and Marine's inner ghost was completely wiped out. Advertisement. The crew members of the fleet who followed Mr. Five were checked one by one, and even the pirates who colluded with Marine like Mr. Five were killed. After Silver Axe and the others learned the truth, their expressions were calm and there was no disturbance. Now that he has become Marine's inner ghost, he will bear the price of death. Even if the whole person has followed Rocks for many years, for Rocks has always been ruthless, these cannot be forgiven. Lin Nuo, Shiki, and Newgate stood aside, watching this scene quietly. Rocks threw it away, thoroughly cooled Mr. Five's body, and shouted loudly with a smile on his face. Okay, this matter is over, little ones, let's have a banquet. Whoa whoa. Then, walking towards the skeleton castle, Silver Axe and others quickly followed. Lin Nuo walked to the end, and after ordering the crew to dispose of Mr. Five's body, his figure disappeared in front of everyone in an instant. The pirates present witnessed this scene with their own eyes, and their hearts trembled. After the Rocks yelled, they finally came to their senses, and they didn't disturb the joy of the banquet because of Mr. Five. Wow. Folks, have a party, bah, it's still a cadre of our Rocks pirates, who dared to betray the pirates and pass the information to those Marines. HMPH, brothers, let's chop this damn B********* D into mincemeat together. Hold a grand banquet to celebrate Captain Rocks and their triumphant return. The pirates were divided into two waves, one side was dealing with the corpse of Mr. Five, and the other side was arranging a grand banquet. But there are also concerns. Among these common crew members, there are still many Marine insiders. They witnessed Mr. Five's fate at this moment, and they couldn't help feeling worried. I am afraid that one day, the identity of the inner ghost will be exposed, and he will end up in the same fate as Mr. Five. But they don't know that this is nothing but pure unfounded worry. Rocks also knows that there are still many insiders among the crew, but what he wants to get rid of are only the top insiders. As for the inner ghosts below, it's not a big deal in his eyes that they can't make much trouble. Advertisement. Under the actions of a group of crew members, the entire Rocks pirate group opened a grand banquet. Rocks, Lin Nuo and other cadres sat on the high platform outside the skeleton castle. Rocks raised his glass with a smile, and it could be seen that he was extremely satisfied with the result of this operation. Dry. Newgate raised the big wine jar in his hand, and at the same time, the cadres raised their heads to drink. Captain, this surprise attack on naval headquarters, what exactly happened? According to the news, even the 5 elders were dispatched. Jia ha 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 ha. At the banquet, Golden Lion Shiki narrated all the battles at naval headquarters. Ochaku, Silver Axe, John and other cadres, as well as the crew below, all eyes focused on Shiki. Then let me tell the story. Rocks nodded slightly, and subconsciously looked at Shiki. This godlike progress speed is simply unimaginable and terrifying. Too strong. As expected of Captain Rocks. Naturally, the first to bear the brunt is the proud record of the Rocks. Silver Axe and other cadres and crew members were all shocked. Ochaku couldn't help the curiosity in his heart, and asked Rocks. The crew members below were stunned when they heard it. In everyone's mind, even the picture was imagined, and the wine and meat in their hands suddenly tasted bad. Silver Axe, John, Ochaku and the others were all stunned and shocked in place. Is this guy Lin Nuo already the combat power of the world's top powerhouse? Even the 5 elders and others were unable to defeat them, and even beat one of the 5 elders seriously. Isn't that because Lin Nuo's strength is now stronger than Nugate's? He was only close to defeating the Marine Admiral Dan Hu. How long had passed, and his strength had advanced to another level. Nugate, Kaido, and Lin drank their wine calmly. After talking about the strongest Rocks, Shiki changed the topic and glanced at Lin Nuo. Shiki took the words, and the high-pitched voice resounded through the audience. Jia ha ha ha. And of course Lin Nuo's record. Chapter 158 Pervert Training, Roger's Worries. Instead, Silver Axe, John, Ochaku and other cadres turned their attention to Lin Nuo. What a monster. John was amazed, and subconsciously muttered to himself, setting off a storm in his heart. Similarly, the cadres and crew present were completely shocked by the terrifying strength displayed by Lin Nuo. Well, Shiki this guy. Hearing this, Lin Nuo couldn't help twitching the corners of his mouth, and glared at Shiki, which made him almost finished. It seemed a bit embarrassing to see that everyone turned their attention to labor and capital. Feeling Lin Nuo's gaze on Shiki, John grinned. Come on, Lin Nuo cadres drink. Lin Nuo's combat power is too terrifying. Recalling the scene when he first joined the Rocks Pirates, it seems that not long has passed. What a pervert monster. Labor management should not mess with him in the future. Labor management can't afford to mess with this monster. Ochaku was extremely confused, and glanced at Lin Nuo with complicated eyes. At this moment, he finally understands that even though he is working hard to improve his strength, in the eyes of Lin Nuo, he is still a defeated opponent, and it is impossible to surpass Lin Nuo. Lin Nuo, how did you cultivate? The always calm Silver Axe put down the wineglass in his hand and couldn't help asking. Although he knows that the cultivation methods of the strong are all kept secret. Even Nugate, Shiki, John and other cadres immediately pricked up their ears. For them, it can be described as extremely precious. Wake up at 4 o'clock in the morning, practice physical skills, practice swordsmanship at noon, practice hockey in the afternoon, and practice fruit abilities in the evening. Lin Nuo was stunned for a moment. Of course, he couldn't say that labor and capital had just opened the door, so he said lightly. Silver Axe, Ochaku and others, after hearing Lin Nuo's narration, the corners of their mouths couldn't help twitching, and they cursed inwardly. Grass. Grass, no wonder he is so powerful, except for going out to perform tasks. Love you 24 hours a day, except for sleeping, the rest is cultivation. You're really a cultivator, forget it, labor and management can't compare to you as a pervert. Advertisement, hey, what's your expression? I want to become stronger, just practice. Lin Nuo looked at the group of cadres with contempt on his face, and even in Shiki's gaze, Lin Nuo felt that he was scolding himself. Hearing Lin Nuo's words, Silver Axe and the others shook their heads and smiled wryly, feeling helpless in their hearts. They can't compare to Lin Nuo, a cultivator madman. If they have nothing to do, drink some wine, and go to other islands to collect protection fees, suppressing surprises, life is more interesting. If they follow Lin Nuo to practice like this, they must not go crazy directly.
Lin Nuo looked helpless, and could only continue to drink the erguodu he took out from the inventory alone, while lighting a stick.
However, what Lin Nuo said is indeed true, except that Rocks, Shiki, and Nugate have something to look for him, and Lin Nuo spends the rest of his time practicing hard except for sleeping. Especially for the development of fruit ability, he paid great attention to it. Of course, half of the credit is directly due to the system. Rocks, on the other hand, had a look of surprise on his face when he heard these words. This kid Lin Nuo is not only extremely talented, but also so crazy in cultivation. Just as the Rocks Pirates were holding a celebration banquet. Roger, Rayleigh, Jabba, Bullet and others stood at the front of the deck, relying on binoculars to observe the movement of the Rocks Pirates station in the headquarters of the Hive Island. Besides them, there was another figure, dressed in red all over, with a blood-red cloak on the back, and leaning on a slender umbrella. Beloric Redfield, known as the Lonely Red in the future. But at this time, he looks much younger, and his strength has not yet reached its peak. Beloric, I didn't expect you to come too. With his hands on his hips, Roger said boldly. The movement this time is like a tsunami in the ocean. Naturally come to join in the fun. The corners of Beloric's mouth curled up, and the smile on his face was rather weird. You really dared to come here. It's not far from the Hive Island, so you're not afraid of them coming to hunt you down? Advertisement Rayleigh stood aside, teasing in a playful tone. Before, it was just a lack of strength that forced us to leave New World.
Beloric snorted coldly, and said in reply. He just entered New World a few years ago, and his strength has not yet grown, so he directly provoked the Rocks pirates, and was finally hunted down by the Rocks pirates, so he had to leave New World.
This made many pirates not know him. Beloric was very upset about this. Captain Roger, come and see, the latest information is really shocking. At this time, a crew member trotted, came to Roger, and said with a look of horror. It's the information from Naval Headquarters, don't worry, speak slowly. Rayleigh frowned slightly and patted the crewman on the shoulder. Roger and Beloric frowned at the same time, waiting for the latest information. They are standing here, waiting for the latest situation of the Rocks pirates raiding Naval Headquarters. This is horrible. The crew members who received the information were still immersed in horror at this time, and their speech became slurred. Roger, Jabba, Bullet, seeing this situation, couldn't help feeling uneasy. Things may have gone beyond their expectations. Don't talk nonsense, get straight to the point. It was Beloric, a little impatient, who didn't care about Roger and the others beside him, and said. Yes, Rocks led Lin Nuo, Newgate, Shiki and others to beat Naval Headquarters to pieces. Even though 5 elders made a shot, they were defeated by Rocks and others, and even the 2 5 elders were severely injured and unconscious, and the other 3 received varying degrees of victimization.
There is also the Field Marshal who was sent to guard Naval Headquarters, a CPO known as the Strongest Shield, who died in this summit war.
The crew member trembled, broke out in a cold sweat, and told all the important news about Naval Headquarters. Then the situation of Naval Headquarters broke out at this time, and everyone present couldn't help but look shocked. Even if the 5 old men who hold the highest power in the world take action, the battle cannot be reversed. Even beaten to death by Rocks et al. Chapter 159 Roger's determination to destroy the Rocks pirates. Jabba, Bullet, their bodies couldn't help shaking, and they froze in place. The most powerful person in the world government, 5 elders and others took action. Is the situation so dire? Rocks and his party, this surprise attack on Naval Headquarters, can be described as a big victory. Not only was Naval Headquarters smashed into ruins, even the strong admiral fell directly. The face of the world government and marine disappeared instantly. This kind of battle situation is completely different from what they expected. No way, 5 elders and others all have the world's top combat power, plus 2 admiral-level powerhouses, set their positions. Is Rocks and that Lin Nuo really so terrifying? Beloric's pupils shrank. He had investigated the overall combat strength of the Rocks pirate group, except for the Captain Rocks. Even if Newgate, Shiki, Lin Nuo possess top combat power, 5 elders and other world government powerhouses, it is impossible for them to be beaten by the Rocks and his group with heavy casualties. In addition, Lin Nuo has an existence second only to Rocks, so it's not that even the world government can't resist. It was hard for Beloric to believe that Lin Nuo and Rocks were so powerful that they were unfathomable. Even the 5 elders lost. A cold gleam flashed in Rayleigh's eyes. Under normal circumstances, with 7 top fighters, it would not be so badly beaten. There must be something in the middle, a variable they don't know. Sure enough, after the crew member finished speaking, the horror of Rocks and Lin Nuo's record, the shoulders of Roger and others were like invisible jacks, pressing on them. Huh. Lin Nuo is a monster. Roger exhaled, brows furrowed and said. It's only been a few months since we met last time, and he still remembers it fresh. At that time, he saw the terrifying potential of Lin Nuo, the guy who could defeat Rayleigh. Although Rayleigh was carelessly calculated by Lin Nuo at the time, it was enough to reflect Lin Nuo's own difficulty. At the same time, at that time, he sent an invitation to Lin Nuo to join the Roger Pirates. Advertisement. It's a pity that Lin Nuo ruthlessly rejected him, but he didn't feel sorry at the time. But now, Roger felt remorse in his heart. In just a few months, Lin Nuo's combat power has grown to such a degree. This is no longer measured by genius, this is simply a monster no less than Rocks. Rayleigh's face was gloomy. Apart from shock, he was more angry. He already felt that Lin Nuo's combat power had completely surpassed him. Bullet on the side was also silent. Facing Lin Nuo's terrifying strength, he simply felt powerless, and there was a feeling that he could not climb the mountain and stood in front of him. Bullet was already a fighting maniac. After hearing Lin Nuo's name, he developed a strong fighting spirit and wanted to challenge Lin Nuo. However, Lin Nuo's terrifying successes one after another, as well as his rapid growth rate, have completely left him far behind, and a sense of powerlessness flooded his mind instantly. Rocks, Lin Nuo? Hope the future won't let me down. It seems to continue to get stronger. Beloric came back to his senses, and while frowning, he muttered to himself. Roger, there will be a time later. Then, after leaving a word, his figure disappeared from everyone's sight in a flash. Only by becoming stronger and improving one's own strength can the Rocks pirates be completely defeated. Beloric's departure did not affect Roger and the others. After all, the two sides did not have much contact, and Beloric has always been a loner. The Lin Nuo guy has grown, even the Newgate guy is a little bit behind, and they have the Rocks behind them who are as strong as the abyss. Jabba said in a deep voice, with a look of extreme fear, CBCE, in his eyes. In this sea area, Rocks and Lin Nuo are probably unrivaled. The current balance of power has Rayleigh worried. In the Rocks pirate group, Newgate, Shiki, and other cadres have not been counted. Rocks and Lin Nuo's terrifying combat power alone can sweep them away. Advertisement: the current Rocks pirates are already the strongest force on the surface. Even if the entire naval headquarters attack, the Rocks pirates are not afraid at all, and perhaps the situation will end in Marine's failure. At this time, Roger, who had been silent all this time, laughed loudly and said, "Ha ha 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 ha. This is the time to test our Roger pirates. Jabba is right, but before practicing, it is still necessary to cooperate with Marine, and this matter must be confirmed." Half a day later, "Roger, you guys, you're still so optimistic." Faced with such a situation, only Roger can laugh heartlessly in such a critical moment. Jabba is aware of the gap, and only by practicing hard can he not be separated by the guys in the Rocks pirate group. "Okay, it's time for us to leave, and we should work hard to practice, not to be compared to those guys from the Rocks pirates." Roger laughed loudly, in his boundless and heroic aura, faintly revealing the majesty of the king. These are not what they want to see, which affects Roger's ultimate dream. At this time, Sengoku, Garp and others have rushed back to naval headquarters with the large marine fleet. With the efforts of a large number of marine soldiers, the ruins were gradually cleaned up. Rayleigh, Jabba, and Bullet glanced at each other and followed. At that time, the entire sea will set off a destructive riot in history. Rayleigh was stunned for a moment, covering his forehead with his hands, and said helplessly with a pale face, "It is our honor to meet such a strong enemy, otherwise it would be too boring. And Rocks has great ambitions. If he launches an attack on the world government, it will be dangerous at that time." Naval headquarters, Marineford, under intense repair. Roger glanced at the black spots on the distant sea area, made up his mind, turned and walked towards the cabin. The power of the Rocks pirates is clearly unstoppable. That is to cooperate with Marine to completely wipe out the Rocks pirate group. Chapter 160 Casualties. Making plans in the temporary office of Marineford Back Island, 5 elders, Kong, 2 marine admirals, Sengoku and others, filled the seats on the conference table. Bang! Kong hung up the phone bug and cracked the table with his palm. Kong's face was as gloomy as water, extremely ugly, extremely ugly. Just now, the Rocks pirate group, the hidden marine undercover, reported the news that the cadre Mr. 5 was sent by Rocks. This is undoubtedly worse for Kong. Mr. 5 is the only cadre-level insider in the Rocks pirate group. At the beginning, Kong paid a lot of money to buy Mr. 5. Now that Mr. 5 is dead, Kong will lose the secret information inside the top management of the Rocks pirates. "Kong, what's going on?" Among the 5 elders, the 3 elders with minor injuries, their upper bodies wrapped in bandages, said with frowning. Obviously, they knew that Kong's involvement in the Rocks pirates might have been exposed. "Your Excellency 5 elders, the cadre-level undercover I planted in the Rocks pirate group has been exposed and has been wiped out by Rocks." Kong sighed and said in a deep voice. This is the first time he feels how small the so-called hope is. The 3 old men had something to say, but after thinking about it again and again, they didn't speak, they just kept silent and closed their eyes to rest their minds. Even Sengoku, Garp, Zephyr, and Crane couldn't help feeling down. Those present here, the 5 elders with the highest authority in the world government, the top general of the Marines, faced the Rocks pirates at this time, and their faces were extremely ugly. And from now on, in the secret information of the high-level Rocks pirates, they will no longer get secret information from the enemy. Once the intelligence opportunity is lost, facing the Rocks pirates, there is no foresight plan for combat deployment. Rocks and his party surprised naval headquarters, causing huge casualties and property destruction. Advertisement: even this information was known in advance. If it weren't for the last information, the current naval headquarters would have sunk into the sea and completely disappeared in the world map. Even so, naval headquarters still cannot escape being destroyed. Fortunately, the target of the Rocks pirates is naval headquarters. If Rocks chooses the Holy Land of Mariajoy, the situation will become more serious. At this time, the source of secret information has been lost. Who can guarantee whether there will be a next time? If Rocks really chooses the Holy Land Mariajoy next time, how will he get the information first? Now world government and naval headquarters become passive instantly. All the people present except Garp knew the reason and fell into a long silence. "Marshal, Your Excellency 5 elders, the actions of the Rocks pirates have completely touched all bottom lines. Now that naval headquarters has been reduced to ruins, and Senior Liebao sacrificed, he must make a devastating counterattack against the Rocks pirates. The extremely arrogant and vicious pirates cannot be allowed to run free, and Marine's justice must not be trampled on." The young Zephyr's sense of justice was overwhelming, and the ferocious behavior of Rocks and others made his sense of justice blaze. Sengoku on the side lowered his eyes and agreed with Zephyr's words very much, but felt that this matter should be absolutely cautious, and it is best to think about it in the long run. After all, naval headquarters can't afford it at this moment. However, Sengoku did not speak, he was waiting for his superior to speak. After all, in the entire conference room, their military rank and government are the lowest, and they may not even have the right to speak. Master 5 elders, the danger of the Rocks pirate group must be well known to the adults. If you continue to let it go, it will definitely be a catastrophe for the sea, and the future will be unimaginable. I suggest that at all costs, the Rocks pirate group must be completely disappeared in the sea. Under Kong's dignified gaze, he said in a deep voice. When Kong opened his mouth, everyone's attention was immediately focused on him. Sengoku, Garp, Zephyr, Crane, the new generation of marine stars, their eyes lit up, as if they saw hope. Dinhu, Minglong, and the two admirals were silent, their eyes flickering non-stop. Asking for flowers. The three old men looked at each other with expressionless faces and listened quietly. Advertisement, Rocks and Lin Nuo's fighting power, everyone must have known, if you add Shiki and Newgate and other cadres. It is obviously not enough to completely eliminate the Rocks pirate group with Marine's high-level combat power. Master Lao Xing, please help Marine if you add the governments. Before Kong could finish speaking, he was suddenly interrupted by a voice. All right. This time you have been tricked by the Rocks, leaving naval headquarters empty. At this time, the old man in the suit and the long beard nodded slightly. Now the Rocks pirates are famous and have an unstoppable trend. I know what you're thinking. Naval headquarters is just the facade of world government, please pay attention. Seeing the five elders blocking him, Kong couldn't help but heaved a deep sigh inwardly. It seemed that his plan would not work. What he is concerned about at the moment is the changes in the sea. If the Marine and world government do not counterattack in time, they will not be able to suppress the lawless people in the sea, and even the countries that joined the world government will experience great turmoil. The headed old man with glasses said calmly with a calm expression on his face. Forcing the world government to take action. As five elders interrupted Kong's words, all the generals in the meeting also bowed their heads and remained silent. The old man in the suit uttered a soft drink, interrupting Kong's words. The failure of the naval headquarters and the world government is a foregone conclusion, and now they must come up with a sophisticated plan against the Rocks pirate group, and completely wipe out Rocks and the guys under his command. The face of the old man with glasses was extremely solemn, and the glasses stared at Marshal Kong. 0. We have our own measure in this matter. Sengoku pondered for a moment, then asked in a low voice. But the danger of the Rocks pirates, we know, we need a sophisticated plan. Master Five Elders, the next plan is. The old man with glasses looked around and continued. Chapter 161 Shocking Fame, a bounty of 2.5 billion. Naval headquarters was planned before it was raided. However, this kind of change occurred in the middle, but it was affected a lot, but the plan is still going on. These are handled by us. At this time, the combat power of the Rocks pirates, you also have a heart. Next, Marine will follow all instructions from the world government. This time the Rocks pirates must be completely wiped out. Having said that, the three old men stood up and prepared to leave naval headquarters for the Holy Land of Mariajoy. They all have different degrees of injuries at this time, plus the other two five elders, who are in a coma, they must return to the Holy Land Mariajoy to guard. Yes, Your Excellency five elders, Marine is temporarily recuperating. Kong knew in his heart that he could only follow five elders, 870, orders. Alright, the renovation of naval headquarters will be supported by the world government. The old man with glasses nodded, and the Japanese walked out of the door of the meeting room. After five elders left, the rest of the room were all high-rise pillars of naval headquarters. Marshal, are we really going to wait for orders from the five elders? At this time, Garp, who had been sitting silently by the side, spoke up, with dissatisfaction on his face. He has always been dissatisfied with what the world government has done, so he didn't want to face it when five elders and others were there just now. Garp, don't worry, the Rocks pirates have seriously threatened the rule of the world government. For the benefit of the world government, the government has worked harder than us to eradicate the Rocks. Sengoku naturally knew what Garp was thinking in his heart, reached out and patted Garp on the shoulder, with a deep voice. Garp heard his old friend's words, and thought of the miserable situation of five elders and others. He sighed and nodded. The matter of Senior Lei Bao. At this moment, Zephyr frowned as he recalled Li Bao's death in battle. Lei Bao is his teacher. After Zephyr graduated from the Naval Headquarters Military Academy, he was selected by Lei Bao and spent a lot of time with Lei Bao. Advertisement on the way. Leopard taught Zephyr how to practice. That's right. The matter of Lei Bao has not been resolved yet. Lei Bao has already been killed at this moment, and his body cannot be retrieved. Kong's originally relaxed mood instantly gave him a headache, and he fell into silence again. Dinhu, Minglong, Sengoku, Garp, Crane and others all had dim eyes. Lei Bao's sacrifice, they wanted to avenge the Rocks pirates. But due to the opportunity of five elders and others, this matter can only be postponed. There is more or less shame in my heart. The news of Li Bao's death in battle should not be announced to the public for the time being, to prevent internal chaos in Marine. As for whether it will spread in the sea or not, don't worry about it. After a moment of silence, Kong, who was on the main seat, said in a low tone. When the plan is mature, the old man will personally solve Lin Nuo's cancer and avenge Lei Bao. His tone paused, driven by the infinite killing intent. His words were sonorous and forceful, and his face showed a smug look. Hearing the marshal's own words, Zephyr nodded. In Zephyr's heart, Nuo's killing intent also arose. Sengoku, Garp, you guys go back and continue to practice and repair the naval headquarters, I will arrange it. Before the action plan is implemented, you must raise your own combat power. Kong's eyes were firm and his tone was unquestionable. This period can only be recuperative before planning real action. Sengoku, Garp, and Zephyr have practiced during this period of time. Although the strength has been raised to the elementary level of Admiral, it is still not enough for the cadres of the Rocks pirates. Yes. Sengoku and the others did not refute, obediently obeyed Kong's order, turned and left the conference room. Advertisement. They are very clear that only after completing special training, Their strength will inevitably continue to improve. Can they be qualified to participate in high-level battles? At this time, Kong and the two Marine admirals were left in the conference room. Naval headquarters repair problem we have to clean up. Also, Your Excellency 5 Elders, you are responsible for the promised appropriation. Kong tapped his fingers on the table and said in a deep voice. But the thought of what's going to happen at naval headquarters makes Kong ache. In this summit war, in addition to Rocks, the three cadres, Whitebeard Newgate, Golden Lion Shiki, and the youngest talented monster like Lin Nuo among the Rocks pirates. Rocks led several cadres under his command, as well as the captain elite pirates, to attack naval headquarters. At this moment, whether it is the Marine or the world government, at this moment, their faces are lost in an instant. Many countries that joined the world government have launched great changes, and among them is the country of Corinthians. Naval headquarters Marineford was violently attacked by the Rocks pirates and turned into ruins. This earth-shattering news spread throughout the New World in an instant. The two top powerhouses were even beheaded by the Rocks pirates, and the troops of Marine and world government suffered heavy casualties. Fortunately, 5 elders agreed to allocate funds before, otherwise Kong would be even more troubled. And the instigator is the Rocks pirates. The most powerful person in the world government, 5 elders personally went to naval headquarters to face the Rocks, a total of 7 top powerhouses. And the Overlord Rocks showed amazing combat power, even beheading a top powerhouse with 1 enemy and severely wounding another. All countries in the world, after hearing the news, saw the benefits and spread the madness across the sea. Undoubtedly, countless people showed shock and disbelief. The ferocity of Rocks and the cadres under his command are simply lunatics, appalling. With 5 elders' decisive plan, the burden on his shoulders has been relieved a lot. Lock 4.0C and his team left naval headquarters intact. 5 elders were beaten to death, 2 5 elders were seriously injured and unconscious, and 1 was also injured to varying degrees. Even some images of the battle at naval headquarters were spread crazily. The final outcome was a disastrous defeat at the hands of Rocks and his team. Chapter 162 Shiki. How is that possible? This pose is. After witnessing the ferocious combat power of Rocks, all the forces at sea couldn't help being terrified. The cadres under his command Whitebeard Newgate, Golden Lion Shiki, and their respective hard steel 5 elders have not lost the win from beginning to end. Dahai is naturally familiar with Newgate and Shiki, and the top players are worthy of the name. Most notable is Lin Nuo, the rapidly rising supernova cadre. At the last moment of retreat, the 5 elders were defeated like a god descending from the earth, and if not for the last, naval headquarters Marshal Kong and Admiral rushed back, perhaps. In this top battle, the terrifying record shown has already surpassed Golden Lion Shiki and Whitebeard Newgate, becoming the first person under the Rocks. The deeds of Lin Nuo's rise were widely publicized and shocked the sea. This stop completely established the Rocks pirates as the most well-deserved New World's strongest overlord. In the name of the overlord of the Rocks, and the 3 cadres under his command, Lin Nuo, Newgate, and Shiki are also known as the pirates in Legendary. 21 Except for Rocks, the value of the 3 has skyrocketed. Lin Nuo's bounty has soared from the previous 1.5 billion Baileys to 2.5 billion. It is also called Shinigami Lin Nuo. By Marine the admirers of Dahai feel that this name is not enough to show Lin Nuo's deeds. Many swordsmen who practice swordsmanship, even powerful swordsmen, directly hailed Lin Nuo as Shinigami Sword Emperor. As the two names spread, under the operation of the Dark World, a large number of members took risks and spread the news all over the world. Time flies like running water, and a week has passed since the top battle. The attack on naval headquarters spread around the world. The world outside the Grand Line also fell into panic. Even the Fishmen Island at a depth of 10,000 meters under the Sabaody Islands. Naval headquarters destroyed? Shinigami Lin Nuo. The young Neptune, holding the latest newspaper, murmured to himself with a dull expression. Strong pirates are emerging one after another, and the Rocks pirate group is rampant. Advertisement even naval headquarters was attacked, and it was beaten into ruins. Amazon Lily, Daughter Island in the Windless Zone. The Rocks pirates. The strongest overlord of the New World. The body of the contemporary Empress Gloriosa couldn't help but tremble, and she was sweating all over her body. I'm afraid that the Rocks pirates will target Daughter Island. West Blue, the country of flowers. Qingzhou, the 12th generation pillar of the 8 Treasures Navy, also received the news at the same time. How could it be possible to defeat the 5 elders and destroy naval headquarters? This Rocks pirate group is too terrifying. Qingzhou let out an exclamation, and looked at the contents of the newspaper with disbelief on his face. Such scenes are happening all over the world, and the same is true for North Blue and South Blue. Even East Blue, known as a symbol of peace, caused quite a stir. The name of Shinigami Lin Nuo has spread all over the world. The Rocks pirates, a supernova cadre, was crowned emperor in the First World War and became famous all over the world. Combined with monster talent and a reputation comparable to Captain Rocks. New World, the base camp of the Rocks pirates, Beehive Island. As the party involved, Lin Nuo didn't pay attention to the vibrations in the sea. In the waters near Honeycomb Island, an uninhabited deserted island. In the Rocks pirates, including Captain Rocks, all elite cadres gather here. At the end of the celebration banquet, the drunk Shiki booed, saying that he wanted to see Lin Nuo's combat power, but the opponent was not himself, but Newgate. And Newgate didn't know what kind of madness he was having, and after being bewitched by that guy Shiki, he agreed. And Silver Axe, John, Ochaku and others, after hearing this scene, immediately focused their eyes on the two of them. On the second day, on the deserted island, there was a strong wind, and there were many remnants of Rocks. Rocks, Shiki, John and other cadres, as well as the crew of the Rocks pirate group, retreated to the coast, and even some crew members began to board the pirate ship one after another, so as not to be affected by the power generated by the two battles. Advertisement in the center of the deserted island, two figures stood on the high ground, staring at each other with a majestic fighting spirit. Lin Nuo and Newgate were unarmed, without any energy. Lin Nuo launched a six-style body technique to resist the terrorist attack from Newgate. Newgate shouted loudly, and charged away quickly, appearing in front of Lin Nuo in an instant. Boom. That's right. Lin Nuo's posture and the continuously gathering light cluster above his fist are so similar to when Newgate launched the shock fruit. Even they don't understand why Lin Nuo can activate Newgate's shock fruit ability. On the fist full of muscles, shock fruit gathered impressively, and the halo of white emerged. It is impossible for the second devil fruit to appear on the sea, so Lin Nuo has developed a new move with fruit ability. At the same time, his right body sank, and he clenched his fist with his right hand. The muscles showed a series of blue veins, the muscles tightened, and a translucent light cluster appeared on the fist. Cracks appeared in Newgate's space instantly, and a powerful shock force blasted towards Lin Nuo. At the same time, the isolated island set off a terrifying gust of wind and air currents, breaking and cracking countless trees abruptly, and cracks appeared on the floor. What? Facing the oncoming shock force, the corners of Lin Nuo's mouth rose slightly, and the fighting spirit in his eyes became more and more intense. There were bursts of air currents and strong winds, and the trees and stones on the island were lifted up one after another, splashing in all directions. This pose is. At the same time, when John, Ochaku, Silver Axe and others saw this scene, their faces instantly became horrified, and their minds were bewildered. Use the shock fruit ability as soon as you come up? The two terrifying attacks collided impressively, and the airflow surged in an instant, bursting violently. On the coast, Golden Lion Shiki, who was watching the battle, saw Lin Nuo's pose in the distance, thought he was dazzled, rubbed his eyes, and couldn't believe it. He suddenly blasted towards Lin Nuo in front of him, down. The originally blue sky became gloomy, and the powerful air currents had already blown away countless clouds. A terrifying repulsive impact erupted, like a ferocious tiger, roaring away. Advertisement Chapter 163 New Development, Repulsion Compression. What happened? Lin Nuo is using the shock fruit ability. No way. It is impossible for a second fruit of the same kind to appear on the sea. Yeah. Then how could Lin Nuo? John and others then turned their attention to Rocks, as if only Rocks could answer their doubts. Is it the same shock fruit as Newgate? No. No, the same devil fruit will not appear in the sea. Lin Nuo should use the principle of Newgate's shock force to compress his own repulsion to a point, and use his own push to explode the repulsion. Good boy, it's really a bold development. If the fruit ability of one's own is not up to the precision and proficiency, the repulsive force gathered on the fist. Exploding like a cannonball, not only Lin Nuo will be injured, but the right hand will not be torn apart by the repulsion. Rocks folded his hands on his chest, watching Lin Nuo's power, frowning slightly, and said slowly. No second same devil fruit will appear on the sea, except. And the power that Lin Nuo activates is not the power of shock, but the force of repulsion. You just didn't realize that when Lin Nuo activated his ability, the space in front of his fist didn't shatter. After Rocks analyzed the principle of Lin Nuo's ability, all the cadres under his command suddenly came to their senses. Although Lin Nuo's fists are the same as Newgate's when he activates his abilities, the abilities they erupt from are not the same. What Newgate produced was the force of shock, while Lin Nuo produced the shock formed by the compression of his repulsive force. After understanding all this, John and others saw Lin Nuo's figure and couldn't help being afraid in their hearts, and at the same time shocked Lin Nuo's terrifying talent. To be able to develop the repulsive force to such a strength, one must know that the development of the fruit ability is not only the conception of the fruit by the capable person, but also requires proficiency in the fruit ability and bold ideas. At this moment, they finally realized that they were not at the same level as Lin Nuo. Jia ha 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 ha. You really deserve to be Lin Nuo kid, who can develop the fruit ability to such an extent. 117. If Lin Nuo cultivates the fruit ability to awaken, then it won't take off. Shiki came back to his senses, heard Rock's explanation and his own analysis, and praised. But as soon as these words came out, the faces of all the cadres became extremely dignified, and they remained silent, staring at Lin Nuo who was fighting in the distance, full of jealousy. At the same time, Rock's face also showed a trace of fear, but it was only for a moment, and it disappeared immediately. Advertisement. Is this shock fruit? No, Lin Nuo's newly developed ability? Newgate frowned slightly. Seeing that Lin Nuo had just activated his ability posture, even he was obviously shocked by it, but after careful analysis, he could feel it. Using the old man's vibration as a principle, to condense the repulsive force on the fist, and hit the repulsive force shock? It's a terrifying thought development. I have to say, Lin Nuo is such a monster, he can even think of this way. But the old man will not lose this battle. Boom. Newgate suddenly gathered the power of the shock, and with a movement, his tall and burly body disappeared in place. Hard steel. Lin Nuo's face was a little dignified, and he also rushed forward with a repulsive halo attached to his right fist. The figures, one big and one small, kept colliding in the air, and the strong air current and the force of the shock ravaged the entire island, shaking it constantly. The sea around the island set off layers of waves, and the movement was restless. Jia ha 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 ha. Newgate, can you do it, or give up earlier? It's no shame to lose to Lin Nuo. Golden Lion Shiki laughed wildly, and taunted Newgate high in the sky. Seeing being suppressed by Lin Nuo by Newgate, he gloated. Lin Nuo is really a monster. Not only is he powerful in swordsmanship, but he has also developed the technique of using terrifying repulsion force. Even his own physique is no less than that of Newgate. Silver Axe, who has always been calm, also admired sincerely, approving from the bottom of his heart. Only after seeing it with my own eyes can I know the horror of Lin Nuo. In addition to Dejinhao's powerful swordsmanship, Conqueror's Haki, and newly developed ability skills, Lin Nuo's physical skills are actually so strong that he has reached the top level. Moreover, it is also recognized as the most difficult physical skill to practice on the sea. Ha 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 ha. Silver Axe, now you can't compare to Lin Nuo in body skills. John rolled his eyeballs and laughed out loud, not forgetting to tease. Although I can't compare to Lin Nuo, if the opponent is you, I still have absolute confidence to rub you on the ground. Advertisement. The corner of Silver Axe's mouth twitched, he glanced at John, and replied. Has this guy Lin Nuo reached the top level of Kanji? Sigh, my body, which has been tempered and honed, has already lost to him in the constitution. Silver Axe, John and the others turned their eyes back to the battle in the distance. How about Newgate? The newly developed ability is not bad. And let me see how the development of new moves has been going in the past few days. Lin Nuo withdrew his fist and looked at Newgate in the distance, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Then it's my turn, cool la 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 la. It just so happens that it's about the same time. After finishing this trick, we should continue with the banquet. This time, Newgate didn't use the power of shock like before, but his burly body sank, his muscular arms were charged backwards, and he raised his right fist high, white halo lingering. Newgate let out a loud roar, and his fist rushed out of his eyes. Cool la 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 la. The reason why they fought each other to win or lose was because they exchanged newly developed moves. The originally cracked atmosphere was directly smashed to pieces. Drink, as expected of the power of shock, it has the power to destroy everything. The escaping shock wave is not the same as before, and it keeps turning like a whirlwind. The destructive force of the extremely fast rotating shock waves stirred and distorted the surroundings impressively. A gully was plowed directly on the ground where it passed. Empty shock. Amazing Zhao. Newgate laughed wildly. The oscillating air mass was no longer static, and began to rotate and flow. The spiral shock wave rushed towards Lin Nuo. The air along the way was crushed and turned into a swirling airflow. The air began to shatter, and cracks continued to appear in the space in front of him. Crack, click. 5RG Chapter 164 Repulsion Annihilation. Lin Nuo's legs were slightly apart, his knees were slightly bent, and his right hand was clenched into a fist. The endless repulsive force was continuously compressed and gathered in the fist. The translucent halo is several times thicker than before. Repulsion death. Boom. The repulsion in Lin Nuo's body emerged like 10,000 horses galloping, and the sound was deafening. As the terrifying repulsive fist fell, a ferocious repulsive shockwave was released like a cannon. Pushing forward with his fist, he blasted straight at the incoming shockwave. No way. This force is much more terrifying than just now. We still underestimated Lin Nuo. Silver Axe's pupils shrank, and he exclaimed directly, with a look of shock on his face. What a monster. Seeing Silver Axe's posture, John also showed a dignified look. Although he mainly uses swordsmanship and hockey, although he is not a demon fruit power, but facing the power of the two, it is like the power to destroy everything, so he can't help cursing secretly. John, not only that, Lin Nuo's swordsmanship should already be above yours. Seeing this, Ochaku couldn't help complaining. While Shiki 410 was shocked, he squinted his eyes in thought. Good boy, have you already mastered the new moves gradually? Grass, what a trouble, I thought I had gotten closer to Lin Nuo, but who knew that I would be thrown far away again? The hope that Shi had just ignited obviously began to gradually extinguish at this moment. He was already inferior to Lin Nuo in swordsmanship, and originally wanted to work hard on the fruit ability to surpass Lin Nuo, but who knew that Lin Nuo had already developed the fruit ability, which was no less than Newgate's shock fruit ability. This damn meow, let people live in the end. Rocks, who was silently watching the battle, unexpectedly raised a ray of fighting spirit at this time. Every time Lin Nuo makes a move, everyone can't help being shocked, each time becoming more terrifying. Think back to when Lin Nuo first joined the Rocks Pirates. Lin Nuo's control over fruit abilities was limited to using repulsion as an absolute defense, and gravity was only an auxiliary force in battle. Nowadays, advertisement just when everyone's thoughts were flying. Boom. The two energy waves suddenly collided, CBAH, and the sound resounded through the sky. The violent energy entanglement set off flying sand and rocks. The strong air current stirred up, engulfed flying sand, gravel, and broken wood, and spread towards the deserted island. Boom. The sky shook, and the entire deserted island began to tremble non-stop. With the two forces as the center, the ground began to fall apart. The airflow raged towards the outside of the island, and the surrounding trees broke down in the middle. The next moment, there was a bang, and the two forces shattered. Crack, click. The sound of soil cracking sounded, and then barely disappeared. The ground was dilapidated, and two deep ravines appeared, which were the traces of Newgate being forced back. Cool la 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 la. That's it. Newgate released the force of the shock, stabilized his figure and said. Such a strong repulsive force can actually suppress the power of his shock. Still have to work hard on the fruit ability, good. Lin Nuo withdrew his fist, and the invisible repulsive force covering his body dissipated. It's a terrifying shocking power. If Newgate is more proficient with shock fruit, he might be the one who loses if they meet again this time. It seems that Newgate should have an idea for the development of the fruit. The diffuse sand and dust fell, and the air current dissipated. Lin Nuo and Newgate appeared in front of Rocks and others in a flash. How's Newgate? Seeing Newgate's progress, Rocks said lightly. At the same time, Golden Lion Shiki, John and other cadres looked over one after another. Advertisement, cool la 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 la. Thanks to Lin Nuo, if it weren't for his previous suggestion, I'm afraid there will be a lot of restrictions on the development of my fruit ability. Newgate truthfully told his own situation through the perception of the battle just now. Good. After hearing this, Rocks smiled. Well luck, fellow Newgate. The next phase of fruit development is already envisioned. Shiki cocked his mouth aside, dangling from his cigar, muttering with envy all over his face. At the same time, I am also very envious. Originally in the Rocks pirate group, Newgate's strength was slightly superior to him, but now it's better. Silver Axe said in admiration. At this time, even he wanted Lin Nuo to guide the development of fruit abilities. Thinking of this, Silver Axe's eyes couldn't help becoming hot. At this time, Rocks spoke and immediately dispelled the thoughts of those cadres. But it's a pity, his Silver Axe didn't eat the devil fruit, a proper physique powerhouse. For Captain Rocks and Lin Nuo, they still have full confidence and feel fearless. Lin Nuo didn't reply, but couldn't help looking at Rocks. He is still fighting for a hair. Let's talk about the next development and proficiency of hockey and fruit abilities first. After all, Rocks defeated the world government 5 elders and others before that, and with the entire Rocks pirate group, even if the world government and marine jointly attack to encircle and suppress the Rocks pirate group, they're not afraid. It's really an eye-opener. Not only the talent is evil, but the degree of fruit ability development is even more terrifying. That's the end of this banquet. Go back and hold a cadre meeting. There are important tasks ahead. What he didn't know at this time was that not only him, Shiki, John and others, but even Kaido thought the same way. With just 2 words from Rocks, the faces of the cadres present suddenly became serious. In the past, Shiki could still compete with Newgate, but now it seems that there is no chance. Lin Nuo's physical skills are also superb. Maybe it can help him gain in physical skills. The Rocks pirates, Marine and World Government are now incompatible. Although Marine and the World Government are recuperating, it is estimated that there will be a decisive battle between us and Marine and the World Government in a short time. They have traveled across the sea for many years, so they naturally understand the reason. Not long after, in the Skeleton Castle, Rocks and a group of cadres sat around the conference table, but there was an extra seat, which was the seat of Mr. 5 who was obliterated by Rocks. Chapter 165 to West Blue, the Land of Flowers. In the next period of time, I have special things to deal with, and you can't be idle. Newgate and John team, Shiki and Ochaku team, Silver Axe and Linlin, Kaido team, and plunder all the forces within the scope of New World. Complete the mission as quickly as possible, use the treasures from the underground black market, and buy a large number of weapons, even devil fruit, to improve the strength of the crew. Of course, your strength must also be improved. There are special circumstances during this period, the phone bug contact me. Rocks sat on the main seat and gave all the orders. The cadres listened quietly, and no one had any objections. That's right, Rocks is preparing for the final battle with Marine and World Government. As for the final decisive battle, the cadres are convinced. The 5 elders, whose power stood at the top of the world, was defeated by pirates. Naval headquarters, which stood on the sea for 100 years, was destroyed and turned into ruins. If the world government doesn't make a move, the hearts of the franchisees all over the world may be torn apart. Such a situation is definitely not what the world government wants to see. Threatening the rule of the world government, the 5 elders will not let it go this time. Under the temporary calm in front of him, a powerful and violent storm was brewing. Soon, the meeting ended, and the cadres left the meeting room one after another, leaving only Lin Nuo and Rocks. The cadres were not surprised that Lin Nuo was left behind. After all, Lin Nuo's strength lies there, and the Rocks must let Lin Nuo perform secret missions. Lin Nuo looked at Rocks with a look of helplessness on his face. Captain, keep me here. Why don't you send me another special mission? Sure enough, Rocks smiled mysteriously and said slowly. Ha 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 ha. You guessed right, there is indeed something that you must go to. Rocks tapped his fingers on the table and said somewhat seriously. However, the task this time is not within the scope of New World. For the sake of secrecy and safety, you are the most suitable, and with your strength, Marine Admiral can't stop you at all. Hearing this, Lin Nuo couldn't help but nodded, indicating that he would take over the task. Although the reputation of the Rocks pirates has shocked the entire sea. However, the scope of influence still radiates far to West Blue. Advertisement: if the location is New World, the territory of the Rocks Pirates, any cadre can be competent. The target is West Blue, which is far in front of the Grand Line. Once Marine notices it, even with Newgate's strength, it will be difficult to retreat from the pursuit of the world's top powerhouses from naval headquarters. Now that the situation is at a critical juncture, the Rocks cannot afford to lose a high-level combat power. In the blink of an eye, Lin Nuo had a flash of inspiration, as if he had sensed something. The whole group set off to the various sea areas of the New World to plunder treasures, which also meant that Rocks wanted to extend his hand to the Land of Flowers in West Blue. The target of this operation won't be the Ice Continent? Lin Nuo frowned, blurted out, and said, "The Ice Continent is the territory of the Kingdom of Flowers, and in that glacier, there are huge treasures piled up like mountains. It seems that you also understand something. Yes, it is the treasure under the glacier. The treasure that has been passed down for 11 generations is more than the heavenly gold that was paid to the celestial dragons. If it weren't for being far away in West Blue, it would have been swept away." Rocks was taken aback for a moment. He didn't expect Lin Nuo to know this, obviously a little surprised. Now that Lin Nuo knows, there is no need to waste your tongue. "I see, leaving for West Blue tomorrow." Lin Nuo nodded without any nonsense, and after completing the task in one go, he got up and walked out of the meeting room. "It has been more than half a year since I came to Pirate World. And from a war scum, promoted to the world's top powerhouse. However, the places I have been to are quite few, and the farthest place is naval headquarters. This operation is in West Blue, one of the 4 major seas in front of the Grand Line, just to go out for a walk, and it will be 10 tours." Early the next morning, Lin Nuo walked out of the residence with equipment and record pointers. On the way to the bay on the shore, the island is quite depressed. On weekdays, the crew members who chatted or trained disappeared one after another. Asking for flowers, including Newgate, Shiki, John and others are not on Hive Island. Only the crew of Rocks is left, guarding the Hive Island. Lin Nuo came to the bay and saw that more than half of the boats at anchor were missing, so he couldn't help shaking his head and laughing. "Is everyone working so hard? Advertisement? Carl, Buster, go to sea." Lin Nuo jumped lightly and came to the deck. "Yes, boss." "Boss, you are finally here." Carl and Buster stopped their training and prepared to launch the boat to sea. "Then it's up to the boss." As soon as the words fell, the stern of the ship was ejected by the impact of the repulsive force, and the huge hull moved, with a speed comparable to that of an assault boat, galloping through the waves on the sea. 0. As expected of Master Lin Nuo, the luxury ship accelerated suddenly, and the crew members shook. The two looked at each other, a flash of determination flashed in their eyes, and they agreed without hesitation. Brew, you two don't have to get involved. Let's go out of New World and find a deserted island, so I have to train you well and work hard to improve your own strength. The Rocks Pirates face an unprecedented state of emergency. Yes, boss, we listen to you. West Blue is far outside the New World. Even if sailing at extreme speed, it will take a lot of time to reach West Blue. Is this the fruit ability of Lin Nuo cadres? It's scary? Moxie, after all, it is a long way to go to West Blue in front of the Grand Line. In the cabin room, Carl and Buster in front of Lin Nuo. I am human. Since the two of them knew that they were not strong enough, instead of staying in the dangerous Rocks Pirates, they might as well go to a safe place to practice hard. At the same time, on the shore of Honeycomb Island, a figure was watching as Lin Nuo left the ship he was on. He took out the phone bug on his body and dialed it. These are not Lin Nuo's crew, but the Rocks sent him to West Blue. Lin Nuo pointed to Carl and Buster and said in a deep voice. Advertisement Chapter 166 Arriving at West Blue, blackmailing the king. Before the voice on the other end of the phone bug could finish speaking, a voice interrupted him. Shinigami Lin Nuo is out to sea. The goal this time is to go to the first half of the Grand Line. At this time, the other end of the phone bug was silent for a while, and then responded in a deep voice. I see, I will report to my superiors immediately. Then the phone bug was hung up, and the undercover Marine put the phone bug back into his clothes and disappeared on the coast. Time passed, a week passed, West Blue Sea, it's far enough that it takes a week to get there. That should be the coastline of the Kingdom of Flowers. Lin Nuo stood at the bow of the boat, looking at the looming coastline on the sea in the distance. And ordered the 080 crew to hang up the flag of the Rocks Pirates. Presumably the Marine and World Government have already received the news. I don't know who will be the strong man going to intercept this time. If Marine really comes, this group of people will be a complete burden. What a hassle. Lin Nuo held his chin with one hand and muttered to himself thoughtfully. He hoped that Marine would take some action, not only to enjoy the battle, but also to trigger system missions. Of course, these are not up to him to decide. In addition, Lin Nuo was powerless to complain that the pirates on the ship were so weak that they exploded. Along the way, West Blue's pirates are not bad, and if they really want to face the strong, they will be abused every time. Lin Nuo finally understood why the Rocks left it to him to plunder the treasure. The crew assigned by Rocks is purely for carrying treasure. A few hours later, Lin Nuo's ship sailed into the waters of the Kingdom of Flowers. At this time, the soldiers on the coast of the Kingdom of Flowers immediately entered a state of alert after discovering the boat driven by Lin Nuo. Reporting, sir, a large pirate ship has entered the waters of the Kingdom of Flowers. When the officer heard this, his face was shocked, and he said vaguely.
Large pirate ship. Advertisement. You must know that the entire West Blue has large pirate ships, and there are only a few of them after calculation. Could it be that these big thieves want to spy on the treasures of our kingdom of flowers? Wave after wave, they really don't know how to live or die. You must know that the kingdom of flowers has pillars and they are guarding them. But there was a vague uneasiness in his heart. Quickly identify, which big pirate from West Blue is this? The next moment, a stuttering voice came. Sir, the flag on this pirate ship is not any of West Blue's pirate ships, there is also a picture of the pirate flag on the ship. The flag of the New World Overlord Rocks Pirates in Legendary is the same. Quote. The Rocks Pirates are famous for their viciousness. I never thought that the Rocks Pirates would appear in West Blue in front of the Grand Line, which is thousands of miles away. Suddenly all the soldiers fell into a panic. What? What did you say? The flag of the Rocks Pirates. Quick, go and report. The king. Hearing the soldier's words, the officer's face changed instantly, his face was filled with endless fear, and he collapsed on the ground in an instant, trembling. Don't bother to report to your king, I will just go there myself. A thunderous sound exploded, and Lin Nuo's figure appeared in front of them. Under the guidance of the soldiers, they went straight to the palace of the Kingdom of Flowers. In the palace, the king enjoyed it, singing and dancing beside him. Suddenly a scream came from outside the palace. The king, who was disturbed, had time to get angry. The gate of the palace was knocked open, and flew towards the king. Seeing this, the king's guards on the side rushed to the king's side and stood in front of the king. Bang! The soldiers and officers were thrown in front of the king by Lin Nuo. Who are you? You are so courageous that you dare to trespass into the palace. See if the king doesn't execute Ling Kai, he chops it up and feeds it to the dogs. The king looked at the figure slowly walking in outside the gate, his face flushed with anger, and he roared wildly. It's rare that a few beauties were sent today, and they haven't lifted their guns to enjoy themselves, but they were disturbed by the damn guy. No matter who it is, this king must kill him. And it also smashed the gate of the palace, which is very expensive to make. When Lin Nuo frowned when he heard the scolding, he couldn't help arousing violent killing intent. It's not bad, the dog is so brave, it's quite fun to scold. Advertisement. Lin Nuo's figure flashed, and when he reappeared, he had kicked the king to the ground and stepped on the king's chest. A-hole. Damn guy, do you know what you are doing? I am the king of the Kingdom of Flowers. What are the guards doing standing there? Why don't you hurry up and chop this damned guy into pieces? Life is better than death. The king was so insulted that he completely lost his mind for a while and kept roaring. Stop it meowing, I have already dealt with all your guards just before they came in. But these few. Before Lin Nuo finished speaking, a red light flashed in his eyes. Conqueror's Haki activated. You, who the hell are you, and what do you want to do when you break into my palace? Rocks Pirates leader Lin Nuo. For the Kingdom of Flowers, the appearance of Lin Nuo is simply a nightmare. The strongest overlord of the New World has a pirate group that can destroy naval headquarters and even the world government 5 elders. Of course you can also call me Shinigami Lin Nuo. It's all settled. The king suddenly calmed down, and a smile appeared on his face, as if crying. Shinigami Lin Nuo, the leader of the Rocks Pirates, how could he not know? A fierce light flashed in Lin Nuo's eyes, and for a moment the king was so frightened that he quieted down, his whole body began to tremble, seeing Lin Nuo was like a Shinigami. After the king cried out in surprise, the voice stopped abruptly, his eyes turned white, and he fainted from fright. Bang! Bang! In an instant, the few remaining guards lost consciousness and fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth. Well, Shinigami Lin Nuo shines in this summit war. Quote. What? Reporting the name truthfully will also be of great help to the next task. After seeing Lin Nuo's terrifying power 2.5, he can only lower his value to save his life. Chapter 167. Seeing this scene, Lin Nuo was speechless. Rocks Pirates, and his name is not overdone. The king originally thought he was still a tough guy, but now he was fine, and passed out directly. Lin Nuo knocked the king awake with a hammer. At this time, the king who woke up wanted to die. Die Shinigami-sama. Don't kill me. I'll go. The king finally fainted and took the opportunity to save his life. Now it's over. I thank you because of you. Hey, don't pretend to be dead, take me to the ice continent. Hearing that Lin Nuo's goal was the ice continent, the king's pupils shrank suddenly. There was a burst of stimulation in my mind, and my thoughts became clearer. The Rocks Pirates were originally for the Land of Flowers, the iceberg treasures passed down from the pillars of the 8 treasure navy of the past dynasties. In the vast Land of Flowers, only the mountains of treasures in the glacier continent can attract the Rocks Pirates to mobilize them. He did not hesitate to send the strongest cadre under Rocks, Shinigami Lin Nuo, to act. That. For a while, the king kept avoiding Lin Nuo's eyes, hesitating in his heart. Under his rule, how could he not be moved by such a big treasure? Although the treasures in the glacier continent are inherited from the 8 treasures navy. But in the Kingdom of Flowers, he already regarded those treasures as his own. Ever since he ascended the throne, he has been coveting the glacier continent. But due to the fact that the pillar of the 8 treasures navy owns the big pirate Qingjiao with a reward of 500 million. Let him, the lord of a country, hesitate to do anything. If the Rocks Pirates snatch it, I feel unwilling because I think about it. Master Lin Nuo, don't embarrass me, the treasure in the glacier continent belongs to the 8 treasures navy, even I, the king, dare not go there. The king gritted his teeth and decided to take a gamble. After all, the treasure in the glacier continent did not belong to him, and he said sadly. All these disguises, in Lin Nuo's eyes, have nowhere to hide. Advertisement. I'll just say it again, otherwise I don't recommend that the country disappear completely on the West Blue Plate. At this time, Lin Nuo was already a little impatient, and his tone became cold. After all, the territory of the Kingdom of Flowers is not small, so it will take a lot of time to find the location of the glacier continent by yourself. Obviously, in order to save time, Lin Nuo decided to go to the king directly. At this time, the foot exerted a slight force, but the king felt as if he had been hit hard. With a bang, blood spurted out. Forgive me, Master Lin Nuo, I will take you right away. With one kick, the king almost hiccuped, begging for mercy and yelling indistinctly. He really felt just now that Shinigami was waving at him. If Lin Nuo tried harder, he would really have to raise his head. Just when Lin Nuo was carrying the king and was about to leave. Outside the gate of the palace, a burly man walked in swaggeringly surrounded by a group of people. This is the country of West Blue Flowers, not the territory of the Rocks Pirates in New World. Even the members of the Rocks Pirates cannot humiliate our king like this. The tall and strong man stared at the back of the throne and shouted wildly. Among the soldiers of the Kingdom of Flowers on the coast, there are people from the 8 Treasures Navy. When he recognized the flag on the pirate ship, he received the message. Immediately, he was startled like thunder, and his heart was full of worries, so he beat his son severely. Coincidentally, this crow's mouth was actually mentioned by him. But it also means that he doesn't know who the Comer is from the Rocks Pirates, he just knows that he is from the Rocks Pirates. He was still a little worried at first, but now looking at the young figure beside the throne, he felt a little relieved. Fortunately, West Blue is relatively remote, and the Rocks Pirates probably won't send powerful men there. What kind of threat to the Kingdom of Flowers does a mere member of the Rocks Pirates pose? Really? The green peppers of the 8 Treasures Water Army. A sneer sounded, and an indifferent voice came out. Lin Nuo turned around slowly and looked directly at the person at the gate, his eyes sparkling sharply. Advertisement. That's right. The person who came as the 12th generation pillar of the 8 Treasures Navy, known as the leader of the Cone, Qingjiao. Relying on the powerful ancestral 8-punch fist, he leads the 8 Treasures Navy across the world. Became one of the overlords of West Blue, and the bounty is even more than 500 million Baileys. In the entire 8 Treasures Navy, only the sharp cone on his head can break through the ice under the glacier continent. But in the future, in the duel between Green Pepper and Garp, the sharp cone was hammered by Garp. Until the appearance of Monkey D. Luffy in the future, Qingjiao seeks revenge from Luffy, and Luffy directly punches the cone head back to its original shape. Calculated according to the timeline, although the green pepper of the cone at this time has not yet gone to sea, in terms of its own strength, it has reached the peak. Able to compete with Shiki, Newgate and other top players. Even if they are defeated by them, it is enough to prove that Qingjiao has a strong combat power. Since you know about this old man, why don't you let go of our king and surrender obediently? Perhaps the old man can spare your life. At this time, Qingjiao was triumphant and extremely arrogant, and sneered. It was his son, whose eyeballs were about to fall out, and his face looked like he had seen a ghost. Old Dad, he is. Pointing at Lin Nuo tremblingly, he stuttered for a long time, unable to speak. B****************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** feelings. When facing the enemy, you can't show your inner expression. Looking at the cowardly son, Xingjiao was so angry that he raised his hand and wanted to slap him. Die, Shinigami Lin Nuo. At this time, Xingjiao's son, panting heavily, finally revealed Lin Nuo's identity. As for Xingjiao, who raised his hand, his burly body froze in place as if he had been struck by lightning. Shinigami Lin Nuo. How is it possible? How could he appear in West Blue? Can't he be so unlucky? While shocked, Xingjiao took out Lin Nuo's bounty newspaper from his pocket. Carefully spread out, and at the same time, the eyes meowed to Lin Nuo from time to compare. The next second, he was suddenly dumbfounded, and the whole person seemed to be split in place. Meow. The young brat in front of him is the cadre of the Rocks Pirates, Shinigami Lin Nuo. Chapter 168 Shocked Green Pepper, Want to cut who? Although I was very shocked in my heart, Xingjiao had seen the world. After a brief absence, Xingjiao shook his head and came back to his senses. The Rocks Pirates are far away in New World. I don't know what this Lin Nuo officer is doing in our country of flowers. At this time, Xingjiao's body was constantly breaking out in cold sweat, and his attitude of speaking was turned 180 degrees, and he said respectfully. At this time, the son of Xingjiao on the side twitched the corner of his mouth, and cursed inwardly, FK. You are not the same, you are a coward. The Lord is here, so there is no time to waste. I want the treasure in the glacier continent. A chill flashed across Lin Nuo's eyes, staring at the green pepper, and threw the king aside with his hands. Whoops, hello. The king felt a sharp pain all over his body. Realizing that he was out of danger, he looked at Xingjiao with resentment instead. Don't come early, don't come late, it just appeared when I was beaten by Lin Nuo. If you had come a quarter of an hour earlier, how could the king have suffered such humiliation? Qingzhao himself ignored the king's resentful gaze. It was Lin Nuo's words just now that made his face change drastically. Knowing that this person is Shinigami Lin Nuo, he already had an expectation in his heart. But that is the treasure of the glacier continent, the accumulation passed down by their family. How could it be handed over to Lin Nuo? Father, what should we do? The son of Qingzhao, feeling the temperature in the palace, dropped suddenly, and the battlefield became weird, so he couldn't help but whispered. He naturally knows the importance of the treasures of the glacier continent, which belong to their family, and if it were him, he would not hand them over. But the enemy before him is Lin Nuo of the Rocks Pirates. The famous Shinigami Lin Nuo, a man who stands at the top of the world with his own strength. With such a gap, they don't know what to do. Since you are unwilling to hand it over, you can only do it. Lin Nuo is getting impatient at the moment when facing the king, who procrastinates and wastes time. Slowly stretching out his right hand, a powerful invisible air envelope enveloped the entire palace in an instant. Advertisement. The group of green peppers waited, and instantly fell into the field of gravity oppression. Crack. Under the powerful gravity, cracks appeared on the walls of the palace in all directions, as well as all materials, and some wood burst open. As for Qingzhao and his group, it seemed as if an invisible force was pressing hard on their shoulders. What's going on here? Why is my body getting so heavy? Yeah, the body seems to be weighed down by a jack. Dong. What about Dongliang? The group of people brought by Qingzhao was instantly crushed to the ground, unable to move their whole body, and sweat broke out in streaks. The king at the side even fell to the ground, resisting with difficulty. At this moment, he was so crushed that he couldn't even speak. Your Excellency Lin Nuo, wait, if you have something to say it well, don't do it. Qingzhao felt the invisible gravity on her shoulders, and the sweat on her body was like rain, and she couldn't help feeling afraid. In observation Hoki's perception, this terrifying force shrouded the entire palace. It's beyond my imagination. I thought Lin Nuo was only good at swordsmanship and hockey, but I didn't expect that Lin Nuo is also a kind of fruit ability. Father is right, everything has to be discussed, Your Excellency, stop first. Qingzhao's son hurried out to smooth things over. After all, he felt this power, it was too terrifying, and he couldn't get rid of it. Qingzhao and his son looked at each other, with an extremely ugly smile on their faces. It was too strong, so strong that it was suffocating, they had almost no chance of winning. Even if he is not convinced in his heart, he has to hold back in front of Lin Nuo. If they continue to resist, not only will all the treasures in the glacier continent be lost. It may also cost everyone's life, even the entire kingdom of flowers. We can only stabilize Lin Nuo first, and finally discuss it slowly. The treasures of the glacier continent cannot be kept. Maybe Lin Nuo is merciful and can leave some treasures for them. This is the oppression of the top powerhouse. Facing this kind of powerhouse, it is completely unbearable and wants to resist. Lin Nuo sneered at the corner of his mouth, he really thought he didn't know what's going on with Qingzhao. However, he didn't make a move immediately. Although he was not satisfied with the answer, at least the attitude was good. Just when Lin Nuo revoked the gravity field, there was a sudden tremor outside the palace. Advertisement. Boom. At the same time, a thunderous explosion sounded in. And listening to the sound, it's not far from here. It can be seen that the explosive power is extraordinary. Quote. Chief Green Pepper, it's not good. Something serious happened. The glacier continent was beaten into it. At this time, Qingzhao picked up the phone bug, and an anxious voice came out. What did you say? As the pressure in the gravity field was lifted, Qingzhao and the others returned to their original posture. After hearing the news from the phone bug, everyone's expressions changed drastically. From time to time, he looked at Lin Nuo who was emitting a terrifying aura. No way, could it be that Lin Nuo has sent Rocks people to the glacier continent? Lin Nuo couldn't help frowning, just looking at Qing. After Qingzhao noticed Lin Nuo's face, she reacted keenly. This is impossible. If Lin Nuo is a member of the Rocks pirate group, it is impossible for Lin Nuo to appear in the palace and even want to hold the king hostage. Is there another group besides the Rocks pirates? A-hole. Come back with me, Li Qian's. Qingzhao obviously couldn't take care of so much anymore, his face was extremely gloomy and ugly, and he rushed outside like flying. UB****************** D. One after another. Nima, you really stepped on shit luck, and you all want the treasure of the glacier continent. Do you really think that cats and dogs are qualified to snatch the treasures of the glacier continent? Except for the Rocks pirates, there is really no force that dares to act presumptuously in front of him. HMPH. Steal it halfway. You are really brave. Lin Nuo's eyes were cold, and killing intent emerged in his heart, and he quickly followed. He wants to see who is so bold and dares to snatch it under his nose. Stealing the prey that Lin Nuo is eyeing, and using the things of the Rocks pirates, is really reckless. The figures of Qingzhao and Lin Nuo shuttled continuously at the low altitude, advancing at top speed. And the location of the glacier continent is indeed quite secretive. Chapter 169 Surprised CP0, Rider. After advancing for half an hour, the air at this time began to become icy cold, and only then did I see a vast expanse of whiteness. When Lin Nuo and Qingzhao arrived, there was a fierce battle on the glacier continent. The iceberg is vast and endless, and the end cannot be seen at a glance. From the edge to the central area, corpses can be seen from time to time. These were the men sent by Qingzhao to guard the iceberg. The intruders were cruel and wiped out all the guards guarding the iceberg. In the central area of Ice Yamanaka, 3 black figures are fighting with a red figure. 2 black figures, one of them rushed away in an instant. After fighting for a few moves, they saw the right moment and held up Red's figure. Another black shadow, with a ferocious momentum, kicked over impressively. Unable to dodge Red's figure, armament hockey activates, covering the defense, resisting the force of the next kick. Good guy, it's the CPO who hides deep enough. An admiral force was dispatched. Red's figure stabilized his figure, and suddenly grinned, his tone quite surprised. This small country of flowers actually made the strong admiral condescend to come to 817, as well as the 2 elite vice admirals. Beloric Redfield, obstructing the nobles of celestial dragons, are you impatient? The leader, Black, has a cold and indifferent voice, without a trace of emotion. Under the command of celestial dragons, he came to the country of West Blue Flowers to take away the treasure in the glacier continent. No matter who is in the way, he will kill without mercy. However, Beloric Redfield, with his formidable fighting strength, was only stronger than him, not weaker. And Qingzhao and others are also coming, they have no time to deal with him. Yo, it's quite natural to say, what a dog can't change eating shit, the lackey of celestial dragons. Lousy is still thinking about the boring practice, but your appearance has added a lot of fun to me. Beloric Redfield, looking at the 3 people with disgust on their faces, sneered. During this time, the Rocks pirates are working with the world government, Marine, to set off the huge Uzumaki of the New World. Advertisement. He was worried about what the Rocks pirates knew, so he returned to the Sabayati Islands in the first half of the Grand Line. While planning to practice, he will pay close attention to the movements of the world government and the Rocks pirates. Just found 3 figures, the low-key figure came out from the holy place Mariajoy. It even boarded a ship that was not a warship. Beloric Redfield followed all the way, following the 3 of them. When they found out that the destination of the 3 of them was West Blue, they became even more curious about their purpose. The final result is the strongest shield of celestial dragons, organized by world government CPO. He actually started to act like a pirate, even more sinister than a pirate. At least the pirate operation will be above board. They wear CPO white clothes and sneak to the glacier continent to steal treasures. Celestial dragons, world government really made a good plan. The trio of CPOs in casual clothes, their faces changing color faintly. A feeling of inexplicable shame welled up in my heart. As an official organization, they originally had inner conflicts with this order. Due to the Celestial Dragon's order, they could not refuse. But it's just a resistance, they can't disobey the orders of the Celestial Dragons. As for what the noble Celestial Dragons think, that's not what they think. Beloric Redfield, since you know our goal this time, why not hurry away? Could it be that you want to be hunted down by the world government? Time is running out, and the leading CPO, who has gradually lost patience, issued a final warning, CBEJ. At the same time, he and his 2 subordinates have tensed up their muscles, secretly accumulating strength, ready to burst out at any time. HMPH. I'm not even afraid of the Rocks pirates' pursuit, but I'm afraid of your mere world government. Labor and capital went all the way to West Blue, how could they return empty-handed? Treasure of the glacier land, celestial dragons want, I want it too. Beloric Redfield was not afraid of the other party's threats at all, and his words were full of gunpowder. While speaking, he glanced at the treasure sealed in the iceberg behind him. With his personality, facing such a mountain of treasures, he couldn't help but want to occupy his own. Advertisement. How dare you provoke the world government, you don't know how to live or die. Do it. The leading CPO gave an order, and the 2 words in it were full of terrifying killing intent. Immediately, he shouted angrily, and the momentum on his body exploded. The 3 CP0 powerhouses joined forces, and the figures of the 3 disappeared in place in an instant, until they rushed towards Ryder. Beloric Redfield, not to be outdone, the blood red on his body gradually increased his terrifying aura. Using the umbrella in his hand as a long knife weapon, he exploded and rose due to the powerful sword intent of the swordsman. Even the green pepper with a bounty of more than 500 million cones, whose strength is only the elite vice admiral, relying on the awakened conqueror's haki, can barely fight against the strong admiral. From the entire 8 treasure water army, only the green peppers of the pillars and cones can break open. Things are getting more and more interesting. Is this the glacier continent? It's really spectacular. On the way to the central area, beheaded guards appeared on the ground from time to time, and these wounds also attracted Lin Nuo's attention. Lin Nuo immediately launched observation haki, and sensed that 4 powerful auras were fighting fiercely. The momentum displayed by the 2 auras is even more prosperous. Lin Nuo looked at the white iceberg in front of him, muttering to himself in surprise. Unexpectedly, because of the treasure in the glacier continent, 2 admiral-level powerhouses came. Suddenly, the ice layer of the glacier continent under his feet trembled violently. Lin Nuo was slightly astonished, his body shook, and he disappeared into the vast glacier continent. Icebergs in the inland are indeed very rare, and the icebergs here are known as Baoyu icebergs. Boom. The hardness of the iceberg is far from that of the common ice. One hit kill, all wounds, consistent with the Marine 6 style's secret technique. 2 admiral-level forces. At the same time, Lin Nuo followed Qingzhao's footsteps and appeared on the edge of the glacier continent. Before the Grand Line, West Blue, one of the 4 seas, could not have such a top powerhouse. Chapter 170 People from World Government. Green Pepper Fiasco. Lin Nuo Grandmaster Marine 6 Styles, you can see the clue at a glance. Could it be that the guy who broke into the glacier continent is someone from Marine or World Government? Then who was fighting fiercely with people from Marine or World Government? Thinking of this, Lin Nuo couldn't help frowning slightly. Things are getting more and more blurred. But no matter who dares to snatch the treasure from the Rocks pirates, even the Marine and World Government must obediently save their lives. The corner of Lin Nuo's mouth was slightly raised, and it turned into a stream of light, rushing towards the central area at top speed. Green Pepper, who is familiar with the glacier continent, has rushed to the central area at this time. Looking at the dilapidated iceberg, with a corner of the treasure inside, he suddenly became angry. Damn it, you 4 thieves are looking for death for touching my treasure. Killing intent rose in Qingzhao's eyes, and he roared at the 4 people fighting fiercely in the sky. But the 4 of them didn't have time to pay attention to the green pepper roaring below, and the fierce battle between the 4 of them became intense for a while, reaching a fever pitch. The vigor of body technique and the aftermath of slashing from swordsmanship flew in all directions. From time to time, the iceberg is hit, and as the iceberg is destroyed, the treasure is gradually revealed. Extremely arrogant, hateful, Qingzhao was burning with anger, and his face became fierce. No matter why they fought, since they broke into the glacier continent, they came for his treasure, and there was no doubt that they were all enemies. Seeing that the 4 of them didn't take him seriously at all, Qingzhao clenched his fists with both hands, armament hockey instantly covered him, raised his jiba punch, and smashed it. Armed colored fists are mixed with fist strength, piercing through the obstruction of the air. The powerful shock wave of the 8 punches attached by armament hockey fell directly on one person. The CPO, who possesses the strength of Vice Admiral, is cooperating with the captain to fight against Beloric Redfield. Suddenly, a strong wind hit, and observation hockey kept warning in his mind. Just when he turned his head to defend, a huge pitch-black fist blasted over. Advertisement. Bang. The CPO of Vice Admiral had no time to defend, and was hit by Qingzhao's ferocious fist. However, just after the 6-style iron body was launched, it couldn't withstand the powerful blow of Qingzhao, and its figure flew out at a high speed like a cannonball. Ahem. Encountering a violent impact, his whole body directly collided with the hard iceberg, and his whole body sank directly into the ice layer. Qingzhao didn't stop attacking because of this, and immediately targeted another person. 8-punch fist Wadu. Qingzhao jumped up, and the ferocious power converged on the sharp cone on the head. Like a meteorite passing by, it fell heavily towards the bottom. The pierced air stream forms the white Uzumaki air stream. In a flash, it came to the top of the man's head, and it was about to penetrate his head completely. Step aside. The strong admiral headed by the CPO pushed his subordinates away and directly met Qingzhao. Looking at the ferocious cone head falling from the sky, it is already approaching. The head of the CPO Admiral Powerhouse hummed and steamed, braving wisps of white mist. Paper Arts hyphenation point warrior. Immediately, the strong CPO Admiral, whose figure was like paper paste, fluttered strangely when the head cone was about to hit him, avoiding the ferocious thrust of the green pepper. Tempest kick by Lei. This is not over yet. While the strong CP0 Admiral dodged the attack, he raised his right foot and performed a 180-degree backflip on his side. The sharp slash from Tempest kick hit Qingzhao's back. Boom. Accompanied by a scream, Qingzhao's burly figure was knocked down directly, with his head facing down, the cone head smashed into the ice. The ice surface was sunken, and a big hole appeared, and Qingzhao spit out blood, splashing on the ice surface. The strength of the same elite Vice Admiral, he is slightly better than the other 2 CPOs, even with full strength, he can compete with Admiral, but the leader CP0 Admiral in front of him is not a newcomer to the Admiral level. Advertisement. Facing Admiral's mid-level terrifying combat power, Qingzhao has no chance of winning at all. Fortunately, Qingzhao's constitution is good, otherwise the blow just now might have been directly killed. Daddy. Leader. The son and subordinates of Qingzhao in the distance had just arrived, and when they saw Qingzhao being knocked down into the ice, they couldn't help crying out in pain. Damn it, how could the enemy be so strong? Even the old man was defeated by a single blow. It's impossible for West Blue to have such a terrifying powerhouse, right? Where did these come from? Beloric Redfield, taking advantage of the CPO Admiral's strong shot on the green pepper. The news you said is out, as long as you all stay in the glacier continent, who will know what will happen after that? Terrible, one after another, is this the end of our 8 treasures navy? With 1 against 3, he can't take any advantage, and he doesn't have much confidence in it. Ha 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 ha, you have also seen that, if this drags on, it will only attract more people. Hearing the CPO's words, Beloric Redfield's face suddenly darkened. You are from the world government, if this matter gets out. Ha ha ha. Beloric Redfield threatened with a half smile. Either no one wants the treasure, or we share it together. You should think about it carefully. I don't recommend continuing to consume it. Qingzhao's son and his subordinates were all terrified, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. In addition to 1 admiral level, there are 2 elite vice admirals beside him. HMPH. Little West Blue, what kind of power can there be? backhanded a wave of raids, but the CPO who was knocked down by the green pepper blocked the Baloric Clydefield raid. The most powerful man in this country is in the ice pit, the pillar of the 8 treasure water army, and the green pepper in the cone. Sure enough, the leading CPO Admiral Strongman did not retreat because of Baloric Redfield's words. They wanted to rush over to support Qingzhou, but the enemy was too terrifying. Even if they all shot, they would just kill at will in front of the enemy. .00. However, these words were nothing more than a deterrent to the 3 CPOs. If he continued to fight, he would not be absolutely sure to kill the 3 cuz. Chapter 171 Instant Kill Vice Admiral Level Combat Strength. Is it a waste of time to come to West Blue so far? At this time, the CPO, who was blown away by the green pepper, said in a cold tone. West Blue, one of the 4 Cs in front of the Grand Line, I want to see who else can stop us. He was suffocating in his heart, and his tone was extremely arrogant. Aggrieved by the green pepper just now, he released his anger instantly. At the same time, the 3 CPOs stared at Baloric Redfield with cold eyes, their murderous intent surging. Baloric Redfield's face darkened, he was constantly struggling and hesitating. Yeah, suddenly, a loud voice, like a bolt from the blue, resounded throughout the entire glacier continent. Baloric Redfield's heart trembled, his knowledgeable, 563, Hockey didn't notice it, his eyes kept turning, trying to find the location of the sound. Who? Hide your head and show your tail, don't hurry up and show yourself. The 3 CPOs were shocked suddenly, as if they were facing a big enemy. However, what responded to the 3 of them was Thunderous Dragon Chant. Azure Dragon chanting flowing water. Roar. The boundless and ferocious sword intent suddenly covered and spread in all directions. An azure dragon transformed from slashing, roared down ferociously from above the icy glacier continent, and the powerful sword intent filled everyone's minds. Not good. Let's go. The CPO admiral headed by the strong man, after receiving the crazy warning from Observation Hockey, his face suddenly changed. Immediately he turned into an afterimage to dodge. The one behind him, CPO Elite Vice Admiral, also hid aside in fright. Only the CPO Elite Vice Admiral who just shouted out the arrogant declaration was stunned for a while. He never expected that his casual words would provoke a terrifying strong man. By the time he realized it, it was already too late. The ferocious and violent azure dragon opened its bloody mouth wide open, swallowing his entire body in extremely fast speed. Advertisement. Boom. That CP0 Vice Admiral didn't have time to scream. It turned into a cloud of ashes and scattered in all directions with the wind. One time, the whole scene was silent, and everyone lost their minds in horror at this moment. Qingzhao's son couldn't help but swallowed. He naturally knew who it was who shot, but he didn't expect that man's strength to be so terrifying. Compared with his father, the strength of that mysterious strong man was slightly inferior, but just now, he was completely killed in a single meeting. When he came back to his senses, he quickly led someone forward and dragged the seriously injured and unconscious green pepper back. At this moment, the 2 CPOs were frightened into a cold sweat. They hurriedly glanced around, their bodies began to tremble uncontrollably. Horrible swordsmanship just now, ferocious as a giant beast in the abyss, possessed on the sea, such swordsmanship can be counted with one slap. Coupled with the vaguely heard azure dragon groans just now, they couldn't help but think of that man. Possessing such terrifying sword skills, could it be him? Even Baloric Redfield, with his pupils shrinking suddenly, noticed something. He had tried his best to avoid the Rocks pirates. Unexpectedly, when he came out of the new world, in this little West Blue, he would run into him. There was a crisp sound, it was walking on the ice. The strongest shield of celestial dragons, I didn't expect to do such a thing, which is really surprising. However, you can do it too. How dare you steal my job? All the treasures of the glacier continent belong to the Rocks pirates, and none of you can touch them. As Lin Nuo walked, he seemed to shrink into an inch, and within a few words, he came to the center of the battlefield. Pirate Lin Nuo, this is the country of flowers, and it is a member country of the world government, not the territory of the New World Rocks pirates. The treasures of the glacier continent belong to the world government. CPO Admiral was calm on the surface, without any expression, but he was terrified inside, and said gloomily. Advertisement. Originally, the treasures of the glacier continent were within easy reach, but at this moment, a Shinigami Lin Nuo appeared. He was extremely unwilling to give up the treasure just like that. Qingzhao's son heard this, even though he felt so aggrieved, he could only smile wryly at the terrifying situation in front of him. One side is the Rocks pirate group, the strongest overlord of the new world, and the other side is the world government. In today's sea, the 2 strongest forces collide. He is not so bold to say it out loud, even if his father is seriously injured, it is the same. The current situation is already doomed, the treasures of the glacier continent no longer belong to their 8 treasures navy. At the same time, the CPO subordinates beside him followed closely, but their speed was much slower than that of the leader. It's a good sounding statement, but it's disgusting. I saw the weaker CPO's body suddenly stopped, no matter how hard he struggled, it was still useless. The combat power displayed by Lin Nuo is completely different from him. He absolutely cannot stop Lin Nuo. Rather than that, it is better. Lin Nuo stretched out his left hand slowly, and an invisible force of fame enveloped his hand impressively. With his right hand, Lin Nuo pulled out the black sword at his waist to slay the dragon, and a terrifying cold light shone on the black blade. Suddenly, the entire body of this CPU flew towards Lin Nuo in an instant. The strong Admiral CPO, after seeing Lin Nuo's fierce conqueror's haki, turned around and ran away without hesitation. Crack, click, Lin Nuo's eyes became colder and colder, and a terrifying aura gushed out of his body, and the words of the CP0 strong man aroused the killing intent in his heart. Regardless of his Admiral combat power, Admiral levels also have strengths and weaknesses. Boom. Withdraw. Compared with Lin Nuo, he is nothing, he doesn't think he has the strength to defeat Lin Nuo. The strong CP0 Admiral soared into the air, and the mooncloth was applied to ultimate. In Summit War, Lin Nuo was the man who defeated Master Five Elders, and Marine Marshal Kong ordered Admiral substitute Li Bao to pursue Lin Nuo. In the end, even the capital of Lianhu couldn't find 0.7. A terrifying conqueror's haki, as ferocious as a bottomless abyss, raged out. The incomparably powerful airflow made cracks appear in the ice layer under Lin Nuo's feet and even in all directions, spreading continuously, and black thunder continued to wreak havoc around the battlefield. Chapter 172. With the advance of Black Sword Zonlong, this CPO with the strength of the elite Vice Admiral was instantly pierced through the heart by Zonlong. The horror of instant death filled his brain, his body trembled a few times, his eyes were full of unwillingness, and he completely lost consciousness. Lin Nuo threw away the dead CPO body, looked at the strong Admiral CPO who was running away at a high speed, and muttered to himself. Can you run? The figure instantly turned into a streak of light, chasing after him. After a few maneuvers in the air, he caught up with Admiral's strong CPO. The black saber-slaying dragon sword intent emerged in his hand, and a ferocious slash locked him completely. Hateful. Seeing Lin Nuo's figure, he was about to catch up with him. It was a slash of cold light, attacking towards the sudden attack. Admiral's strong CPO's complexion suddenly changed, and the instinctive sense of survival occupied his mind. The final chapter of the 6 styles, Burning Life. With a ferocious face, he shouted loudly, and the momentum of 21 on his body doubled. Armament haki covered and defended the whole body. Turning around suddenly, a peach-red arrogance enveloped the pitch-black fist, and the armed color was released, resisting the sharp slash that came. Oh, it's not bad, it's much better than those two trash before. Lin Nuo's eyes lit up. The CPO in front of him, after being promoted by secret techniques, is quite impressive. While the sharp slash devoured Admiral's strong CPO, Lin Nuo activated his fruit ability and came to the sky above him. At this time, Lin Nuo's momentum became more and more violent. He clenched his fist with his right hand. The powerful repulsive force was continuously compressed and condensed on the fist, and a translucent halo emerged. Facing the CPO below, a terrifying shock wave was shot from the sky. Repulsion death. The slash from below dissipated, and the CPO was panting heavily, barely blocking the sharp slash. Advertisement. Unexpectedly, what awaited him was an even more terrifying shock wave. Boom. The repulsive shock wave was so powerful that it broke the surrounding air, and even the space became distorted, causing a thunder-like sound. The CPO also realized something at this time, and suddenly raised his head, with a look of despair on his face, and his body wanted to struggle hard. Don't kill. The shock wave aimed at his head, swallowing his body from top to bottom. Boom. There was a loud noise, shaking the sky. The power of the repulsive shock wave remained undiminished, and it directly hit the iceberg, and the entire iceberg was completely shattered in an instant. The huge glacier continent began to fight for it. A large amount of blood slowly flowed out along the cracks in the ice. Under the ruins of iceberg fragments, the body of CPO, the strong admiral, has been decapitated, and he can't die anymore. The son of Qingzhao and the 8 Treasures Navy who witnessed this scene from a distance. There was a look of horror on every face, and there was a storm in his heart, and he didn't recover for a long time. Too strong. Is this the strength of Shinigami Lin Nuo? Qingzhao's son muttered to himself, staring at the invincible figure in the distance with a look of shock. This is the instant peak powerhouse, the man who defeated the 5 elders, and his strength is second only to the existence of Captain Rocks. With such a formidable strength, their 8 treasure navy is like ants, and it's not enough to see it all. Balorik Redfield, who was watching the battle, was also shocked by Lin Nuo's combat power, and his face became gloomy at the same time. Witnessing Lin Nuo's strength with his own eyes, the gap is even more obvious. Not to mention that Lin Nuo has powerful and terrifying swordsmanship, and his own fruit ability is also extremely terrifying. From the beginning to the end, he saw the translucent halo emerging from Lin Nuo's fist just now, and his posture is so familiar. Does Lin Nuo have the shock fruit ability? No, it is impossible for a second identical fruit to appear on the sea. He also didn't know what the terrifying power that had just condensed on his fist was. Advertisement. Lin Nuo is not only stronger than him in swordsmanship, but also in the development of fruit ability, as well as the powerful constitution. Balorik Redfield only hopes that Lin Nuo doesn't know about the Rocks pirates chasing him. Lin Nuo couldn't help shaking his head after finishing off the 3 CPO powerhouses. I still look up to him. Even if he burns his vitality, his strength improvement is still a bit far behind those old fellows of 5 elders. He couldn't help but think of the Admiral CPO who was killed by Rocks in Summit War. Sigh, with this monster here, the treasures in the Glacier continent are no longer with him. He didn't dare to be careless, because the man in front of him was dozens of times stronger than the three guys before him. Lin Nuo landed on the ice and looked over with a flat gaze. You can't blame people for being too weak, and you are too damn strong. When you meet a monster like you will be unlucky in 8 lifetimes. Looking at you, it seems that you also want to get the treasure of the glacier continent. Beloric Redfield sighed inwardly, feeling helpless facing Lin Nuo's oppression like a mountain. I'm not those 3 idiots, I still know how much I weigh. Redfield's face became serious. How could it be possible? Why can't he perceive the trajectory of his actions? Hearing this, Beloric Redfield couldn't help shaking his head and smiling wryly. Although I was still shocked in my heart, the corners of my mouth couldn't help twitching. After he activates the burning vitality, his strength has obviously increased several times. Even if he faces a blow from rocks, he can still block it. You're Beloric Redfield. Indeed, but this was also my previous thought, but I changed my mind. It seems that this guy is the Admiral Combat Power at the bottom of the CPO. Its strength is similar to that of the former Field Marshal. Beloric Redfield, at the moment, was in high spirits. His whole body was tense, and he couldn't guarantee whether Lin Nuo would suddenly make a move. Beloric Redfield was born Grandmaster Observation Hockey, and he could hear Lin Nuo's murmurs very clearly. Seeing countless treasures in front of him, he dared not get his hands on them, so unwilling. He still has a chance to meet the 3 people just now. The Lin Nuo that appeared in front of him is like a bottomless abyss in his perception. Chapter 173 Rider withdraws, the army strikes. He dared to say that as long as he dared to move his mind, the man in front of him would kill him without hesitation. Seeing Beloric Redfield's attitude, Lin Nuo didn't bother to talk to him. In fact, Lin Nuo is quite interested in some future legendary pirates. It's just that the current Beloric Redfield is still a long way from his peak. According to the information obtained in the original book, Beloric Redfield is the man who can defeat Marshal Kong. In the end, if Garp did not arrive in time, he would not be imprisoned in Impel Down. It's almost time for someone to move the treasure. Then, Lin Nuo went to the sky and drew a slash with his fingers until he rushed to the sky. Lin Nuo came to the iceberg, knelt down and tapped the solid ice surface with his fingers. The hardness of the ice layer here is indeed extremely strong. It's no wonder that in the entire 8 treasures navy, only the leader, Qingzhou, can break through the entire ice surface. Lin Nuo estimated that if armament hockey did not reach a certain level, it would be impossible to break through it. Unless it has the slash of a great swordsman, or like a green pepper, the ancestral 8-punch boxing is added with its own armament hockey, under the double superposition. But for Lin Nuo, it was easy. Boom. Lin Nuo's right hand pressed on the ice, and the top armament hockey was released. Crack, click, cracks and cracks suddenly appeared in the ice layer, which were spreading at a very fast speed, and all of them were shattered in an instant. It is indeed arrogant enough, richer than the gold in the sky that was snatched back then. Lin Nuo looked at the countless golden treasures in front of his eyes, and couldn't help admiring. After some inspection, they were all priceless gold and silver treasures, but nothing of value was found. Think about it too, if it is a good devil fruit, or a famous knife weapon. The green peppers have already been taken away to equip the personnel of the 8 treasures navy. And Qingzhao's son, after the CPO was dealt with by Lin Nuo, left sadly with Qingzhao in a coma. Not long after, several crews from the Rocks pirates arrived. Oh my god, this is the treasure in the glacier continent. Advertisement. Seeing the countless golden lights flashing under the ice layer, how much is it worth? Yeah, so many treasures, at least a few billion Baileys. What are we doing here in a daze? Didn't we hear the order from Lin Nuo's cadre? Hurry up and bring the treasure up. Under the command of the captain, the crew members began to rush towards countless treasures with excitement and greed. Facing the mountain of treasures, the crew members rolled up their sleeves and moved them frantically. After the last batch of treasures were transported out, Lin Nuo left Sichuan continent with the crew. Just as he was preparing to walk out of the glacier continent, a blood-red figure rushed towards him very quickly. That's right, it was Beloric Redfield, who had no choice but to leave after seeing countless treasures being emptied by Lin Nuo and the crew of the Rocks pirates. Now it flew back, which made Lin Nuo a little puzzled, and signaled to the crew who were pulling the treasure behind him to stop, and the observation hockey started. The next moment, a cold killing intent appeared in Lin Nuo's eyes. The army of the Kingdom of Flowers is coming. Beloric Redfield stopped aside and said lightly. Su. As soon as he finished speaking, a gust of breaking wind resounded throughout the entire glacier continent. In midair, the cannonballs came lacing, like a black meteor shower, densely packed. These are shells. Damn, how dare the little Kingdom of Flowers be against our Rocks pirates? Damn it, there are so many shells, but they are still coming suddenly, how do you avoid them? Damn it, if I don't die, I will be in the land of sparks. Seeing this scene, the crew became flustered, and their inner anger kept rising. Even Beloric Redfield's face became a little serious, secretly thought. Are all the people in the land of flowers idiots? Since he dared to attack that man, he really didn't know how to live or die. It's really bad luck for 8 lifetimes. Not only did I not get any treasure, but I also encountered these things. Although he has admiral-level combat power, facing the sky full of meteor-like shells, he can't help but pay attention to it. Advertisement. Snort. It's really courting death. Lin Nuo's eyes flashed with coldness, his body disappeared in an instant, and he appeared in midair, facing the countless shells that hit the sky, his right hand slowly stretched out, and endless repulsion emerged. God Luo Tian sign. Boom. Boom. Although the mighty air shield suddenly appeared, the range expanded, and all the shells that came from the sky were cut off. The next moment, bursts of deafening explosions resounded through the sky. The entire ground and the glacier continent behind them trembled. The pungent smell of gunpowder filled the sky with smoke and dust. A dense crowd of figures emerged, and the black cloud crushed them like a city. Quote. I really don't know what is good or bad. I just saved a little life not long ago. If I don't want to be your king, I want to come here to seek death. Lin Nuo stared coldly at the numerous armies in front of him, the leader of which was the king of the Kingdom of Flowers. HMPH. Arrogant pirate, the treasure of the glacier continent belongs to our country of flowers. You pirates, want to steal my national treasure, do you think my country is afraid of you? Shinigami Lin Nuo, no matter how famous your name is, no matter how strong your strength is, so what, you are just a mere person. There are 50,000 dead men here. The king doesn't believe that you can stop him. Even if it is exhausted, he will exhaust you to death. If you don't want to die, put down all the treasures. The king of the country of flowers came in a menacing way. With 50,000 dead men, he felt that he was doing well again, which made him look fearless, and his words were even more arrogant. A look of fierce resentment flashed in Lin Nuo's eyes. As the king of the Kingdom of Flowers, it was a shame in his heart that he had ever been so humiliated. And when his eyes shifted to the countless treasures behind Lin Nuo, they were replaced by endless greed. Although the king of the Kingdom of Flowers was afraid of death, when faced with the countless treasures in front of him, his greed directly dazzled him, and his desire for treasures surpassed his own life. From this point of view, compared with John, the typical regards money as life, and even loves money more than life. Chapter 174 The Arrogant King, 1 against 50,000. There are billions of treasures in the glacier continent, to say the least. It has been on his territory, and he has been coveting it for a long time. Subconsciously, I have already regarded it as my own. Before, they were only afraid of the 8 treasures navy and the strength of Qingzhou. He couldn't grab it directly, and he couldn't wait for a good opportunity, so he didn't do it for a long time. But in the current situation, Qingzhou himself was severely injured and fell into a coma, and it was still a question when he would wake up. But Qingzhou's son withdrew sadly, acquiescing to the treasures of the glacier continent, and he has not lost to their 8 treasures navy. Isn't this the good opportunity he has been waiting for? Get started now, when will you wait? Let these damned pirates snatch away, he will never allow such a situation to happen. It seems that the country of flowers should be completely destroyed. Crack. Lin Nuo's momentum continued to emerge, and cracks appeared on the floor under his feet. But the eyes were extremely cold, looking at the king's eyes, the killing intent gradually became stronger and stronger. In his eyes, the king of the Kingdom of Flowers is already a dead man. Ha 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 ha. The king wants to see how you struggle. Facing my king's 50,000 dead men, how dare you be so arrogant? What rocks pirates, what Shinigami Lin Nuo, let this king die. The king slapped his teeth and claws, and laughed frantically. And behind him, 50,000 dead soldiers gathered. Looking down from the sky, the field of vision is divided into 2. Half of it is a white iceberg, and the other half is a mass of dead men. At this moment, with the order of the king of the Kingdom of Flowers, 50,000 soldiers in black armor all gathered towards the glacier continent, trying to surround Lin Nuo and others. Damn pirate, die in despair. The treasure of the glacier continent belongs to the king. Kingdom of Flowers Wang Yu became even more frantic, roaring passionately. Coveting the treasures of the glacier continent, he does not hesitate to use the Kingdom of Flowers' strongest trump card for his own self-interest. Advertisement. The army of 50,000 dead soldiers has always been hidden in the dark, and his existence is only allowed to be exposed in times of crisis. This is also the rule of the kings of all dynasties. Now it has been exposed, directly offending the Rocks pirates. To make up for the required price, he must obtain the treasure. Ha 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 ha. The king of the country of flowers is full of courage, but his brain is not very good. In the face of absolute CBEI strength, everything is ashes. Lin Nuo showed no fear at all, and laughed wildly, his expression becoming ferocious. At the same time, the aura on his body turned into an extremely terrifying arrogance, covering Lin Nuo's whole body. At this moment, Lin Nuo was furious. In the previous battle, even though he fought fiercely with 5 elders, he was not provoked. And the king of the country of flowers in front of him has completely ignited the anger in Lin Nuo's whole body. The whole army rushes to kill. Kill all the pirates in front of you without mercy. Whoever kills Shinigami Lin Nuo, the king rewards him with 100 million Baileys, and confers him a noble title. The king of the country pulled out the long knife at his waist violently, raised it to the sky, and shouted angrily. In an instant, the morale of the 50,000 army continued to rise under the support of the king. The leader of the dead warriors, draw out the long knife and roar. Kill without mercy. Kill, kill. The 50,000 dead men shouted together and responded with one voice. The sound of shouting and killing resounded through the heaven and earth, soaring to the sky with mighty force, shocking people's hearts. On the empty land, in the glacier continent, the shouts of killing echoed endlessly. The crew behind Lin Nuo had never seen such a scene before. After all, they were not among the elite crew who raided naval headquarters last time. These crew were just newly recruited by Rocks. All of them were shocked and couldn't help trembling. Even Beloric Redfield couldn't help but become serious. At this time, Lin Nuo's observation Haki sensed that the icy eyes of 50,000 people locked him firmly. In the eyes of these people, in addition to the icy color, there is also a biting killing intent. It seems that there is no need to hold back. Advertisement. Lin Nuo's eyes were slightly condensed and turned up, revealing a sinister smile and coldness. Boom. The army of 50,000 dead soldiers rushed towards Lin Nuo and others like a torrent. With uniform steps, every step makes the ground feel like a heavy blow. Suddenly, the ground and icebergs began to shake. There seemed to be no end to the black mass of dead men, as if they had condensed into a ferocious beast. The sound of stomping on the ground and the roar of the dead men were superimposed together, like a thunderbolt from the blue sky, and the sound of thunder rolling. The power is astounding. Your Excellency Lin Nuo, do you need my help? Beloric Redfield had a serious expression on his face. Although these dead soldiers were mighty and fearless of death, they still had a large number of them. Even if he launched Conqueror's Haki, he might not be able to solve all of them. Boom, boom, boom. No matter how many ants there are, they are still ants. Snort. The sound of trampling was deafening, like an earthquake. Lin Nuo walked slowly into the dense circle of dead men. Lin Nuo took a step forward, and the momentum on his body burst out like an abyss, and he walked towards the densely packed 50,000 dead soldiers, and said without looking back. This boosted the king's confidence, and proudly boasted that there was a cow flying in the sky, and he was waiting for Lin Nuo to be killed. No need. The momentum and oppression of the whole person, every time Lin Nuo took a step, cracks appeared on the surrounding ground. In addition, he and Lin Nuo can be regarded as grasshoppers on a boat. If the two join forces, they can be completely wiped out. Lin Nuo walked forward slowly, intending to overwhelm 50,000 dead soldiers with the power of one person. In this case, I'd like to see how you solve it. It's just a daydream for one person to resist my 50,000 dead soldiers. Lin Nuo alone was in stark contrast to the 50,000 dead. He didn't believe that Lin Nuo could completely eliminate the more than 50,000 dead men in a short time, even if he used all his strength to Conqueror's Haki, even if he couldn't. Beloric Redfield snorted coldly, facing Lin Nuo's refusal. His face looked a little unhappy. And he also has inner thoughts. If he helps Lin Nuo at this moment, maybe he can get some treasures in time. Under the charge of 50,000 dead soldiers, even if Rocks himself came, he would be crushed to pieces. Chapter 175 Rage, obliterate all the royal family. When the distance was less than 100 meters, a dead man rushed towards Lin Nuo first. Kill. 1, 2, 3. Accompanied by bursts of roars, the charging dead soldiers were right in front of them. At this time, in Lin Nuo's body, the aura like a prehistoric burst and spread. In the next second, an unprecedented ferocious Conqueror's Haki slammed in all directions, and the terrifying Conqueror's momentum completely covered the 5 sides. The clouds above the sky were constantly restless impressively, forming a bottomless Uzumaki the next moment. In the dark clouds, thunder and lightning flashed continuously, and as black lightning struck down, the roar resounded through the sky. At this time, the deep red air flow was released all over Lin Nuo's body, and strands of electric arcs entangled him. In a second, countless dead men charging towards Lin Nuo suddenly lost consciousness with foam at the mouth, rolled their eyes, and fell hard to the ground. 1, 2, 3 people. One after another, in an instant, a large number of dead soldiers, before touching Lin Nuo, all lost consciousness and fell to the ground. No. No way. Lin Nuo really did it. You know, this is an army of 50,000. Even if you kill them all, you will have to kill them for 3 days and 3 nights. And this Conqueror's Haki, has it surpassed the high level and reached the top level of legendary? What a monster. I didn't expect this guy to be so powerful. Beloric Redfield, with an expression of disbelief, stared fixedly at the figure of Lin Nuo who was surrounded by 50,000 troops in the distance. Show shock, fear and awe. He originally thought that no matter how strong Lin Nuo was, he would not be able to completely eliminate the 50,000 dead in a short time. But the scene in front of him was obviously beyond his imagination. The strength of Lin Nuo did not allow him to know countless information and news. Moreover, the existence that has already surpassed countless powerful people, its strength is already slightly weaker than Rocks, the captain of the Rocks pirate group. At this time, the ground around Lin Nuo was cracked, and the cracks were spreading continuously, bottomless, and black thunder ravaged the entire battlefield. At this moment, the countless dead men, before they could react in time, had lost consciousness and fell to the ground, spitting white foam and even spitting out blood. As countless dead soldiers fell, the original 50,000 mighty dead soldiers were completely disintegrated in an instant. Even the king of the Kingdom of Flowers fell to the ground and lost consciousness under the impact of the Conqueror's Haki just now. Advertisement. In just a few seconds, the entire battlefield was silent. All that remains is that the ground continues to shatter and thunder continues to wreak havoc on the earth. It took a lot of time. Lin Nuo looked at the dilapidated ground in front of him, covered with countless dead soldiers, and withdrew his top Conqueror's Haki aura. Crack, slowly walked towards the unconscious king of Flower Kingdom, grabbed his neck with one hand, twisted it off, and then threw it aside. Baleoric Redfield recovered from his shock and nodded to him. Lin Nuo nodded in response, and Baleoric Redfield was also very interesting, and his figure disappeared in place. With the passage of time, the distraught crew members gradually regained their sanity. The scene just now had an impact on their hearts and minds. They couldn't believe that since the Lin Nuo cadre was so powerful, he didn't even need a chance to draw his sword, and he completely eliminated the 50,000 dead men. This is simply beyond their understanding, and at this moment, they have a little more respect and admiration for Lin Nuo. After a short rest, the crew continued to move the treasure. This is the last batch of treasures. Lin Nuo explained a few words, and then flew into the air. He wants to make the royal family of flowers disappear completely in the sea. As for those dead men who are just ants, there is no need to kill them all. What Lin Nuo wants is the lives of all the royal families. In a blink of an eye, Lin Nuo arrived, above the palace of the King of Flowers. Opening his hands slowly, endless repulsion continuously emerged, muttering to himself. Feel the pain. Super God Luo Tian sign. In an instant, the impact of endless repulsion spread in all directions. The powerful repulsive force directly scattered the clouds in the sky. The people in the country of flowers couldn't help but look up. Look, that person appears in the sky, asking for flowers. Advertisement. No, not good, run away. Boom. While the crowd exclaimed, the powerful repulsive force rushed towards the palace. The huge royal palace disappeared in an instant from its former glory and turned into ruins. Not only that, the repulsive impact spread all around, and half of the entire kingdom of flowers disappeared with the palace in an instant. Members of the royal family of the palace died here without exception. Not only that, many residents also suffered countless casualties at that moment. Snort. Lin Nuo snorted coldly, turned around and left in the air. It's just that along the way, no one from Marine stopped him. Ha 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 ha. You did a good job. As for Carl and Buster, temporarily stay in the first half of the Grand Line and continue to practice on the desert island. 0. The treasure brought back by you alone is comparable to that of the 3 of our teams, which is worth 4. In the bay, a large number of crew members were busy one after another, and began to move countless treasures. There was a burst of wild laughter from the phone bug in Lin Nuo's hand. The next step is to snatch this thing and prepare for the decisive battle with Marine and world government. He is investigating these things, and now he has some clues. Don't worry about the treasure, let the people under your command do it next. You should practice hard and improve your own strength. On the way back to New World, I encountered many lifeless pirates who dared to intercept Lin Nuo's pirate group, but without exception, they all sank in the sea. After Rocks gave his orders, he hung up the phone directly. The entire royal palace of the Kingdom of Flowers was completely destroyed, and members of the royal family were exterminated. This incident spread across the sea. Time passed, and after 7 days, Lin Nuo's pirate ship returned to the Hive Bean. The decisive battle with Marine and world government has added a lot of confidence. Gia ha ha ha, Lin Nuo did a good job. With these treasures, it is enough for us to upgrade our weapons and equipment, and we can exchange for a lot of devil fruit. Lin Nuo returned to the ship loaded with countless treasures and set sail directly, aiming to return to the New World. Chapter 176 The Persevering Broken Tiger. Golden Lion Shiki looked at the treasures that were continuously transported down from Lin Nuo's ship, and greed could not help but appear in his eyes. Every time this guy Lin Nuo made a move, he was horrified. You don't need to say it, Shiki, this is the treasure of the Glacier Continent. The 8 Treasures Navy has inherited more than a dozen generations of wealth, which is much more than the amount of gold that was robbed from the sky back then. John on the side had golden eyes and said enviously. My heart is really sour, this mission captain, why don't you give it to me? I didn't expect the captain to entrust this task to Lin Nuo. He had already coveted the treasure of the West Blue 8 Treasure Navy, and he had always thought about finding an opportunity to get it. Unexpectedly, Rocks had already acted preemptively, and things backfired, so he didn't have any complaints. John, 207, glanced at Lin Nuo with sour eyes. With such a huge amount of treasures, I don't know if this guy Lin Nuo took it for himself, if he did. Come on, John, the show is over. These treasures belong to the entire Rocks pirate group, and when the time comes to exchange for resources, your share will eventually be indispensable. Seeing John's appearance, Silver Axe couldn't stand it anymore, so he reminded him. We are at a critical juncture now, and some things need to be restrained, or the Captain Rocks will be angered, and he will be unable to eat. Speaking of which, Lin Nuo, you snatched a treasure and made a lot of noise. Turning his head, Silver Axe took out the latest newspaper, and said with some disdain on his face. When they saw the newspaper before, they thought that Lin Nuo's mission was to destroy the country. Just as they were unbelievable, Lin Nuo came back to New World loaded with countless treasures. Only then did they know that Lin Nuo had gone to plunder the treasure just like them. As for why the Kingdom of Flowers was destroyed by Lin Nuo, there is no doubt that they provoked Lin Nuo, the Shinigami. Cool la la la, the king of the country of flowers must have a brain hole, ruining the entire country with his own hands. This style of behavior is also in line with Lin Nuo Kid. Advertisement. Whitebeard Newgate naturally understood Lin Nuo's temper. If the king hadn't angered Lin Nuo, he wouldn't have destroyed half of the kingdom of flowers. Hey, we are vicious pirates. It's not the hypocrisy of justice that is all over the face. As the person involved, Lin Nuo said helplessly. Compared to him robbing the treasures of the glacier continent and obliterating all the royal families, what he did behind the scenes of marine and world government is still relatively minor. Silver Axe, Akoku, John and others, the corners of their mouths twitched slightly. Lin Nuo's words are true, but it can't be said so bluntly. Moreover, after you snatched the treasure, you also wiped out all the king's family by the way, which is really fierce. In the Rocks Pirates, this has never been done. Otherwise, many countries in the New World might have been wiped out by Captain Rocks long ago. This action probably made the guys from Marine and World Government turn green with anger. Shiki glanced at Lin Nuo and said jokingly, Hey. In society, Brother Nuo, don't talk too much. No matter how much anger you have to hold back, Marine and World Government will not make any big moves for the time being. We are accumulating strength and improving the strength of the whole group, while Marine and World Government are also doing the same. However, you may not have imagined that besides me, the World Government also dispatched a CPO to snatch the treasure in the glacier continent this time. Recalling the behavior of the CPO back then, Lin Nuo couldn't help but sneer. This remark surprised everyone, and they couldn't help thinking. It seems that the world government has resorted to all means to deal with the Rocks Pirates. Silver Axe frowned, and said in a deep tone. As the Rocks Pirates grow stronger, the Marine and world government feel an unprecedented crisis. From the current situation, the world government has already made up its mind. Accumulate all combat power and fight against the Rocks Pirates. Advertisement. It's useless to think so, it's better to continue to practice, try to survive the war. Lin Nuo looked around at the crowd and said meaningfully. The decisive battle is inevitable, if the place of the decisive battle is really in the Valley of the Gods. The Rocks Pirates will be destroyed. According to the plot, Silver Axe and others are all doomed in this battle. While there is still time, continue to practice hard, maybe there is still a glimmer of life. Silver Axe and other cadres, although they don't know the meaning of Lin Nuo's words, they will not let down their vigilance, but if they are like Lin Nuo, they will not be able to do the kind of life-threatening cultivation. As Lin Nuo left, Silver Axe and others disappeared in the harbor one after another. The Rocks Pirates, Shinigami Lin Nuo appeared in the West Blue Flower Country, and robbed the treasure of the glacier continent. The news that the entire royal family of the Kingdom of Flowers will be destroyed can't help but spread in the sea. Naval Headquarters, Ma Lin Luo. Large pieces of ruins have been completely cleared. Construction of the new office buildings, Crescent Bay and Plaza, has only just begun. During this time, the office location was shifted to Marineford's rear residence. Sengoku, Garp, Zephyr, Crane and others are desperately conducting secret training for the upcoming decisive battle. In the huge naval headquarters, only Kong, Marine Admiral, and Duanyu are left. The three pillars hold the sky. The middle-level generals under his command are either working hard to build naval headquarters, or they are going to guard other marine branches. In Temporary Marshal's Office 3.3, Kong sits at the main seat, Admiral Dark Dragon and Duan who sit on the sides. Right now, only these three marine pillars are eligible to participate in the high-level meeting. Lin Nuo of the Rocks Pirates went to West Blue, one of the first 4 seas of the Grand Line, and even robbed the treasure of the glacier continent in the Land of Flowers. Marshal, we got the news before that Lin Nuo left New World, why didn't we go to intercept him, and let him stay completely? He's alone. Admiral Duanyu clenched his fists tightly, his inner anger bursting out. For him, this is a once-in-a-lifetime good guy. If Lin Nuo is taken down, Rocks will lose his strongest left wrist, and the decisive battle with the Rocks Pirates will greatly increase his winning rate. Chapter 177 Mobilizing Dark Chess, the real controller, I am. Indeed, as early as Lin Nuo left Hive Island, he was conveyed back to naval headquarters by an undercover agent in the Rocks Pirate Group. But Marshal Kong did not give an order for a long time, and sent top-notch experts to stop Lin Nuo. This is hard for Marine Admiral to accept. Kong tapped his fingers on the table, frowned, and said in a deep voice. Duanyu, if you are asked to capture Lin Nuo, how sure are you? As soon as this remark came out, Admiral Duanyu was stunned and didn't know how to answer for a while. He clenched his fists tightly, the muscles on his arms were bulging with blue veins, he was gnashing his teeth, and he was constantly struggling in his heart. After a while, Duanyu sighed and shook his head. No. Duanyu also knew in his heart that Lin Nuo's current combat power could no longer be defeated by one person alone, not to mention that during the Summit War, when the 4-5 elders teamed up, they were almost in danger. Finally, in terms of combat power, Marine Admiral's alternate Lei Bao, who was not weaker than him, was completely beheaded in the pursuit of Lin Nuo. He sent 21 troops to pursue Lin Nuo, but not only was it ineffective, but he might also be in crisis. In addition, if Lin Nuo is intercepted in the first half of the Grand Line, will the Rocks Pirates launch another Summit War? Now Naval Headquarters has just begun to recover the losses as much as possible, recruiting a large number of soldiers, generals, and building Naval Headquarters. World Government 5 elders and others are also recuperating. If Duanyu's idea is really followed, there is no guarantee that Marineford will be completely destroyed by the Rocks Pirates this time. Admiral Minglong stretched out his hand and patted Duanyu, beckoning him to sit down, and said in a deep voice. Indeed, the current naval headquarters should not be in a summit war anymore. The matter of the Rocks pirates has to be considered in the long run. Kong stared at the unwilling Duanyu, nodded, and said in a deep voice. Well, Lord Five Elders has a plan against the Rocks pirates, it won't be long. I've seen Kong and Admiral speak, so I can't be stubborn. At this time, Minglong's face was slightly wrinkled, and he continued. Now that the Rocks pirates have obtained the treasures in the glacier continent, they will definitely exchange for a lot of resources and weapons, and the strength of the whole group will be improved again. The stronger the Rocks pirates, the more subtle their chances of winning will be. Advertisement. But right now, naval headquarters has been unable to stop it, and the enemy's strength has soared, which is already a certainty. You two don't have to complain. Once the lords of the Five Elders give orders, it's time for a decisive battle with the Rocks pirates. Return all investigators back. As the Marine Marshal Kong, his performance was not as exciting as the two admirals. Marshal, what does this mean? Why should the investigator be transferred back? Minglong and Duanyu were stunned for a moment, their faces were full of puzzlement, and they asked. Although they have no objection to Five Elders' actions, they withdraw the dark chess hidden in the Rocks pirate group. What is going on? The more critical it is, intelligence is often crucial. In this way, the opportunity will be lost instead. Regarding the treasure of the glacier continent, even if Lin Nuo was not arrested, it also reflected the importance of intelligence. I don't know the specific situation, His Excellency Five Elders only said that the plan has started, presumably it should be part of the plan. Kong pondered for a moment, and could only speak helplessly. Five Elders' tone was too tight. He had been asking for a long time on the phone bug, but he couldn't ask for a specific plan. Kong's words made Minglong and Duanyu's eyes shine. You don't need to look at me, I'm just like you, I don't know at all. The only news I received was the incident in Glacier, in addition to Lin Nuo and the CPO. While Kong was speaking, his eyes flickered a few times. These messages did not come from the Five Elders. He doesn't know why CPO appeared in the Land of Flowers in West Blue, and even fought against Lin Nuo, but the purpose is only one. After all, during this period of time, because of the destruction of naval headquarters, he was already so busy that he couldn't take care of it too much. It seems that what the Five Elders said is true, the world government has already started to act. Hearing this, Minglong and Duanyu felt a little relieved. The world government has already started to act, and they have a helping hand, and the burden on the Rocks pirates seems not to be so heavy. Advertisement. It's just that they don't know why CP appeared in the glacier continent of the country of flowers. Meanwhile, world government, Holy Land Mariajoy, deep in Pangu City. The most powerful person in the world government, the Five Elders who controlled the overall plan, entered this mysterious place. In a dark and empty palace, 20 broken knives and broken swords were stuck vertically on the floor. And these broken knives and broken swords are facing a throne shaped like a sharp sword on the steps in the distance. The golden outline and bright red leather, against the backdrop of the two, are majestic and domineering. The abyss-like man on the throne is the king of celestial dragons, the real master of the world, I am. Outside the gate of the palace, there was a respectful voice. Five Elders lowered their heads and responded hastily. How's the preparation going? I am slowly opened his eyes, revealing eagle-like, sharp eyeballs. Lord I am. The plan has started smoothly, the eternal pointer has been obtained by Rocks, and we are entering the game of the Lord. However, that Lin Nuo is indeed a bit tricky. Everything is ready, just waiting for the day of sacrifice. Five Elders, come and meet. Quote exclamation mark. Five Elders straightened up and slowly pushed the door open. At that moment, there was a person on the throne, covered in an abyss-like darkness. At this time, Five Elders, in just half a month, his body has already recovered. I am didn't open his mouth, his voice was clear and audible, without any emotional fluctuations. Five Elders came to the steps and knelt down respectfully. If the outside world knew about this scene, there would be even more huge waves on the sea. The moment he opened his eyes, Five Elders and others seemed to feel it. It can be seen from this that there is an ulterior motive in the depths of the world government. Master I am. Chapter 178 Sacrifice, the Battle of the Valley of the Gods. Five Elders hesitated for a moment, but said truthfully. It's no wonder that Five Elders and the others, Lin Nuo's talent and combat power are really unimaginable. His appearance is indeed an anomaly, affecting the light of history. However, the influence is still subtle, and the real influence is the descendants of the D family, Rocks D Bei Zeke. I am closed his eyes again, and said without any emotion. I will improve your strength, and hope that the five of you can wipe away the ashes of the times before you abdicate. I am stood up slowly, flicking his sleeves lightly. The burning lights went out instantly, and the palace was completely dark. Five Elders stayed among the flowers for 3 full days. Until 3 days later, the 5 people walked out of the flowers full of energy. Time flies, and before you know it, a month has passed. During this period of time, all forces on the sea, the kingdom and the pirate group. They seemed to have sensed the undercurrents in the sea, and watched the changes in the world with a tacit understanding. But the Rocks pirates, marine and world government didn't move anymore, and the whole world was terribly silent for a while. The Rocks pirates have fully shrunk their influence coverage and concentrated in the waters near the Hive Island. On Beehive Island, the full crew of the Rocks pirates practiced methodically after obtaining the resources. Except for the news of Captain Rocks, the movements of the Marine and the world government, he doesn't care about everything else. The day Lin Nuo returned to Hive Island and separated from a group of cadres. With Golden Lion Shiki, Whitebeard Newgate, began to practice hard. In addition to drinking and eating meat every day, it is a desperate practice. Newgate's new move, Air Shock with the shock wave that destroys everything, has been mastered proficiently, and his strength has improved significantly. In the sparring with Shiki, Shiki was suppressed everywhere, which made Shiki very annoyed. Advertisement. Under Shiki's strong request, Lin Nuo had no choice but to talk about his experience in swordsmanship and fruit development during the battle. If the strength of Shiki and others improves, the next decisive battle against the Rocks pirates will increase the odds of winning. Originally, after receiving Lin Nuo's explanation, he worked harder to practice. After a period of time, Shiki's swordsmanship has been greatly improved in terms of proficient control of the fruit ability. His swordsmanship is more obvious, Shiki's understanding of swordsmanship is much deeper, and the great swordsman's cultivation base is further advanced. This made Silver Axe, Akoku and other cadres jealous. In the last 10 days, all the cadres of the Rocks pirates directly started a chaotic battle. Silver Axe, Akoku, John, Charlotte Linlin, Kaido and others who have improved in strength, under the joint oppression of Lin Nuo, Shiki, and Newgate, they were beaten to death again and again. However, it is precisely because of this oppression, coupled with Lin Nuo's cultivation experience, that Silver Axe, John, and Akoku have made significant progress in terms of strength. Although it is not as good as Shiki and Newgate, the two monsters, but compared to the previous ones, this kind of progress cannot be underestimated. Both Linlin and Kaido have penultimate talent and powerful constitution. After 10 days of stress training, the improvement in strength is the most obvious, and all of them have reached the peak of Vice Admiral, which is only one step away from the Admiral level. But even if they are one step away, they still cannot break through in a short time. Of course, the one who has improved the most in strength is Lin Nuo, who is known as a monster. The 6-style body art has been improved and has reached the top level, and he has mastered some of it, including the profound meaning. As for the fruit ability attraction and repulsion, after so many check-ins, Lin Nuo finally arrived at Qianshan, and upgraded the fruit proficiency card. Lin Nuo didn't hesitate to use it. At this time, Lin Nuo has made great progress in controlling the fruit ability, and the signature big move of Hokage World Heavenly Dao Pain can barely be used. For example, with the super god Luo Tian sign that destroys the entire Konoha village, it is more terrifying than when it was used in the Kingdom of Flowers before, and its coverage has been increased several times. So for half a month, he mainly practiced swordsmanship, and developed the swordsmanship in the Encyclopedia of Swordsmanship through the experience of comprehending the Swordsmanship Encyclopedia. Practice non-stop, one move after another without interruption. While the world government is using its background to improve its strength, all the crew members of the Rocks pirates are also relying on their own efforts to improve their combat capabilities. Time flies, a month has passed. On this day, a piece of news came from the underground world around the world. Advertisement. The captain of the Rocks pirates, the strongest overlord of the new world, Rocks, appeared alone in a certain underground force family. With absolutely crushing and terrifying combat power, the family was slaughtered, and then walked away. According to rumors, the Rocks have stolen something from the underworld. As soon as this news came out, the undercurrent surging situation became more turbulent. The major underground forces, kingdoms and pirate groups were all shocked. What kind of treasure it is worth letting Rocks, the strongest overlord of the new world, take action in person. What Rocks wants, probably no one has the guts to grab it except world government and marine. Word has spread across the sea, marine and world government, but no action has been taken. Rocks pirates territory, Hummingbird, Skeleton Castle, inside the hall. All the cadres gathered around the huge long table. They naturally know the news from the sea. Newgate, Shiki, Silver Axe and the others all had serious expressions on their faces to Hao Jiao. It is not difficult to guess what is happening now, and there will be major announcements next. Lin Nuo sat on the seat with a calm face on the surface. In fact, deep down in his heart, he was also very curious about what it was that Rocks should do it himself. Although he vaguely guessed, but Rocks didn't say anything, he wasn't sure. At this time, in the depths of the dark corridor, a figure slowly walked out, it was Rocks himself. Secret news has spread from the underground world that a large number of celestial dragons will gather in the Valley of the Gods, and a grand sacrifice will be held, and the time will be 1 month later. Rocks sat on the main seat, holding two things, and said in a deep voice. Celestial dragons. And not just one or two. Why did celestial dragons choose to hold a grand sacrifice in the Valley of the Gods? Chapter 179 Valley of the Gods, Rocks' Ambition. When the cadres heard this, they immediately became interested, and at the same time, doubts arose in their hearts. Valley of the Gods. Newgate and Shiki didn't know this place. This place sounds familiar. Yes, I do have some impressions. It's just that I can't remember exactly where it is. Silver Axe, John, Akoku, the older generation of pirates, recalled slightly, rubbing their chins and thinking. They've been with the Rocks the longest, and they all know something in depth. But after recalling it, I still can't remember the specifics. Lin Nuo's pupils shrank slightly when he heard these 3 words. He knew the name of the Valley of the Gods all too well, but it was also the place where Rocks was buried. Sure enough, the so-called decisive battle was the Battle of the Valley of the Gods that finally wiped out the Rocks pirates. The Rocks pirates battled the Marine, World Government, and Roger pirates. In the end, Rocks fell, and the Rocks pirates were also destroyed. Those who survived directly left the Rocks pirates and started anew. In the end, Rocks also joined forces with Garp and Roger to completely kill the strongest overlord. After 633, one was called the Marine Hero, and the other started the road of pirates becoming king. The 3 words, God's Valley, made all the cadres fall into deep thought. You don't have to think about it. Glancing at Silver Axe and the others, Rocks said lightly. Then, he put something on the huge long table in front of him. This is a fragment of an ancient book that was found in their confidential archives during the raid on naval headquarters last time. It roughly records the Valley of the Gods. Although the recorded information is quite limited, it can be judged that it should be that the celestial dragons of the past dynasties hid the unknown secrets in the Valley of the Gods, and that is where the celestial dragons originated. Rocks pointed to the broken page, glanced around the crowd, and made his final judgment. Is the Valley of the Gods the origin of the celestial dragons? Newgate, Shiki, Silver Axe and others all turned their attention to the broken pages in front of Rocks. Advertisement. But immediately withdrew their gaze, they couldn't understand the words on the broken page. The origin of the celestial dragons. What is hidden there? Lin Nuo's eyes were downcast, and a bright light flashed faintly, and he thought to himself. So where is the Valley of the Gods? I have sailed on the sea for decades, but I have never heard of this place. Silver Axe narrowed his eyes slightly, rubbed his chin and asked. Newgate, Shiki and others were very interested at the same time, and looked at Rocks one after another. Lin Nuo is thoughtful, since the Valley of the Gods is the origin of celestial dragons. How could the world government let people know about this, and this torn page was discovered by Rocks in naval headquarters, all this should be done on purpose by the world government. That's exactly what I'm going to see for this time. Rocks said, and took out another thing. The eternal pointer. Shiki recognized it immediately, his voice full of surprise. However, other cadres, Yi Guanggran realized. The chaos caused by Rocks should be because of this eternal pointer. Only the secrets related to celestial dragons, or world government, are worthy of Rocks' personal action. That's right, this is the key to the Valley of the Gods. According to the news from the underground world, on the day when the Valley of the Gods is sacrificed, most of the celestial dragons in the holy land of Mariajoy will go there. 17 inches. The forbearance of the Marine and the world government during this period is probably also to protect the Kailong people to complete the sacrifice. This is not 1 or 2 celestial dragons, but hundreds to hundreds of celestial dragons. With these celestial dragons as bargaining chips, the world government and Marine will have no control over them. At that time, the sea-bad world government will be completely overthrown in one fell swoop, just around the corner. As Rocks said, his face began to change, showing an extremely ferocious look. These celestial dragons piggies, year-round at the holy land of Mariajoy. As if they were isolated from the world, trying to capture them completely, Jane is even more difficult. Advertisement. Even if Rocks is superior in strength, he is not sure to take a direct shot against the Holy Land Marinjoa. Captain, in the current situation, will the celestial dragons really go to the Valley of the Gods to sacrifice? I think there is something strange about it. I'd better continue to inquire about the news for the time being, and then make a decision. Lin Nuo thought about it for a long time, and his brows furrowed tightly. He didn't care that the Rocks pirates would be wiped out, but what he was worried about was that being calculated by the world government made him extremely unhappy. Since the destruction of naval headquarters, the world government has become more vigilant. He just waited for Rocks to arrange an action, and then went directly to the sea to perform the task. He wanted to persuade Rocks again, but Rocks was firm and didn't speak anymore. Seeing the faces of Shiki and other cadres, Lin Nuo already guessed the result. Lin Nuo had no choice but to sigh inwardly. His tone was very firm, and he really didn't want to lose this opportunity to overthrow celestial dragons, world government. But what Rocks decided this time, it is hard for him to give up. In the face of Lin Nuo's objection, Rocks has already given Lin Nuo face. If the objectors are replaced by Akoku and others. Shiki on the side laughed and patted Lin Nuo on the shoulder. If they want to rely on a surprise attack to hit the Holy Land Mariajoy, the chances will be very slim. Since Lin Nuo was promoted to a cadre, he has never made a suggestion in the meeting from the beginning to the end. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Once the celestial dragons are under control, the world government and Marine will have no control over it. Overthrowing the world government is just around the corner. Lin Nuo hesitated, opened his mouth, and finally managed to speak out. Jia ha 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 ha. Lin Nuo, don't worry too much, as the captain said, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Rocks didn't get angry when he heard Lin Nuo's objection, he shook his head and said lightly. In the summit war, Shiki's confidence has been greatly increased, and his current strength has gone further and has begun to expand. Newgate was frowning and looking at Lin Nuo. He believed Lin Nuo's words firmly, and he was not a reckless person. But some endings may have been doomed, and he just wanted to remind Rocks. Not only did he take the initiative to speak this time, but it was not difficult to hear that he was persuading Rocks. Newgate, Shiki, Silver Axe, Akoku and others couldn't help turning their eyes to Lin Nuo, with surprise on their faces. Chapter 180 Naval Headquarters Army Assembled. It seems that the ending of the Valley of the Gods cannot be changed, but even if the Rocks pirates are destroyed, Shiki and Newgate have to pay attention to the two of them. Most of the cadres present thought that the so-called decisive battle was just for the Marine and world governments to hold their hearts together because of the unstable situation at sea. But they don't know that in this war, Marine and the world government have already laid a net to lure the Rocks pirates into the Valley of Gods and wipe them out. Since this battle is unavoidable, let's fight in the Valley of the Gods. The cadre meeting held this time is also to make preparations. I returned to Beehive Island and found that the Marine and world government spies had begun to monitor Beehive Island in all directions. The meeting got back to the topic, and Rocks told the spies outside. And that's exactly one of the Rocks, indeed the news. When he went out to sea alone a month ago, there were not so many in the outer waters around the Hive Island. A spy from the Marine and world government. It's quite courageous. John, Akoku and the others said with a gloomy look in their eyes. Captain, do you want to take them? A strong killing intent appeared in Silver Axe's eyes, and he made a gesture of wiping his neck. On weekdays, they may not bother to take care of it. Right now is the critical juncture, it is better to be on the safe side and kill all these spies. Don't worry about them, don't spread this matter for the time being, and the crew of the whole regiment will go on as usual. Prevent Marine and world government from being aware of it, let them relax their vigilance, wait until the Valley of the Gods a month later, and then catch them by surprise. Rocks thought for a moment, frowned slightly, and said seriously. No matter what method Marine and world government are preparing. I, Rocks, will step on you, world government, huh. There is still 1 month left, work hard to improve your combat power. Especially Lin Nuo, for the next month, you don't need to do anything, just become stronger. Rocks turned his gaze to Lin Nuo, and laughed loudly. Lin Nuo is now one of the pillars of the Rocks pirate group, second only to Rocks in the whole group. A body of swordsmanship, hockey, physical skills, and fruit abilities, without exception, are extremely powerful. Advertisement. As long as Lin Nuo's strength reaches the level of Rocks, the high-level combat power of the Rocks pirates will be repeated again and again. World government and Marine will not be able to stop the Rocks pirates' footsteps. The cadres present nodded their heads one after another, and they agreed with this very much. Time flies, and the battle of the Valley of the Gods is getting closer. The members of the Rocks pirate group have been staying on the Hive Island, as if isolated from the world. The whole crew is training in an orderly manner as before. Lin Nuo, Shiki, Newgate, John and other cadres are also working hard to practice for the decisive battle. Even Rocks sometimes gets involved, fighting all the cadres alone, and instructing the cadres to practice. During this period of time, Marine has not been idle, and has dispatched a large number of elite soldiers from branches all over the sea. Gathered at Naval Headquarters, personally trained by Naval Headquarters Elite Vice Admiral. At this time, Marine Fort Haodao, Riza Open Air Training Ground. Sengoku and Zephyr are practicing hard. After a long time, the two stopped, panting heavily. Sengoku, Zephyr, congratulations. Duan Hu, who had been monitoring by the side, clapped his hands and said with a smile. He looked at Sengoku and Zephyr with satisfaction on his face, as if seeing Marine's future. Back then, when he was young, it took him half a year to carry out special Marine training. But now Sengoku and Zephyr completed the special training in only 3.5 months. Is it finally over? It's really hard. Hearing this, Zephyr took a deep breath and turned his gaze to Sengoku. Yes, 3.5 months have passed. Sengoku's voice was a little dazed, but the light in his eyes did not diminish in the slightest. No one knows how much they paid for these 3.5 months. The special training is extremely difficult, even with their constitution, after a day of practice, they will become exhausted. But when they learned of Lin Nuo's strength again and again, he was making rapid progress. Ask for flowers. Advertisement. They gritted their teeth and increased the amount of special training. The original 3-day training amount was abruptly completed in 2 days. After each day's training, the body couldn't help shaking. In order to defeat the Lin Nuo and Rocks pirates, they persisted until today and finally completed special training. Senior Broken Tiger, when will the action start? Sengoku wiped the sweat off his face, raised his head and asked Duanyu. They have already learned about the actions of God's Valley from Duanhu's mouth, and this is the time to test the results of their hard work. The corners of Zephyr's mouth curled up slightly, and he looked at Duanyu. If there are no accidents, it should be in these few days. Sengoku was taken aback when he heard the words, and then he understood, with fighting intent in his eyes. But as long as he goes all out, he believes that under absolute justice, victory belongs only to the Marine and the world government. A few days ago, Garp asked for Duanyu's consent, and then left first. As that's so, it seems that our training is completed just in time. Although Zephyr is very clear that even if his current strength is not what it used to be, he still doesn't have much confidence in facing Lin Nuo. Rocks pirates, and Lin Nuo. Suddenly, Sengoku asked Duanyu. Let the Rocks pirates succeed and snatch the gold in the sky, it is his dereliction of duty. Just a few days ago, 5 elders had issued an order, and naval headquarters entered a state of preparation for full-scale combat. Therefore, for this action, he wants to avenge Lin Nuo. Zephyr still remembers the fierce battle with Lin Nuo back then, which is simply a shame to him. Zephyr's eyes were determined, his fists clenched tightly. Are you coming? This time, the Rocks pirate group will disappear completely in the sea. By the way, Senior Broken Tiger, where did that guy Garp go? When Duanyu heard this, his face became serious, and he said in a deep voice. No one can escape this time. After applying to me, I practiced alone and went to the factory. You said Garp, a few days ago, he had finished training. Chapter 181 Training is over, Roger goes to the Valley of the Gods. Duanyu recalled it for a while, and said lightly. He couldn't figure out why Garp, who participated in the training, completed the training one step ahead of Sengoku and Zephyr. Are all guys with AD in their name pervert? Ah, did you finish training a few days ago? Sengoku and Zephyr were taken aback for a moment, their faces full of disbelief. They didn't expect that Garp was so stupid that he was faster than them. That guy Garp, has he already lied like this? The two recovered from the shock and couldn't help admiring. When Sengoku and Zephyr and Admiral broke the tiger, while mentioning Garp. Garp, who is the person involved, is practicing his own practice on an uninhabited island outside Marineford. Standing in front of a big mountain, he punched out one punch after another, without relying on hockey, only, 410, is an explosion of pure physical skills and strength. Until now, in the past few days, Garp has continued to punch, shaking giant mountains one after another. In front of and around Garp, there were already no high mountains to be seen, only the remaining large pits and countless fragments were left in a mess. At this moment, the small warship docked on the shore followed Garp's adjutant, Rear Admiral, and waved towards Garp. Mr. Garp, there is a message from the headquarters to let you return to naval headquarters immediately. Call. At this time, Garp's punching speed gradually slowed down until it stopped completely. I see. After Garp calmed down, he waved his hand and said. Then, he turned around and took a deep breath, making a fist as big as a sandbag. With a sudden effort, the muscles in his arms swelled up, and he punched the only huge mountain in front of him. There is no armament hockey attached to this punch, and it only relies on its own strong crystal constitution and strength. It was just this ordinary punch, and the next moment, the mountain in front of him was instantly disintegrated by the terrifying force. Boom! A loud bang resounded through the sky. The mountain was shattered impressively, countless gravels flew in all directions, and the smoke and dust were lingering, leaving only ruins piled up with gravels. Let's go. Set sail. Seeing this scene, the marine soldiers on the warship froze in shock, muttering to themselves. No. No way. Advertisement. The mountain has actually disappeared. Vice Admiral Garp is already so strong, can it be completely smashed by physical skills and strength alone? What a terrifying destructive power. Is this the strength of Vice Admiral Garp? While the marine soldiers were shocked, Garp's figure had already appeared on the warship. Following Garp's order, the Marines recovered from their shock and returned to naval headquarters. The Battle of the Valley of the Gods is approaching, and Marine is gathering and fully preparing for the battle. On the edge of New World, on a remote island, the Jackson docked on the shore, and the crew gathered on the sand. While drinking and eating barbecue, they kept discussing, and from time to time looked into the depths of the island. In the depths of the island, the sound of thunder was rolling, and the roar was constantly vibrating. The continuous mountains were crumbled, and the dense forests were destroyed, leaving only some debris. And this group of crew members didn't care about it, and continued to enjoy drinks and barbecue leisurely. Half a day later, the roar gradually disappeared, and the island no longer trembled. 7 or 8 figures came out from the depths of the island. Some were topless, some were in tattered clothes, and one even had only pants left. The 4 figures headed by each step exhaled a strong sense of oppression. The distance is still far away, and the crew on the shore still feel the strong oppression. As the distance got closer, the 4 of them withdrew their momentum. Captain Roger, Rayleigh, Jabba, Bullet. The mountain of terror and oppression dissipated, and the crew members were relieved and greeted enthusiastically. Ha 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 ha. Everyone is here. Laughing as he walked, Roger came to the crew and sat down on the sand. Gulu, Gulu. He picked up the jug on the ground and started to drink it. Rayleigh, Jabba, and Bullet also sat on the ground, eating directly. These 2 months of cultivation were exhausting and boring, which really suffocated them. Ah ha ha ha. Happy. Roger drank it all in one gulp, drank 3 jugs of wine in a row, and made a happy sound before feeling satisfied. Advertisement. During the past 2 months, there has been no movement at sea. Roger put down the flagon in his hand, looked at the crew members around him and asked. Rayleigh, Jabba, and Bullet also pricked up their ears. The crew member in charge of searching for information frowned as he recalled, after summarizing the information in his mind. A month ago, Rocks went to sea by himself. The matter of annihilation of an underground force by the Rocks has gradually come and gone. Roger, Rayleigh and the others frowned upon hearing this. Marine and the world government, did they not take any action from the beginning to the end? Rayleigh thought for a while, and asked his doubts. Yes, the deputy captain, not only did not make any movements, but was terribly silent. The crew member in charge of intelligence had a serious face and replied truthfully. Rayleigh frowned, lost in thought for a while. Is there any more? At this time, Jabba on the side exhaled a smoke ring and said lightly. This is something delivered from naval headquarters a few days ago. It is said that the war may choose a place called the Valley of the Gods, and the specific actions will be notified separately. The crew member in charge of intelligence took out something from his pocket and handed it to Jabba and others. This is the Eternal Pointer. Could it be the 2.3 sign on the road called the Valley of the Gods? Rayleigh, Jabba, and Bullet were stunned when they saw the Eternity Pointer in front of them. Do you need the Eternal Pointer to reach it? This place called the Valley of the Gods is so secretive that the Rocks pirates will not be able to find it. Roger's eyes were flickering at this time, and his pupils shrank slightly after hearing the words, God's Valley. Valley of Gods. Roger muttered to himself, thinking constantly in his heart. He had heard of this place, but he didn't know the exact location. In order to eliminate the Rocks pirates, the world government not only reached a cooperation with their Roger pirates, but even took out the Eternal Pointer. What an unscrupulous, no-nonsense, obliteration of the Rocks. Forget it, this place called the Valley of the Gods is the origin of celestial dragons. Chapter 182. The plan is implemented. Garp is furious. Roger looked at the partner in front of him, fell into deep thought, and answered the matter. I also got these in the historical text, some information about the Valley of the Gods. It turned out to be the origin of the celestial dragons. World government is really, Rayleigh, Jabba, Bullet and the crew of the Roger pirates suddenly realized. No wonder they have traveled all over the vast sea without hearing of this place, the place where the celestial dragons originated. Naturally, this hidden place of world government will not be easily discovered. Okay, it's about time we set off. Let's go to the sea outside the Valley of the Gods and wait for their arrival. Roger raised his mouth slightly, stood up, and waved his big hand forward. After receiving Roger's order, the crew started to act, packed up their things and set sail. After 2 months of submerged training, the Roger pirates officially set off, looking towards the Valley of the Gods. On the other side, the territory of the Rocks pirates. Hive Island. The cadres stopped practicing 21 and went to the meeting room one after another. Along the way, the crew on the island practiced methodically. Although they don't know what will happen next, they know that as long as they become stronger, they will be right. In the conference room at this time, all the cadres were present. Rocks had already sat in the main seat, looking around at all the cadres. The dark thread hidden in the marine got the news that the naval headquarters has assembled. Tomorrow, we will go to the Holy Land Mariajoy. After meeting with the world government, we will officially go to the Valley of the Gods the day after tomorrow. Rocks didn't talk too much nonsense, and went directly to the topic. Gee ha ha ha, is it finally here? Golden Lion Shaki lit a cigar, took a few puffs, and laughed wildly. After returning, select all the elite crew members, trainees and common crew members to stay on the Hive Island and wait for orders. All this is going on in secret, don't let the Marine spies know. Rocks began to order, looking very serious. Advertisement. Following the order from Rocks, the meeting ended with a few clarifications of all the cadres. After returning, Newgate, Shaki, Silver Axe and others followed Rocks' orders and began preparations. You are busy first, I will go first. Lin Nuo shrugged and turned to leave. He has always been alone and has never formed his own fleet. Unlike other cadres, he has a huge fleet under his command. So, this troublesome matter has nothing to do with him anyway. Newgate, Shaki, John and others also agree very much. Even if Lin Nuo didn't form his own huge fleet, what happened anyway? Lin Nuo's combat strength alone is as powerful as any cadre's strength, let alone some crew members, a matter of conqueror's hockey. At night, vision is dim. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the cadres successfully selected elite crew members for this battle from their subordinates. These elite crews are led by Lin and Kaido to fight in the middle and lower ranks. Now the strength of the two of them has greatly improved, but it is still a bit too reluctant to fight against the strong at the admiral level. Rocks handed over the command of the elite crew to the two of them. Lin Nuo and other cadres, as well as Captain Rocks, are in charge of the enemy's high-level combat power. One day passed quickly. Today is celestial dragons going to the Valley of the Gods to sacrifice. The whole sky was covered by dark clouds, and the sun that was originally blue and clear could not be seen. Naval headquarters fleet arrived on the Red Line as early as yesterday. 12 top-level warships are lined up in the port, and there is also a super-large luxury ship among them. On the marine warship, Marshal Kong, Admiral Hadron, and Broken Tiger. Led Garp, Sengoku, Zephyr, and 10 elite Vice Admiral. Marshal Sora, what are you doing with so many celestial dragons in the decisive battle with the Rocks pirates? You're a bunch of burdens. On the main ship, Garp heard about the situation and couldn't help complaining to Kong. He hated celestial dragons very much, and he didn't want to see any celestial dragons. There are more than 50 celestial dragons accompanying them right now. It made Garp feel very uncomfortable. Advertisement. If not for the elimination of the Rocks pirates. With so many celestial dragons showing up, he definitely won't be there. Do you think the Rocks would take the risk if there weren't so many celestial dragons? Garp say a few words, don't let them hear. Kong asked back, and gave Garp a dark look. In fact, Kong also knows that Garp is a member of the D clan, and the style of the celestial dragons is very bad, so it is right to hate them. But in the current situation, there is no way, without such an admiral combat power. On the battlefield, their odds of winning will drop by a few points. Garp curled his lips when he heard this, but said nothing. Master Five Elders, Garp, Zephyr, and Sengoku felt the momentum and had the same idea in their hearts. As this, Five Elders, what the hell is going on here? You must know that after becoming a strong player, it is even more difficult than ascending to the sky if you want to improve your strength again. But the aura it exudes is still much weaker than that of Five Elders. These five old men not only recovered from their injuries, but also seemed to have a stronger aura. Kong nodded in the air, and at the same time, a flash of surprise flashed in his heart. Five elders stood at the bow, right next to the main ship of the marine fleet. It seems that there are 50 people in number, and there are 100 slaves with them. Even Minglong and Duanyu couldn't help narrowing their eyes slightly and noticed something. At this time, under the leadership of five elders, a large group of celestial dragons boarded the luxurious ship. Marine soldiers on other warships couldn't help getting nervous when they saw five elders for the first time. Five elders nodded slightly, and was about to speak. Following the celestial dragons on board, there are also a large number of CPO members. Some of them were even drooling and had a snot hanging from their noses, which made Garp feel nauseous, and turned his head away, not wanting to continue watching. He was afraid he couldn't help it. Five elders, very strong, stronger than them. This group of celestial dragons is extremely arrogant, with 573 nostrils upturned, looking defiant. Even if they have undergone special training, their strength has reached the admiral level. Chapter 183 Reaching the Valley of the Gods, the sacrifice begins. Suddenly, it was interrupted by the voice of celestial dragons. This sacrifice is very important. Is it okay to let Marines protect this group of trash? Marine is getting worse and worse now. That Admiral Broken Tiger, because of his improper protection, some time ago, the two members of the family fell into the hands of some pirate group. These words directly broke the soldiers' defenses. All of them looked ugly, trembling with anger, and dared not speak out. Even Duanyu himself could only grit his teeth and endure, not daring to reveal the outrageous things. After all, the overall situation was the top priority. But Garp on the side heard this, and instantly fell silent. You guys. Garp, shut up. Back off. But as soon as Garp opened his mouth, Kong scolded him back. He doesn't want Garp to do anything. Even if he is the Marshal of Marine, it will be difficult to keep Garp. This is related to the majesty of the world's noble celestial dragons, which cannot be tolerated by a small marine. Seeing Kong's obstruction made this group of celestial dragons even more intensified. You're that Garp, what kind of shitty D clan, yelling at us? Not only that Broken Tiger, but also this Garp, and what Sengoku, Zephyr. Escorting all the gold in the sky can be robbed by pirates, which caused us to lose so much treasure. If it wasn't for the face of the five elders, I would have executed you all long ago. Celestial dragons, what you said to each other made everyone in Marine look as ugly as if they had eaten shit. During this period of time, it is indeed Marine's dereliction of duty. As a result, the heavenly gold was robbed and the celestial dragons were killed. But the Marine also protected the celestial dragons. But these celestial dragons in front of them don't treat them as human beings at all. Kong could hardly stand the continuous cynicism, but he could only swallow it. There is no other reason. It is Marine's duty to protect the celestial dragons, and he is very clear about his position at the moment. Garp gritted his teeth. Sengoku and Zephyr were also so angry that their veins burst out, and they pressed their hands on Garp's shoulder. Advertisement. If they are just a bunch of pure rubbish, they are not worthy of Marine's protection. However, they are descended from the celestial dragons, the creators of the world government. Even though Marine suffered all the ridicule, she could only continue to protect them. The world government has ruled for 800 years, and this kind of thinking has been deeply rooted in the Marines of all dynasties. Okay, it's almost there. Five elders finally spoke, and glanced at celestial dragons lightly. Seeing this, celestial dragons didn't continue to yell, and ignored them, Marine clowns. Although the five elders are also under the command of the celestial dragons, the five elders control the authority of the world, and it is the safety of the celestial dragons who sent the CPO to guard. How are you getting ready? Five elders turned around and asked Kong. Everything's ready. Kong took a deep breath, calmed himself down, and responded to the five elders. The faces of the Marines behind him softened after their ears became quiet. Rocks Pirates, is there any action? The leading old man with glasses asked after thinking about it. The spies have been watching. The Rocks Pirates haven't seen any abnormalities yet. Kong told the truth according to the information he got. Well, let's go. The eyes of the old man with glasses flickered, and finally ordered the fleet to set sail. Kong, Dark Dragon, Broken Tiger, Garp, Sengoku, Zephyr, 10 elite vice admirals, and 10,000 elite marine soldiers. Five elders led a group of CPO members with 50 celestial dragons and 100 slaves of various races. 12 warships are in a circle, guarding the ship of celestial dragons, sailing towards the Valley of the Gods. After the marine fleet set off, Rocks received the news immediately. With lightning speed, all the spies around were cleared up. Captain Rocks, Yolo and other cadres, 15 elite pirates. Under the control of Shiki's lion fruit ability, go straight to the Valley of the Gods without making a sound. Advertisement. The sea area where the Valley of the Gods is located is not far from Mariajoy. The marine fleet guarded the luxury ships, sailing at a normal speed for a day and a night under the guidance of the permanent pointer. On the morning of the second day, the fleet sailed into the mysterious sea in the future. 5 elders, Kong, Zhang and others have seen clearly the islands in the front view now. Valley of Gods. Origin of celestial dragons. A mysterious island not marked on the chart. Behind the island, there is a high mountain, like a sharp sword, piercing straight into the sky. When the large fleet docked, 5 elders, Kong and others stepped off the ship first. On the celestial dragon's luxury ship, CP0 began to move things. It wasn't until the transportation was finished that 50 celestial dragons stepped onto the Valley of the Gods. Driven by the CPO, 100 slaves of various races disembarked after the celestial dragons like walking corpses. When they arrived on the luxury ship, everyone wrote down the things they carried. With a wave of Kong's hand, 10,000 elite marine soldiers began to act and arrange. On the shore and sea, 12 warships lined up, and all the forts were aimed at the sea. Good money, there are also a large number of mobile forts, which were transported off the ship by marine soldiers. On the land of the Valley of the Gods, they are also lined up. The cannon barrel with a large bowl mouth is aimed at the surroundings. Then 2,000 marine soldiers stayed on the regiment on the warship. 8,000 marine soldiers landed and stood in a circular array along the forts. From front to back, from left to right, protect the celestial dragons in the middle. Duanhu and Garp stood far away, looking at the celestial dragons, feeling sick. It's almost here, death of boredom. The young celestial dragons grumbled and came to the center of the Valley of the Gods. Staying on the boat for a day and a night was extremely frustrating for them. The sacrifice of celestial dragons made them uncomfortable. 50 celestial dragons, surrounding the members of the CPO, stood at the outermost perimeter. Chapter 184 Cruel and Inhumane, Sacrifice. If it is not the celestial dragons of the older generation, they are required to participate in the sacrifice. They wouldn't want to come to a place where the birds didn't shit, even if it was the origin of the celestial dragons. Kong, 5 elders, stand side by side. They surveyed their surroundings. Then releases observation hockey. You can see all the subtle movements on the island. For the time being, there is no one on the island except them. The Rocks pirates didn't make any movement, did they give up this opportunity? Kong took back observation hockey, his tone full of doubts. According to Rocks' style, whenever celestial dragons appeared, he would never let them go. What's more, this time, there are 50 celestial dragons, which is a golden opportunity. Sacrifice first, and keep vigilant at the same time. Those spies who are watching, can't keep an eye on Rocks and the guys under his command. The old man with glasses who was the leader said something lightly. Rocks is not a fool, how could he act recklessly? Yes. Kong's eyes darkened, he became vigilant, and nodded in response. Behind him, Minglong, Duanyu, Garp and others are also on alert, keeping vigilance at all times. The members of the CPO, under the command of the celestial dragons, began to prepare for the sacrificial ceremony. Time 763 passed bit by bit, and nothing unusual happened on the island. The members of the CPO dug a hole in the ground, a very large earth pit. It is 10 meters deep and 20 meters long, with Tian Rui. At this point, the preparations for the sacrifice seemed to be over. This scene made everyone in Marine have question marks on their faces. The CPO members who have dug a hole will bend over and report to celestial dragons. The celestial dragons say something, and the CPO members turn and move on. They drove 100 slaves to the edge of the pit, and stood around the pit. The CPO members, on the other hand, stood in a large circle along the slaves and surrounded them. Ha 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 ha, the sacrifice is about to begin. Great God of creation, accept our gift. 11. The celestial dragons laughed, some crazy, some twisted. This gave the marine people who were watching a bad premonition. Advertisement. What do you want to do by digging such a big hole and let the slaves stand on the side? Sengoku, Garp, Zephyr and others frowned slightly. The laughter of this group of celestial dragons was very ear-piercing. The sacrifice CBFA begins. Leading celestial dragons, the first to go. Behind them, other celestial dragons, followed one by one. Kneel down. On the edge of the big pit, a group of CPO members pressed the slave's shoulders and kicked the slave to his knees. This scene made the faces of everyone in Marine sink. And at this time, the other side of the island. Roger, Rayleigh and others also landed on the island one after another. They watched with binoculars from a long distance, their eyes looked a little dignified. The sacrifice of celestial dragons made them uncomfortable. 50 celestial dragons, surrounding the members of the CPO, stood at the outermost perimeter. They took off their bubble hoods and tasted the air outside, all frowning. However, the celestial dragons are actually enduring. Under the leadership of the leader celestial dragons, everyone is doing strange movements. The mouth is also vague, saying inexplicable words. After a long time, the action ended and the sound stopped abruptly. Constitution's weak celestial dragons, too tired to stand up straight. Dragging heavy steps, he left the sacrificial place. Marine and Roger and others have been watching everything. Seeing this scene, they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Just as they were relaxing, the leading celestial dragon said lightly. Sacrifice. As soon as the words fell, the CPO members moved. I saw them lift their feet and kick the slaves into the big pit. Then began to throw some sacrificial items into the pit. Most slaves are like walking dead. However, several slaves were newly captured. They realized something and climbed up frantically. But what greeted them was that they kicked down heavily and fell back into the pit again. Advertisement. When this scene happened suddenly, the faces of Marine, Roger and others changed drastically. They had vaguely guessed what was going to happen. Sure enough, celestial dragons breathed a sigh of relief, and the gloomy voice sounded again. Ahahaha, the time of sacrifice has finally arrived. You humble slaves, it is an honor for you to offer sacrifices to the great god of creation. Most slaves stared blankly, standing or sitting waiting to die. Only a few of them were shrouded in fear of death, and their faces were full of despair. After the CPO members threw the sacrificial supplies into the big pit, they began to bury the pit. Pit, slave, buried, sacrifice. Zephyr's eyes were in a trance, his mind was shocked, and he murmured to himself, unable to believe it all. Since joining his marine, except for the most vicious, he can kill most of the common pirates without killing them. Over time, in marine circles, not killing has become synonymous with him. So at this moment, the scene in front of him broke Zephyr's defense. The sacrifice of the celestial dragons turned out to be a sacrifice of living people, who were brutally buried alive. Although it is Marine's duty to protect celestial dragons, more often than not, Marine is protecting the public. However, while the Marines are protecting the people, the celestial dragons are killing them. Not only Zephyr, including Sengoku, Garp and others, all clenched their fists and their minds were trembling. Kong beside 5 elders, his face became gloomy, but remained silent. The 8,000 Marine soldiers standing in formation around them felt as if their chests were blocked, and they couldn't help but gasped. The scene in front of me is creepy and terrifying. Roger and others who were hiding in the distance and observing secretly also saw this scene. Ah, these celestial dragons are really inferior to animals. I'm going to kill these damn celestial dragons. Jabba's violent temper directly came up. He was about to rush out, but was directly pressed down. Don't be impulsive, don't forget our purpose. Rayleigh pressed Jabba with one hand, not to let him be impulsive, and said with an ugly face. Although they were pirates, they were not frightened by this scene. However, I still feel that some are too cruel. Even Roger, despite the endless anger, endured it. The purpose this time is to eliminate the Rocks pirate group, and it is not appropriate to conflict with the world government. Chapter 185 The General of the Rocks Pirates. We still have to focus on the overall situation. As long as the Rocks pirates are eliminated, more people will be liberated. The CPO members began to bury, the celestial dragons laughed wildly, and the 5 elders looked indifferent. The few slaves who wanted to escape were paralyzed on the ground in despair. Master 5 elders, why sacrifice the living? Zephyr's eyes were bloodshot, and the anger in his chest was finally unbearable. Surprisingly, Marshal Kong did not stop him. 800 years of rules. The old man with glasses heard the words, glanced at Zephyr, and said in a flat tone. This mere 6 words left Zephyr speechless. No one can stop the 800-year-old rules of the world government. Kong, Zephyr, Garp and others, with ashen complexions, lowered their heads silently. However, at this moment, the sky was dark, covering the sky like the sun. What happened? The sun is gone. What's in the sky? Immediately, it caught Marine's attention, and the soldiers looked over in unison. At the same time, suddenly, a stream of black air descended from the sky, carrying a domineering power. It directly pressed down towards the big pit, like a substance, hitting the CPO members. The CP0 people who were being buried staggered and fell to the ground, and even their entire bodies fell into the soil under the strong pressure. Seeing this, the Marine soldier was slightly startled. Such power is Conqueror's Haki. Kong, Duanyu, Minglong and others couldn't help but turn pale with shock at the sudden situation. 5 elders was also shocked, and suddenly felt like a formidable enemy. Lin Nuo, you are too impatient, and you said to wait and see for a while. But this group of celestial dragons is indeed disgusting. In the sky, the complaints of Golden Lion Shiki came. Lin Nuo took the lead and floated at the forefront. Advertisement. That Conqueror's Haki was initiated by Lin Nuo. He looked at the scene below with release in his eyes. He looked at the scene below, his eyes filled with anger. Witnessing the inhumane behavior of the celestial dragons, Lin Nuo couldn't bear the killing intent in his heart. At this time, the Marine soldiers below, Kong, 5 elders and others saw the sky. A huge island is floating, and there are countless undone blocks. Rocks, Newgate, Shiki, Lin Nuo and others all stood on the soil block and landed slowly. The Rocks pirates are here. Kong, Duanyu, Minglong and others, their complexions changed, and they became serious. It came too suddenly, without any warning. There was no news from the spies sent to monitor. Just like that, without warning, it appeared above the head. 5 elders, Sengoku, Garp, and Zephyr couldn't hide their shock on their ever-changing faces. No one expected that the Rocks pirates would appear in this way. Under the influence of Rocks and Lin Nuo, they both ignore other factors. For example, in front of everything, the abilities of cadres Golden Lion Shiki and Lion Fruit are hidden. The birds that suddenly appeared seemed to be overwhelmed by Mount Tai. Just like this, it floated above everyone's heads, blocking the sun's rays tightly. The celestial dragons, who were laughing pervertly, froze directly on their faces. They hurriedly hid behind 5 elders and the others, really terrified. Just like that, a huge flying island floated above the Valley of the Gods. A shadow looms over the marine and the 5 elders. Marine soldiers, as well as Garp, Kong and others, are ready to go. Rocks, Newgate, Lin Nuo, Shiki, Silver Axe, John, Akoku, Lin, Kaido, the 9 stood on the clod. The clod stopped when it landed in the low sky, carrying Rocks, Lin Nuo and others, floating in the low sky. Rocks and others were condescending, looking down at the 5 elders and marines, below. Kong, Broken Tiger, Dark Dragon, Garp, and the 5 elders, it looks like they're all here. Rocks folded his hands on his chest, counting in detail with a frantic expression on his face. Admiral's combat power below was clicked one by him. The breath of these 5 old guys has become much stronger. Advertisement. Lin Nuo was condescending, her eyes ignoring the bottom. His observation hockey has reached the top level, asking for flowers. He sensed the breath change on 5 elders immediately. Newgate and Shiki, on either side of Lin Nuo. After hearing Lin Nuo's words, I strengthened my perception slightly, and I also noticed it. The breath of the 5 elders, the previous summit war, is a bit weird. Golden Lion Shiki said with a surprised look on his face. The 5 elders below are obviously those 5 familiar old guys. But the stronger breath made Shiki feel as if 5 people had changed. Shiki is right. No matter how much you train these 5 old guys, it's impossible for them to improve so much in a short period of time. Newgate squinted his eyes, but his gaze was very sharp, trying to see through 5 elders thoroughly. Oh. The old man with glasses changed his subject, the smile on his face changed, and the day faded away. However, that strangeness was not perceived. But, no matter how you look at it, these 5 old guys are the familiar 5 elders. On the contrary, Lin and Kaido also looked solemn. The two could sense that the 5 elders had become stronger than before. Although the aura emitted by the 5 elders has become much stronger than before. The old man with glasses pushed his glasses, showing a triumphant smile. Lin Nuo frowned and then relaxed, his eyes flickered, and he muttered to himself. Rocks, you're finally here. This is the heritage of world government, 800 years. 50 celestial dragons, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, there's no way the Rocks won't come. Lin Nuo looked at Rocks and showed no concern for the changes in 5 elders, so he shook his head helplessly. Not only has his injury healed, but his own strength has also improved significantly. To lure the Rocks, the 5 elders risked everything and brought 50 celestial dragons. But since you're here, let's stay forever. But this kind of breath made Lin Nuo and the others feel extremely strange. At this time, the terrified celestial dragons, seeing the support of the 5 elders, suddenly became arrogant and domineering again. Shiki and Newgate were all surprised by it. Chapter 186 Battle of the Valley of the Gods, Conquerors. You lowly pirates, how dare you stop the sacrifice for the Creator God? Kong, arrest them quickly and sacrifice them all to the great Creator God. Celestial dragons mentally retarded and stupid behavior made the faces of 5 elders and Marine very ugly. These idiots. At the critical moment of the confrontation between the two armies, Garp was directly defeated by the celestial dragons, and he was so angry that he gritted his teeth. Sometimes, a group of pig teammates can break your defenses. Coincidentally, this group of celestial dragons is a group of pig teammates. Celestial dragons' ears were too sharp, and they heard Garp's complaints at once. That Marine Garp dared to insult celestial dragons. Kong, what are you doing in a daze? I caught him too. In a blink of an eye, the object changed from pirates to Kakuo. For celestial dragons, there is no 760 difference. Shut up. The violent temper of the old man in the suit was immediately vented, and his cold eyes shot out. Immediately, celestial dragons turned pale, frightened by the old man in the suit. They all trembled and closed their mouths, no longer barking around like wild dogs. Ha, these celestial dragons are a bunch of idiots. What the hell is the nobleman of the world, living as a waste of air? Shiki, John, Newgate, laughing. Looking at the celestial dragons, it seems to be looking at a bunch of idiots. On the eve of the battle between the two armies, the mentally handicapped celestial dragons actually ordered Kong to capture Marine who was protecting them. This scene is so ironic, it is estimated that only celestial dragons can do such a thing. Ha, self-proclaimed world nobles, turned out to be a bunch of rubbish. Little ones, clean up the garbage in the sea, don't let them pollute the sea. Rocks sneered, looked up and shouted. The next moment, waves of sound resounded through the Valley of Gods. Kill the celestial dragons. Clean up the trash. Kill the celestial dragons. Clean up the trash. Kill the celestial dragons. Clean up the trash. In the sky, countless clods of soil fell down, floating behind Lin Nuo and others in a dense peace. On each clod of soil, there stood a pirate, shouting in high spirits. Looking around, like locusts crossing the border, there are tens of thousands of people, occupying half of the sky. When this scene appeared, the arrogant celestial dragons were scared to death. Advertisement. A large number of pirates suddenly appeared, and 10,000 Marine elite soldiers couldn't help but get nervous. The whole army is ready. Kong let out a long whistle, and Lien Shaw's voice spread throughout the audience. Scandium. The bodies of the marine soldiers all shook, and at the same time, their weapons were unsheathed. The soldiers controlled the fort, and the pitch-black muzzle turned. The muzzles of 1,000 forts were all aimed at the sky. All the elite soldiers of Marine, and the elite sea base of the Rocks pirate group. Except for the high-end combat power, the numbers of the two sides are basically the same. In the sky, there is a huge floating island, and the densely packed area, the crew members stand like clods. On the ground, there are also a large number of naval headquarters, and 1,000 black and shiny gun muzzles. As the two sides tensed, the air seemed to freeze. Marine soldiers and pirate crews did not receive orders to fight, so no one dared to act rashly. However, no matter who it is, they are all ready to fight at any time. The pirates suppressed their excitement and mobilized all their strength secretly. Marine soldiers stand guard in front of the fort, ready to fire shells at any time. Not long ago, the domineering celestial dragons saw that a big battle was about to start. One after another, they retreated towards the rear of Marine. Rocks' gaze shifted from celestial dragons to 5 elders. Not only the group of celestial dragons, but also these old guys will die here today. Rocks looked at 5 elders, murderous intent blooming in his eyes. A cry of resistance. The long knife was unsheathed and pointed at the 5 elders. 5 elders was silent, but his face was extremely serious. Kong, Duanyu, and Minglong, their expressions became solemn, and a flash of determination flashed in their eyes. They silently took off the cloak of justice, and threw it on the ground. Rocks' voice fell. The pirates shouted excitedly. Under Shiki's control, the floating clods began to descend. When it landed halfway, Kong's eyes narrowed, and he immediately shouted. Fire! 1,000 forts are ready to go. After hearing the order to fire the cannon fired and exploded. Boom. Advertisement. Boom. Boom. 1,000 shells, like raindrops, came in salvo. And at this moment, the landed clod just entered the shooting range. The marine soldiers looked at this scene with a little excitement in their eyes. With a total of 1,000 shells, there will be casualties among the Rocks pirates. Although the group of elite pirates in front of them has mastered observation hockey and armament hockey. But in the face of covering blows, it is impossible to be intact. In this way, the enemy's strength will be compromised, and they will gain an advantage in the next battle. However, this group of pirates did not panic. Still shouting excitedly, waving weapons frantically. There is no other reason, just because Lin Nuo, Rocks and others are standing in front of them. The pirates have great trust in the strength of the captain and cadres. Facing 1,000 shells, they might really suffer a lot of casualties. But Captain Rocks, Cadre Lin Nuo and others, dealt with it with ease. Before he could react, the 5 elders on the side moved. The 5 momentums united together and rushed towards Rocks, conquerors. The shells are flying back. The same as conquerors hockey, from the body of 5 elders, vented out. HMPH, Kong, you're still the same, doing all kinds of useless tricks. The marine soldiers who were full of expectations suddenly became panicked. Conquerors hockey unleashed. In the next moment, Rocks' robes automatically moved without wind, and a beast-like aura erupted directly. What happened? The orangutan airflow emerged and swept towards Marine. The conquerors hockey slammed into the Marine on the ground with the cannonball wrapped around it. The Marine soldiers panicked, and 1,000 shells fell, and they also suffered a lot of casualties. In midair, 1,000 shells were being fired at 0.9. The airflow of the orangutan flies by, and the conquerors hockey is as real as it is. Kong, who gave the order, saw that the cannonball turned a corner, and his face changed drastically. Sure enough, Rocks snorted coldly. What? The thrust of 1,000 shells disappeared, like a boat drifting with the current. Chapter 187 Battle of the Valley of the Gods, Sky Crack. Conquerors collision. Boom. The two conquerors hockey instantly confronted each other. The 1,000 shells in the middle exploded under the pressure of the hedge. In an instant, the flames rose into the sky, and the sound of explosions was deafening. 1,000 shells exploded together, and the power produced was astonishing. Rumble. Under the feet of the marine soldiers, the ground of the Valley of the Gods was shaking violently. The airflow generated by the collision of conquerors hockey, engulfed in the heat wave of the explosion, and filled the sky with gunpowder smoke, swept all around. This time, not only the marine soldiers, but even the members of the Rocks pirates couldn't help but show a look of panic. If such a terrifying air current hits them, it will definitely be enough for them to suffer. The air wave that covered the sky and the sun engulfed everyone present. The sky above the Valley of Gods became dark. At this moment, a lot of people gathered in the distant sea area. Although the forces of all parties on the sea, there is no movement on the surface. But there are not a few people who hide in the dark and observe silently. They secretly received news from the celestial dragon's priest from the underground world. There are 50 celestial dragons, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Rocks will not give up. As a result, many strong men followed secretly, and the marine fleet came. Lonely Red, Beloric Redfield, World Destroyer, Burndy World. And a small number of daring pirates, scouts of the underground world. This is an unprecedented battle in which Admiral's combat power exceeds the top 20. Sea Overlord Rocks, leading legendary pirates such as Lin Nuo, Newgate, Shiki, etc., to battle with naval headquarters and 5 elders. As witnesses, no matter what the outcome of the war, they are absolutely not to be missed. Redfield, World, the strong man in the sea and others looked at the Valley of Gods with serious eyes. On the battlefield not far away, as hockey broke out on both sides, thousands of shells exploded. A huge mushroom cloud rises, like a small island in the sky. Even if they are still far away, they can still feel a burst of dazzling fire. The smoke and flames engulfed the people on the island, but they kept their eyes on the battlefield all the time. Advertisement. The power of the explosion is powerful, but in this war, it has not played any role. On the other side of the Valley of the Gods, Roger, Rayleigh and others are hiding behind the mountain, observing everything secretly, and have no plans to make a move for the time being. At this moment hastily shot, the effect is not ideal. The ideal effect can only be achieved when it is taken by surprise. At this time, the battlefield was filled with gunpowder. Boom, boom. 2 impact sounds sounded. Gunpowder smoke raged in all directions and dispersed in a blink of an eye. Valley of Gods battlefield, Rocks Pirates, Naval Headquarters and 5 elders. The men and horses on both sides were revealed, and none of them were injured at all. Kong, Duanyu, Minglong et al. And Newgate, Shiki, Lin Nuo et al. Keep your arms straight and palms forward. Not long ago, Marines and pirates were playing with armed colors. The invisible defense wall was released, resisting the airflow and fragments generated by the shell explosion. On the battlefield, see the sun. Both Conqueror's hockey, still in Crazy Kid. Rocks, Conqueror's hockey, like a violent beast, gallops violently. The Rocks, Conquerors, 5 elders dare not be careless. The 5 elders who played against him have deeply experienced the toughness of Rocks. Even if their strength improves, they are still far behind the Rocks. No 1, 2, or even 3 people are enough to compete against Rocks. Immediately, the 5 elders released Conqueror's hockey together. 5 elders Conqueror's hockey, both reached advanced strength. Even so, with a strong alliance, facing the Rocks, the top Conqueror's hockey is evenly matched. Although the power of the explosion disappeared, the ground under Marine's feet was still trembling slightly. The powerful airflow hedged against it, setting off a wave of air that swept across. Wrapped with dust and gravel, sand and stones flew away for a while. The entire battlefield of the Valley of the Gods is shrouded in Conqueror's hockey. Advertisement. 50 celestial dragons, constitution mentally weak, Chi Bai rolled his eyes and fainted on the ground. Pirates, CPO members, marine soldiers, under the terrifying collision of Conqueror's hockey. Most of the people persisted for a while, and fell to the ground unconsciously. Only a few strong-willed people, such as Vice Admiral on the marine side and the captain on the pirate side, can hold on. Kaido, Lin, and the captain-level pirates, as well as Marine's Vice Admiral, were unavoidably shocked when they insisted on resisting. The Conqueror's hockey entanglement between the two parties has been hanging over everyone's heads. This kind of Conqueror's collision has shaken their minds. Who would have thought that Newgate and Shiki would suddenly step in? Another 2 strands of Conqueror's hockey fell from the sky suddenly. Carrying a majestic presence, bless on Rocks, Conqueror's hockey. Immediately, on the Rocks side, Conqueror's hockey skyrocketed. Conqueror's hockey was also released and participated in the duel. At this moment, there is no time to think about it. If the Rocks are on the side, the Conquerors will crush the Marines. Kong, Minglong, Duanyu, Sengoku, Garp and others all changed their faces. Divided into 2 from the center, the airflow of scarlet red, and the airflow of black purple. Like countless ferocious beasts galloping, they ruthlessly crushed towards 5 elders Conqueror's hockey. Sengoku, Garp, Admiral, take a step forward. The collision of Conqueror's hockey is still going on fiercely. I'm afraid that the marine soldiers have already been routed before this battle has completely started. Never expected that the confrontation between Conqueror's hockey would turn into this kind of situation. In an instant, the pressure on 5 elders increased sharply, and the ground under their feet was as heavy as 070, and cracked. The sudden mental shock shook their minds for a while. This level of Conqueror's duel has never been seen at sea. After Sengoku and Garp, Dark Dragon, released Conquerors, Vice Admiral, who was shaken, slowly stabilized. At the place of crazy collision, a dividing line was drawn. Vice Admiral on Marine's side was caught off guard. After a long period of Conqueror's airflow surged, the surrounding environment also changed. On the entire island of God's Valley, Conqueror's hockey shrouded, gradually forming a pattern of 2 sides. Admiral Quincy is also an awakened, king-color hockey powerhouse. Chapter 188 Battle of the Valley of the Gods, the Roger Pirates attack. At this moment, the air currents collided, shaking heaven and earth. The flying islands floating in the sky actually began to rise slightly under the surging and raging air current. On the land of the Valley of the Gods, a large number of cracks appeared, crackling, and madness spread to the surroundings. The surrounding trees were first bent and then snapped in half. Even on the huge mountain behind the island, there are also rocks rolling down. The sea water around the island even set off huge waves, rushing towards the sky. Admiral, 5 elders, Sengoku, who support Conquerors, don't look very good. Because, in the hostile camp, Lin Nuo hadn't made a move yet, and looked at them with a smile on his face. Kong's face was gloomy, silently meditating. Right now, only Jean, Roger and others are involved. Under normal circumstances, Roger and the others have already arrived. At the same time, Roger, Rayleigh and others also endured to the limit. If you continue to watch, wait for the Marine elite to fall to the ground. This time the war was lost without a fight. Just when Kong, Roger et al. The idea was born. Roger, I really didn't expect you to be so good at hiding. If you don't make a move, I'm afraid there will be no chance. Lin Nuo's voice resounded through the Valley of Gods. Afterwards, in a robe, there was no wind and it was automatic. Since the battle of the Valley of the Gods is inevitable, Lin Nuo can only minimize the probability of Rocks' death. Shiki, Newgate, and Rocks, they don't know. How can Lin Nuo not know? The elite of Roger pirates will also participate in this battle. If after fighting with Marine and 5 elders, they kill him by surprise, there is absolutely no benefit to the Rocks pirates. Roger, the future One Piece, and Rayleigh, Jabba, Bullet and others on board are a huge potential threat. It is necessary to let Roger and others show up before the war starts. And at this moment, it is a good opportunity. Kong was thinking. When he heard Lin Nuo's words, he was startled. Advertisement. This Lin Nuo, unexpectedly noticed, hidden Roger and others. Now it seems that there is no point in continuing to hide. Roger and others hiding behind the mountain also heard Lin Nuo's words. Roger, although I don't know, where does Lin Nuo get his confidence? But if you don't make a move, I'm afraid those Marine soldiers will all fall under the conquerors. Rayleigh stared, feeling a little puzzled. This Lin Nuo not only discovered them, but also predicted that they would make a move. He is really a scary guy. However, in the current situation, it is too late. Rayleigh, Jabba, Bullet all looked at Roger. Roger thought for a while, and decided to make a decisive move. Shoot, he decided to make a move just now, but was delayed by Yu Luo. On the battlefield, Silver Axe, Akoku and other cadres couldn't help but look at Lin Nuo in unison. Lin Nuo's strength is extremely strong, second only to Captain Rocks. He would never say such things for no reason. Thinking of this, even Shiki and Newgate couldn't help frowning. Listening to Lin Nuo's words, Roger should also participate in their battle with Marine. But what Roger wants to do in this war that has nothing to do with him? Do you want to help the Rocks pirates against Marine and 5 elders? Impossible, absolutely impossible. As soon as this idea appeared, it was quickly obliterated. Then there is only one possibility left, help Marine and 5 elders, deal with Captain Rocks, and them. If that's the case, it's quite stressful. Thanks to Lin Nuo, he can still laugh. The conquerors' hockey of both sides are still entangled and collided. The orangutan red and black-purple airflow that swept across had already scraped the ground bare. As expected, Lin Nuo's voice fell. Advertisement. A moment passed. From the big mountain behind, more than a dozen figures sprang out. After a few breaths, he came to the battlefield. The leading 4 are Roger, Rayleigh, Jabba, and Bullet. The rest of the dozen or so people are also on Roger's ship, with elite combat experience among the elite. The situation is extremely urgent right now. Roger and the others stepped into the Marine camp in an instant without talking nonsense. Neither the Marine soldiers nor the Rocks had time to react to the sudden change. In the blink of an eye, Roger, Rayleigh, Jabba, and Bullet all took a step together, and stepped out with majestic momentum. Released the conqueror's hockey, blessed the black-purple hockey, and pressed towards the orangutan red hockey. In an instant, Marine's thunderous look increased dramatically. Looking down at the Marines from the air, it was like a demon king coming out of the abyss. And all of this, Kaido and Lin saw it. Faced with the sudden attack of Roger, Rayleigh and others, they reacted instantly. Blessed in the Scarlet Conquerors, hockey's power has increased a bit, and he barely blocked the opponent's crushing. That's because Lin Nuo, the strongest cadre, hasn't made a move yet. A black light flashed in Lin Nuo's eyes, and black air lingered around him. Feeling the hopeful eyes around him, Lin Nuo couldn't help grinning. However, the Conqueror's hockey released by Kaido and Lin is much weaker than that of Roger and the other 4. It seems that when I make a move, I will suppress the audience. 5 elders, Kong, Sengoku, Roger and others, their pupils shrank suddenly, and they had a bad feeling. Lin Nuo's inner thoughts flashed, and he turned his gaze to Marine below. The 2 came to the side of Shiki and others, and 2 Conquerors hockey swept out. Although barely resisted, hockey, the black, still crushed towards the pirates at a slow speed. The middle line, which was originally maintained, quickly moved in the direction of the pirate. However, the sober pirate did not panic about this. The black-purple airflow became extremely huge, rolling towards Rocks crazily. The top Conqueror's hockey came out through the body, surging towards the Marine below. When Yu Luo's words were spoken, the 2 became highly vigilant. Chapter 189 Battle of the Valley of the Gods. The stalemate breaks. Sengoku and Roger, feeling such a vast and majestic hockey, suddenly turned pale with shock. How can it be? Top Conquerors. Lin Nuo's Conqueror's hockey is no worse than Rocks. 5 elders' complexion changed drastically, and he shouted badly. Rocks Conqueror's hockey, they have experienced it firsthand. The 5 of them worked together to compete with Rocks Conqueror's hockey. Black's Conqueror's hockey, blended into the air of scarlet red. In an instant, the scarlet airflow turned into black red. Black red's hockey field swept away in all directions. Black purple's hockey field was beaten like a child. Conqueror's Haki on the Rocks side overwhelmingly defeated U-Purple Haki. Boom. 5 elders, Sengoku, Garp, Dark Dragon, Roger and others, Conqueror's Haki collapsed. The mental shock caused them to be in a trance for a while, and they staggered back. The real airflow of the Black-Red bounced a bunch of vice admirals to the ground. On the battlefield of the Valley of the Gods, this Conqueror's Haki was like a nuclear bomb exploding. The airflow spreading out in all directions swept crazily against the ground, as if plowing the ground. Wherever it passed, the ground cracked, the soil surged, and gravel splashed. Even the big mountain 767 in the distance has been strongly impacted. With the sound of clicking, there is a faint tendency to crack. Some cliffs could not bear the impact, and the rocks rolled down. The entire land of the Valley of the Gods shook violently. Black-Red's conquerors, instantly covering the Valley of the Gods. But it didn't stop. Instead, it swept across the surrounding seas like a broken bamboo. Boom, boom, boom. Substantial air waves hit the sea surface. Suddenly, there was a huge wave. The huge waves on the sea surged in all directions with the Valley of Gods as the center. Advertisement. On the sea in the distance, people watching the battle from various forces turned their bows and retreated one after another. Among these people, there is no lack of demon fruit power. In the case of strong people gathering, it would be very bad if the body was covered with seawater and fell into a state of weakness. This unprecedented confrontation of Conqueror's Haki. In the end, the Rocks pirates defeated the Marine side overwhelmingly. Unexpectedly, at Lin Nuo's young age, Conqueror's Haki is comparable to Rocks. The strong man who was also watching the battle from a distance was deeply shocked when he saw the Conqueror's Haki released by Lin Nuo on the battlefield of the Valley of Gods in the distance. In addition to the attraction of this battle itself, the most important thing is to see Rocks and Lin Nuo, these two top fighters. Needless to say, Rocks has dominated the New World for many years, and its strength is beyond doubt. What countless people are really curious about is Lin Nuo, who bears the name of Shinigami. Is there any rumored combat strength second only to Rocks? How could a young man in his 20s be so powerful? Even some strong men who claim to be extremely talented are somewhat skeptical. But now, after witnessing it with their own eyes, the doubts of countless powerful people about Lin Nuo disappeared. There are also many strong people among them who have awakened Conqueror's Haki, but they can only master it proficiently, which is comparable to Kaido. Lin Nuo's Conqueror's Haki is not weaker than Rocks. It was completely hanging him, he could only look up. Shinigami Lin Nuo, the top Conqueror's Haki, doesn't match the strength he showed that day at all. It seems that when killing 50,000 dead soldiers, the strength Lin Nuo displayed is far from his real combat strength. With admiral combat power, Redfield can also be regarded as a strong man in the sea. Seeing the scene on the battlefield in the Valley of Gods, he couldn't help but think of what happened with Lin Nuo in the Kingdom of Flowers. Possessing the top Conqueror's Haki, the scene that Lin Nuo showed at that time is still fresh in his memory. A total of 50,000 dead soldiers were instantly disintegrated by Lin Nuo. My world view has collapsed. How do I feel that the Rocks pirates are stronger than Marine plus CBDF, 5 elders? Hehe, do you need your senses? Didn't you see that Marine and 5 elders joined forces with the pirate Roger? The people sent by other forces also had shocked expressions on their faces. Originally, I just came to watch the battle and collect information about the battle situation. Who would have thought that before the fight started, just the collision of conquerors would make their hearts tremble totally beyond everyone's expectations. Moreover, Marine and 5 elders chose to join forces with pirates. How afraid of the Rocks pirates? Could it be that 5 elders took action himself, and with the full strength of Marine, they still can't take down the Rocks pirates? Advertisement. At the same time, Valley of Gods battlefield. The aftermath of Conqueror's Haki finally dissipated completely. Before the battle started, the Valley of the Gods had already turned into a mess. Rocks looked at 5 elders with disdain. Then under the ugly face of 5 elders. Together with Newgate, Lin Nuo and others, they slowly fell to the ground. Silver Axe, Akoku, John, Kaido, Lin and others also landed one after another, looking at the 5 elders and Marine side with carefree faces. Lin Nuo. Kong's face was gloomy, and he was gnashing his teeth in anger. He looked at Lin Nuo apprehensively, and there was a flash of throbbing in his eyes. Now, even he can't see through Lin Nuo. Taking Kaido's Conqueror's Haki to participate in this kind of collision is still somewhat reluctant. Although the impact of Conqueror's Haki is not small, it can't cause real damage, it just makes them take a few steps back. Some don't even know where they are rushed by the diffused airflow. Seeing Kaido beside him, Silver Axe frowned and shook his head, then patted Kaido on the shoulder. They thought of this and subconsciously looked behind them. In an instant, Sengoku and the others froze slightly. However, the situation in front of him can only be endured temporarily. For a while, Sengoku and others, even Kong, felt furious. 50 celestial dragons lay motionless in place. However, the war has not started yet, and the failure of the Conqueror's collision will to some extent shake the morale of the army. Sengoku, Garp, Roger and others came to the front again. The rest of the 10,000 Marine soldiers fainted to the ground scatteredly. Even reluctantly resisting for a while, it didn't work. It was the 5 elders who deliberately protected the group of celestial dragons. Originally their Conqueror's Haki steadily suppressed the Rocks pirate group. But Lin Nuo released Conqueror's Haki, and they were defeated in a blink of an eye. Kaido rubbed the center of his brows, slowly calming down. Except for one dry Vice Admiral stayed awake and barely held Conqueror's Haki. Chapter 190 Battle of the Valley of the Gods, All-Out War. Only then did he realize that the gap between him and the cadres still needed to be worked hard to catch up. Kaido came back to his senses and scanned the battlefield. It was found that there were very few sober people in the marine opposite. The comatose people were scattered everywhere, and many soldiers were missing. Even behind him, except for the stronger captain. The same goes for the rest of the pirates, who all fell into a coma. However, fortunately, the pirate behind him was not impacted, and lay obediently on the spot. Damn it, can't even resist us. Jabba cursed and vented his dissatisfaction. The faces of Roger and Rayleigh also became ugly. Even the weaker elite crew they brought fainted. Not long ago, what Lin Nuo said did make sense. If not on Marine, bless Conqueror's Haki. The impact will only be more violent, and I am afraid that the Vice Admiral will be delirious. Ha 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 ha, 5 elders, Kong, is that the only way? On the pirate side, Rocks stood at the front, laughing wildly with disdain. Before the war started, he was able to win the battle, which made him very happy. The highlight was Lin Nuo's Conqueror's Haki, which surprised the Rocks. Conqueror's Haki of this level is probably not weaker than him. Rocks is more confident about this war. Rocks, if we don't fight to the end, the outcome is unknown. The headed old man with glasses, although his complexion is not good looking, but his aura is happy and fearless. The remaining 4 old men, as well as Kong, Roger and others, had a fighting spirit in their hearts, and murderous intent in their eyes. Today celestial dragons must die, whoever dares to block will be killed. Rocks' eyes were full of killing intent, and he pulled out the long knife with a sound of scandium. With an order, the sober pirate roared. Kill the celestial dragons. Kill the celestial dragons. Kill the celestial dragons. Silver Axe, Akoku, John, gearing up. The moment Rocks gave the order, his figure rushed out. Advertisement. Kaido, Charlotte Linlin, and the captain-level pirates followed closely to Marine. Facing the first attack, the pirates led by Silver Axe, Akoku, John, and Kaido, Linlin. Not to be outdone, Marine launched a counterattack in an instant. Kaido, Linlin and others rushed straight to the Marine camp. However, Silver Axe, Akoku, and John were in the process of charging. Suddenly turned around and pointed the finger at the celestial dragons. Kill towards the group of celestial dragons who are unconscious on the ground. 50 celestial dragons, it's more exciting than getting treasure. The killing intent contained in John's eyes was shining with unprecedented light. The thought of being able to kill 50 celestial dragons made him extremely emotional. Silver Axe and Akoku also had killing intent in their hearts, and the 3 rushed towards the celestial dragons. However, the people on Marine's side are all experts. How could the 3 of Silver Axe hurt the celestial dragons? It was at this moment that 3 strong winds struck. It was Rayleigh, Jabba and Bullet. The 3 of them broke through the wind, blocking the way of the 3 of Silver Axe. Rayleigh, Jabba, Bullet, Silver Axe, Akoku, and John stopped and looked at the 3 of Rayleigh, their expressions gradually becoming serious. The 3 people in front of them are not good enemies. Long before Lin Nuo joined the pirates, he had fought against Rayleigh and others. Don't look at each one in their 30s, they are much younger than them. However, in terms of strength, it is not weak at all. We are considered old rivals, and we won't let you cross over. Rayleigh was holding a long knife with a serious face, and the knife was dotted with a cold light, exuding a sharp knife intent. Jabba and Bullet kept their spirits high, one was holding a double axe, full of fighting spirit, and the other was unarmed, covered by haki. Although they have confidence in their own strength, but the 3 silver axes on the opposite side are veteran powerhouses after all, so they have to be more cautious. They're all pirates too. I didn't expect you to protect the celestial dragons. Akoku didn't hide the disgust on his face, and then raised the giant sword in his hand. Although the competition among pirate groups is quite fierce. But the other pirate groups are silently watching. The pirate group in front of them insisted on being the first bird to participate in the war. And, what's more, cooperate with people from world government, Marine. Advertisement. Asking for flowers. Fight against the Rocks pirates, who are also pirates. If you are willing to be a dog, there is nothing we can do. Silver Axe holds the axe in one hand, glazing beating. The actions of Roger, Rayleigh and others not only puzzled him, but also disgusted him from the bottom of his heart. HMPH, don't talk nonsense, let's fight. Bullet snorted coldly, covering armament haki with both arms. He is naturally belligerent, and he couldn't wait any longer. As soon as the voice fell, he waved his fist and killed the past first. See Bullet shoot, Rayleigh and Jabba, not far behind. At the moment of their shot, Silver Axe, John, and Akoku went straight up. The stronger Rayleigh and Silver Axe of both sides collided with each other. Oh. Akoku swung his huge sword, clanging with Jabba's two-handed axe. The relatively weak ones are the young Bullet and the cadre John. One has tyrannical physical skills and good fruit ability, and the other has Grandmaster sword and spear skills. Both sides shot together, and the battle officially started. Rayleigh's swordsmanship was fierce and flexible, constantly slashing towards Silver Axe. Although the silver axe lacks flexibility, the lightning on the blade is quite strong and domineering. For a while, Rayleigh and Silver Axe played back and forth. Akoku and Jabba, the axe blade and the giant sword, are straight and tough. With his physical skills, Bullet intends to fight in close quarters. John, who saw through this, slashed and blocked Bullets, preventing Bullet from getting close. In the seemingly turbulent battle, in fact, everyone on both sides still has the land of Chin. On the other side, Kaido and Lin led a team of pirate captains. In the Marine camp, Vice Admiral has a total of 10 people, restraining Kaido, Lin, and a group of pirate captains. Kaido, Lin, the two resisted respectively, a Marine at the top of Vice Admiral. Facing the strong players at the top of Vice Admiral, Kaido and Lin did not fall behind. Even as time passed, Lin had the upper hand. However, pirate captains, the situation is indeed not very good. 10 Marine Vice Admirals, 2 top Vice Admirals, 3 elite Vice Admirals, and 5 common Vice Admirals. Excluding the 2 top Vice Admirals, there are a total of 3 elite Vice Admirals, plus 5 common Vice Admirals, and there are 10 pirate captains. Chapter 191 The Battle of the Valley of the Gods, Newgate, Shiki Outbreak. Among these pirate captains, only one has the strength to reach the elite Vice Admiral level. The remaining 9 people are only at the common Vice Admiral level. Although there are 2 more people, it will not be defeated directly. But there is a gap in strength, and it is quite difficult to fight, and they have been suppressed by Marine. The Marine side, Kong, 5 elders and others are all secretly paying attention to these 2 local battlefields. Yu Vice Admiral fought against the pirates, and the 3 of Futura also played steadily. This kind of battle rhythm is much more enjoyable than the defeat not long ago. Seeing this, Roger and Garp's depressed mood suddenly subsided a bit. At this time, Sengoku's eyes flashed a bright light, and he winked at Zephyr. Zephyr on the side narrowed his eyes, then nodded, and jumped out suddenly. Whoosh! Zephyr activated the razor, turning into a 440 wipe track. Directly rushing into a battlefield, without saying a word, it is a shot. Boom! The sudden attack, Silver Axe hastily resisted. A violent force surged, forcing him to take 7 or 8 steps back. Silver Axe steadied himself and looked over to Rayleigh. The person who shot suddenly was none other than Marine's Zephyr. Zephyr, damn it, do you bully the few with the more? Silver Axe frowned deeply, his face became very ugly, and he said resentfully for a while. However, this does not mean that Silver Axe is afraid. Facing the siege of Rayleigh and Zephyr, Silver Axe directly rushed to the past. Preemptive strikes, full attack, barely resist for a while. Slowly, with 1 against 2, they fell into a disadvantage. Damn Marine, it's so difficult. After this scene happened, both Akoku and John wanted to get rid of their opponents and rushed to support Silver Axe. It's just that Jabba and Bullet entangled them so tightly that they couldn't get away at all. In the current situation, Marine has the upper hand on the 2 battlefields. Gu la la la, it's time to make a move. Whitebeard and Newgate laughed loudly, waving Kong Yunchi in his hand, ready to fight. After 2 months of hard work, I have mastered the newly developed ability. He is very confident in himself, and can be 1 against 2 in a short period of time. Gia ha ha ha, Newgate, you are too slow, Shiki, come first. On Newgate's side, just as he was about to make a move, Golden Lion Shiki killed him first when he saw this. The whole person soared into the air, towards the Marine side, and descended. The Sakura 10 and the dead wood in his hands were just a flurry of dances. Advertisement. Lion Majesty 1000 Slice Valley. Dozens of gold slashes descended from the sky, covering the Marines below. However, everyone in Marine is Admiral Strong. Looking at the slash above the head, all of them remained expressionless. Admiral took a step forward, using his ability to turn into a half-beast, and his body expanded rapidly. His hands and feet turned into dragon claws, and the 2 dragon wings behind his back tore through his clothes, breaking out of his body. Roar. There was a roar. Golden Lion Shiki, I'll meet you. The underworld dragon spread its wings and charged straight up. Armament Haki, covering both wings. With a slam against Golden Lion Shiki, the invisible armament Haki hits him. In addition, a tornado-like airflow was formed. This is a combination of Dark Dragon's Devil Fruit ability and armament Haki. There is no point of focus in air combat, so this kind of move is most suitable. Dozens of gold slashes hit the invisible barrier and dissipated in an instant. Vibrated by armament Haki, a strong tornado is generated, sweeping Shiki upwards. Shiki laughed, showing no panic. Gia ha ha ha, I will do this trick too. Lion Majesty Tornado. Facing the oncoming tornado, Shiki's figure did not retreat but advanced. With Sakura 10 in his hand, Deadwood pointed down. Suddenly, the airflow reversed, and the wind was strong. The surrounding air flows rapidly, forming an airflow lion. Impressively blocked, above the tornado. The collision of 2 air streams creates a larger air stream. Bang! The air exploded, the airflow lost its support, and scattered in all directions. The 2 streams of air are superimposed, and the momentum of the air wave is impressive. The underworld dragon that charged straight up paused in the air. Shiki activated the Lion Fruit ability, using the thrust brought by the air waves, he quickly rose to a high altitude. With Lion Fruit's ability, air combat has an advantage. Although Minglong's Fengshan pterosaur is also extremely fast, not inferior to Piao Piao's ability. But in terms of flying flexibility, it's not as good as psionic ability. Now that you have chosen your opponent, it must be a fight to the end. The dragon's wings of the underworld dragon shook violently, and suddenly it climbed up rapidly, chasing Shiki who was high in the sky. Gu la la la, Shiki is not very strong, but he is faster. At this time, the old rival Newgate still did not forget to make complaints. Advertisement. Let Shiki take the lead, and watch mine next. Newgate was already ready, holding Kong Yunchi and leaping up. The knife chi surged on the blade, chopping out from top to bottom. One person, one knife, Haki Wushwang, slashed straight at the Marines. Your opponent can only be me. Sengoku's face was serious, but his eyes were full of fighting spirit. Newgate, after shouting angrily, golden light shone all over his body, and his palms were covered with golden lights. Then, also, jumped up. Holding up Gold's palm, he pushed it towards Kong Yunchi's blade. Gu la la la. Sengoku. Newgate shouted excitedly, responding to his old adversary. The figures of the two are getting closer. Finally, in midair, the figures staggered. Clang. The palm of Gold, the blade of Senbai, collided together. With two people as the center, a large amount of impact force and saber energy spread in all directions. The blade, the palm, and the surrounding air all exploded. A tentative move, no one can help anyone. Come again. Sengoku. 5.4 Newgate, while sipping. Kong Yuncho blade and Sengoku's left hand are still entangled fiercely. The two of them waved their arms again, one palm was beating with golden light, and the other was wrapped in a fist. Shockwave, shockwave. The shouts of the two people sounded at the same time. Whizzing. Also at the same time, the palms and fists smashed towards the opponent, and the air was cut through. Boom. Click. Palms and fists didn't even collide. The shock wave and shock wave have collided together. Gold rays of light bloom, and air cracks are like cobwebs. A terrifying and violent energy fluctuation ravaged the entire battlefield of the Valley of Gods. Rumble. There was an earth-shattering sound. The Valley of the Gods shook violently. Chapter 192 The Battle of the Valley of the Gods. One shot, big shock. On the big mountain on the island, the cracks began to swim away again. The ground below collapsed, and countless gravels fell to the bottom of the flying island in the sky. The violent energy fluctuations caused the air around Newgate and Sengoku to stop flowing. The figures of the two stayed in midair, surrounded by golden light and white air. Shock waves and shock waves, causing widespread destruction. The entire Valley of the Gods was shaking, but Lin Nuo, Rocks, 5 elders and others remained unmoved. On the battlefield, the two sides confront each other. Invisibly, an undercurrent surges. Lin Nuo and Rocks faced 5 elders, Kong, Duanyu, Garp, and Roger. 5 elders, Roger and others all had solemn faces. Don't look at the marine side, because there will be a lot of battles. However, at this moment, they dare not relax at all. Because the two they were facing were powerhouses who had surpassed the admiral level. One fights against 3 admirals, and can easily kill one, so he didn't use his full strength. A talented monster with rapid progress, as early as 21 months ago, he was able to kill admirals backup Li Bao, defeating the combination of 4 admirals who were not in their prime. Such 2 extremely strong men, even if they are not afraid of a battle, they do not have 100% confidence. It can only be said that he has the determination to eliminate Lin Nuo and Rocks even if he dies. Lin Nuo stood shoulder to shoulder with Rocks with arms folded. The two faced 9 people, and they seemed to be weak. However, in terms of momentum, it is not bad at all. Ha 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 ha, Captain Luke's. Looking at their appearance, they seem to be afraid of us. Lin Nuo snorted and looked at 5 elders, Kong and others. These old foxes are smarter than the other, and they can drag on for a while. In the current 2 battlefields, Marine has the upper hand and is waiting to consume the 2 groups of Silver Axe and Kaido. HMPH, all together. Lin Nuo, how many do you play? Rocks looked contemptuously, first snorted coldly, and then said with a smile. Such behavior does not have the airs of the captain at all. It's totally a joke with Lin Nuo. Advertisement. It doesn't matter how many people he has, since we want to kill celestial dragons, we will kill whoever gets in our way. The corners of Lin Nuo's mouth curled up slightly, showing an evil smile, and his words were full of arrogance. Rocks didn't speak anymore, and Lin Nuo took a step forward. A powerful aura rose up all over his body, enveloping his body in it. Lin Nuo put his right hand on the handle of the knife at his waist, and the strong sword intent flowed down. The supreme great sword black blade slays the dragon, slowly drawn out with a flickering cold light. Rocks stood next to Lin Nuo, slightly behind. Looking at Lin Nuo who exudes aura around him, under his calm appearance, he dare not be careless in the slightest. Although he and Lin Nuo are extremely powerful. But, at the end of the day, there are only 2 people. Opposite 5 elders, Kong, Broken Tiger, Garp and Roger, each one is not weaker than Qian Newgate. This battle is up to Lin Nuo and him. As long as Lin Nuo shows the strength that can match Conqueror's Haki. Then he and Lin Nuo are enough to compete against 9 people including 5 elders. Followed by Shiki and Newgate, the strength of these 2 people is more than that. But whether they can get rid of the enemy depends on the performance of the 2 of them. Rocks was thinking. Lin Nuo had already made a move. I saw the black knife turning slightly, and the sharp sword intent shot up into the sky. Like a real sword energy, a gully stretches for a kilometer at the bottom of the flying island in the sky. Everyone on the battlefield couldn't help but look sideways at him. Because of this sword intent, it actually turned into sword energy. Sword skills and that weird power, he's going to make a move. Garp's face changed drastically, appearing extremely solemn. He uses observation haki to perceive Lin Nuo's aura, as if it were an endless abyss, bottomless. Facing the monster genius who was making rapid progress, even if he practiced hard for 3 months, he still couldn't see the whole picture. Duanyu watched Lin Nuo's powerful aura erupting, and felt the sharpness of this sword intent, and subconsciously clenched the long knife. Recalling that it was the fusion of repulsive force and sword intent back then that left him with indelible scars. This guy Lin Nuo is much stronger than during the Summit War. The white-robed old man, with an unusually gloomy face, was silent for a while, before speaking slowly. As a great swordsman who has fought against Lin Nuo, he has some understanding of Lin Nuo's strength and swordsmanship. 2 months ago, during the Battle of Marineford, Lin Nuo's real sword chi hadn't reached this level, and he could turn into real sword chi out of thin air. Advertisement. 9 of us, 4 against Lin Nuo, 5 against Rocks. The headed old man with glasses, with an ugly face, said in a deep voice. Before the words finished, Lin Nuo on the opposite side had disappeared. The next moment, Lin Nuo's figure appeared briefly in the air. One sword-style Dachan shake. The black sword Zonlong in his hand slashed downward fiercely, and a black-red slash came out across. The slash that combines Conqueror's haki and slash is not only the sword energy that cuts everything, but also the terrifying Kamui pressure. 4 people make moves, don't be careless, shouted the old man with glasses. The power of this sword is enough to threaten them. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 510 Kong, Broken Tiger, the old man in white robe, and the old man in suit charged straight up immediately. The 4 of them shot with all their strength to resist the sword energy falling from the sky. However, at this time, Lin Nuo's figure disappeared again. Not good. Lin Nuo's target is celestial dragons. The faces of the 4 of Kong suddenly changed. But the sword energy has already fallen, so he can only resist unwillingly. Lin Nuo's figure, leaving afterimages continuously, rapidly approached the celestial dragons. The 4 of Kong were dragged by the black sword energy for a few breaths. The remaining 5 were stopped by Captain Rocks. This gap time is enough to kill celestial dragons. Seeing this situation, the expressions of the 3 old men below changed drastically, and they were about to make a move in desperation. Don't think about the past, Lin Nuo. Seeing this, Rayleigh and Zephyr jumped up and repelled Silver Axe. The position of the 2 is just below. Covered with armament haki, Rayleigh and Zephyr arrived in an instant, intending to block Lin Nuo's way. Just the 2 of you. The arm of the mantis is like a cart. Lin Nuo's speed didn't decrease but increased, and he swung the black knife Zonlong with his right hand and slashed out suddenly. One sword style, split slash. With a sharp slash dozens of meters away, he quickly rushed towards Rayleigh. Call out. Advertisement Chapter 193 Battle of the Valley of the Gods Kong. Not good. Lin Nuo is targeting the celestial dragons. In an instant, countless slashes covered the sky, and the entire Valley of Gods was lit up by dazzling slashes at this moment. Dozens of slashes were like sound waves rippling. When the slash danced in the sky, it raged to the entire sea area. At this moment, not only the Valley of the Gods is affected, even the outside of the island is also affected by the aftermath of the slash. Sword intent that transforms energy into essence, destructive power like a natural disaster. Even so, he didn't use his full strength. How terrible is his real strength? The face of the strong man from New World showed shock. Without blinking his eyes, he looked at the battlefield of the Valley of Gods. Lin Nuo's swordsmanship and the repulsive force attached to the slash firmly attracted the attention of the strong. Hiss. I'm so good. Shinigami Lin Nuo is too scary. Not only is the sword skill extremely powerful, but even haki and the additional fruit ability are extremely terrifying. Immediately, seeing this scene, Berndi Wald took a breath. Immediately, Wald felt the terrifying power displayed by Lin Nuo, and yelled in disbelief. He has never been in contact with Lin Nuo, and he does not know Lin Nuo's real combat power. But now after seeing this scene, from this moment on, his view of Lin Nuo has completely changed. That guy is nothing short of a monster. Redfield, New World's powerhouses, and others paid no attention to these words. No matter what ability you have, as long as it is strong enough, it will be over. Valley of Gods battlefield. Rayleigh and Zephyr, facing the ferocious slashing blows from the sky, their expressions changed in unison. Both of them have experienced or seen it before, but they have experienced Lin Nuo's powerful swordsmanship and know its horror. Rayleigh was the one who suffered in front of Lin Nuo at the beginning. Although he was just careless at the beginning, Lin Nuo's combat power has already become the world's top. He didn't dare to be careless anymore, so he mustered up his energy. Zephyr has also personally experienced Lin Nuo's swordsmanship, slashing and fruit ability, so he doesn't want to fall into Lin Nuo's predicament again. As for Lin Nuo, who is talented and evil, and has improved rapidly. In a few months, I don't know how much stronger he has become. However, Lin Nuo is getting stronger, why not, but they can't compare with Lin Nuo. Zephyr and Rayleigh couldn't help but glance at each other. From each other's eyes, both of them saw the determination to fight. After several months of penance, the two of them didn't believe it, they couldn't stop Lin Nuo's fierce attack. Iron body hyphenation point steel. Zephyr was covered by armament hockey, the lacquer black body, suddenly a white mist appeared, protecting the surface of the body. Rayleigh's whole body is also covered with armament hockey, and he even uses the cultivation base of the great swordsman to generate a wave of sword energy to protect his body. Advertisement. Then, two at the same time, the double armament hockey is released, forming a defensive barrier. Facing the terrifying attacks all over the sky, he went straight up without fear. One side has the slash that destroys everything, and the other side is the ultimate defense layered on top of each other. In an instant, they collided together. First came the powerful oppression, Rayleigh and Zephyr felt as if they were in hell, and even breathing became difficult. The next moment, the armed color is released, and there are double defense barriers. With a click, it shattered. How can it be? Rayleigh and Zephyr, eyes widened in disbelief. Advanced armament hockey, forming a double defense. In an instant, it was crushed by several slashes. The two were in a daze, and it was too late to get out of the way. Afterwards, the only remaining slash cleared away the obstacles, instantly devouring the two of them. Fortunately, at the critical moment, the two reacted. Quickly broke through the slash encirclement and left the attack range. Rayleigh and Zephyr stepped aside, panting heavily. The eyes looking at Lin Nuo are full of jealousy and lingering fear. At this moment, Zephyr's iron body steel and Rayleigh's sword body protection have long since disappeared. If it was a little later at night, armament hockey would probably be torn apart by this ferocious slash. At that time, only relying on the flesh, within a moment, it will cut off its own body. Rao is so, the dual ability to protect the body is messed up. You still underestimate the gap between me and me. Lin Nuo's face was flat, and he left a sentence, and continued to rush towards the celestial dragons. This sentence does not mean to pretend at all, but to tell the truth. Rayleigh and Zephyr, although they have reached the peak combat power through penance. But compared to the three admirals, the current five elders is still a little bit worse. This slight gap, experience, and precipitation are all there, and physical strength cannot make up for it. Zephyr, Rayleigh, Garp and Roger, seeing the old man hurt, shouted eagerly, and were about to go to help. The pupils of the three old men below suddenly shrank. Advertisement. The strength shown by Zephyr and Rayleigh is equivalent to their previous strength. Even if the two of them work together, and the dual weapons are released, they will be broken in an instant. I can only dodge in embarrassment, not daring to carry it from the front. You know, as far as they know, this kind of slash is just Lin Nuo's common move. At this time, Lin Nuo's way was blocked. Kong, Broken Tiger, the old man in white robe, the old man in suit. The four stood not far in front of Lin Nuo. I didn't expect to lose a great opportunity just by making one move. Lin Nuo stopped his figure and sighed. But there is no way, the high-end battle situation is like this. Every second counts, every second counts. Although Rayleigh and Zephyr were defeated, they gave celestial dragons a glimmer of life. I didn't expect you to win the title of Shinigami in the Battle of Marineford. The old man in white robe held a long knife and squinted his eyes to look directly at Lin Nuo. Lin Nuo's swordsmanship is superb, and he admits this. But this title of Shinigami, he doesn't agree with it more, Qian Zhao or less. Hee. What's the matter, are you not convinced? Lin Nuo sneered and grinned, full of disdain. In the majestic momentum, the fierce sword intent pierced invisible. Seeing this, the old man in white robe was surrounded by sword energy, and also burst out with sword intent. In an instant, a confrontation of wills. The white-robed old man flew backwards out of the hall as if he had been hit hard. Seeing this, the three of Kong rushed to catch the old man in white robe. The collision of the sword intent did not cause any real damage, but it also made him uncomfortable. The Battle of Marineford knocked you into a coma. When the Valley of the Gods fights, I will kill you here. Lin Nuo moved, and charged forward like a thunderbolt. On the tip of the black knife, a little bit of cold light danced. He stabbed straight at the old man in white robe. The distance between the two sides is not too far. Lin Nuo's speed came in an instant. Chapter 194 Battle of the Valley of the Gods, Explosion of Repulsion. The old man in white robe did not dodge, and put the long knife horizontally in front of him. Clang. Sparks fly. The two knives collided, and the slash was violent. Between one attack and one defense, the slash shot out. The old man in the suit, Kong, and Duanyu had no choice but to step aside to avoid the sharp edge. After a brief struggle, Lin Nuo suddenly exerted his strength. The sharp slash, wrapped in huge force, pierced the body of the long knife of the old man in white robe. In the hand of the old man in white robe, the blade flickered coldly, blocking the incoming sword energy. The huge force from the blade caught him off guard, causing him to fly backwards. Lin Nuo snorted coldly, holding a black knife, and bullied him. He has been paying attention to the situation, how can he not know the mind of the old man in white robe? The four admiral combat forces can clearly work together. The old man in white robe wanted to stand out, trying to divert his attention. Don't look at the other three, they haven't made a move yet. That was looking for an opportunity to attack him with one blow. Lin Nuo looked at the old man in white robe, with a cold light flashing in his eyes, and a cruel smile curled up at the corner of his mouth. Since you insist on standing out, let me just let you know what it means to shoot a bird who stands out. The old man in white robe flew backwards. Lin Nuo chased after him without hesitation. In an instant, an afterimage flashed across, passed through the three of Kong, and left them behind. The scene of 510 fell on Kong, the old man in a suit, with a look of conveyance on his face. Seeing this, the old man in white robe slowly stopped his figure. Die, Lin Nuo. He raised the long knife in his hand, the sword intent erupted completely, and the sword energy was lingering all over his body. Whoosh! There was a sound of breaking wind, due to the rapid output of the knife. With a touch of White's pure slash, he slashed at the chasing Lin Nuo head-on. Lin Nuo sneered, facing the sword chi, he didn't dodge, let alone make a move. He looked at the old man in white robe, as if he was looking at a fool. As his strength leapt, he became one of the top powerhouses. I'm afraid most people have forgotten that he is completely immune to pure physical attacks. When the slash was about to touch Lin Nuo, he turned into an invisible air mask with a bang. Boom! The slash directly hit under the invisible air shield, and disappeared in a blink of an eye. At the same time, Lin Nuo's speed flew by, and the streamer pierced the sky. The next moment, when Lin Nuo reappeared, he was already on top of the old man in white robe. One knife style, big regret. Advertisement. Lin Nuo mobilized Conqueror's Haki to bless this sword technique. CBCC immediately, a vast power pressed against the old man in white robe. The white-robed old man's face was heavy, and when Lin Nuo's figure disappeared, he began to maintain a high degree of vigilance. This is that trick. Suddenly, his face changed, and he felt a little palpitation. He remembered the knife. It was not long ago that the four of them joined forces to resist, and only then did they kill the knife. Although it felt quite easy at that time, it was resisted by the four of them together. Now, he has to bear the power of this knife alone. One can imagine the pressure. The Conqueror's Haki was hit by Dachan regretfully. It was as if Mount Tai was lowering down, hitting the old man in white robe. The old man in white robe didn't even think about it, and quickly backed away again. At the same time, the sword intent slashing with Conquerors crazily surged out from the center of the eyebrows, resisting the pressure of Kamui like the top of Mount Tai. However, no matter how much he retreated, he didn't retreat, the attack range of this knife. Moonwalk. From the feet of the old man in white robe, white mist came out. Stepping in the air again and again, every time you step on it, you take a step. The sound of air bursting will follow. In this way, the white-robed old man had a point of strength in the air, and raised his knife to block without fear. Clang. The sound of Jin Jie chirping sounded. With such a crispness. The blade of the black knife actually hit the knife of the old man in white robe. On the double sword, slash and fight. With two people as the center, there are a few from time to time, and the sword energy scurry out of control. Jing Kamui is blocked, and the slash is also exhausted. However, this knife fell from the sky, and the force it carried was extremely heavy. The white-robed old man was directly sent flying diagonally. With a bang, it crashed into a small mountain peak. Like a cannonball, the entire mountain was blown up, and he was bald. At the same time, behind Lin Nuo, not far away. Bang! Explosions resounded through the sky. A dazzling stream of light rose into the sky. The old man in the suit, Kong, and Duanyu didn't dare to stay, and quickly got away from the flames. Advertisement. A few breaths ago, just when Lin Nuo slashed down with a knife. The three of Kong found the right moment. The three joined forces to attack Lin Nuo. The opportunity that could hit Lin Nuo hard, the three of them didn't hold back. After approaching Lin Nuo, it was time to make a shot. In the air, it was suddenly oppressed by an invisible repulsive force, sweeping towards the three of Kong. At this time, a white light shrouded towards Kong in front of his eyes. This is, noticing that their bodies were getting heavier and heavier, and at the same time the powerful oppression coming from their faces, the three of them felt a little strange. Not good. Rewind. Suddenly, there was an exclamation. Kong, shivering, seemed to think of something. Broken Tiger, the old man in a suit, is not a fool either. After being reminded by Kong, I thought of it in an instant. However, at this time, an invisible shock wave of repulsive force was rushing towards them, and even the surrounding space began to become distorted. This is the repulsion of that Lin Nuo guy. Duanyu swallowed, his voice trembling a little. Having been tortured by the repulsive force, he knows the horror of this force. FK. What? Repulsive impact. Even the old man in a suit was frightened into a cold sweat. This powerful and strange repulsion is not weaker than Newgate's shock fruit, and in some respects, it is more comprehensive than shock fruit. Possesses an absolute defense against everything and blocks all incoming physical attacks. Unknowingly, under the activation, its speed is extremely fast, even they can't help but be tricked. Immediately, armament Haki, covering the whole body. The three of them activated their razors and quickly flung them in three directions. However, the three of them moved just now. Under the impact of the powerful repulsive force swept across the surrounding area, covering the entire range continuously. Rumble. The repulsive impact spewed out, setting off layers of fearful impacts. The entire ground appeared to sink in, and the big pit continued to expand. All this happened in an instant, and the speed of the three of Kong increased by a few points. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The three of them were extremely fast, and were forced by the repulsive force to jump out. This guy's fruit ability is too difficult. Not only does it have a terrifying defense, but the shock wave it erupts is really terrifying. Chapter 195 Battle of the Valley of the Gods. Fight against the world's top powerhouses alone. Kong's face was ugly. He took a deep breath, and gritted his teeth in frustration. Duan Hu, an old man in a suit, had a gloomy face and was speechless. Not bad. Lin Nuo held a black knife to slay the dragon, and looked at the three of Kong with playful smiles. While speaking, another ability emerged from his left hand. This scene was full of provocation, and it fell into the eyes of the three of Kong, their eyelids twitching with anger. However, thinking of Lin Nuo's strength, he was soon relieved of everything just now. The three of them are considered good, but they just missed it for a while. On the other hand, the white-robed old man, after being chopped into the air by a knife, has not yet come up. The old man in the suit wants to go down to see the situation of the old man in white robe. But Lin Nuo stood in front of him, preventing him from acting rashly. The three old men below, Roger and Garp, are always watching the battle here while confronting Rocks. When the three old men saw this scene, their faces turned pale with shock. The strength of the five of them was all improved by Master IM with secret techniques. Not only has the combat power become stronger, but also the use of various abilities and attainments have been recorded. Even the old body has returned to its peak. Although it still belongs to the scope of Admiral's combat power. But it has already stood at the peak of Admiral's combat power. Therefore, Five Elders knows how terrifying it is to ascend. However, Lin Nuo unexpectedly slashed the old man in white robe. This Lin Nuo's strength may surpass Rocks. The expressions of the three old men were changing, cloudy and sunny, and cold sweat broke out on their bodies. During the Marineford battle, Lin Nuo was definitely not that strong. Even the Rocks didn't show this kind of strength at the time. It's true that the Rocks have something to hide, and they've gotten a lot stronger. Even if Rocks shot with all his strength, he might not be able to fly with a single blow. Garp and Roger on the side, hearing Five Elders' evaluation, couldn't help but widen their eyes, full of shock. This kind of evaluation, this kind of strength, is really frightening. To surpass the strength of Rocks, how strong must this be? For this, Garp, Roger, have no doubts. Advertisement. For one thing, they are all on the same boat, so there is no need for the Five Elders to lie to them. Secondly, the strength of the Five Elders, Garp, Roger can perceive it. Let alone the two of them, they are much stronger than Kong. This guy Lin Nuo, what kind of freak is he? Roger's face was sullen and resentful. Why are these cultivation freaks all running towards the Rocks pirates? When Lin Nuo was not strong, he just joined the Rocks pirates, and he even got a little win over. However, at that time, Lin Nuo did not agree. As a result of this war, there was one more accident. If I had known this earlier, I should have done more. If it is under the Rocks, there is no such guy as Lin Nuo. With their lineup, it would be a breeze to eliminate the Rocks pirates. That terrorist Rocks, what kind of charm does he have? On the point of eliminating the Rocks pirates, Garp, who had the same idea as Roger, couldn't help but gritted his teeth and asked. Garp has justice in his heart, and what he dislikes the most is the actions of the Luke's pirates. Okay, don't say it's useless, keep an eye on Rocks. Among the three old men, the old man with long beard frowned slightly and scolded in a low voice. These two guys are still too young. The current situation has been settled, so what's the use of saying this? Not far from the Rocks, you can have a panoramic view of everything. Lin Nuo's strength and the anxiety of the enemy made him smile proudly. At this time, there was a broken mountain in the distance, and the smoke and dust gradually dispersed. The old man in the suit fixed his eyes and found that the old man in the white robe was fine. The next moment, his eyes changed, full of killing intent. Armament hockey is covered, and the razor under his feet activates, directly stepping on the air. Like an arrow leaving the string, he waved Black's fist and attacked Lin Nuo in front. When the old man in the suit approached, he shot with all his strength as soon as he came up. Lin Nuo's complexion was calm, with a strange gravitational force in his left hand and a black sword in his right hand. Asking for flowers. With a light touch on his feet, he rushed forward. Advertisement. Black's blade slashed across, and the attack of the old man in the suit was smashed like paper. Immediately afterwards, Lin Nuo was about to counterattack. Admiral Duanyu moved quickly and came behind Lin Nuo. Also with all his strength, he struck Lin Nuo behind. Lin Nuo had no choice but to turn his body to resist Duanyu's attack. Seeing this, the old man in the suit changed his moves one after another, hitting Lin Nuo one after another. For the two-sided attack, Lin Nuo used both hands, slashing and gravitational force at the same time. One side slashed violently, and the other side gravitationally gushed out, before Lin Nuo turned into a slash Uzumaki. Will easily resolve the attack of the old man in the suit and the broken tiger. 0. But at this moment, the old man in white robe soared into the sky, his white robe was quite ragged. The impact of that knife was indeed not small, and the blood surged when it smashed into the mountain. Fortunately, his body was tyrannical and he was at his peak, so he didn't cause any serious problems. As soon as the old man in white robe came up, he felt aggrieved and urgently needed to vent. Holding a long knife, he charged at Lin Nuo, and besieged Lin Nuo together with the old man in suit, He Duanyu. In the air, the figures of 4 people are constantly moving and shifting. The sound of Jinji's clinking, the sound of roaring and breaking the wind, sounded wave after wave. Wherever it passed, the repulsive force oppressed, the sword energy raged, and Haki collided. Yulo swung the knife with one hand and controlled gravity with the other. 1-on-3 battles, speed up to ultimate. 1 knife and 1 sword, 1 punch and 1 kick, close combat. When there is no one-on-one fight, he will be domineering with every move. All the moves and skills are all compressed, and when they collide close to each other, they are extremely dangerous. A little carelessness, one move. It is possible to suffer serious damage. However, for Lin Nuo, these are not so important. Because, at this moment, Lin Nuo was able to do a job with ease, without blushing or panting. On the other hand, the 2 old men, Duanyu and the others, saw such a situation, their hearts sank to the bottom of the valley. The 3 of them went forward together, none of them kept their hands back, but Lin Nuo couldn't do anything about it. Lin Nuo took his time and wrote about the 3 of them circling and fighting. Chapter 196 Battle of the Valley of the Gods, Join Forces. Reinventing the Silver Axe. The white-robed old man and broken tiger are alright, but the 2 are great swordsmen, with Haki blessing on their blades. The old man in a suit is unarmed, and his skills are all in one body technique. After fighting for a while, the old man in the suit became more and more frightened as he fought. Whether it's Lin Nuo's slash or repulsion, every time it collides with his fist. He could feel the pain through armament Haki. It's not the sharp sting of the slash, or the powerful force area of repulsion. Gradually, the old man in the suit turned into a protective suit. Responsible for resisting Lin Nuo's attack. The old man in white robe, broken tiger, is in charge of attacking. However, every attack, Lin Nuo can easily resolve it. Like an almighty god of war, whether it is strength, speed and other attributes, or swordsmanship, physical skills, Haki, ability, there is no shortcoming. The 3 of Duanyu couldn't find a single flaw, and there was no 807 to launch a decisive blow. In the battle, you can only entangle with Lin Nuo endlessly. The war continued. Lin Nuo fought steadily with 1 against 3. Not only did he not feel tired, but he became more and more courageous as he fought. No matter how the 3 attack, they just can't help him. Gradually, the faces of the 3 of them became gloomy like water, and their hearts sank to the bottom of the valley. On the other side, Kong squinted his eyes, looking for opportunities all the time. Among the marine camp, he is the strongest, the closest to Lin Nuo and Luke's combat power. Even if it is 5 elders, before they are strengthened, their strength is far inferior to him. Although there is no conqueror's Haki, but observation Haki, armament Haki, are top-notch. He releases observation Haki, constantly observing Lin Nuo's fight. But fighting so far, Lin Nuo has not shown a single flaw. He could only faintly perceive the abyss and bottomless power zone in his body. Lin Nuo seemed to be going all out, but he actually had a lot of cards in his pocket. As far as he can guess, what 5 elders said, Lin Nuo's threat is no longer comparable to that of Rocks. Hateful. Thinking of this, Kong cursed in a low voice. The aura on his body exploded, Haki covered his fists and rushed over. In the distance, 4 people were fighting, and their figures were staggered. Kong's figure rushed in brazenly. Wrapped in a berserk breath, Haki's covered fist hit Lin Nuo directly. Lin Nuo broke up the attack of the 3, and faced Kong's fist, he calmly resisted it. Holding the black sword in his hand, Zanlong swept away, the sword was covered with Haki, and it breathed out the sword intent. Advertisement. Clang. The sound of collision sounded. The combat power of the fist and the black knife is faintly evenly matched. Lin Nuo let out a light snort, feeling a little surprised. The sword energy that can diffuse the offensive of the 2 old men, Duanyu. Kong's fist was broken unexpectedly. Even, the blade of the black knife trembled slightly. Lin Nuo's knowledgeable color has been released to the top. This breath, top armament Haki. Lin Nuo froze for a moment, then laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha, what a name Kong is, as expected of martial marine. Immediately, Lin Nuo's aura rose again. The addition of Kong inspired his fighting spirit. Armament Haki, observation Haki, all rose to the top. At this time, the old man in the suit, the old man in the white robe, and Duan who came to kill again. Cooperate fully with Kong and launch a fierce offensive against him. Kong's style of play is open and close, fierce and domineering. Lin Nuo's repulsive pressure and sword intent also rose again. The 4 of them brazenly confronted each other head-on, with fearlessness in their eyes. 4 of Kong began to besiege Lin Nuo. Ah, so much fun. So much fun. Lin Nuo let out a long roar, full of fighting spirit. People around, no matter pirates, marine soldiers. They were stunned to see this scene. First there are 2 old men, Admiral and Duanyu. Now, Martial Marine and Kong have joined. Lin Nuo was able to fight without losing. Especially those marine vice admirals, they were beyond shocked. Even the captains of the Rocks pirates had their eyelids twitched when they saw all this with their own eyes. High in the sky, Admiral Dark Dragon, Golden Lion Shiki. Seeing that Lin Nuo's strength was so strong, he subconsciously paused. However, the next moment, the two turned their heads and looked at each other. There was fire in his eyes, and when he started to move again, he couldn't help but work harder. Another field, Zephyr and Rayleigh, with fire in their eyes. Not long ago, the two teamed up and tried to block Lin Nuo. In the end, it was a failure, and he didn't take a single move. Advertisement. The endless anger can only be vented fiercely through fighting. Since Kong 4 blocked Lin Nuo, Zephyr and Rayleigh seemed to have become worldly knowledge. The two turned their heads, continued to find Silver Axe, and beat him hard. Fight against two admirals whose strength is almost the same as his. At the beginning, Silver Axe focused on defense with all his strength, and could barely resist it. However, he is not Lin Nuo, the Rocks generation. Over time, it became difficult to fight. Persisting until now, there is no power to parry. Zephyr and Rayleigh, like a mountain, weighed on him. Silver Axe retreated steadily, and the defense was too late. He could barely dodge, avoid the fatal attack, and was covered in scars. Damn it! Silver Axe panted heavily, dodging constantly. Occasionally swing the axe to resist continuous attacks. Rayleigh and Zephyr cooperate quite tacitly. He kept changing positions, one move after another. At this time, Silver Axe dodged Rayleigh's attack with a dodge. However, the next moment, Zephyr's fist slammed over. Silver Axe knelt on one knee, his axe hanging on the ground, and cursed with hatred in his eyes. It took a lot of effort before he stopped and stabilized his figure. Bang. 4.1. These two guys are so difficult. Silver Axe blocked Zephyr, not allowing the punch to hit the chest. Zephyr's fist, slamming on the axe. Cough cough, poof. But another part of the impact should not be underestimated. Silver Axe. A huge force struck, and Silver Axe flew away like a cannonball. There is no gap between the two attacks. Silver Axe. However, this punch has a powerful impact. Although the axe blocks part of the impact. Although it was only a minor injury, it also made his momentum a bit depressed. Suddenly, there was a surge of chi and blood in the chest, and a mouthful of blood spewed out. Silver Axe had no time to dodge, so he could only swing the axe horizontally and block it in front of his chest. Bang. Chapter 197 Battle of the Valley of the Gods. The battle situation changes, deep down. Not far away, John Akoku exclaimed upon seeing this. The two confronted Bullet and Jabba with a move, and rushed over quickly. Jabba, Bullet, launched an offensive, intending to block it. John and Akoku, however, don't go head to head at all. While rushing at full speed, his figure moved and dodged, dodging the attack. John and Akoku, meeting Silver Axe. Zephyr, Rayleigh, Jabba, Bullet, are also fleeting. Don't give the Silver Axe 3 any respite. The four shot together and besieged the 3 of Silver Axe. Silver Axe adjusted his breath, and John and Akoku greeted him together. 3 against 4, the gap is obvious. As soon as they fought, the Silver Axe side lost the wind. However, in the same way, the 3 cooperated and shared the pressure. Although doomed to lose, but in a short period of time, it can resist for a while. It depends on Newgate, Shiki, Lin Nuo, who can get out of the battle as soon as possible. No matter what the situation is at this time, someone must come to the rescue. Otherwise, it takes a long time. The 3 of Silver Axe are bound to lose. Rocks Pirates. Lost 3 admirals. In this way, the balance of victory will be 21, which will be tilted towards Marine. Everywhere on the battlefield, it was hard to tell. Below, the 3 old men confronting Rocks, Garp, Roger. After discovering this scene, Zahn always felt complacent and couldn't help letting go. Just a moment later, the Silver Axe trio were defeated. On their side, there will be more, 4 admiral combat power. At that time, the victory of the war will be close to them. Thoughts so far. 3-5 elders, and Roger, Garp. Pull up all the energy, the muscles of the whole body are getting tighter and tighter. He stared vigilantly at the rocks not far away. A situation unfavorable to oneself has occurred. 5 elders didn't believe that the rocks would be indifferent. But, there they are. Even if Rocks makes a shot. Stopping him is a sure thing. If the rocks don't make a move. That would be great. Advertisement. See 5 elders, Roger, Garp's reactions. Rock's face, expressionless, Furuta impassive. And this time, Newgate was fighting. First, I met Yulo Daxi and Kamui. And then realized that Silver Axe, John, Akoku, were on the verge of defeat. Lightning flashed in my mind, and I stopped hiding my clumsiness immediately. Sengoku. Newgate shouted loudly, and directly shot with all his strength. On the fist of the left hand, the air mass dissipated. Instead, on the index finger, the air mass is wrapped. It is one of the 2 new moves developed by Newgate. Newgate yelled suddenly, making Sengoku stunned for a moment. Immediately reacted, also not to be outdone. Newgate, let the horse come here. Shining golden light on Sengoku's body, he shouted in a low voice. After fighting for such a long time, he has already opened the golden Buddha form. Seeing his old rival Newgate's index finger poking straight at him, Sengoku was a little puzzled. Isn't this guy's attack method always fist? Suddenly, why did he switch to using his fingers? The vibration force that fingers can exert. How can it compare to the power of the fist? Good Newgate, look down on me. So far, Sengoku couldn't help feeling a little sullen. Gold's palm, with a shock wave, pushed it directly. Seeing this, Newgate raised the corner of his mouth slightly. The Buddha's giant palm smashed down, and Newgate's index finger had a magnetic collision in the air. Gold shockwave, white shockwave, collided together. The next moment, Sengoku's right eyelid twitched and found something was wrong. Newgate's shock waves did not come like the sea as before. Instead, they gathered together, which made him a little uncomfortable. The giant Buddha palm faced Newgate's index finger. There is a feeling of being helpless. Click, click. There was a broken sound. Newgate's fingertips. A small crack like a spider web appeared. Correspondingly, a shock wave shot out from the fingertips. This shock wave, after being deeply compressed, pierced into the shock wave like a sharp sword. The shock wave was like paper, and was directly disintegrated. Advertisement. The huge palm was directly pushed back by the shock wave. What happened? Sengoku's face changed, and there was a tingling pain in his palm. This is a new move developed by Shock Fruit. Although this shock wave seems to have reduced its power, it has no large-scale destructive power. But its penetrating strength has been greatly improved. When fighting individually, the effect will be very significant. This collision is an example. Gu la la la. The loud laughter resounded through the Valley of the Gods, showing confidence and arrogance. Sengoku's pupils shrank, and he couldn't help being horrified. Another move. Newgate means that there are new moves. Newgate, I really didn't expect you to be hiding something. Sengoku's complexion became serious. In his opinion, Newgate's other move is definitely not weaker than this move. Gu la la la. Why Sengoku, are you going to admit defeat? Newgate's left hand clenched into a 940 fist again, posing an attacking stance. Sengoku's palm, retracted at that time, he was ready to pursue the victory. On the fist, the white air mass spun up. Empty shock. Newgate punched Sengoku in the air. Facing the shock waves coming from the rotation, Sengoku narrowed his eyes slightly, and his brows were tightly knit together. Facing shock waves of unknown power. Deeply compressed, the extremely fast rotating shock wave blasted out from the fist. Sengoku was vigilant, and his whole body was golden. A large number of gravel clods were sucked in by the spiral airflow. However, his knowledge and perception and intuition told him that the power of this air strike should not be underestimated. Crash. The impact of the shock wave directly plowed a ditch on the ground. Big Buddha shockwave. Wherever it passed, the ground cracked and spread rapidly. Transparent cracks, like spider webs, emerged out of thin air. Click, click. Originally, the transparent cracks were twisted to pieces. Sengoku raised his palms, and the energy in his palms was condensed. The shock wave is invisible, but under the high-speed rotation, a spiral airflow is rolled up. Shoot straight at Sengoku in Buddha state. Although this move is empty shock, he can't see any clues. After all, he doesn't understand air shock at all. Chapter 198 The Battle of the Valley of the Gods. Strategy change, Roger takes the move. Push out both palms directly, and Chi-Chi greets them. Gold shock wave, the two strands are combined into one, doubling its power. Daibutsu shockwave and airshock collide directly in the middle of Sengoku, Newgate. Bang! A violent energy explosion. The surrounding air exploded. A large hole was also blasted on the ground. Moreover, this big pit is still expanding. Deeper and bigger. After a moment of stalemate, the great Buddha shock wave, lacking stamina. As for the spiral shock wave, relying on deep compression and high-speed rotation, its power remains undiminished. It crushed the shock wave straight and smashed towards Sengoku's golden Buddha statue. How come? The power of the shock has changed. Its power is even more terrifying than before. Sengoku was shocked, and this situation took him by surprise. The power of the shock wave has become stronger. It is more than a little stronger, and it is conservatively estimated to be several times stronger. Sengoku's face changed drastically, he gritted his teeth and shot with all his strength to resist the air shock. Not only the fruit ability, but also the ultimate, gold shines brightly. Even the armed color was released, and it was mobilized. The power of the shock plunged into the golden light like a broken bamboo. The next moment, the golden body of the Buddha flew upside down. Sengoku's feet, stuck in the ground, dragged out two ravines. Aha! Sengoku let out a low growl, and the hidden power surged out wildly. After removing the violent impact, he slowly stabilized his figure. Newgate, well hidden. Sengoku stared at Newgate, his face was heavy, and he muttered to himself. Obviously this trick has been unexpectedly powerful, and it is even more terrifying than simply launching an earthquake in the past. Against Newgate's new move, Sengoku fell twice. However, in the Buddha state, Sengoku was sane. After suffering 2 losses in a row, I finally saw the clues. Newgate used the shock wave, changed the previous method, and no longer went straight. Instead, skill was added to cause a qualitative change in the power of the shock wave. Sengoku maintains the golden body of the Buddha, with a slightly arched body and is very vigilant. Newgate, who broke out at full strength, made him feel a lot of pressure. Right now, the battle situation is tense. He can't count on anyone else to help him. Gu la la la, Sengoku. Advertisement. If there is no whole card, this battle should also be over. A mocking look flashed across Newgate's face. Immediately afterwards, he stood up and continued to attack Sengoku. He wasn't going to give Sengoku a break. Newgate, stop being arrogant, I'm not afraid of you. Not to be outdone, Sengoku bit up. In order to win the war, no matter how strong Newgate is, he must face up to difficulties. The figures of the two staggered again. Facing the terrifying power of the air shock, Sengoku fell into a disadvantage as soon as he came up. This terrifying shocking force pressed down from the beginning to the end, and the Great Buddha was hit by a shock wave. Everything that happened here has attracted everyone's attention. No one thought of it, except Rocks, Lin Nuo, the third member of the Rocks Pirates. Newgate also hides his true combat power. 3 old men, and Garp, Roger. As soon as the hanging heart let go, it became tense again. 5 elders looked ugly, and they all looked into the distance, the scene where Sengoku was retreating steadily. Damn it, another variable. The blonde old man, who had never spoken, couldn't help becoming anxious. Not long ago, another battlefield. They had just taken advantage. Immediately afterwards, Sengoku fell into a disadvantage. The ups and downs made the blonde old man's heart pound. Newgate, this guy, the new move is very powerful. Garp and Roger on the side looked at each other and were also secretly shocked. However, at this moment, the 3 old men, and Garp, Roger, diverted attention. Not far from Rocks, the smile flickered from the corner of his mouth. The 5 of them did not notice this scene. Make a good strategy and make appropriate changes. The headed old man with glasses, his eyes flickering, made a decision. There was no opinion on this proposal. Anyway, the ultimate goal is to eliminate Rocks. As long as the goal can be achieved, any tactics are the same. After the old man with glasses finished speaking, he cleared his mind. Turning around, his face changed drastically. Shoot quickly. Rocks move. At this moment, Rocks disappeared in place. The old man with glasses was very fast, and when Rocks set off, he rushed over. Advertisement. The other 2 old men, Roger and Garp, were shocked. While startled, he didn't stop moving. The 4 people rushed out and followed closely behind. Roger, you go help Sengoku. At this time, the voice of the old man with glasses came over, and his tone was unquestionable. Roger, who was moving quickly, froze for a moment at the words. Immediately, he came to his senses and thought of what the old man with glasses said just now. Changed the trajectory of the movement and swept towards Sengoku. Garp, the 2 elders, is not slowing down, and the target is Rocks. In Roger's sight, Sengoku is at a disadvantage and is being suppressed by Newgate. Whoosh. In a blink of an eye, Roger loomed. Newgate, let's decide. Quote. Roger swung ace, the blade hockey covered, and slashed towards Newgate. Roger. Newgate narrowed his eyes and was surprised to see that it was Roger. He exploded with strength, suppressed Sengoku, and gained the upper hand. Get the attention of everyone present. Originally, I thought that among the 4 people on Zephyr's side, 1 person would come. Didn't expect it to be Roger. But it's good, Roger is here. Captain Rocks, it'll be a lot easier. Boom. In the face of Roger's surprise attack, directly launched the shock calendar. There is no doubt that he will be the one who falls into the disadvantaged. Kong Yuncut on the right hand is wrapped with a white air mass, and spins rapidly. The number of opponents has been reduced from 5 to 4. North Kings. Slamming down Kong Yunchi, he slashed towards Ace's blade. Transparent cracks emerge. Roger and Sengoku team up against him. The boom sounded. Newgate frowned, his expression very solemn. With the twin knives as the center, the ground exploded. On the palm of gold, armament hockey, fused with the shock wave, pushed over with one palm. The explosion of energy lifted up the soil under his feet layer by layer. The 2 knives collided in the air. Not far away, Sengoku saw this and took the opportunity to go out again. Newgate knocked Sengoku back with a punch and quickly turned to face Roger. Click. The violent air turbulence engulfed the soil and spread it in all directions. Chapter 199 The Battle of the Valley of the Gods. Falling down, Rocks makes a move. As for Silver Axe, John, and Akoku, they couldn't last long. Let's talk about Rocks, although Roger is missing. But the strength of 4 admirals is enough to entangle Rocks. Although Marine's tactics were completely disrupted. But the situation on the battlefield still favors the Marine camp. Captain Rocks, the current situation. How are we going to break it? In the blink of an eye, Newgate's thoughts swirled. Gu la la la, attack from both sides. Just what I want. However, he immediately burst into laughter, his heroic fighting spirit soaring into the sky. Maybe my heart is full of uncertainty about this war. However, it didn't affect him in the slightest. He had a great battle with the 2 strong men. Make a fist with your left hand and raise it high. Shock waves burst out. Block the incoming shock wave. On the left is Sengoku and on the right is Roger. Newgate is 1 against 2, shock fruit ability, played to the ultimate. Up and down, around the body. The white air mass is looming. In the nearby air, the power of vibration is active. At this moment, around Newgate, it seemed that the heart of the Valley of Gods was located. The pounding vibration spread throughout the island of the Valley of Gods. Facing Roger and Sengoku's joint siege, Newgate fell into a hard fight. Roger's haki is not inferior to him, and the 517 swordsmanship is even better. Sengoku didn't give up too much. In the state of the Buddha's golden body, not only the shock wave is strong, but the defense is still not weak. Dazzling attacks, flanking from both sides. Use Newgate's ability, Armament Haki's defense, Shock Fruit's power, and Kong Yunchi's attack. Such a cooperative battle, barely parrying down Sengoku, Roger's offensive. In the high-altitude battlefield, Shiki and Minglong fought back and forth, and no one could do anything to the other. After playing for so long, it made him a little irritable. Originally Lion Fruit ability has the advantage of high-altitude combat. However, Admiral's Dark Dragon and Devil Fruit's abilities also have this. This caused him to lose his advantage, and he was fighting entirely with hard power. As expected of the veteran Admiral, it's really tough enough. Shiki drooped his face, feeling very unhappy. The combat power of the veteran Admiral is still very tyrannical. If his opponent is Zephyr, Sengoku and others. Even if Duanyu doesn't have the high-altitude advantage, there is no need to fight like this, and he can fight endlessly. Advertisement. At this time, a loud noise came from below. Shiki looked down and saw Newgate, being beaten by Sengoku, Roger, and the combined forces. Damn guy. Shiki's face was gloomy, and he cursed loudly. First, the three of Silver Axe, and then Newgate, are all siege methods. What he can't stand the most is this kind of behavior. Whoosh. The orc-like underworld dragon, with its sharp claws covered in armed colors, grabbed Shiki fiercely. The sound of breaking wind sounded in his ears. Shiki withdrew his mind. Lion Majesty Thousand Slice Valley. Sakura 10 and Dead Wood, the black light on the blade flickered. The slash that was enough to break the mountain, because of the slash. Wrapping Armament Haki, it envelops the attacking underworld dragon. Facing the oncoming, overwhelming slashing blows, Minglong quickly retracted his dragon claws. The great swordsman's slash is already extremely sharp. Plus these slashes, mixed with Armament Haki. If anyone came here, they wouldn't be confident enough to dare to be tough. Tornado hyphenation point wind blade. After retracting the dragon claws, the wings of the underworld dragon trembled. The whole person is in the air, spinning rapidly. Driven the surrounding airflow, forming a tornado. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The wings spread wide, and the compressed airflow shot out one after another. At first glance, this group of air currents seems to be slashing. In fact, it is just the wind blade formed by the airflow compression. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of collisions sounded one after another, and the wind blade wiped out part of the slash. The power of the remaining slashing attacks was greatly reduced, and Minglong used his armed force to block all of them. However, Shiki on the opposite side. When Minglong made a move, he turned around and swooped down. After a few breaths, he came to the ground. A head-on slash hit CBBC Roger. Roger in battle, observation Haki forewarning. Give up attacking Newgate, raise the knife to block. Clang. The gold slash hit Ace's blade. Roger used Haki to block the incoming slash. It was the incoming air waves that made his robe flutter. After Shiki cut a sword, he jumped to Newgate's side. Advertisement. At this moment, Newgate blocked Sengoku's shock wave and got a respite. Shiki, you be ********D, don't get in your way. Newgate was sweating profusely, panting slightly, his tone seemed to be complaining. But the body is very honest, standing back to back with Shiki. Gia ha ha ha, that's really a coincidence. My uncle is not only here to get in the way, but also to help you attract a strong enemy. Shiki was also speechless, and smiled very disdainfully. The two old enemies, at this time, neither one is willing to compromise. As soon as the voice fell, a gust of wind swept through. Admiral, the Dark Dragon, descended from the sky and spread its wings to attack. A large number of wind blades smashed the wind and shot them densely. Roger, Sengoku, seeing this scene, couldn't help backing away. The impenetrable wind blade makes one's scalp tingle just by looking at it. Although the two of them could stop it, there was no need for that. After all, they are not the target of the attack. XHER. Newgate looked up, and his face suddenly sank. However, the left hand was clenched into a fist, and the vibration hit it. Click. Shock waves soared into the sky. All the overwhelming wind blades were dispersed by the shock. On the other side, the battle of attention has also kicked off. Prevent Sengoku and Roger to take advantage of the opportunity. The wind blade dissipated, and there was no words. Shiki and Newgate, on the other hand, cooperated to resist the attack from three sides. But the old man with glasses, how could he make his wish come true? Launch a fierce offensive against Shiki and Newgate. The bearded old man, the blonde old man, and Garp followed closely behind. Dozens of sword chi slashed and struck towards Rocks horizontally. Impressively pulled out the long knife, while advancing his figure, his arms danced like demons. The figure of the underworld dragon arrived in an instant. In the case of one more opponent, they barely continued to support for the time being. The Rocks have a clear goal, the 50 celestial dragons. Without further ado, directly join forces with Roger and Sengoku. After Rocks started, the old man with glasses chased after him. On the battlefield of the Valley of the Gods, the confrontation became more and more intense. Shiki on the side seemed to be doing nothing, but kept staring at Sengoku and Roger. Just for a moment, Newgate, Shiki, and Silver Axe chose to unite against the enemy. Although Shiki was under a lot of pressure, Newgate's pressure was effectively relieved. Chapter 200 Battle of the Valley of the Gods, Logia Storm Fruit Ability. The slash pierced the air, and in a blink of an eye, it was about to hit Rocks. Rocks didn't hide or dodge, with a weird smile on the corner of his mouth. This scene, the old man with glasses clearly captured it, and his face sank. The more inexplicable Rocks is, the more uneasy the old man with glasses feels. As expected, the figure of Rocks disappeared out of thin air. The slashing attack of the old man with glasses was completely empty. What happened? The eyelids of the old man with glasses twitched, and he couldn't react. Suddenly, there was a strong wind. The hairs of the old man with glasses exploded. He sensed the breath of Rocks from the wild sky of Dazuo. Wow, the wind hits. Rocks' figure appeared in front of him. The long knife in his hand slashed over. The old man with glasses was caught off guard and flew backwards for a while. Old man with long beard, old man with blonde hair, Garp came. The three of them and the old man with glasses stood side by side in the air. Ha 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 ha, Rocks was condescending, with a disdainful look on his face. Insolent laughter resounded through the Valley of Gods. Is this tricky guy really hiding something? The faces of the three old men changed, and they vaguely had a guess. For this situation, 5 elders had expected it. But it really happened, and I couldn't help but feel a lot of pressure. The ability just now, could it be said? The long-bearded old man frowned, holding his beard with his hands, a little uncertain. However, after a brief pause, Garp took up the conversation. Logia storm fruit. Rocks disappear out of thin air, is the elementalization of Logia. Garp's face was stern, his brows were tightly furrowed, and he spoke every word forcefully. The old man with glasses and blonde hair were taken aback upon hearing this. The long-bearded old man breathed a sigh of relief and reorganized his words. I think the same, it's the fruit of Bakuoka. The eyes of the three old men looked at Rocks at the same time, their eyes full of solemnity. Advertisement. Now is not the time to discuss Rock's abilities. Since it is Logia storm fruit, the ability just now is elementalization, so it only needs to prescribe the right medicine. Use armament hockey on every attack. The old man with glasses put on a posture and reminded the three of them in a low voice. This is exactly the trouble with dealing with Logia ability users. As a result, they cannot perform some moves. The three of Garp nodded, and armament hockey began to push with all his strength, covering his whole body with arms. Buzz, 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 buzz. The 4 strands of armament hockey are intertwined with each other, forming a majestic and vast hockey wave. From the position here, the invisible spreads to all directions. The old man with glasses took the lead and led the other 3 to strike first. The 4 of them stepped on the moonwalk, ran wildly in the air, and besieged the rocks. The speed is as fast as lightning, hockey rubs against the air, and arcs surround his body. Since you want to stop me, Lousy will kill you all. A pair of eyes was extremely cold, and the murderous intent filled them. The indifferent voice spread throughout the Valley of Gods. Rocks held a long knife in one hand and a void in the other. Wow, a gust of wind happened to blow by. Rocks' hand unexpectedly grasped the airflow, and swung forward violently. In an instant, the airflow surged. Rocks controlled the airflow that was thrown out, and it spun crazily. Immediately afterwards, there was a strong wind, covering the customs of the gods. Within the scope of the entire island, the airflow in the air is rewinding. As if being drawn, they gathered here one after another. All the fighting people on the island looked sideways at the same time. Gu la la la, Captain Rocks, it's really scary. Gia ha ha ha, a terrifying ability like a natural disaster. Newgate, Shiki overwhelmed by Sengoku, Roger and Dark Dragon. Seeing this scene, I was very excited and laughed out loud. Facing the siege of the 3 people, the fighting spirit became even higher. Roger's face changed slightly, and he felt anxious. I don't know that without him, the 4 of them would not be able to fight. Roger, don't be distracted, beat Shiki, Newgate, let's go to the aid. While Sengoku was attacking, he shouted at Roger. Roger came back to his senses, and the attack became more rapid. Advertisement. On the other side of the battlefield, Lin Nuo became more and more courageous as he fought. The repulsive force and gravitational force in the hand cooperate with the sword technique to break through the terrible offensive that is impenetrable. Kong, Broken Tiger, the old man in white robe, and the old man in suit have not taken down Lin Nuo for such a long time. Asking for flowers. Right now, Rocks has revealed the ability of Logia's Feng Feng fruit, and their mood has sunk to the bottom. Lin Nuo glanced at it, and while fighting with the 4 of them, he thought secretly. It seems that Rocks' ability is indeed the fruit of Logia's storm. However, according to his speculation, Rocks' ability should be Logia dark fruit. Of course, the fight has just begun, and maybe the Rocks still have something to hide. Lin Nuo thought so far, and glanced at the reaction of everyone on the field. In addition to Shiki and Newgate, Silver Axe, Akoku, and John, seeing Rocks' ability, also aroused the fighting spirit in their hearts. Lin Nuo didn't know what they were happy about. Maybe it's just uplifting. If you think so, the rocks can win 4 people, then you are daydreaming. 0. Lin Nuo shook his head and continued to concentrate on fighting. He didn't want to be distracted by this, because he was facing the world's top powerhouse. The violent wind rolled back, blowing from the coast, in front of rocks. Wherever it passes along the way, trees rise from the ground. The gravel and clods on the ground were also blown up by the wind. The closer to the center of the tornado, the more raging and violent the airflow, making people unstable. Their advancing speed had to slow down. In the 4 directions around, the continuous airflow was pushed out of the vacuum zone. The old man with glasses was calm and wise, and he saw the flaw of this move at a glance. The tornado lost its support, and the wind gradually began to weaken. The 3 old men, Garp took the opportunity to pass through the tornado barrier. The powerful armament hockey blatantly slammed into the airflow in all directions. Wrapped by the huge airflow, it converged towards the tornado. The 3 old men, Garp stopped his figure, and launched attacks one after another, hitting in 4 directions. Break the airflow connection, this trick will be self-defeating. Hockey rubbed against the airflow, and the electric lights flickered and danced. The violent tornado that soared into the sky, carrying a large amount of debris, swept towards them directly. The wind continued, and the 3 old men, Garp, marched against the wind. Crackling. The strong wind blows, the facial muscles tremble, and the robes rattle. Wow, huh. Facing the Garp 4 who were killing them, Rocks gave a light push directly. Rocks, die and cut. Chapter 201 Battle of the Valley of the Gods, Controlling the Power of Nature. The old man with glasses lingered with sword intent, and the meaning in his words was self-evident, and he slashed at Rock's face. The eyes that should have been shining brightly were now full of firmness. A continuation of the Battle of Marineford, on the island of the Valley of the Gods. There are no restrictions on both sides, either you die or I die. Ha 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 ha. Rocks stood facing the wind, his robes fluttering and hunting. He stared straight at the old man with glasses who was slashed with a knife. Provocation and attack from the opponent, Rocks laughed wildly in response to the old man with glasses. The moment the blade struck, Rocks raised the blade to block. Then the whole person turned into an invisible strong wind. Walked around behind the old man with glasses from both sides. From the very beginning of this battle, the old man with glasses was fully engrossed. The observation hockey, which has been released all the time, accurately predicted Rocks' movements with 633. Moonwalk hyphenation point cyclone. When the old man with glasses turned around, his feet stepped on the air quickly. The 6-style moonwalk extension technique was activated, the long knife in his hand came out horizontally, and the old man with glasses flew around. Accompanied by the rapid rotation, the armament hockey on the blade turned into a circle of black afterimages. Crosscut towards Rocks who sneaks behind him. Huh, interesting. Rocks' figure appeared, with his back to the old man with glasses, he let out a light sigh. At the same time, the long knife swung out. A 100-meter-long sword slashing strike engulfed armament hockey, piercing the air and flying away. However, the target of the attack is not the old man with glasses. It was Garp, the bearded old man, and the blonde old man who joined hands behind the old man with glasses. As for the old man with glasses, after seeing this scene, while feeling annoyed, there is also a bit of joy. Rocks, don't underestimate people. The old man with glasses pretended to be annoyed. The next moment, Black's blade was about to slash towards Rocks. Clang, clang, clang. There was a sound of Jin-Jay colliding. The afterimage of Black's blade flickered, slashing on the invisible defense, and the sound of hitting continued. Armed color release. Advertisement. The face of the old man with glasses darkened, ready to launch another offensive. The strength of Rocks' hockey is much stronger than him. This move alone is not enough to break through the armed defense in front of him. In the blink of an eye, he thought of a countermeasure. Right now, the invisible armed barrier, like a steel city wall, suddenly pushed towards him. The armed barrier is so large that it cuts off all airflow, making it difficult to see clearly with the naked eye. The observation hockey of the old man with glasses also sensed the invisible attack. However, he did not retreat, but stabbed out the long knife. On the tip of the knife, the sword energy was breathed out, and Black's edge flowed and danced. The old man with glasses activated at the same time, and the sword energy and armed color of the great swordsman were released. The two are superimposed, both offensive and defensive, and the power is doubled. Pure armament hockey, he's no match for Rocks. However, the sword energy of the great swordsman, superimposed armament hockey, can do this. As expected, the tip of the knife pierces the air, and the strength is concentrated a little. Bang! The energies of the two sides approached, and before they touched each other, they began to collide in the air. The hard armed color friction produces a large number of black lightning arcs. Zilla, Zilla. In addition, the sword energy is extremely fierce, continuously stabbing at the same attack point. Give it to me. Broken. The old man with glasses had a fierce aura, and sword intent burst out in his eyes. Click. The invisible armed barrier broke down from the center. The old man with glasses flashed his figure and drove straight in. On the body of the sword energy is still swallowed, covered by armament hockey. Meanwhile, the other side. Garp, the two old men, combined their 3 attacks to defeat the 100-meter terrifying slash. Although Rocks' slash was strong, it was impossible for the three of them to block it with one move. In an instant, Rocks was under attack. Rocks, go all out. Otherwise you will surely die today. Garp is young and energetic, and at the same time rushing over, he speaks plausibly. In his aura, there was a sense of justice. Advertisement. The three elders are different, they have rich experience. On the gloomy face, all that could be seen was a cold and pure killing intent. Ah ha ha, what ignorance. Want to kill lousy. You four join forces, it's not enough to watch. Facing the back and forth attacks of the four, Rocks smiled disdainfully. He stared at Garp, and looked at the three elders. These three old fellows have improved a lot in strength. His top-level armed color, the sword energy of the old man with glasses, combined with armament hockey, can directly break open directly. At the time of the Battle of Marineford, this was completely impossible. In addition to the old man with glasses, there are two others, and two who are fighting Lin Nuo in the distance. With top knowledge, Lux can perceive it. The strength of five elders has not really exploded yet. Thinking of this, Rocks couldn't help frowning. It's not that I find it difficult, but I can't figure out why five elders' strength has soared within 2 months. This level of increase is really unimaginable for five old men. Big words. The long-bearded old man, the blonde old man, carrying an offensive, is already close at hand. The old man with glasses just broke the top-level armed color, which greatly increased the confidence of the two of them. Attacks from both sides rolled in, and the turbulent energy fluctuated, surrounding Rocks. Is it a lie? Just try it. Rocks stretched his brows, his face became ferocious. The left hand launches the Storm Fruit ability Hurricane, and the right palm swordsmanship. Turn around to deal with the two-sided offensive. Fight alone, fight with three old men, and Garp. 3.0 The airflow on the left hand spins rapidly, setting off a big storm. At the same time, majestic energy and blood flowed from the body. Rocks punched out, and white strength was wrapped around it, and the airflow was compressed into an air cannon. This punch broke the air, directly brought up a wall of air, and slammed into the two old men and Garp. Under the powerful reaction force, Rocks turned around abruptly, and the long knife covered with armed colors was slashed with the long knife of the old man with glasses. On top of the two swords, sword energy bursts out. Armament hockey. The drizzle-like sword energy engulfed the black lightning and pushed it out in all directions. The surrounding air collapsed in an instant, and the airflow jumped up and down in disorder. In a one-on-one matchup, Rocks is absolutely crushing. After holding on for a while, the old man with glasses flew upside down. Chapter 202 Battle of the Valley of the Gods, Heated Stage. Immediately, Rocks disappeared in a flash. On the other side, facing the attack of the air cannon superimposed fist strength. The bearded old man, the blonde old man, and Garp all joined forces to resist. Garp. The two old men held off the attack while commanding Garp. Garp rushed to Lux without hesitation. At the moment, Garp is within sight. Rocks just hit the old man with glasses. However, the next moment, it disappeared. Garp rolled his eyes, observation hockey spread. He sensed Rocks, flashing past him. The target was the two old men behind him. Not good. Garp fired his razor, turned into a trail, and chased Rocks, but was a little slower. The bearded old man, the blonde old man, just broke the offensive. Suddenly, the figure of Rocks appeared in front of the two of them. Oncoming as a knife, cutting across the heads of the two. The faces of the two old men changed, and they hurriedly dodged in a hurry, and at the same time covered their arms. Clang. Rocks. Long knife slashed at one person. Although the weapon is equipped with hockey, it blocks the sharp blade. But under the huge impact, he bumped into another old man. The two were sent flying dozens of meters away by the huge force. And at this moment, Garp's iron fist had already struck. Rocks slashes and turns, just blocking Garp. Garp's black fist hit the knife. Armament hockey fought against each other, and the two sides were evenly matched. Garp was not sent flying like the three elders. There was an inexplicable smile on Rocks' face. Except for armament hockey, the blade shielding Garp's iron fist did not emit sword energy. Obviously, Rocks kept his hand and controlled the offensive power. This kind of differential treatment really angered Garp, and he felt a fire in his heart. Advertisement. Rocks. Garp glared at Rocks, the anger contained in his eyes seemed to be gushing out. The three old men met each other and were sent flying. When it's his turn, he can block Rocks. Although his strength is a bit weaker, he doesn't play like this. Those who didn't know thought he was an undercover agent of Rocks, which was really humiliating. A traitor from the D family is not worthy to be Lousy's opponent. There was a look of disgust on Rocks' face, and his eyes were full of disdain. If the person he hates the most, besides shit celestial dragons, it's Garp's turn. Damn pirate, don't even think about getting out of here alive. Garp avoided Rocks' words, as if he didn't hear them. Fist on armament hockey, slamming into Rocks wildly. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't shake Rocks in the slightest. Death to Lousy, the face of the D family, is completely lost to you. Rocks narrowed his eyes, his face became ferocious and murderous. Impressively, he clenched his fist with his left hand, covered in armed color, and slammed at Garp, hitting the door directly. As a descendant of the D family, he became the dog of the celestial dragons, and he wanted to kill Garp himself. Being a marine shoulders the justice of safeguarding the ocean. Compared to you, Rocks, you cannot escape the responsibility. Facing the oncoming fist, Garp blushed, not to be outdone. The other hand also made a fist, facing Rocks' fist. The two fists were getting closer and closer, and the air between them exploded. This time, Rock's fist did not hold back at all. In one blow, crush Garp. The berserk hockey struck, Garp's fist was pushed back directly. The whole person flew out like a fired shell. After flying 100 meters away, he stabilized his figure. So strong. Garp took a deep breath, shook his fisting arm, and looked gravely at Rocks. Under the impact of a blow, he was thrown out without holding on for a second. The whole arm was numb, and the fist that he was proud of also felt pain. In the distant air, 3 old men have already begun to besiege Rocks. After a few rounds of testing, I got a rough idea of Rock's strength. Advertisement. Garp moved his fists and joined the siege array. With the cooperation of 4 admirals, they fought Dolly Rocks. Without the advantage of heads up, the suppression of Rocks' strength has been greatly relieved through the dispersion in 4 directions. The 3 old men played back and forth with Garp and the Rocks. All kinds of offensives emerged one after another, as impenetrable as a net, and the transition between offense and defense was closely coordinated, which did not give Rocks a single-sided chance to break through. Even so, Rocks fought alone and did not lose. The airflow in the left hand is condensed, the long knife slashes and shoots, and at the same time the powerful armed color is covered. Withstood successive attacks from all directions. The battle continued, and it was night in a blink of an eye. 5 elders and marine side, although admiral is outnumbered. On every battlefield, the enemy is under siege. Zephyr, Rayleigh, Jabba, and Bullet besieged Silver Axe, John, and G. Sands. Sengoku, Roger, Admiral Minglong III, besieging Shiki, Newgate III. The 3 of Silver Axe and the 2 of Shiki are undoubtedly at a disadvantage for a long time. But the cadres of the Rocks pirates cooperated with each other and desperately resisted. It is necessary to lose 627 in this way, but it can be held in a short period of time. Lin Nuo and Rocks are fighting against each other, 4 of the world's top powerhouses. The 2 of them fully contain the 8 top fighters. On the surface, the 2 sides are evenly matched, but in fact, both sides know it well. Whether it is 5 elders and Marine, or Rocks and Lin Nuo, they still have spare power. Under the night, the entire sea area, including the Valley of Gods, was shrouded in darkness. In the line of sight visible to the naked eye, no one can be seen. Only the sky-slashing strikes and the golden light, as well as the collision of hockey in the battle, the void thunder and lightning that came into view. Then there was a booming sound, which kept ringing in my ears. In the distant sea area, the waves are surging. The people who came to watch the battle still did not leave. In the darkness, Redfield, World, and a few others use observation hockey to perceive the Valley of Gods battlefield. Witnessed the Rocks shot with their own eyes, which brought them a series of shocks. The peak of the sea, the Overlord Rocks, is actually a capable person. What is going on here? I really can't figure it out. How can Rocks be a storm fruit capable user? What happened to that guy the first met a year ago? Chapter 203 The Battle of the Valley of the Gods. True Strength, the Lord of Darkness. The unknown big pirate from New World, who was watching the battle, muttered to himself, his doubts lingering for a long time. A year ago, the person I met who claimed to be a person with the ability of the storm fruit, could it be that he was fooling him? Although that person's strength is mediocre, but he can elementalize and control the hurricane, it doesn't look like a fake. If that person is real, then the Rocks not long ago had almost exactly the same ability, so how can this be explained? The unknown big pirate suppressed the confusion in his heart and continued to pay attention to the battle. On the battlefield of the Valley of the Gods, Rocks and Garp, 3 old men, are fighting. Happy and insolent laughter resounded through the sky from time to time. Ha 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 ha. A traitor from the D family, 3 old guys, is that all there is? Rocks' figure changed, and he used both fists and swordsmanship to defuse the attack, while laughing wildly with a trace of disdain. Under the siege of 4 top fighters, he still can't feel the pressure. You arrogant B*************** D. Garp was already full of resentment, and when he heard Rocks' provocation, his anger soared. Armed colored fists slammed into Rox's face, wishing to smash Rocks' mouth. Whoosh. Rocks sneered and greeted. Armament hockey, plus the air cannon, was easily blocked. After blocking Garp's iron fist, he turned around and slashed with his saber to deal with the attack of the 3 old men. You 5 old fellows, your improved strength doesn't seem to be very good. The battle situation still cannot be changed, ha 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 ha. The blade of Rocks, with a black gleam, slashed at the 3 old men, shaking them hard at the same time, and he was not in vain. The faces of the 3 old guys are not much better than those of Garp. The sword aura from the tip of the knife pierced through the darkness directly, stabbing an old man's fist. There was a tingling pain, and the covering armor was almost about to break open. He had no choice but to retract his fist, and the razor dodged to dodge this sharp sword aura. The other 2 old men attacked with knives every day. Rocks didn't fight back, but blocked the 2 attacks with a horizontal knife in the chest. Boom. There was an explosion in the void. Advertisement. The fist covered in armed color and the long knife full of sword energy hit Rock's knife. The black lightning generated by the collision of hockey stretches repeatedly under the night like a spider web. Since you know that our strength has been improved, you, Rocks, should understand that this war is doomed to your defeat. When the air wave swept across, the old man with blonde hair danced wildly, staring directly at Rocks, his tone full of firmness. As the blonde-haired old man said, even if you pay a huge price, the victorious party in this battle must be the world government and naval headquarters. Rocks smiled wildly and looked at the old man with glasses. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that the 5 elders are headed by him. As long as the old man with glasses didn't give an order, the other old men wouldn't be able to explode with all their strength. The leading old man with glasses felt this gaze, remaining silent and concentrating on fighting Rocks. Rocks, verbal provocation didn't make any waves. Although at the beginning of the war, something unexpected happened. But they have a large number of people. After the response of 5 elders, Kong and others, the balance of war has begun, and it is slowly falling towards them. He was biding his time, a real breakthrough. Rocks, gaze, seeing the old man's reaction with glasses, suddenly raised his head to the sky and burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha. You old fellows, since you don't want to fight with all your strength, then Lousy will be impolite. Next, Lousy will see how many tricks you can survive. Accompanied by the arrogant insolent laughter. The momentum hidden in Rocks rose to the sky. Scarlet's conquerors, like a sharp sword, pierces the night sky. Under the watchful eyes of the 3 old men and Garp, Rock's figure rushed straight up to a higher place in the air. Condescending, overlooking Garp, and the 3 old men. The eyes of the 3 old men and Garp were extremely solemn, not daring to take their eyes off Rocks. Go all out, don't spare any energy. Garp's muscles bulged, and he clenched his fists subconsciously. The top-level armament hockey has been practiced, and it continuously gushes out from the body, covering his 2 iron fists. HMPH. The old man wants to see Rock's hidden cards. The blonde-haired old man snorted coldly, the anger in his heart still persisted, and his fighting spirit rose. Advertisement. At this time, a cold light flashed across the faces of the 4 of them. A cry of resistance. In the sky, Rock's long saber was withdrawn from armament hockey, and Yuan put the saber back into the sheath. What the hell is this Rock's doing? The old man with glasses frowned slightly, feeling puzzled in his heart. Seeing this, the old man with long beard said in a heavy tone. Ha 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 ha, enjoy it. In the sky above the Valley of the Gods, insolent laughter resounded endlessly. Rocks shook his left hand, and the airflow on his fist suddenly began to move. Invisible air currents form hurricanes that swirl around the rocks. Like a real gust of wind, the airflow in the air is turbulent. The 3 old men and Garp, the air current under Moonwalk ran wild, and almost fell from the sky. The ability of Logia Storm Fruit once again swept the entire battlefield. At the same time, Rock's right hand clenched into a fist. Under the cover of the night, a cloud of black mist wrapped his fist. When the violently flowing hurricane air flow passed through the black mist, it seemed to be swallowed. No matter how fierce the hurricane is, the black mist will not move around. The smell is strange and unsettling. Is this the whole card that the Rocks have been hiding all along? At this time, the silent old man with glasses finally spoke. He frowned tightly, staring directly at Rocks, wanting to see what happened. However, under the night, black mist blends with darkness. The eyes of the old man with glasses did not see through. Only his observation hockey sensed a strange surge of energy in Rock's right hand. Taste Lousy's abilities. Rocks yelled, and with the power accumulated in his fists, he slammed downward. Here we come. Be careful. Seeing Rock's movements, the old man with glasses let out a low snort. At the same time, the sword energy in the long knife in his hand was continuously generated, and there were bursts of soft sounds. Chapter 204 Battle of the Valley of the Gods. Double Fruit Ability. Surprise Dark Fruit. Rocks punched down with both fists, and the invisible hurricane pressed down like a mountain. This is no longer a simple hurricane. A large amount of airflow gathers together and compresses into a hurricane-shaped, super-large air cannon. The other fist punched out a cloud of black mist, wrapped in the center of the hurricane. The hurricane falling from the sky is like a falling electric drill. The central point where the airflow converges is like the drill bit of an electric drill. While spinning rapidly, like the tip of a long knife, it seems to pierce the night. The hurricane went down, and in the blink of an eye, for the 3 old men, Garp, it was already close at hand. Although I can't see clearly in the dark, the energy in the center of the hurricane feels very strange. For unknown energy fluctuations, the old man with glasses behaved cautiously. His goal was achieved, forcing Rocks to use his whole card. Although I haven't figured it out yet, what exactly is Rocks' whole card? But as long as this blow is over, everything will see the sun. But for some reason, this weird energy fluctuation made him a little uneasy. The 4 of us attack together, and see with our own eyes how strong Rocks' cards can be. The blonde-haired old man was grinding his fists, ready to go. Even Rocks' whole card is more than twice as powerful as his wrist. 880 The 4 of them attack together, and they won't suffer any big losses. In the blink of an eye, the hurricane has already struck. 6 Styles 6 King Spear. Fist Bone Hyphenation Point Meteorite. 1 Sword Ryu Falling Feather. The long-bearded old man and the blonde-haired old man activated 6 styles directly, and the white mist on their bodies was steaming. Garp blasted out with both fists, armament hockey solidified, and black lightning was born from the void. The sword intent of the old man with glasses surged, and the trembling long knife in his hand was slashed out in an awkward posture. A rapidly rotating slash with a diameter of tens of meters, wrapped in 3 shock waves, directly hit the hurricane. Sword chi and shock wave are different from the invisible hurricane and the black mist that blends with the darkness. Under the night, like a smear of streamer, draws a long tail. Rumble. There was a loud bang in the dark. Advertisement. The incoming offensive collided with the hurricane. In an instant, the hurricane air cannon exploded in the air. Invisible air flow spurts out, and the remaining power is comparable to the radiating sword energy, swishing in the air. Terrifying air waves, CBFH, swept in all directions. Like the Conqueror's eruption, pushing everything across. The old man with tight glasses was slightly taken aback when he saw this situation, and then frowned again. This is not the same as he thought. In his knowledge-color perception, only the hurricane was captured, colliding with his sword energy. That unknown and unfamiliar energy did not have any collision fluctuations. A look of joy appeared on Garp's face, but it was fleeting. He also sensed that something was wrong. As the bursting air waves swept in all directions, the black mist spread wildly. The warning from observation hockey made the old man with glasses stare at the huge black mist rolling in. Black mist. Immediately, the old man with glasses understood. That strange energy fluctuation came from the black mist in front of him. Rewind. At the same time as the order was issued, it was already swallowed by the black mist. The black mist that blends into the night is invisible in the distance. When they got close, the speed of the air wave surpassed them in an instant. The 3 old men and Garp, as far as the eye can see, there is darkness, and everything can't be seen. When the bodies of the 4 of them touched Heiyuan, an inexplicable pressure came from all directions, squeezing their bodies fiercely. Black mist, squeezing the flesh. This is the ability of the dark fruit that covers the darkness. In the black mist where you couldn't see your fingers, there was a sudden exclamation. It was the voice of the old man with glasses. Invisible in the black mist. The old man with glasses suppressed his shock, armament hockey, conqueror's hockey, slash, all urge to ultimate. A terrifying aura emanated from his body. The long-bearded old man, the blonde old man, and Garp activated 6 styles, and their aura also skyrocketed. Advertisement. A steady stream of white mist spreads in all directions, resisting the squeeze of the black mist. The 2 old men cooperated with the old man with glasses, and Conqueror's hockey came out horizontally. 3 strands of Conqueror's hockey were superimposed, barely dispelling the black mist. The figures of the 4 appeared again under the night. Dark fruit ability user. How can this be? The old man with glasses looked disbelieving, and surrounded Rocks standing in the air. What kind of monster is Rocks? The whole card that has been hidden all this time has completely refreshed his cognition. This is simply impossible, but it happened to Rocks. Garp stared, his face was full of shock, and he was a little dazed. Isn't Rocks a Logia storm fruit ability user? Not long ago, he himself said it. Now why is it a dark fruit ability user again? Don't let him make a mistake, that would be a bit of a slap in the face. Rocks, what's going on? How do you have 2 devil fruit abilities? The white mist on the blonde old man's body was a little unsteady, and he looked at the dissipated black mist in shock. This black mist is the ability of dark fruit. At this time, Rocks has the ability of Logia storm fruit on his left hand. Both devil fruit's abilities appear on Rocks at the same time. Even Sengoku, Roger and others were shocked. Such a situation broke common sense and ran counter to everyone's cognition. The iron rule of the sea for 800 years is that a person can only eat 1 devil fruit, and can only have the power of 1 devil fruit. Why is it a recognized iron rule? Because at the beginning, many people tried it. When eating the second devil fruit, the 2 abilities mutually repel in conflict, and finally the whole person will explode and die. Kaido and Charlotte Linlin, against Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral 2. At this moment, the 2 sides couldn't help stopping their hands, looking at this side in disbelief. Charlotte Linlin's heart was filled with shock. Kaido, on the other hand, looked at Rocks with a hint of envy besides shock. Chapter 205 Battle of the Valley of the Gods, the true hidden combat power. Captain Rocks has 2 devil fruit abilities. In fact, he also wants to have a powerful devil fruit ability. It's a pity that there has been no powerful devil fruit. Compared with Rocks, Lin Nuo and others, they are really more popular than others. Gee ha ha ha, Captain Rocks, you hide really deep. Gee you la la la, double devil fruit ability, no monster than Lin Nuo kid. The captain hides too well. At this time, when Shiki and Newgate resisted the attacks of Sengoku, Quincy, and Roger, their momentum became more and more exciting, and they couldn't help laughing heartily. Shiki, Newgate, don't be too happy too soon. Regardless of the abilities of the 2 devil fruits, it is impossible for the Rocks to defeat the 4 world's top powerhouses. Sengoku noticed the change in Shiki and Newgate's momentum, frowned and shouted loudly. Facing the siege of the 3 of them, she and Newgate retreated steadily. At this critical juncture, he did not allow Shiki, and Newgate boosted morale. Sengoku thought of this, the huge golden body moved and pressed across. The 3 of us hold on, it won't take long, Captain Rocks repels the opponent, and will come to support us. Silver Axe was sweating profusely, brandishing a hatchet, and shouted loudly. He, Akoku, and John have persisted for so long, and they are all wounded. Facing the siege of Rayleigh, Jabba, Bullet, and Zephyr, the three of them could only avoid the edge temporarily, fighting like a guerrilla war. Despite this, the disparity in combat power is imminent and defeat is imminent. Ahahaha, ahahaha, that's right, it's the Dark Fruit and Logia Storm Fruit abilities. Rocks looked down at Garp and the three old men, his insolent laughter was full of contempt. With the hurricane in the left hand and the black mist in the right, he swooped down and punched him. The hurricane airflow is wrapped in black mist, and armament hockey is mixed in, and the power of the offensive is multiplied and skyrocketed. Dark Fruit's ability is very weird, just in case don't keep your hands. Advertisement. The old man with glasses suppressed the shock in his eyes, and his face changed to a serious one. He solemnly watched Rocks attack, and rushed out at the same time. The long-bearded old man, the blonde old man, and Garp rushed up after them, launching 6 styles with all their strength. Under the transpiration of the white mist, the skin was covered with the color of the armed forces, and it turned out to be faintly red. Rocks, if you will surrender, come back to Mariajoy with me, and promise not to take your life. A hurricane blows high in the sky, and the black mist is everywhere. The old man with glasses, Garp and the other 4 teamed up to fight Rocks when they dodged. While launching the offensive, a flash of light flashed in the eyes of the old man with glasses, and he spoke kindly to Rocks. The eyes of the long-bearded old man and the blonde-haired old man couldn't help but light up when they heard such words during the battle. A secret way to have 2 devil fruit abilities at the same time. If you get it, it will only be of great benefit to the world government. As for Rocks, life and death, since it fell into their hands, it was out of his hands. Sure enough, as I expected, Dark Fruit is Rocks' hidden trump card. During the battle, Lin Nuo glanced at it, and then looked away. He had already guessed this point. However, the reaction of the audience was very shocking. Why Rocks has the ability of 2 kinds of devil fruit. It appears that everyone present, including the 5 elders, only recognized as Dark Fruit. It doesn't know the ability of Dark Fruit, and can plunder the ability of other devil fruit by virtue of its special body. If he hadn't been a time traveler and knew some things about the pirate world, he probably wouldn't have known the reason. However, none of the 5 elders knew about Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach, and how they learned about it. Could it be that the future Marshal D. Teach really has something to do with Rocks? He joined the Rocks Pirates and stayed on Beehive Island for so long, and he has never heard of a character like Marshal D. Teach appearing. Asking for flowers. Lin Nuo felt a little curious, but he was fighting right now, so he didn't continue to think about it. Advertisement. On the other hand, facing the favor of the old man with glasses, Rocks dismissed it. Why don't you come to Beehive Island? Lousy also promises you that you won't hurt your life, how about it? Rocks sneered, and blasted a cloud of black mist at the 3 old men. Huh, Rocks, think carefully, don't toast and eat fine wine. The blonde-haired old man let out an angry shout, covering his whole body with armament hockey, and activated 6 styles at the same time. Above armament hockey, white mist steams. Armament hockey, the 6-style body art mystery, is fused together. Facing Garp, the bearded old man, the offensive is imminent. After blasting out the cloud of black mist, he was already elementalized, turning into a violent gust of wind, rushing towards the rushing Garp, the old man with long beards. Any body part that comes into contact with the black mist will be squeezed and crushed by a huge force. A long howl came, and that gust of violent wind pierced through the circular sword energy. If you want to know the secret of devil fruit, let's talk about it when you beat Lousy. The old man with glasses, the old man with long beard, and Garp's attack came from the other side. A circular slash, spinning rapidly, came through the air, and the air trembled wherever it passed. 0. 0. However, as long as you don't come into contact with the black mist, you won't be attacked by it. On both sides of the sword chi, the old man with long beards, the figure of Garp, left behind afterimages, galloping like lightning. 3 old dogs, are Lousy fake. The power contained in the offensive is almost twice as strong as before. Rocks, the blonde old man, when the offensive collided. Feeling the fierce attack, Rocks became violent, and the fighting spirit in his eyes became more and more intense. He Baixiang's offensive blocked the billowing black mist. Although the ability of Dark Fruit is very strange and difficult to deal with. Above the Valley of the Gods, Rocks resounded, full of disdainful voices. What is the plan? Lousy knows very well. Chapter 206 Battle of the Valley of the Gods, Destroying the Power of Heaven, Domain. At this moment, Rocks unelementated and appeared among Garp, the bearded old man. Covered in armed colors, white Garp with steaming mist, an old man with long beards. With knowledge and color perception, the appearance of Rocks has already been predicted. The 2 released their attacks with all their strength, attacking Rocks from both sides. Rocks looked crazy, and the fighting spirit in his chest was extremely carefree. Does this level of attack look like a group? In Rocks' body, Conqueror's hockey erupted, as if feeling his fighting spirit. Facing the attack that was close at hand, he pushed his fists horizontally to the sides. Scarlet's airflow wrapped around his fists and slammed them fiercely. Under the night, a red light suddenly appeared in the sky. The Conqueror's twined fists, 943, and the attack from the pincer collided in the air. Boom. There was a shock in the air. Terrifying fluctuations swept across. Colliding with the empty space in the center, the scarlet lightning crackled. The Dark Knight was rendered scarlet. Rocks, Conqueror's haki is already at the top level, and the power of the entanglement is terrifying. In a moment, the long-bearded old man, Garp's offensive, was completely wiped out. The face of the old man with long beard changed, and he was about to cry out. Bang! He and Garp, who had lost their offensive resistance, were directly entangled and hit by the Conquerors that was overwhelming, and flew out like a kite with a broken string. But at this time, the old man with glasses and the blonde hair came again. The top attack method, Conqueror's winding, is used. It seems that Rocks has already started to attack with all his strength. Rocks and Garp are fighting fiercely. Over the entire Valley of the Gods, Nungwang waves swept across like a world-shattering wave. Advertisement. All the time, slashing and lacing, haki wreaked havoc. The three old men in the battle had a perfect understanding with each other, and they also used Conquerors winding one after another. For a while, the roar continued. The Conquerors intertwine and collide with each other, and the red and blue lightning of the orangutan permeate the Dark Night, illuminating the darkness. Successive Conquerors' collisions, killing waves spread to the surrounding sea area. The sea that was originally ups and downs became more choppy, with monstrous waves rushing towards the open sea. The aftermath of the war was terrifying, and the huge waves that were set off were enough to destroy ships. Even, from time to time, there are slashes or impacts, coming all the way towards them. Rocks showed his whole cards and started to play with all his strength. How is this possible? 2 devil fruit abilities. Many people held binoculars and observed the Valley of Gods battlefield. When they saw Rocks, with 2 kinds of fruit abilities, everyone was shocked. Of course, in addition to the shock, more is incredible. They're in an incredible mood, not much worse than the 5 elders. 2 devil fruit abilities, for anyone on the sea, is a shocking message. Logia storm fruit, and the extremely vicious dark fruit in legendary. How can one Rocks have 2 devil fruit abilities? The unknown New World Big Pirate, while shocked, became even more puzzled. As we all know, one person's body cannot accommodate 2 kinds of devil fruit. This question compares to the one not long ago: why does Rocks have the ability of storm fruit? He couldn't figure it out even more, it was unbelievable. At this moment, among the crowd watching the battle, there was an exclamation. Look, Shinigami Lin Nuo, the offensive has become stronger. With Rocks going all out, it seems that Shinigami Lin Nuo is about to explode. Quickly divert attention and see if Shinigami's strongest combat power surpasses Rocks. The intelligence agents of various underground organizations and news agencies turned their attention to Lin Nuo. Advertisement. During the Battle of the Valley of the Gods, almost all the information about Rocks has been collected. Double demon fruit power, enough to shock the whole sea. Next, it is Shinigami Lin Nuo's turn to focus on intelligence. A rookie who has not debuted for a long time, and has a new cadre that rivals Rocks. When they made a move not long ago, Marine even said that their strength surpassed Rocks. However, at this moment, Lin Nuo's combat power is rising, and onlookers want to see Shinigami Lin Nuo's strongest combat power. The sky above the Valley of the Gods. Following the Rocks and Garp, the 3 elders collided, resulting in lightning. Immediately afterwards, a stream of light suddenly cut through the darkness, as if lighting up the night. Lin Nuo was surrounded by a terrifying aura, and at the same time, within 100 meters of Fang, it turned into an invisible field. Kacha Kacha. In the invisible realm, when it reached ultimate, the air suddenly became heavy, and the powerful oppression was constantly covering it. The entire island of the Valley of the Gods, Lin Nuo domain enveloped the area, and even the ground began to be affected. All the personnel in the battle looked over almost at the same time. Lin Nuo stood tall in the field, floating out from the corner of his eyes, like a god of war. The white-robed old man and the suit-suited old man, Kong and Duanyu, had already retreated. They have learned that no one dares to touch the fear in Lin Nuo's invisible realm. This guy's fruit ability has become even more terrifying. In the eyes of the white-robed old man, Lin Nuo in the invisible field was reflected, and a touch of fear flashed across. In the Battle of Marineford, although Lin Nuo did not activate the fruit ability, and only 1.5 with the swordsmanship of the great swordsman, he was severely injured and unconscious. As a result, the old man in white robe was afraid of Lin Nuo's swordsmanship, and at the same time, he was even more afraid of his fruit ability. I can tell that Lin Nuo's aura has skyrocketed. Maybe his strongest combat power is really stronger than Rocks. Facing the surging Lin Nuo, the old man in the suit activated 6 styles, his body was steamed with white mist, and his eyes narrowed into slits. It's a terrible fruit ability. I have to say that Lin Nuo is really pervert. But it's okay, the old man is just thinking about experiencing how strong this kid's domain is. The old and vigorous Kong, not to be outdone by Lin Nuo, tore off his shirt at once, revealing his explosive muscles. Chapter 207 Battle of the Valley of the Gods, Repulsion Compression. Oh, experience the field. Hee hee. Let me give you a move. Marine Admiral Substitute, Lei Bao, died because of this ability. Let me see Martial Marine, is it an experience or courting death? Lin Nuo looked at Kong contemptuously, and his voice like a bell echoed in everyone's ears. As soon as this remark came out, the bystanders were shocked. What? Candidate Admiral is dead. It's no wonder I had to see Li Bao. I thought it was guarding naval headquarters, but I didn't expect it to have already fallen. The few people who didn't know showed shock, and suddenly realized. After the First World War in Marineford, the organization did receive the news that Li Bao had fallen. However, the source of the news is complicated, and the senior management of naval headquarters has no response, so there is no way to confirm it. It turned out that the person who killed Li Bao turned out to be Shinigami Lin Nuo. The members of the underground organization who knew about it were also deeply shocked. It's not surprising, I've met Lin Nuo, who is terrifyingly strong. 21. Even if Admiral's substitute Li Bao has Logia snow fruit, it's obviously not enough to face Lin Nuo alone. The death of Admiral's substitute Li Bao is not unjust. Redfield's eyes were in a trance, and he couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Lin Nuo lost all 50,000 dead soldiers with one move, which is still fresh in his memory. On the other side, Kong heard the words and his face darkened. This piece of sea, Admiral of Headquarters, died at the hands of pirates. The first case in history happened under his rule. Whether it's you or Rocks, I will use your blood to wash away the shame of naval headquarters. Kong growled, anger rising in his chest. Dressed in jet black armor, he threw Lin Nuo directly. Repulsive compression. Lin Nuo let out a soft drink, his eyes boiling with fighting spirit. The scene of killing Li Bao seemed to appear in front of his eyes. The endless field began to compress continuously, and a huge invisible repulsive force appeared. The invisible compressive repulsion with a diameter of tens of meters, like a small sun, was held high above Lin Nuo's head. At this moment, the faces of 5 elders, Roger, Garp and others on the Valley of the Gods Island, as well as a group of onlookers in the distant sea area, reflected the repulsive force and formed an air mass, full of shock. That ability can still be used like this. Advertisement. This is so scary. People who have never seen this move, their jaws almost dropped, they were stunned and exclaimed. Jia, ha ha ha, good boy, to develop the fruit ability to such a degree, what a monster. Shiki's classic laughter stuttered, and he was shocked in his heart. Gu la la la. Lin Nuo, are you serious about it? Newgate could still feel the oppression in the air from a long distance away. Let's go. Looking at the terrifying air mass that resembled the power of ruining the sky, the expressions of the white-robed old man and the suit-suited old man changed. The 2 old men and Duanyu rushed out to support Kong. Lin Nuo kid. Kong moved rapidly, his explosive muscles began to bulge high. Then take it, Kong. Facing the approaching Kong, Lin Nuo slammed his arm, and the huge air mass smashed down blatantly. With the repulsive force of destruction, like an abyss beast, it slammed towards Kong. Ah! All of a sudden, Kong roared, and a roar that seemed human but not human came out of his mouth. The muscles that were originally high and raised had actually grown a layer of hair. The figure of the whole person rose rapidly, reaching nearly 10 meters in the blink of an eye. It suddenly turned into a diamond giant ape with hair like steel needles. Roar, roar, roar. Almost in the blink of an eye, Kong's whole person has turned into a Vajra ape. Faced with a blue fireball that was bigger than him after his beast transformation. Vajra ape hammered his chest with both fists and roared. This is Vajra ape, devil fruit ability of Phantom Beast. On the battlefield of the Valley of the Gods, whoever it was, the exclamation was extremely shocking. In the next second, everyone on the island, and the fighters on the outside of the island, boiled instantly. As the person involved, Kong focused on launching armament hockey with all his might. Advertisement. Large body, covered with colored original color hockey. Even the hair on the whole body was not missing, and under the hot blue flame, the hair was like steel needles, shining with sharp edges. So that's how it is. Phantasmal beast King Kong ape form. Is this your confidence? In Lin Nuo's eyes, the light flashed away, and his face was calm and unremarkable. Although about Kong's intelligence, there is no devil fruit ability. But based on his experience, he guessed that Marine Marshal Kong may have the ability of devil fruit. I just didn't expect that Kong's devil fruit is the same phantom beast species as Sengoku. The abilities of the 2 marine marshals and devil fruit are surprisingly similar. Pirate Lin Nuo, the old man Kong is called, it's not for nothing. Facing the huge air mass, Gangkong is fearless. A pair of huge fists, flowing with black and red hockey, blasted towards the air mass together. Don't look at Vajra ape, 607 is huge in size, but the speed of punching is not slow at all. 2 huge fists, like meteorites, broke through the air. Empty. Above the Valley of the Gods, a series of sonic booms resounded endlessly. The sun-like repulsive force burst out with a fierce repulsive impact, and collided with the fist of Vajra ape. Rumble. The deafening impact exploded loudly, echoing over the entire Valley of Gods. Zilla. The top-level armament hockey, the black-red lightning produced, sizzles and dips into the interior of the repulsive impact. It's just the huge air mass, carrying powerful oppression and gravity, constantly obliterating and invading hockey. After a while, Kong frowned, already aware of it. Lin Nuo's repulsive force was able to destroy hockey unexpectedly. According to common sense, with his armed color, he should have completely invaded. But at the moment, only a small part has been invaded. It's really troublesome, but I can't stop the old man. although the repulsive shock wave does not have the direct and sharp lethality like a sword slash. But it is very difficult to deal with. At the same time, this body is oppressed by the repulsive force and becomes unbearably heavy. At this moment, it cannot be touched for a long time, otherwise the top-level armed color may not be able to withstand it. Chapter 208 Battle of the Valley of the Gods, Repulsion Explosion. Kong let out a long roar, and 2 puffs of white air spewed out from the nostrils of Vajra Ape's big black face. On Kong Wu's powerful giant arm, the black-red armament hockey flowed crazily. From the body of Vajra Ape, there was a steady stream of cyan fireballs. In an instant, hockey flowed rapidly, lightning surged suddenly, and there was a crackling sound. Drink. Ah! Vajra Ape's nostrils sprayed hot air straight out, trying to feed. The next moment, the repulsive air mass was covered with black-red hockey lightning. Seeing this, Kong withdrew his fists and quickly retreated. The 2 old men and Duanyu just rushed over. Marshal Kong, how are you doing? Duanyu looked at Vajra Ape, his fists emitting white smoke, and said cautiously. As Lin Nuo's defeated opponent, he knows the horror of his fruit ability. Very tough, and this repulsive force can destroy hockey. If it weren't for the old man's armed look, it would be difficult to get out of the whole body after training to the top level. W. Kong maintains the form of the Vajra Ape, but it's not hard to hear from the voice that it's full of dignified meaning, and even has a trace of fear. Duanyu was silent when he heard the words. If it was him who went up, relying only on the advanced armed color, I am afraid that the skin would be peeled off. Boom. In the depths of the repulsive air group, the armed forces wreaked havoc and exploded directly. The repulsive force burst instantly, and a large amount of repulsive force scattered out. The aftermath of the impact was engulfed by repulsive force, and quickly spread out. The sky above the Valley of the Gods is like fireworks blooming, dazzling. However, under the splendor, there is a murderous intent hidden. Armed color top uses internal destruction. Does Marshal Marine have 2 brushes? Lin Nuo was not surprised, but a playful smile appeared on his face. From Kong's title, the word, steel, bone, can be associated. His armament hockey is definitely at the top level, not even inferior to Garp at his peak. Perhaps in the eyes of outsiders, Lin Nuo's moves are broken. Advertisement. But only he himself knows, after 2 months of hidden training. The ability to control repulsion is much more mature than before. The spreading repulsion aftermath engulfed Lin Nuo and Kong. Looking from a distance, under the dark night, the sea and the entire area began to appear one after another big craters that were bombarded by shock waves with all their strength. Like a cloud floating in the sky above the Valley of the Gods, the cloud suddenly dissipated. Kong, Broken Tiger, and the 2 old men are all armed. An invisible wall in front of him directed the surging repulsive force to the bottom of the 4 of them. Lin Nuo perceives this moment with his eyes and ears. Repulsion death. 4 firm phonetic sounds spit out from Lin Nuo's mouth. At the same time, the ability was activated again on the right fist, and a translucent halo shrouded it. Boom. As Lin Nuo's figure sank, he locked Kong and the others together, and the continuously compressed repulsive force crashed. In the next moment, a monstrous repulsive shock wave, like a force of destruction, exploded. Wherever it passes, even the space becomes extremely distorted. Not good. Rewind. Kong, the strongest, was the first to react, and his face changed drastically. At the same time as the sound was made, the huge body of the Vajra Ape rose directly into the sky. Damn pirates. Duan Hu, the 2 old men, their pupils shrank suddenly, and they started to follow closely behind. However, although Lin Nuo's fruit ability is not as good as that of Tiandao Pain in the original book, he is already more proficient. At the same time, he compresses and changes the repulsive force and concentrates it on one point. Now that you have decided to do this, you have absolute certainty that you will not give the enemy a chance to escape. Can you escape? The corner of Lin Nuo's mouth twitched into a wicked smile, and he looked down at Kong and the others. The faces of Kong and the others became extremely ugly at this moment. Facing the oncoming terrifying shock wave, they wanted to avoid it, but their speed was too late. The 2 old men, Kong and Duanyu, were instantly blocked by this repulsive shock wave. Seeing the repulsive shock wave approaching, Kong was so annoyed that he beat his chest fiercely and let out roars. Circle, circle, advertisement. The huge body of Vajra Ape continued to rush upwards, its speed increasing instead of decreasing. The huge fist was covered with armed colors, and the bombardment hit the repulsive force. Clang. The armed fist hit the repulsive impact, and there was a roar. Kong's feeling was very obvious, and he was very surprised. Fortunately, with one punch, the repulsive shock wave split open, and spider web-like patterns spread. Seeing this scene, Kong couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Quote. Rush out. At the same time as this sentence was shouted, the cracks on the repulsive air mass had spread all over the entire repulsive air mass. Click, click, after the crackling sound sounded. Immediately afterwards, there was a huge explosion. Rumble. The repulsive force in the air impacts the air mass, and after being impacted by the external force, it immediately blooms gorgeously. The surging repulsive impact and the explosion of ultra-high temperature energy are comparable to those mountains and seas. In the inner space of the repulsive force, the impact energy is the most violent. The violent repulsion impact swept across, and the whole sky was buzzing. The first targets to bear the brunt are the 4 of Kong. Immediately, the faces of the two old men, Kong and Duanyu Mahao, changed drastically. I finally realized that this repelling force group not only has a powerful shock wave, but is also explosive. The violent repulsive force exploded and fluctuated, like an ancient ferocious beast, swallowing the four of Kong Chen in an instant. It was too late for them to evade, and they directly mobilized their armed forces with all their strength, covering their whole bodies in it. Kong and the other four stood still and resisted, because even if they moved, they would not be able to escape the explosion of the repulsive energy ball and the aftermath that would spread in all directions. It's better to carry it on the spot for a round, and when the explosion wave dissipates, you can successfully fight it. The earth-shattering explosion attracted everyone's attention. The aftermath of the explosion passed through the air and reached the island of the Valley of Gods. The aftermath alone caused the Valley of the Gods to shake unceasingly, as if the earth was shaking and the mountains were shaking. Along with the tremor of the island, it brought disaster to the surrounding sea. Chapter 209 The Battle of the Valley of the Gods. The situation sudden change, John was hit hard. The waves were pulled up layer by layer, turning into a burst of monstrous waves, rushing like a group of onlookers. In order to ensure their own safety, the boat driven by the bystanders began to retreat again. My dear, Shinigami Lin Nuo's ability is almost awakening. Although it seems that there is no sign of awakening yet, this power is really terrifying. Not only that, but its manipulation of the repulsive force is superb and meticulous. A repulsive force exploded above the Valley of Gods, illuminating the sight of the spectators. Like a translucent gas mask, until the explosion of the power of ruining the sky, it can be clearly observed. Seeing that Marine Marshal Kong and the other four were caught off guard, they could only defend passively with arms. All the people watching the battle, including Wald, Redfield, and the big pirates from New World, were all shocked. Attention all, the aftermath of the repulsive shock explosion is coming. A word suddenly sounded, the voice of discussion stopped abruptly, and all the bystanders were waiting. Since the outbreak of the war in 683, everyone has retreated again and again. If they continue to retreat, they will exceed the scope of observation. With such a distance, the power of the repulsive impact explosion has been greatly reduced, and they are confident that they can stop it. What's more, even if you retreat, you can't retreat, because the aftermath of the explosion is not as fast. In the outer waters of the Valley of the Gods, when the bystanders blocked the aftermath, the explosive power of the repulsive impact finally began to fade slowly. At this moment, everyone on the battlefield looked over at the same time. Lin Nuo's figure was first revealed, standing intact in the air. The repulsive air shield released by Lin Nuo naturally couldn't hurt him at all. On the other side, in the central area of the explosion, the majestic repulsive impact became weaker. Vaguely, four figures can already be seen in it. Ahem, damn repulsion. This is the voice of the white-robed old man, who rushed out quickly while swearing. Immediately afterwards, the blonde old man, Kong, and Duanyu rushed out at the same time. Quote. Advertisement. It's this feeling again, preventing the wound from healing. Duanhu's clothes were ragged, his upper body muscles were exposed, and his eyes were full of fear. The whole body is not intact, but is covered with traces of impact and explosion. Although the scars all over his body were not big or deep, they were densely packed, marks corroded by repulsive force. The pain from every move made him take a deep breath. Don't look at him as the admiral of headquarters, in front of the two old men, Kong, he is the weakest. Naturally, he was the one who was hurt the most this time. On the other hand, the two old men were slightly better in terms of the extent of their injuries. Except for those injured by the repulsive explosion on the surface, they were not seriously injured. Kong has already returned to human form, and when he fully defends against the repulsive impact and explosion, the smaller the size, the less energy consumption. This is a simple truth, as long as everyone knows it. With the top armament Haki, his own situation is also the most relaxed. There are only a few places on the body, the imprints produced by the repulsive impact and explosion. As the repulsive force so powerful, even Marshal Kong, Broken Tiger Admiral, and Lord Five Elders were injured. Everyone is paying attention to the situation of the war here. When seeing Kong and the other four people with varying degrees of injuries. In the distance, Marine Vice Admiral and others who were fighting fiercely with Kaido and Lin, the pirate captain, couldn't help but exclaimed. At the same time, the super high repulsion, the trembling from the soul, and the state Seebeck are all affected. Ha, as expected of Lin Nuo cadre, blow up those bastards. Little ones, they are scared, look at that cowardly, let Lousy kill them. Seeing this, Kaido and Lin waved giant swords and maces, and roared to the sky. It is morale boosted. A group of pirates were covered in scars, but their morale was boosted, holding up their weapons and screaming. Even more frantically, he killed Marine's Vice Admiral. As this kind of strength your limit. Kong's body was tall and straight, and he activated life return, recovering the marks on his body, but the effect was minimal. A pair of tiger eyes narrowed into a gap, unable to see the light in the eyes clearly. Advertisement. The two old men and Duanyu on the side also had extremely gloomy faces, staring at Lin Nuo. After this collision, all four of them felt the horror of repulsion. In terms of lethality alone, the explosive power of repulsion is already better than Rocks. And looking at Lin Nuo's appearance, it is obvious that he still has a whole card. Except for Duanyu, the strength of the three of you is beyond expectations. Lin Nuo smiled contemptuously, glanced at the four of Kong, and gave a tisk-tisk admiration. Although his combat strength has reached the ceiling, when he killed Admiral's substitute Thunder Leopard, it was only snow fruit, and he did not have an absolute destructive offensive. The four in front of me are the world's top combat power, and Broken Tiger is undoubtedly the bottom. But compared to Admiral's substitute Thunder Leopard, it is almost the same. If it was Duanyu who was chasing him that day, the attack when he killed Admiral's substitute Thunder Leopard should not be enough to kill Duanyu. When the four of Kong heard the words, they felt that the words were extremely harsh. Especially Duanyu, whose face was as black as coal after being named by Lin Nuo. Even Kong, the two old men, felt indignant. Hee. If you are not convinced, try again. However, I advise you, it is best to attack with all your strength, otherwise, if you are not careful, you will become a dead soul under the sword. Lin Nuo raised the black knife Zonlong, and pointed the tip of the knife at the four of them. Killing intent and sword intent intertwined, and the surrounding hot environment gave off a chill. However, suddenly, there was a scream. Lin Nuo sounds very familiar. It's John's voice. Lin Nuo was taken aback and hurriedly looked back. The three of Silver Axe retreated while fighting, facing the siege of the four of Zephyr, they could no longer hold on. However, Silver Axe, John, and Akoku didn't realize it at all, and they kept retreating, getting closer and closer to Sengoku and others. Just a moment ago, Sengoku's mind changed again. After Admiral Minglong understood, with his fast speed, he attacked John instantly. Chapter 210 Battle of the Valley of the Gods, the realm of the Supreme Swordsman. John was always retreating, his heart was already anxious, his attention was always on the battle, and he didn't notice the danger approaching at all. John, who had exhausted a lot of physical strength, was attacked by the underworld dragon thunderously, and directly suffered all the damage. The whole person was thrown out like a cannonball, and rolled for a certain distance before lying on the ground. There was a claw mark with deep bone visible on its back, and bright red blood flowed out. John, Silver Axe and Akoku exclaimed, and suddenly turned pale with fright. The battle that was already on the verge of defeat, the consequences of losing John can be imagined. Once they're down, Zephyr, Rayleigh, Jabba, Bullet, free up. On the side, Newgate and Shiki will be besieged by 7 people. Facing the siege of 7 enemies, Shiki and Newgate will surely lose. Then all the enemies will attack Captain Rocks and Lin Nuo together. By then they, the Rocks pirates, will be defeated in this war. A series of undoubted war trends made the always steady Silver Axe panic. Good chance. At the same time, Zephyr's eyes lit up and quickly caught the panic of Silver Axe and Akoku. Don't hold back, deal with them. Immediately, Zephyr shouted loudly, jumped up high, and punched him from the sky. HMPH. Marine Zephyr, you don't need to remind me. The young and energetic Bullet was very dissatisfied with Zephyr's command behavior. But he just snorted coldly, and didn't bother with Zephyr. The defeat has already appeared, the Rocks pirates have fallen into a disadvantage. On the other side, when Lin Nuo saw that John was severely injured, the light in his eyes dimmed, and he had a strange feeling in his heart. The breach in this war has already been created. The Valley of the Gods campaign is heading in a familiar direction. Is the Overlord Rocks really going to fall here? Could it be that the outcome of the war cannot be reversed? Rocks is 1 against 4, if he chooses to escape, who can stop him? Ha 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 ha. After all this happened, Duanyu, who was holding back his anger, laughed out loud without restraint. Lin Nuo, did you see that? Your cadre, John, has lost his combat effectiveness. The Rocks pirates have lost the wind, and the balance of victory is tilted towards us. Advertisement. Then, he looked at Lin Nuo with a ferocious expression, gnashing his teeth while being happy. Just you, Lin Nuo, and Rocks, what can you do to turn the tide? With a few simple words, Duanyu was so angry that he let it out. Shinigami Lin Nuo, with this worried look, are you afraid of defeat? After Minglong severely injured John, Lin Nuo's expression changed. The old man in white robe had sharp eyes and couldn't help but sarcastically said. Hee. What is this, trying to distract me? Lin Nuo settled down and narrowed his eyes slightly. The irony of the old man in white robe is extremely disdainful. Pretend to be smart. As the voice fell, Lin Nuo's sword intent surged, even better than before. When armament hockey hit the black knife, it instantly turned into a black-red, and he slashed over with incomparable dominance. Can't manage so much, can't reverse the situation. Then let me Lin Nuo give it a try. A few slashing strikes of black and red sword energy wrapped around armament hockey, piercing the air and making a surprise attack. Holding a black knife in his hand, Lin Nuo followed closely behind and ran towards the 2 old men, Kong and Duanyu. Not far away, Kong and the others watched the attack approaching in an instant, and couldn't help but widen their eyes in surprise. The speed and power of Lin Nuo's eruption have risen again. Damn it, does this guy have a limit? Duanyu had an unbelievable expression on his face, the Admiral of Headquarters showed a look of fear at this moment. He is the weakest among the 4, and he was the most seriously injured in the repulsion explosion just now. Although the injury itself is not serious, it will definitely be affected. Now, Lin Nuo's momentum has become stronger, and he will definitely not have a good time in the next big battle. Duanhu's state change, the 2 old men saw it, subconsciously frowned. Quote exclamation mark quote. Cheer up and don't forget who you are. Marine Marshal Kong, he was keenly aware of the change in Duanhu's mentality. Also noticing the reaction of 5 elders, he suddenly looked very serious and scolded Duanhu loudly. As the person in charge of the whole, there is a problem with the mentality of the subordinates. Especially at critical moments, he absolutely does not allow it to happen. Duanhu trembled when he heard the words, and clenched his teeth to stabilize his mind. Asking for flowers. Advertisement. Broken tiger, get on. Kong glanced at Duanhu, with a warning in his eyes. Immediately, his body swelled rapidly, reaching a height of 5 meters, turning into an orangutan. Kong, the 2 old men, with white mist surging around them, pierced through the incoming slash. Duanhu followed closely behind, and also rushed over. Black-red slashed exactly 4 times, and Kong and the others made 1 attack each. Clang, 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 clang. There were 4 bursts of jingle sounds in succession. The 2 old men, Kong, blocked the black and red slashing attacks with their solid defense. It's just that Duanhu's side is relatively difficult. He slashed and scattered the slashing blows, but the huge force struck him, making his mouth go numb. Shinigami Yuro, would you like to support me? Do you think it's possible? Kong shouted angrily and activated the 6-style razor. The large body exploded at a rapid speed, and together with the 2 old men and Duanhu, they turned into meteor-like trajectories. Rumble. Facing the attacks coming from all directions, Lin Nuo had no expression on his face, his calmness was terrifying. Everyone looked up subconsciously, only to see the flying island floating above their heads, split by a small corner by Lin Nuo's substantive sword intent. Lin Nuo was stopped from 4 directions, and the offensive was besieged. Lin Nuo turned around without hesitation and rushed to the silver axe below, trying to support them. Wrapped with a sharp slash, it shot in all directions. You can split mountains and rocks with just sword intent. Duanhu was so shocked that he couldn't help but let out an exclamation. Even the white-robed old man's complexion changed drastically, and he was beyond shocked. A loud bang came from high above the sky, and the air was rippling. However, the 4 of Kong had thought of this a long time ago, so how could they give Lin Nuo a chance? At this thought, the repulsive force in the hand dissipated, and the sword intent on the black knife began to boil. The 2 of them are both great swordsmen, because they are very clear in their hearts. The invisible airflow turned, bringing up a tornado. An extremely fierce slash shot from him from the sky. A moment ago, the 4 of Kong were dealing with the slash at the same time. It seems that if you want to support, you must break through the encirclement. At this moment, Lin Nuo activated the profound sword energy.